NFL free agency is almost here. Welcome into NFL Daily by Chat Sports. Matthew Peterson with Jace Andrews, breaking down everything going on from news, rumors, some signings already happening, extensions, and trades. So a lot to get to here as our coverage is going to ramp up by the hour. But I want to get everyone watching involved in the chat right now. Early bird gets the worm. Shout out to those of you clocking in right as we kick things off here. So shout out your favorite team for me in the chat, and then we have a lot to recap already. Russell Wilson signed with the Pittsburgh Steelers, or is signing. We got to get our verbiage correct here, as nothing is finalized until 4 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday. So there could be some change of heart after what happens through the next 48 hours, but for now, it looks like Russell Wilson is planning to sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and T. Higgins has requested a trade. Kirk Cousins is speaking with the Atlanta Falcons, and there's a whole lot more going on. But shout out your favorite team for me in the chat. Let's see what fan base is best represented. I'm seeing Patriots, Cowboys, Chiefs, Knight Rider saying Falcons rise up. Jace, come on in with some comments and with some shout-outs yourself.
Bro, I'm seeing T. Higgins in a lot of comments here. Everybody seems to want him. I mean, that's a top-tier wide receiver on the trade market. It's a guy that I think everybody's going to want. We got Seahawks in the chat, Vikings, Lions, Broncos. Seems like every team is represented. And honestly, on a day like today, it's good because it's a busy day in the NFL.
Absolutely a busy day. Russell Wilson kind of leading the news last night. If you woke up to it, let's recap you on it. It's a 1-year, basically vet minimum contract, a little over $1 million. That's because the Broncos owe him $39 million in cash for 2024, and any new contract Russell Wilson signed would be subtracted from that. So it was advantageous for Russell Wilson and his new team to sign the absolute minimum contract possible to help out his new team and to stick it to the Broncos, who moved on from him after just 2 seasons when he had all 5 years of his contract extension still on the book. So Russell Wilson, first look as a Pittsburgh Steelers uniform. Jace, is this going to end well, or is this going to be something we look back at and go, it was fun in March, but it wasn't fun in September?
I don't think it's going to work out. I know that Russell has his moments, but we saw how he looked in Denver. He's just not that elite quarterback that he was in Seattle anymore. And honestly, with the attitude issues we've seen in Pittsburgh with their wide receivers, I just can't see how that goes well with the rumors of him not being a good teammate in Seattle and in Denver. So I just don't know how it's going to work out, but I think it's a good idea for the Steelers. Kenny Pickett's not the greatest. Mason Rudolph's probably going to leave in free agency. Bring in a veteran, see what happens.
Yeah, curious to see if Russell Wilson really has to fight for the job, or if it's one of those, hey, under the table, this starting job is yours, and that's why he signed in Pittsburgh. Some super chats flying in already. If you want to get on screen and you want to support the show here, super chats always appreciated. Oblivion Empire with a $2 super chat. Falcons rise up. Mr. Oblivion Empire, make sure to check out Falcons Today here by Chat Sports for more on your favorite team. But we've got our first team being represented via super chat. Shout out to you, man. Rise up indeed. Ethan Greer. Rise up, PD, but let's get a shout-out for the Falcons Daily Show. Look at that, right on cue. Ethan, really appreciate you, my guy. Thank you so much for supporting Falcons Today and here at NFL Daily. Is Kirk Cousins a Falcon? Because I might have already said Justin Fields was a Falcon, which means the curse of PD continues of calling people Falcons who do not become Falcons. But it looks like Kirk Cousins is definitely more than just interested in Atlanta. Diana Rossini said he's going to be meeting with the Falcons or having talks with them as soon as free agency opens up, which I know that's news. Jace, that's also like the least non-news thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
It's free agency. This is what it's all about.
That was expected. Yeah. It's one of those times like, all right, let's just tweet it out because may as well get some engagement on it, right? It's going to happen. Just put it out there.
My thought was like, did Diana Rossini look at this and think, or is she trying to hint at, sort of like what Woj does during the NBA draft, of this team is expected to look into, like, is she trying to say he's a Falcon, but I just can't say it yet?
Yeah, I mean, Atlanta is a really good fit for Kirk, and honestly, the way that the Falcons have their offense set up, I kind of think they're a quarterback away from getting everything worked out. I mean, you talk about the receiver Drake London. You have Kyle Pitts for this remaining year, potentially. There's a lot of different things that team has positively, just not the quarterback situation.
No, that is absolutely correct. Hey, we have a lot more to cover, but really quickly, I want to shout out our sponsor today, which is Prize Picks. Prize Picks is daily fantasy made easy, and it's the best DFS out in North America because it's super simple, and all you have to do is pick 2 to 6 players and then choose more or less on their projected stats. So obviously, we've got no football to watch, but we do have a lot of action on the hardwood heating up. So if you are excited for the NCAA tournament, or if you love watching the NBA, these are my selections that you can ride with or you can fade. Luka is just a walking triple-double the last week and a half, so I'm taking the more on anything related to him. I also like the more on Cade Cunningham. Now, they have demons and goblins at Prize Picks. Demons are easier to get, but it's not as big of a payout. Goblins are more difficult, but it's going to be a much more lucrative payout. So if you are feeling like you've got this one locked down, you can go with a demon. So whatever you want to do, go do it at prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS for a first-time deposit match up to $100 when you download the Prize Picks app. All that information is in the comments and description of today's video, but shout out to Prize Picks for supporting us here at Chat Sports. Turning things back over to you guys in the chat right now. Name a player you want your team to sign. Jace, just from a general NFL landscape, what's a perfect marriage you think in free agency? What's a player that you feel like if he signs with X, it's going to be a great signing for both ends? I've got one if you guys need to keep thinking.
Yeah, I mean, I really think an underrated position in this free agency class is the wide receiver, because we talk about the draft and how there's a lot of good wide receivers, but you talk about Darnell Mooney, I think is really underrated.
Indeed.
I think he fits well with the Titans in a lot of different ways. Just
I like that.
You pair that with DeAndre Hopkins, it's a cheap option. You can still draft a wide receiver past that. Plus, Hopkins just got 1 year left on that deal. Try and bolster up that squad for Will Levis. They could be dangerous in an AFC South that is really strong this year.
I like the Darnell Mooney to Tennessee a lot, especially when you take into account former day 3 pick, 1,000-yard guy in year 2. Just never really meshed with Justin Fields. And I think
as soon as DJ Moore came in, he kind of became backseat. It really kind of took him out of the wings.
Absolutely. And I think it's worth a 1 year, like $4 to $5 million flyer. I would go with another former or potential former AFC South player. How about Jonathan Grenard from Houston? Comes off a 12-sack season, former day 2 pick out of Louisville by Houston. Speaking of the Bears, that was actually where I was going with Grenard. So I think Jonathan Grenard, Chicago, could make a ton of sense. Ryan Poles, the GM there in the Windy City, he is looking to be much more aggressive this free agency class than he was last year, as he wants Caleb Williams, which, yeah, I'm going to call my shot right now, future Chicago Bear. He wants him stepping into a great situation, not a, hey, we're going to suck, hope you don't mind. So I think Jonathan Grenard could be catching the attention of those in Hallis Hall up in Lake Forest. Another super chat rolling in. This one from Trey1222. Petey, Falcons chat appreciates you. Fields to Atlanta would be dynamic. Kurt to ATL. Matty Ice to Indy. Fail. This has been a common analogy given amongst Falcons fans of Kirk Cousins, if he comes down to Atlanta, it would be like what Matt Ryan did in Indianapolis. And I don't think you can say definitively that is not true. I do think Kirk Cousins, the last 2 years, was playing much better football than Matt Ryan's final 2 years in Atlanta. So I don't think it's quite apples to apples. But when you're a long-time vet for a certain team and you switch teams at the end of your career, there may be something to how comfortable you were in your last situation that it's not going to just carry over to your new spot. But I would be surprised if it was as bad as Matt Ryan was in Indianapolis. I think Kirk Cousins was playing top 10 football before he went down. And I know he is the butt end of a lot of jokes, but like, Jace, let's be honest. I think if you're raking top 10 QBs that teams want to get after, if you remove contracts and injuries, I think he's one of the first 10 to go.
Oh, 100%. I think you look at the contract that was just given to Baker Mayfield yesterday. I kind of think that Kirk's going to say, well, I kind of want more than that.
Oh, for
now,
sure.
That's probably why he hit free agency because, listen, if Baker Mayfield, who had one good year after being cut, got $40 million, I need at least 50. Like, that's just the way I would go about it because Kirk, I think he's probably a top 10 QB in the NFL when he's playing right.
Right, and my stance on Kirk and whether he becomes a Falcon or stays in Minnesota is, in my experience, when two sides have the same goal, which in this case is Minnesota wants Kirk Cousins and Kirk Cousins wants to stay in Minnesota in a perfect world, they usually find some common ground. But if they are truly tens of millions of dollars apart on a deal, it definitely appears that Atlanta is willing to write a blank check. They'll do whatever it takes to get Kirk Cousins. So if Cousins and the Vikings are very far apart on a contract, I know Kirk Cousins' wife is from Alpharetta, Georgia. That's a northern suburb of Atlanta. That easily could be a new home for the Cousins family. All right, Super Chat menu, though. Jace, what do we have on tap for everyone today?
We already got some Super Chats, so we got to start popping open our beer cheers because that's $2. We've gotten a couple of those. $5, though, we're going to talk about your team. We've got a couple of tens, so we're going to give some hot takes for 2024. $20. So wheel spin, $50. We got the beer bong and shotgun on tap. But for now, Petey, cheers.
Yeah,
Let's get
cheers.
this day going.
We did just get a $10 Super Chat, so we'll alternate between Jason and myself giving some hot takes here. What's up, Jack? We got two tens, so we got two hot takes. So we each give a hot take.
I got one right now ready.
Fire away.
Drew Lock will be a starting quarterback by the end of the year in 2024.
Wow.
And he will be pretty good.
Okay, I didn't know you went to Mizzou.
Yeah. I didn't go to Mizzou. All right.
That is the ultimate, like, okay, I know where you went to college kind of opinion. I like the take, though. That's definitely hot. It's definitely spicy. My hot take is the Carolina Panthers are picking first overall next year and taking a new quarterback.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
And I'll double down on it. They will put out the tweet that the Cardinals put out before they took Kyler Murray of Josh Rosen is our guy.
It's our guy.
Bryce Young is our guy until it's April, and he's no longer your guy.
Never mind.
Now, what I don't know is, will it be Shedeur Sanders? Will it be...
I don't see him being number
one.
Will
it be Quinn Ewers? There's a lot of, like, Carson Beck talk. Like,
no,
it's just not a good quarterback. But then again, we say that every year.
You say not a good quarterback name?
No, not a good quarterback class.
Oh, I was like, I mean, man, just tell you how I feel.
Carson Beck is a pretty good quarterback name. But no one had Jaden Daniels on their bingo card this time a year ago for being a top 5 pick. So anything's possible. But those are our Super Chat menu items for today. Let's talk about T. Higgins a little bit. And this is more in your neck of the woods, Jace, as the host of the Kansas City Chiefs Report. Could T. Higgins be a Chief?
I think he really could be. Honestly, the Chiefs have been looking to prepare that wide receiver room for a chance at a three-peat for a long time now. And obviously, given the Chris Jones signing, the money's a little bit thin in the next couple years. But this year, well, he was only on the cap space for $7.5 million. That's a pretty good deal to trade for T. Higgins. I know they have L'Jarius Sneed on the franchise tag. That's $19.8. There's a couple of simple contract restructurements of Patrick Mahomes, along with Jawan Taylor. Bingo, bango. You got some money. T. Higgins did say, though, the reason he doesn't want to stay in Cincy is because he wants to stay with the team long term. So I'm curious to see if he requests a trade and the Chiefs offer it up. Is he going to decline it? Like, what's going to happen with that? Because ultimately, he's probably not going to get a long-term deal from Kansas City. But does he win a Super Bowl? Because that's probably a good shot if he signs with them. He's going to get at least to New Orleans next year for Super Bowl 59. I think it's a good fit. I just don't know how it would work out in terms of T. Higgins wanting to stay with the team for a long period of time.
Yeah, to add on to that, I mean, after you gave Chris Jones a little over $31 million a season, man, it felt like you took a lot of money out of the L'Jarius Sneed Foundation, right? The fund you had to pay him. So is T. Higgins a player that the Bengals value more than L'Jarius Sneed, where they would really double down on it's not Sneed, it's going to be T. Higgins? Because they just won a Super Bowl with like MVS being their number 1 or number 2. They may not feel like they need to pay a top-tier wide receiver.
That's kind of what I've mentioned, that Mahomes, you could give him whoever on the field.
Give him plumbers and mailmen,
and
he'll win a Super Bowl.
It'll work. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
I think the one thing, though, that people are overlooking is I don't think L'Jarius Sneed is as important as people make it out to be, because you have Trent McDuffie, who in the Super Bowl was arguably the better quarterback. He had some amazing plays. And overall, you talk about their depth chart of Jalen Watson, Josh Williams, the backup quarterbacks, and Brett Veach has shown time and time again he can draft and sign secondary members that really perform above what they were expected to be. So I think he's definitely going to look into wide receivers. I just don't see L'Jarius Sneed staying with the Chiefs this year. I don't.
Curious to see what Cincinnati could get for him because they're in a little bit of a sticky spot where you don't want to lose leverage. And if a player is pretty vocal that he's not going to play and he wants to be traded, well, teams calling, no, you don't have an option. You can't just hold on to him, right? Whereas a trade that went down over the weekend, Jerry Jeudy, like he wasn't going to hold out if he didn't get traded. Thus, the Browns knew, well, Broncos, they've got some leverage, and this could impact what we kind of offer in a trade. I wonder if teams call and all of a sudden we're offering a first before, are now dropping it to a second.
Well, that's why I feel like this was just, in some ways, a blunder by Cincinnati because it seemed as though T. Higgins did not want to be in Cincy, and then he was heading toward free agency, and obviously you can't just like get nothing out of it, but now, because of the way this has happened, and you didn't immediately franchise tag him and try to trade him immediately, you know that asking price just dropped a pick at least.
So we actually are going to request everyone watching to like today's video. The reason being is there are some hotshots in Silicon Valley that say if the video stream has 50% like rate going, well, they're going to show it to more people on YouTube. So if you are enjoying the free content we are providing here, the only thing we do ask is for you to like the video. I know you don't want to mess up your precious algorithm, but hit the thumbs up button. That way we can get more people into the stream.
What are you talking
and we've
about?
got a much more fun community to hang out here.
I think they should like it because they want more content, right?
Exactly.
We're going to give them more.
I know I'm stingy with my likes because I'm like, all right, I don't want like my social media to think this is the only thing I like now.
This is fair.
But
Social
you know
media
what?
is crazy.
Now I request that you do like the video. Not a bad thing to have on your feed at all. So hit the thumbs up button
Plus,
if you
we're
have
gonna be
not
live 3
already.
days.
We are at 96 likes. We're trying to get up to 160. So if we get to 160 likes, another beers cheers from Jace and myself. Almost at 100 likes right now. Lots to talk about before free agency unofficially, officially gets underway. If you're a little unfamiliar, the way it works is at noon Eastern on Monday, being today, legal tampering opens up, which means technically, and I may have this a little bit wrong, but teams can start talking to players that don't have agents. No one actually follows that rule. So anyone can essentially talk to anyone, and then come Wednesday at 4 p.m. Eastern, that is when you see ink hit paper. And every year or so, there is one signing that doesn't actually happen. I remember a few years ago, it was Randy Gregory. He was going to go back to Dallas. And then Denver swooped it. So I would say 99 times out of 100, it's going to be okay. But just do have that in the back of your mind that sometimes players do change their minds. All right, almost at 180 likes. If you have not hit the thumbs up button, make sure you go ahead and do so. Now, let's kind of recap what has already gone down as teams are able to extend their own free agents. And the big name that went off the board first was Mike Evans. It's a 2-year, $52 million deal. Jace, Tampa Bay is keeping the band together, right? Baker, Antoine Winfield, Mike Evans. Is this a good move for the Bucs? Are they a
100%.
serious team, or are they playing with house money from last year?
I kind of think they saw what they did last year, and that was the first year they had Baker. So that chemistry with Mike Evans had to be built over time. Their first part of the season, not the greatest. The way they ended the season, really, really good. And in a very struggling division with the Falcons, the Saints, and the Panthers, I think it's a great move. I think they'll win the NFC South, and honestly, they could have a shot to make some noise in the playoffs.
No doubt about it. I mean, they made some noise last year, knocked off the Eagles at home. Dalton Schultz gets a 3-year, $12 million, or $36 million, $12 million a season contract. Not like groundbreaking money at the position, but a good payday for Dalton Schultz. We've got Ryan Bates, an interior offensive lineman. He was traded to the Bears earlier from the Buffalo Bills, who have really shaken up their roster.
That move really surprised me to sign Trubisky. After cutting everyone to try and make space, you have Josh Allen as your quarterback, and you're signing a backup? Like, what are you doing with that money? Like, go use it somewhere else. I know it's not that much, but, I mean, you could have used that somewhere or at least save some cap space. It made no sense to me.
Jonnu Smith gets a nice 2-year deal for Miami after a pretty productive season in Atlanta last year. Jalen Johnson, definitely the biggest money on screen. He gets 4 years, $76 million. Does not make him the highest or even second highest paid cornerback, but it definitely gives him a ton of money. Huge signing, huge money up front. So it seems like it's a win-win on both ends here. 4 years, $76 million. Taylor Rapp, he comes back to Buffalo after they moved down from Jordan Poyer, Tre'Davious White, a lot of key members of that defense. Jace, is the Bills window closed? And are they in that like, hey, we're still going to be good, but we're not going to be at full strength?
I think this was the last year. Like, I don't know what they're going to do with the cap space they don't have. And it's going to be time to see, is Josh Allen actually a legit quarterback in terms of can he win when no one's by his side? I think he'd still be good in the AFC East. The Patriots are still in rebuild mode. I think the Dolphins are also in cap space hell, so there's going to be problems there. But overall, it's just going to be an interesting year because if they can't win this year, it's going to be a long 4 or 5 year span for Buffalo.
I think a lot of teams in the AFC last year had like an Andy Bernard punching a hole in the wall moment where Patrick Mahomes had his biggest cap hit. You had the Chiefs on the road, and the Bills and Ravens both botched a great opportunity to finally exercise their demons. And I don't think it's going to get any easier moving forward. The Jags have been big spenders so far on their own guys. They retained one of the best guards in football, Ezra Cleveland. We got some offensive line signings to go along with it. How about Justin Matabuke? 4 years, $98 million. I think that's a good starting point for what another player at his position, Christian Wilkins, will be looking for. I think that first number in his contract has to start with a 1. And there are going to be a lot of zeros that follow.
I agree. I think he's probably going to be, in some ways, he may be one of the early guys off the board. There's a lot of teams that have seen like they have interest in him, and, well, he's proven he can still play out there.
Speaking of defensive tackles, talk to us about Chris Jones getting a blockbuster 5-year, $158+ million deal.
You know, the craziest part about this is Brett Veach said, you know what, we're going to get this done, but we're still going to find a way to be on top of it for a three-peat in 2024 because the cap hit this year, $7.35 million.
Talk about kicking the can down the road and doing everything you can to maximize your current window right now, which I say window. There's always a window with Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Tyler Lockett, by the way, reworked his deal, kind of a 2-year, $34 million contract. He is a Seahawk for life that I think is going downhill, but it looks like Seattle is doing right by him towards the end of his career. Baker Mayfield, 3-year, $100 million contract from the Buccaneers. He wanted to stay in Tampa. The Bucs wanted him back. It looks like Baker is sort of back to what we saw from the first few years of his career in Cleveland.
Yeah, Baker has this interesting cycle of he plays well, he gets a big contract, and then he stinks. So now, don't stink, Baker. Don't stink.
The Raiders keep their interior offensive line intact. Andre James, one of the ascending centers, he got a nice payday. How about Russell Wilson, right? Something that people either woke up to or saw right before going to sleep last night. 1 year, $1.2 million contract. Why so low? Well, the Broncos are on the hook for $39 million in cash for 2024. So any contract Russell Wilson signed with another team would be subtracted from that $39 million. So it was in Russell Wilson's benefit and his new team's benefit to take the absolute minimum to leave his former team on the hook for the most amount of money possible.
I'm curious to say, because you asked me this question, do you think it'll be a good deal?
I think that people that are looking at this as a great value are correct, but I do think this now eliminates you from pursuing other quarterbacks. And at the end of the day, you're trying to find the best quarterback. So yes, Russell Wilson for $1.2 million is probably going to be one of the best values, but if things aren't going well in Pittsburgh, like they really weren't in Denver, come October, come November, are Steelers fans going to be like, well, we didn't pay him a whole lot, so we still got great value out of it. What does it matter? If you're not getting the wins, why do you care if you got a great deal on him? At the end of the day, you want to find a quarterback that's going to make you successful. And Russell Wilson's better than Kenny Pickett, but at this point of his career, I don't know how much of a separation there really is between the two.
Yeah, there's a lot of different things. Greg Zuerlein, the most recent deal, 2 years, $8.4 million a kicker going off the board here. How do you like that? I mean, Greg the Leg. He's got to be like 50 now, right?
He's getting up there in the age column. We saw the Buccaneers bring back their kicker, Chase McLaughlin. So a couple of kickers getting some nice paydays here before free agency. And we have some news coming in here. The Philadelphia Eagles are extending Landon Dickerson. Huge deal. 4 years, $84 million contract. Howie Roseman is no stranger to shelling out the big bucks. And with a lot of turnover in Philadelphia, Fletcher Cox retiring, Jason Kelsey retiring, the Eagles are trying to keep and maintain some of their core members with Landon Dickerson signing that contract.
Yeah, it's a big deal for the Eagles to try and continue to honestly push the agenda with Jalen Hurts and try and get that coveted Super Bowl they've been waiting on after thinking they had it last year versus the Chiefs, and now we sit here and wait. And, well, unfortunately, I have to see what happens without Jason Kelsey. I think he was a much bigger part than people realize, but honestly, it's a big extension, but it's not the only extension. There's a couple other guys starting to get their names in here. One of them being Michael Pittman, who re-signed with the Indianapolis Colts, 3 years, up to $71.5 million deal, 46 guaranteed. This is obviously coming after the franchise tag. Rappaport said that they were close to a deal before they placed the franchise tag, but that was just, okay, we're showing you we want this guy in Indianapolis. We're keeping him. They get the deal done now.
Michael Pittman gets a nice long-term assurance, and this is not uncommon. Guys sign franchise tags to serve as a placeholder until the team can figure out a long-term contract that benefits both sides. Okay, should we talk about T. Higgins, maybe to a team like Kansas City in a little bit following Prize Picks? Okay, there it is. Gotcha. All right, Jace, tell everyone watching about Prize Picks.
Bro, you got to get started on Prize Picks right now because it's the most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. And you can get a $100 deposit match right now by using that link at the bottom of your screen, prizepicks.com/CLNS. It's also going to be put in the chat. But if you don't know what Prize Picks is, it's super easy daily fantasy sports. It's just you against the numbers. Instead of battling thousands of other players, including pros and sharks, all you do, pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections, and you watch the winnings roll in. And I'm telling you, they got all different types of sports. College basketball, too, right here. It's tournament season, and it's time to get some picks in. You see here, going with a 3-man, 4 more and less. And honestly, it's a perfect time. You got the NBA winding down. You got tournament season for college basketball. March Madness is here. There's so many different sports and stat types that you can do. I'm going with a bunch of basketball picks, and I'm telling you, it's a good time to start on Prize Picks. Testing my skills over the course of the past couple months has been super, super exciting. And if you have the skills, you can turn $10 into $250 with just a few taps. PrizePicks also offers weekly promotions that can lead to big payouts like Taco Tuesday, where each Tuesday PrizePicks will discount and select player projections up to 25% to provide even more value. So check that out tomorrow. But honestly, quick withdrawals, easy gameplay, and an enormous selection of players and stat types. That's what makes PrizePicks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. Once again, go to prizepicks.com/CLNS, and using code CLNS, you're going to get that first deposit match of up to $100. And shout out to PrizePicks. It's super awesome. Daily fantasy sports made easy.
Let's cycle back to some news that came in just a little bit ago, which is Kirk Cousins will hit free agency and begin discussions with Atlanta as soon as the tampering window opens in 90 minutes per sources. That's coming in from the Athletics' Diana Rossini. And it really makes you wonder a couple of things. One, is this a done deal and we're just waiting for 12 Eastern to hit? And then B, Jace, if Kirk does leave for Atlanta, what's the backup plan for Minnesota? Where do they go if they lose Kirk Cousins? Do they hope they find a quarterback at pick 11? Do they try and move up in the draft? Do they decide to just somewhat self-admittedly suck and go with, I don't know, like a Drew Lock, for example?
I don't mind a Drew Lock play, but I think at this point, there's a clear divide from the top 3 quarterbacks in the draft of Caleb Williams, Drake May, and Jane Daniels going down to Bo Nix and J.J. McCarthy. It's just a very much big difference. Honestly, if I'm the Vikings, if you don't get Kirk, I think you reset. I think you try and trade Jay Jettas. I think it's a,
oh boy,
let's start over.
I mean, that's a huge reset, and that really makes you wonder, like, how desperate would the Vikings front office be? That's relatively young in their careers. Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, the GM, Kevin O'Connell, guys that have been there for 2-3 years now. Do they really want to enter a soft rebuild? Because if that doesn't go well, I mean, heads will roll pretty quickly afterwards. So it's a gamble by letting Kirk walk and either hoping your guy falls to you in the draft, or do you try and trade for like a Justin Fields. If Kirk Cousins goes to Atlanta, I'm not quite sure where Justin Fields lands. And I doubt the Bears want to send him within the division, but they may not have another option other than holding on to him, which isn't a bad option necessarily, although I don't think the locker room in Chicago would love the idea of, we got our quarterback from last year here, and there's this new guy. Who do we decide to somewhat ride with? You know what I mean? Like, you got to have
you could send Justin Fields to Jacksonville.
Yeah.
You could have all three of those quarterbacks from the draft together.
That's absolutely right.
Jones.
Quick reminder, by the way, over 500 people tuned in at the moment. If you're new to us here at Chat Sports, consider subscribing. It's completely free. We provide wall-to-wall content for the NFL, NBA, college football, and much more all year long. So make sure you are staying locked in for the best NFL free agency and then soon draft coverage by clicking the subscribe button down below. Let's run through some of the top 25 NFL free agents. Kirk Cousins, number 1 on our list, followed by Christian Wilkins, Danielle Hunter, and then Eric Armstead, who was released by the San Francisco 49ers, not the Minnesota Vikings, has been joining the ranks of free agency. Robert Hunt, the offensive lineman for Miami as well.
You got past that, Leonard Williams coming in with Bryce, Huff, and the edge rusher. Kendall Fuller, I think he is actually one of the most underrated free agents that we'll see signed today. He's the best cornerback, I think, left on the board and had a really underrated season in Washington. Tyron Smith, you cannot tell me he's not fit for the Washington Commanders. They need some offensive line help. He fits well, and then you mentioned it earlier, Jonathan Grenard. See where he ends up today, tomorrow. Lots of time to figure all this stuff out.
Moving on here, Calvin Ridley, the wide receiver from Jacksonville, is almost March 11th, noon Eastern, which means the Jags will let him test free agency, and thus they will not owe the Falcons their second-round draft pick. And then a pair of running backs, Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley. I think Derrick Henry might be a Dallas Cowboy, and I think Saquon Barkley might be a Houston Texan. Those are two gut predictions right there. Two teams that need to solve their running back issues from a year ago, and this is not a good draft to try and do that.
No, bad running back draft class, amazing running back free agency class, which includes Josh Jacobs, who is on the list as well. We have him at number 18, but also edge rusher Chase Young. The fact that he is 16 should speak to how amazing this free agency class is. And then Mike Owenu has been a really good offensive tackle. Him and Trent Brown are premier guys from New England that could be serviceable and honestly really good offensive line help wherever they end up. Marquise Brown, again, I talked about how this wide receiver free agency class was really good. You had T. Higgins kind of fall out of there. Now he's in the trade talks. You had Mike Evans in there. Now he's out of that. You had Michael Pittman in there. Now he's out of it. But Marquise Brown, very underrated wide receiver that could honestly go to a couple different teams and have an effect right away.
Couple of notable Cincinnati Bengals, Chidobe Awuzie, one of their star corners, Jonah Williams, not so much, but DJ Reader coming off a torn quad. He's one of the best interior defensive linemen in my eyes, and given his age approaching 30 and the injury, I wonder if he takes a bit of a hit in NFL free agency. But I think wherever he signs, it's going to be a really nice deal for that team because he is one of the most disruptive players on the interior that may not fill up the box score, but he makes things go the way things go for that Bengals defense, which has quietly been one of the better defenses in football. But obviously, all the attention goes to Joe Burrow and this offense. We asked you guys earlier to help us reach a 50% like ratio. We're at 154 likes. We got to get to 315 to maintain that 50% ratio on how many people are watching and how many likes we have so far. So, reminder, hit the thumbs up button. It costs you absolutely nothing, and it greatly supports us here at Chat Sports, more than you might realize. So please hit that thumbs up button down below if you have not already.
Plus, it puts a smile on PD's face, and
I
think I want to see that today.
I woke up earlier than usual, and I was reading last night. I didn't realize how true this was, and I'm kind of just using this to justify what was a very lazy Sunday for myself. The spring forward really messes with everyone's internal body clock. Like, for example, the Monday after spring forward is the highest day in like hospitalizations for heart attacks and car accidents along with. I had no idea. So happy to be alive. But I woke up a little groggy still. So put a smile on my face. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely was up way later than I thought, and I didn't realize the time because the sun was out for so long. I looked down, it's 11 p.m. I'm like, what?
We're at 196 likes.
There we go.
Chipping away, baby. Let's go. We are also less than 30 minutes away from NFL free agency getting underway, and that might feature more than just signings. That may feature some trades, like the Cincinnati Bengals wide receiver, T. Higgins. More on this from Jace. As Jace Andrews will break down.
Yeah.
You guys can see how the sausage is made from time to time.
Yeah, it's just taking time. But I know that T. Higgins is honestly a big name in a lot of different places.
Levi! Sorry, just shouting people out of the chat.
I see what you're saying. Levi.
I'll just cut you off right there.
Yeah, that's all right.
No blinker or anything. I'm sorry.
Hey, we're getting going. It's the way it goes. Early in the morning, like you said, the internal body clock is still off. That's what's happening here. So we're all kind of getting everything going here. But, man, T. Higgins, he's a prime guy to see traded early here. And, honestly, I think he could be a perfect fit for the Kansas City Chiefs. So why don't we talk about that here? NFL free agency is here, almost here, whatever you want to call it. We are on the day that there are going to be lots of signings made, lots of different things happening. And honestly, in multiple different facets, news has already broken, including T. Higgins. Now, I'm live on NFL Daily right now, so if you're watching on the Chiefs Report, come check us out. We're live all day, breaking down every single move in NFL free agency. But I quickly wanted to talk about T. Higgins and what exactly this request for a trade could land him in Kansas City. So this coming from Adam Schefter earlier this morning, as the franchise-tagged wide receiver T. Higgins said he loves Cincinnati and hoped to be with the team for a long term, but it's disappointing that the team has not had any talks about a long-term contract since March of 2023. He's ready to move on to a new home. And Kansas City, we've talked about how I wanted them to sign T. Higgins in multiple ways if he was going to land in free agency. Obviously, the Chris Jones signing, the franchise tag of L'Jarius Sneed. There's just simple things that don't exactly fit the mantra for the Chiefs in terms of cap space and monetary value. Now, the one thing that does fit is trying to improve this wide receiver room. And the Chris Jones signing, although on paper seems like a lot of money, but not this year. His cap hit in 2024 is just going to be $7.35 million, which means there's potential for the Chiefs to go out and sign somebody. Now, I will say this. Obviously, T. Higgins mentioned that he wants a long-term contract. And so with the Bengals not wanting to give him that, is he willing to go somewhere else and try and find a way to potentially not take a long-term deal? But again, I want to quote Brett Veach. The thing you get in Kansas City that you do not get anywhere else is what I like to call and what he liked to call the Kansas City discount. Because you can go a lot of places in the NFL, but you cannot go anywhere in the NFL right now where you have a chance to be a part of the first team in history to win 3 Super Bowls in a row. That just hasn't happened. And T. Higgins, you'd be a perfect fit with Patrick Mahomes. I would honestly say if T gets traded, watch out. Super Bowl 59 rather, it's heading back to Kansas City. I want to ask your opinion on this because I know people have their opinions, and Patrick Mahomes could win a Super Bowl with nobody at wide receiver. So, should the Chiefs trade for a T. Higgins? I don't exactly know what this cost would be, potentially a second-round pick. Obviously, he's not going to be under contract. There's a contract situation that you may have to pay him. So I'm letting you know right now. Let's hear what you say. Type Y for yes or type N for no. Would you like the Chiefs to trade for T. Higgins into the 2024 season? I'm curious to see here a lot of your opinions, but let's look at the stats because well, he's been a solid wide receiver for a long time in this league since he has entered it back 4 years ago. This past year, though, had a little bit of a hamstring issue, tightened up in the leg. And now we look at this, 15.6 average, little over 650 yards, 42 receptions, 5 touchdowns. But I want to point something out. In the times that he was with the Bengals and Jamar Chase was not on the field, it was clear he was the number 1 wide receiver. Back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons in 2021. And in 2022, T. Higgins has honestly been the wide receiver 1.5 for the past 3 years since that drafting of Jamar Chase. You look back to his rookie year, him and Joe Burrow getting together, 908 yards. Obviously, the injury to Burrow really kind of inhibited what he could potentially do. And he just seems like a perfect fit for the Kansas City Chiefs. Why? Because he's a lot like Rashee Rice. He can be able to use screen routes, but the biggest thing that he can do that I think the Chiefs have been missing since trading away Tyreek Hill is the yards after catch. It seems as though MVS, Rashee Rice, even Travis Kelce, they catch the ball and then you go straight down. Or you catch the ball and then you get maybe 5 yards. T. Higgins, he's not that. He's getting yak yards like nobody else. You saw in that Pittsburgh Steelers game back in 2023 when Jamar Chase was out. Guess what? He caught that pass from Jake Browning on 10 yards on an in route, little slant, took it 80 yards to the house. He's got the ability to do a lot of different facets, and similarly to Prize Picks, you have a lot of different ways you can put in some daily fantasy sports because they've got a lot of different stat types, a lot of different sports, and it's really, really fun to play. Plus, you can get a $100 deposit match by going to prizepicks.com/CLNS and using code CLNS. Now, I know football season may be over, but the action on the floor, well, it's heating up. Whether it's tournament season or the fight for playoff home court, there's no shortage of high-stakes basketball moments this time of year. So you can get in on the excitement with Prize Picks, America's #1 fantasy sports app, where you can turn your hoops knowledge into serious cash. We got college basketball with Gonzaga playing. We got the tournaments heating up. And, of course, the NBA is heading into the final stretch of the season, and Luka Doncic has been absolutely on fire. Cade Cunningham, the Oklahoma State Cowboy, I've got a demon on him, which means I'm going to get better value for that. There's a lot of amazing things. Plus, you see here, rebounds. They've got so many different stat types, it's hard not to go find one you like. PrizePicks also offers injury insurance so that your entry will stay in play even if one of your players gets injured. So for basketball games, if you have a player who exits the game in the first half and then does not return in the second, that player projection won't count against you, and the rest of your entry will stay live. Quick withdrawals, easy gameplay, and an enormous selection of players and stat types, what makes PrizePicks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. Once again, go to prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS for a first deposit match of up to $100. Shout out to Prize Picks. It's daily fantasy sports made easy. All right, let's get back into T. Higgins here because I think it's important to note that this trade would have to be good on both sides because I still think the Bengals are going to look for something in return that is of value. Obviously, they inhibited their way of asking price by letting it get to this point. It was very obvious to me, at least, that when T. Higgins was franchise tag, he did not want to be in Cincinnati. But now it's clear, and so people who are going to trade for T, they're not going to give you a first-round pick. They may not even give you a second-round pick because what's to say T doesn't hold out if he does not get traded by the start of the 2024 season. Now, in terms of the Chiefs' perspective, they really could use a wide receiver in a lot of different facets because right now, here is what your wide receiver room looks like. Rashee Rice is your wide receiver one that's clear, no doubt. Now, Kadarius Toney, he's probably not going to get cut just for the simple fact of you don't save anything. You don't get anything. You cut him, you lose pretty much just some money. McCole Hardman, who's a free agent right now, could potentially re-sign with the Chiefs. Obviously, the cut of Marquez Valdes-Scantling knocked him off of this depth chart. Justin Watson, very much an underrated wide receiver in a lot of different facets. I doubt the Chiefs will side with you. James Sky Moore probably going to stay in terms of he doesn't provide too much value if you cut him. And then obviously Justin Ross. I still think the Chiefs are going to try and draft a wide receiver, but hey, if you trade away L'Jarius Sneed, pick 32 could be used on Ennis Rakestraw Jr. instead of having to get a wide receiver because you got T. Higgins. I will say, though, make sure you're hitting that subscribe button because we got some amazing Chiefs coverage coming out to you daily, twice a day, and twice on Sunday. So we got amazing stuff going on right here. We are currently on the road to 54,000 subscribers. This channel has risen and risen and risen and risen. And I want you to be a part of it because we're providing some great coverage here for the Kansas City Chiefs. If you hit that subscribe button, the bosses may allow me to do some more videos. So, hey, more subs, more videos. Hit that sub button right now, youtube.com/ChiefsTV. You're on laptop, scroll down, little red subscribe button, click that. It'll turn gray, and it'll make me very happy. The trade that I could see potentially happening is the Chiefs giving up their second-round pick at pick 64. But here's the thing. L'Jarius Sneed, in terms of his contract value at $19.8 million on the franchise tag, as the Chiefs are negative $5 million in the hole right now, you trade Sneed away for a second-round pick, then basically you could, in theory, turn L'Jarius Sneed into T. Higgins, and you restructure the contracts of Patrick Mahomes and Jawan Taylor, there is a chance that you could extend T. Higgins for the foreseeable future. The likelihood of that, though, I'm curious to see if Brett Veach will even hint at, because we've seen Patrick Mahomes this past year won a Super Bowl with wide receiver 1 being Rashee Rice, wide receiver 2 being Marquez Valdez-Scantling. The year prior, it was Juju Smith-Schuster who was wide receiver 1. I don't know if the Chiefs are willing to pay T. Higgins, I think, is the biggest thing. So, where will he end up? Is it going to be in Kansas City? Is it going to be somewhere else? Is it going to be potentially staying in Cincinnati? Let me know down in the comment section, because there's a lot of different places that he can end up. I like the Chiefs in terms of the way he plays and his fit. The value, though, well, I don't know if that is there. We appreciate y'all watching, though, and for now, peace out.
Where will T. Higgins play next season? Shoot your shot right now in the live chat and let me know where you think Higgins will end up playing in 2024. I'm thinking
we got some Houstons.
I'm thinking Tennessee, maybe.
He won it. So did you hear what he said at the NFL Combine about Tennessee?
No.
So Brian Callahan, who was the offensive coordinator, went to Tennessee. He was like, "It's a coach that I played for. I'm going back home," because he's from Tennessee.
Yep,
There's just a lot of things that work out with that.
Mm-hmm. Just from outside of Knoxville, actually. Mm-hmm. And only a certain school in Knoxville recruited him, but no, they decided
he went to a different orange school.
Same for another guy that went to Clemson, also wearing Tennessee stuff, but that's just my personal crisis. Okay, where will T. Higgins play next season? Let me know.
I'm seeing some Texans. I'm seeing some Texans. I like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Houston, how can you not feel like you caught lightning in a bottle of C.J. Stroud has already arrived, right?
Yeah,
like sometimes
he's here.
A rookie quarterback could take a season or two, but you want to maximize this rookie contract he's on. So if you feel like, hey, this is our best window, let's go be aggressive. Doesn't get more aggressive than pairing Tank Dell, T. Higgins with C.J. Stroud and insert a running back, Nico Collins, to go along with it. Yeah, there's a lot of really good destinations for Higgins.
They have a lot of money to sign people, too. So they could trade for T. Higgins and then proceed to sign a Josh Jacobs and really make themselves a competitor.
I'm saying this, why would Cincinnati trade him to the Chiefs? That's a fair point to raise about the inner AFC bad blood, but I don't know.
But I think
I saw the Chiefs trade Tyreek Hill to the Dolphins,
Correct.
So sometimes it doesn't always go down as simplistic as you might think.
When you mentioned it, how the value is kind of going to be affected given the way that this all went down with him requesting a trade.
Yep.
What if the Chiefs kind of highball them right away? Like, say, hey, people are offering you thirds. Give you a second.
Yeah, very well could be the case.
You're going to take the best offer.
Super Chat menu for today. If you are just tuning in and you're like, what are these two quirky guys doing? Well, we're talking all about NFL free agency, which is going to get officially underway in less than 11
Say
minutes.
that 10 times fast?
Yeah, so if you want to support the channel, hit the Super Chat icon if you are able to. $2, beers, cheers, $5. We'll talk about your team. $10, Jason and I are giving out hot takes for 2024. $20, we got a bit of a mystery wheel, and if you want to see what's on that wheel, we'll find out at the $20 Super Chat. And then $50 Super Chat, we got a beer bong / shotgun coming your way. We're waiting for the first wheel spin. So I think when the first wheel spin comes in, that might kick off some deal making afterwards. I like that idea. Executive producer Sam Brown saying, green light on $20 Super Chat equals 2 wheel spins. How can you not be romantic about wheel spins? Like this country was founded on ice cream trucks and wheel spins at bars. That's what this backbone is for this nation. Free agency tracker time. Let's recap everything that has gone down over the last few days. Last night, Russell Wilson joined the Pittsburgh Steelers for one of the biggest moves we will see over this week. Kendrick Bourne, though, he signed a 3-year contract up to $33 million. Jace, Patriots and wide receiver just don't go well together. This seems like a bit of an overpay.
You think $11 million a year for a guy who was not great last year and continues to kind of increase his age? Listen, when you had Tom Brady and he had that Patrick Mahomes level of I can go win without wide receivers, or honestly, it's probably the other way around. Patrick Mahomes is the Tom Brady level of I can win without wide receivers, but still, I just don't understand the deal at all. You have a bunch of cap space, so like I guess $11 million is chump change compared to what you have. But at the same time, why not just draft Jane Daniels, Drake May? You get a wide receiver in round 2 because you got an early pick there. And then you can use that money to help restructure your running back room, restructure your entire wide receiver room. But maybe that speaks to Gerard Mayo and what he sees in these wide receivers. I know that he talked very highly of Jalen Reagor and potentially having him back in New England. It's a very interesting situation in New England since Tom Brady's left.
Some other free agents, Graham Glasgow, he is the interior offensive lineman for the Lions. Came back home to Detroit after a stint in Denver, and he got a nice payday, 3-year, $20 million. A couple other offensive linemen, Mitch Morse, he actually goes to Jacksonville on a 2-year, or stays in Jacksonville, I should say, 2 years, $10.5 million contract. Troy Hill, he came out of Buffalo. Yeah, he got released by the Bills, so I'm getting all sorts of lost in the sauce here. Greg Zuerlein gets a nice 2-year contract.
People are going to start flying off the board here
Indeed.
in a second.
We've got Chase McLaughlin signing a 3-year, $12 million deal to stay in Tampa to be their kicker. And then 2 recent contract extensions. Landon Dickerson for the Philadelphia Eagles. That offensive line is going to go under a little bit of a retool now that Jason Kelce has left. But they do keep a key piece of that offensive line with Dickerson. And then Jace. 3 years, $70 million for Michael Pittman, the Indianapolis Colts. Indy does not pay wide receivers often. Like, if you think about their receiving core, the last 15 years, like names, or I guess 20 at this point, it's like Reggie Wayne, T.Y. Hilton, and then it's just random guys that they drafted. So they really value Michael Pittman.
Well, I think it's kind of maybe what you just said. They haven't had anybody in a while, so why not lock somebody who has been a top-tier wide receiver? And honestly, you look at the receiver room, Josh Downs in there. He's played well in his first couple of years in the league. There's a chance you get AR back, and he's playing really well. Like, obviously, you only got to see a little bit of him. I think it's a good move. We'll have to see how it pans out, though, because the AFC South, I don't think this is a hot take anymore. They're the best division in football, and it's not close.
Wow. That is hot take.
Oh, okay.
And that wasn't even a $10 super chat.
I think it was. I mean, you look at them, C.J. Stroud, Will Levis. You've got so many amazing quarterbacks in that division. Anthony Richardson's going to be back with a good offense. I mean, you think about it. The Jaguars should have made the playoffs last year. They didn't. The Colts were 1 game away. They didn't. The Texans made the playoffs and then beat the Browns and went to the second round. And the Titans are kind of the odd one out. But I think they have a lot of good pieces. It's just about if they can stream together.
You are drinking way too much Will Levis Kool-Aid.
Can I put in my hot
fire
take
away,
real
Jack.
quick? Hi, I'm down here below you guys.
You're down here? I didn't know that was your name.
My hot take, I think this is a fantastic deal for the Colts because I think, and this is one of my hot takes, we probably should get a $10 super chat for this, but I'm just going to say it anyways. I think Michael Pittman has the makings of being a top 5, top 10 wide receiver in the league. That's just my opinion.
In terms of yards or touchdowns?
But just like when you think who are the top 5, top 10 receivers in the league, I think Michael Pittman has the makings of being that, in my opinion. So I think this was a great deal for Indy.
All right. Let's get you guys involved in the chat right now with just a little over 5 minutes to go until NFL free agency. Shout out your favorite team. We'll close our eyes, and in 5-10 seconds or so, we will pick the first team that we see and talk about that team going into NFL free agency and what you can expect to see out of them. So start spamming the chat right now with your team, and then we will pick the first one we see at the bottom in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Jace, pick the team at the bottom.
Lions.
All right, let's talk about the Motor City. They're going to be looking for corners. That is like the worst kept secret right now in the NFL.
Trade for L'Jarius Sneed.
L'Jarius Sneed trade potentially. That could be an option for them. This draft has some good corners. I don't think it's one of the best cornerback drafts we've seen, though. I don't think you're going to see a corner go in the top 10, and that's a little bit unusual.
I think it's weird because in this facet, everything that is pretty decent NFL free agency is a very bad draft. Like you talk about the running backs, great free agency. Gosh, horrible draft.
Right.
The quarterback's pretty good in terms of draft. There's a couple guys in free agency, but not anybody that strikes you off the board. So it's kind of wild. And then quarterbacks. I mean, Kirk Cousins is great and all, but Talk about Caleb Williams, Drake May, and Jane Daniels. Those guys are top tier. So it's kind of a great balance of how exactly you want to go about this entire offseason.
Cap space-wise, they've got about $46 million. Keep in mind, cap space, though, is always a fluid number as guys get signed and released and whatnot. But that's a good starting off point right there. I don't think they're going to be looking to bring back C.J. Gardner-Johnson for one reason and one reason alone. Him waving goodbye to the 49ers fans, I just feel like was rat poison that they just can't get past. And they've got Branch. They've got some good young guys ready to step into a bigger role. But let's see what moves they make at the cornerback spot over the next few days here, if any, or will they wait till the draft to satisfy that need? Okay, we have 3.5 minutes to go. You want to count us down from 10? We'll run it back with another team.
Sure, I got you. Ready?
All right, boys and girls, here we go.
You're picking it this time.
I'm picking this time.
10, 9, 8, 7.5, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.5, 1, 0.
I've got the Falcons.
Oh,
Falcons
all
from
right.
Joseph D.
I hear we have the expert for that.
Yeah, I know a guy or two. Let's talk about the Atlanta Falcons because, while the Lions are looking for corner, Atlanta's looking for a quarterback. I don't know if I've ever seen a team just be so direct and honest with two quarterbacks on their roster that they suck.
Yeah,
and they're looking for a new guy. I mean, Raheem Morris, speaking to the media at the Combine, was like, if we had better quarterback play last season, I probably wouldn't have this job right now.
I think that was the best quote of all time.
How about just being honest for once? So, Kirk Cousins, right? That is the eye of the apple for Atlanta. Will he leave Minnesota? And if not, I think they pivot to Justin Fields. But take it a step further, because all we've talked about is quarterbacks with the Falcons. They've got some other needs. Wide receiver, edge rusher. They have one wide receiver returning from last season. Everyone else is a free agent. Drake London's the only guy.
It is Drake London, though.
So they have got to address that as well. The edge rusher spot has been a position that has plagued the Falcons their entire franchise's history. They've never really had a true homegrown, dominant edge rusher. So maybe they decide to go to the draft for that, or do they go for like a Danielle Hunter, a Bryce Huff? There are some really good edge rushers in free agency this year. Now they've got $37 million to spend. I fully expect them to move on from a guy like Taylor Heineke, and that frees up $6 million in cap space, and then they can really start spending a lot of money.
Kind of an underrated name here. What about a Danico Autry signing to the Falcons?
I don't hate that. He's definitely one of the older players at his spot, but he's still productive for Tennessee. Yeah, or at least he still was last year.
Over 10 sacks last year with Jeffrey Simmons getting injured in the later half of the year. Mm-hmm. It's a pretty cheap deal, too, probably.
All right, less than 90 seconds to go before we get free agency underway. We're at 364,171 subscribers. Let's get ourselves to 200. We are 27 away. 27 of you of the 1,058 watching that are not subscribed. Scroll on down, click the sub button, and that way your team signs your number one free agent target. If you don't subscribe, you're not getting your number one guy. That's what Roger told me before we went live, and he makes all the calls when they write the script.
Yeah, he called us and said, listen, guys, the sub's got to be up if you want your team. Sub's got to be up.
Like Roger Goodell gives a shit about us. All right, hit the sub button, though. Let's get ourselves up to 200 and hit that go in the chat right now. Start spamming go with Dalton Cochran. Let's go, dude. Sending in a $2 super chat. Dalton, we'll get to that in a few minutes here. Appreciate you sending some support from the Dog Pound. Less than 30 seconds to go. Should we count it down?
Why not?
Shout-outs. Okay, Jack wants shout-outs. Jack's a man of the people here.
I got to shout out my guy, Tony Fuentes.
Archangel's here. I've got Tony, John, Jace, go ahead.
The Ronnie 99, Stetson, Archangel.
Levi, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. NFL free agency is live. Welcome into NFL Daily by Chat Sports and our coverage of the 2024 NFL free agency period. Matthew Peterson being joined by Jace Andrews as we break down all the signings, the trades, the rumors, the tracker, everything you want to know surrounding NFL free agency, we have you covered. And we are live here at NFL Daily, so make sure you come hang out with us for not just today, but every single day of NFL free agency, because some of the big guys, they'll check out after a day or two. They'll be tired and they'll want to go home. Here at Chat Sports, we don't know sleep. We are simply driven by NFL news and rumors. So let's get some predictions in right now. Jace, who will be the first player to sign? Will it be Kirk Cousins? Will it be someone else?
I'm saying Christian Wilkins.
Christian Wilkins.
I think he'll be the first one.
I think it might be Kirk Cousins. I think he has his mind made up, and it's very simple. He has an offer from the Vikings. He's going to bring that offer to the Falcons, say tack on a 0. They'll say yes, and it might be that done.
Yes.
I don't think he's going to go through this long charade. Kirk Cousins, big family guy. I just get the sense of it's March 11th. He wants to buy a house soon for his family, whether that's in Atlanta or not.
That's true. Well, we do have one name immediately kind of pop in terms of news. The Bears are expected to make a major push to land Eagles free agent running back DeAndre
Bears signed
Swift.
DeAndre Swift.
They signed him? They said they were going to make a push.
No. Major push.
I was about to say, hold on.
I got got.
I was about to say, hold on there. Hold on.
I got
that
got.
tweet. I was getting to the point.
I'm putting myself in a 60-second timeout.
I'll talk about it. So the Bears are expected to make a major push to land Eagles free agent running back DeAndre Swift. This is per sources. Adam Schefter had the report. I really think this would be an interesting fit, but it's kind of surprising. I know they had Khalil Herbert last year. Roschon Johnson had a couple of different places that he could really perform. But DeAndre Swift, man, if you add him into a Bears offense that could potentially have Caleb Williams and a receiver like Rome Odunze and Malik Neighbors at pick 8 or at pick 9, oh my gosh. That team would be absolutely crazy because their defense is already pretty stellar.
Okay, my timeout's over.
You're good.
I think this would be a good addition for the Bears. Their running back room last year was a running back room by committee with Khalil Herbert, Deontay Foreman, Roschon Johnson, each guy kind of taking turns being the number one back for a stretch with injuries and other factors playing into it. DeAndre Swift comes off a 1,000-yard season in Philadelphia. I think you could step in and be the number one running back in Chicago. Last year for the Eagles, 1,049 yards, 214 receiving yards. I think he really started to come into his own of, I'm not just a scat back, which I was in Detroit. I'm a guy that can be a first, second down running back and run between the tackles. And that's what the Bears are looking for. And I don't think they're going to find that necessarily in this year's draft. So instead, I think you could land DeAndre Swift for a 1-year, $5 million. I mean, if you think about the run, it's a bad time to be a mid-tier free agent running back because Derrick Henry, Saquon, Jacobs, they're going to get the big-ish money, and it's not even going to be that big. So you might get Swift for 1 year's $5 million.
Well, here's what sucks. He's kind of been his touchdowns have been stolen the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Because you think about what the Lions, Jameson Williams, going and taking all those, and then this year you have the tush push. He would get down to the 2. Jalen Hurts would just take it in. I mean, he could have earned a lot more money had he potentially just gotten those touchdowns on the board instead of having them taken away. Diana Rossini has another report, has the Eagles and Texans are expected to have strong interest in signing running back Saquon Barkley. So that does tell me the Eagles are not going after DeAndre. So if they're letting him walk, he's going somewhere else. Pretty obvious report there, but Texans, Barkley seems like a dream fit to me. Curious to see what you think about that.
That was a team I labeled earlier as a Saquon Barkley destination because Houston with C.J. Stroud, they've got a good young receiving core. They could add to it in the draft or other spots in free agency. But it's not Dameon Pierce for them long-term there in Houston. It's not Devin Singletary, although he played well last year. I think adding Saquon Barkley, getting 3-4 good years out of him because he's just built different. The guy, if you don't remember, it was one of the most athletic freaks coming out. Remember the size of his legs coming out of Penn State?
His career just is still baffling to me, the stats that he put up.
And if he can stay healthy, which he hasn't been able to do recently in New York, I think this could be a home run signing for Houston.
Maybe it's the MetLife turf.
Yeah, the MetLife turf indeed. So I do like this a possible addition for the Houston Texans. As for the Eagles, I mean, they're looking to just gear up for a nuclear arms race with the 49ers and the Chiefs. Right? I think there are certain teams in the NFL that are playing a different game. And their game is how can we compete with the Chiefs? And
like the question for the past
49ers, the Eagles, the Bills, like they feel like that is the conversation we need to be having right now. Forget trying to improve and whatnot. How can we jump up to that number one top? And hey, adding Saquon Barkley, that's definitely going to help a lot. I don't see how you're a worse off football team with Saquon Barkley as your running back.
Yeah, it definitely adds a different facet, but it's kind of an interesting time in the NFL because with the Chiefs being back-to-back champions, a lot of people are talking like, oh, yeah, like go after a Super Bowl. It's honestly, how can you be able to beat the Chiefs? That's where you have to start from there, and it's wild times right now. But I will say this. We got an influx of viewership as we hit the 11 a.m. deadline, and now we need some more likes to get to a 50% like ratio because I'll tell you what, there's people all over the world that run this whole YouTube thing, and they say that if we have 50% like ratio, more people are going to join us. And I don't know about you, but Petey, I like to go to parties that have more people, and this is a party here on a Monday party. Who doesn't like that? So hit that like button. We're over 300 now. Keep pumping it. We need 800 of you to hit that like buttons. Guess what? We've already had 300. So let's hit that like button. Let's get to 50% like ratio.
We've got some more rumors coming out from Diana Rossini involving Christian Wilkins and Xavier McKinney. So some more destinations popping up for some of the premier free agents. We'll start with Christian Wilkins as I expect him to maybe get the biggest non-quarterback contract in free agency. I guess, you don't include Chris Jones in that as a re-signing, but like just going to a new team. I think Christian Wilkins is going to get a 5-year, $100+ million contract.
I agree. I think he should, and honestly, he's probably looking at Chris Jones saying like, listen, I know I'm not that good, but still, I deserve something like that.
I think he looks at it as Chris Jones got $31 million. Justin Matabuke got $24 million. I'm right in the middle. I'm 27. I'm $28 million, man. So Christian Wilkins, top target for teams including the Vikings, Browns, Texans, and Lions. He's expected to have a robust market. So the Cleveland Browns definitely pop up because they've got Myles Garrett, they've got Dalvin Tomlinson, Jim Schwartz as their defensive play caller. He's always thrived with pass rushing DTs. We go back to his time in Detroit. He had Ndamukong Suh, which obviously Ndamukong Suh in 2010 any coach could have success with. But he goes over to Buffalo, Marcel Darius, Mario Williams, right? Then he goes over to Philly, Fletcher Cox. Like all these defensive tackles and edge rushers, they've got career seasons. Jeffrey Simmons in Tennessee with Jim Schwartz a part of their staff. So you got to envision Jim Schwartz is pounding on Cleveland Browns GM Andrew Berry's door saying, get me Christian Wilkins. The Vikings, if they lose out on Danielle Hunter, this could be a pass rushing replacement for them. Houston has a major need at defensive tackle, along with the Detroit Lions.
You talk about Xavier McKinney. He's the safety that, honestly, had a pretty good year with New York, considering how really rough of a year it was for the Giants. I expect to be a top target for the Green Bay Packers and the Philadelphia Eagles. Obviously, we know the Eagles' secondary issues last year. They're trying to make sure that they do not have that happen in this upcoming season. I mean, heck, you get a safety like Xavier McKinney, you're able to draft a quarterback like Kool-Aid McKinstry. That really ups the Eagles right away. And he had a pretty good year last year with the Giants. Kind of surprised the Giants aren't in the mix to sign him back. Thought that would be a little bit more of a way. Now, maybe it's just the reports coming out and we don't know for sure. But
Calvin Ridley destinations in just a little bit. But first, a super chat or two to catch up on as Dalton Cochran, my number one guy, Matthew, here we go, Brownies. Here we go. Woof, woof. Mr. Stega, Dalton, appreciate your super chat, dude. And let's see if Christian Wilkins is a Cleveland Brown. Mr. Stegosaurus. Take it away, Jace. Oh, and we owe a beer cheers for Dalton.
We got to stop here before Dalton for cheers.
Shame on me.
Mr.
Shame
Stegosaurus with a $5 super chat saying, what do you think about Dallas? Big needs and very little cap space with no real history of free agency moves. Well, Derrick Henry has a house in Dallas, right?
It's truly criminal how the Cowboys sort of get away with this perception of we're a franchise that is willing to spend big money to get good players. I think, and someone can correct me, the biggest free agent signing in the last almost decade was the corner Brandon Carr.
Yep.
Like they just don't spend in March. They are we're going to draft well, which, hey, give them credit. They draft super well for picking in the top 20 once in the last 6-7 years, the year Dak got hurt.
You say that. I don't think Mozzie Smith was a hit this year.
It's still early, but I don't know why. He was fat and they made him skinny, and he was really good fat. So probably get him back to Chipotle. That's no free ads.
Get him back to Chipotle.
But will the Cowboys spend? I think they are. I know Jerry said they're all in. And that's a lot for Jerry to say. And I've heard it before. But I feel like this is the year that maybe they do more than just sign one or two guys. We have our first signing. Here we go. Predictions. Oh, we got it? We got it? Oh, this signing sucks.
I was going
This
to
is
say, it's not the
boring.
greatest signing.
What a shitty first signing. Pardon my French. Okay, here it is.
Woohoo!
Brandon Allen. Re-signed with the San Francisco 49ers. Raise your hand if you did not know Brandon Allen was still on the San Francisco. Actually, it does not count as a first signing. I want our first signing to be someone going to a new team. That in my book is the first signing because the re-signings aren't fun.
Where did Brandon Allen play college again? Was he the UCLA or A&M guy? Where did he go?
Brandon Allen was, I think, Texas A&M, right?
A&M, right? He was.
Or that was Kyle Allen.
That's Kyle Allen. No.
Arkansas. Yeah,
Good
Brandon
trace in
Allen,
there.
he's great trivia. He has made a
He's
handful
great
of
trivia.
low-key starts. I believe he started for the Broncos at one point. He's kind of been all over a little bit. So we got a $5 super chat coming in. I'm saying you trade T. Higgins and 18 and see if you can move down. Help me fill in the gaps here. What are they?
He's saying that the Bengals should trade T. Higgins in the 18th overall pick.
Oh, to move down? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, here's an idea. I'm just going to toss this out there, only if you want it. Ready? T. Higgins, 18 for the Tennessee Titans, 7th overall pick.
I don't mind that.
Is T. Higgins worth an 11 pick drop? That could be a no,
To me, here's the
but
thing.
maybe.
If the Titans today can get a Tyron Smith, a Trent Brown at tackle,
Yeah.
the problem is Joe Alt is probably the most sure tackle we've seen in years.
We got a real signing! We got a real signing!
There it is.
Here it is. First big boy signing, one guy going to another team, and it involves the Chicago Bears.
That's a big one.
Let's go. First real signing. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. My timeout from earlier,
Yeah, you're in now.
I'm so back in.
You're so back.
I
You
just
predicted
had it
it.
before.
You knew it. You knew it.
I knew it before Ian Rappaport did. DeAndre Swift, 3-year, $24 million. Holy cow.
Goodness.
That's a lot more money than I thought.
That is. But
That's $8 million a season.
I think if this says anything,
Wow.
the Bears are saying, hey, this year's the year. We're doing some. We're doing some.
I know that, but
That's
giving
a
a guy
lot.
$8 million after a 1,000-yard rushing season? You had David Montgomery. You let him walk for
Yeah.
$6 million a season last offseason. He was a lot more effective and proven than – I'll be honest, this one seems a little bit rich. And ultimately, if you've got the cap space, and free agency is naturally always overpaying, but 3 years, $24 million?
The
That's-
first one
that's
is
a lot of money.
always the first one is always the most. Like I feel like the first signing is a little bit of overpay.
Yeah.
That kind of sets the running back market though. Like if he's getting $8 million, what is Derrick Henry gonna get? What is Saquon Barkley gonna get? What is Josh Jacobs gonna get?
I don't know if they are pissed or happy about this because
I-
they're going to want more, but DeAndre Swift somewhat already approached the ceiling for what teams will pay running back. Sam? Again, I think DeAndre Swift is a good player.
All
I
right,
do
that's
feel
not
like
right.
every man's got a price, and paying a running back, I mean, we'll wait for the guarantees. My guess is the guarantees are going to be about 12 to 14 million, which really makes it a 2-year, like
Yeah.
$13 million
We can cut you if you
contract.
want.
I always look at contracts as subtract 1 year from the total years given and then apply that to the guarantees. And after that, you can probably get out of it with very little dead cap money. So grade the signing. A, B, C, D, or F.
Look.
I'll give this a B.
Look,
And I'm kind of even being optimistic. I just feel like $8 million for a guy who's only rushed for 1,000 yards once in his career.
$15.3 million guaranteed.
He did do the Bears a solid a couple of years ago. He dropped a wide open
Yeah.
touchdown pass with a few seconds left to help Chicago
That was
win.
the first game of the year too.
Yep, 2020 season. So maybe this is just actual
So,
payback.
$15.3 million guaranteed. Is what it's gonna be.
15.3?
15.3.
So it's a 2-year, $15 million contract where you can kind of get out of it after 2 seasons if you wanted to with very little devoted money in the 3rd season. It seems I look at it as last year David Montgomery signed a 3-year, I think it was $18 million contract with the Lions. That's $6 million. And I don't know if DeAndre Swift is if he's even A, better than David Montgomery, and B, is he $2 million? Like,
Yeah.
maybe this is also a good like slap in the face of, hey, if the NFL salary cap is going to go up by $30 million, the players are going to want an appropriate reflection of the cap increasing to the contracts they get.
Like it or not, Taylor Swift made the NFL better.
All right, let's see. Sports Guy D, Tony B, Yontana? I can't pronounce that correctly. I'm sorry. C, WWB minus, Rob Miller C plus, Brody Brown. Good to see you, Brody. B minus, Omar C. I'll give it a B minus. I just feel like this is a bit of a rich contract to give out.
I'm seeing kind of that. B pluses, B minuses. Taco Frog with B plus. P6 saying B. Leo Loyalty saying C minus. We got Timberwolf Taylor saying C plus. Anthony Tottenham gives it a D.
Also, a good reminder, it is legal tampering. So you're going to see a lot of verbiage that is in future tense. Nothing can be done until Wednesday, 4 p.m. Eastern. And a lot of these deals will just become official then. But every once in a while, there is a guy that changes his mind. So just do keep that in the back of your head before you rush to say anything's an absolute done deal. It's just like 98% done.
Seems as though Dion Dawkins is also leaving the Bills. He had something on his Instagram story saying it was good while it lasted, Buffalo. Excited for the next chapter of my football career. Wonder if it's okay to eat ranch now. Don't know what that's about, but hey, there you go.
Well, Buffalo, no ranch for wings.
Really?
Cheese. Oh, blue cheese only.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's
Buffalo
crazy.
will not serve ranch with wings.
I did not know that.
They are a blue cheese only, and ranch takes away from the actual wing. I was at a bar that's like a Buffalo bar a few weeks ago. I got wings and ranch, and they're like, okay. They brought me blue cheese. I was like, oh, I asked for ranch. And they're like, no.
No.
So that was that. Very good conversation I had. Okay, let's talk about Calvin Ridley because he's going to be the highest paid wide receiver, I think, this offseason in terms of free agency. Gabe Davis from Buffalo maybe gives him a bit of a run for its money because he's 4 years younger than Calvin Ridley, but the Jags are looking to bring him back. The Patriots, they just paid Kendrick Bourne. Could they try to add Calvin Ridley? The Titans and Panthers also in the mix. Jace, where's Calvin Ridley going of these four teams here?
Panthers.
Panthers, you think so?
Yeah. I think they're going to try and basically, they're saying, we know that Bryce did not have anybody around him this year. We're going to do our best to give you everybody because if you stink, we want to know now. I don't want to wait another 2 years to figure it out. Let's start now. Let's get it. Ridley's a middle-tier wide receiver in terms of the way you're going to pay him. It's not going to be a huge contract. You get him, you try and say, all right, let's see what happens. But I think Panthers are a good fit. Besides that, Patriots have the most money, so I think he could also be in the mix there.
I think Jacksonville's going to bring him back. If they had re-signed him before today, they would have owed Atlanta their second-round pick, which I think you already owe him a third. To go from a third to second might not be the best idea to just get greedy and fly too close to the sun to let him test free agency if you really want him back just to save that second. But you've got Trevor Lawrence in a spot where you want to maximize him on his rookie contract, and I don't think it's the best idea to get him a good weapon and then go, I know we just gave you a brand new shiny toy after 1 year, and take it away.
What are you talking about? I thought Mac Jones was the starter in Jacksonville.
Oh, gosh. I saw a great video, Mac Jones, speed walking to the stage on a draft night, and it's Mac Jones bringing Trevor Lawrence his coffee and bagel. So let's see. Where do you guys think Calvin Ridley's going to go? Waiting for our next signing. The first signing was DeAndre Swift to the Chicago Bears, 3 years, $24 million. Man, that's a good start. Running backs are actually thanking DeAndre Swift because $8 million for him, that should serve a lot of leverage actually for other backs getting closer to what they feel they are worth. And I mean, if there's a class action lawsuit to be filed, it's running backs against America because they are grossly underpaid for how often they are used.
Well, I think what that does, I don't think we're going to see a running back signing for a little bit because I think that's going to reset the market for a little bit.
Sure.
Those contract negotiations just got a lot tougher.
Yep, absolutely. So, who is the best free agent on the market? Let me know in the comment section below. We're going to run through, I think, some of the quick free agent signings that have already gone down, but let me know who the best free agent on the market is in your eyes. Let's see what people are saying. Calvin Ridley, Saquon Barkley, Kendall Fuller to Detroit, Ridley to New England, Danielle Hunter, Derrick Henry, Calvin Ridley. Let me know what you guys think is the number one free agent. Hunter, Derrick Henry, Saquon Barkley,
Christian
Wilkins, indeed. Waiting for signing number 2 to fly in. It's not like the NBA where the moment the clock hits noon, 5 signings just throw in. Like there is a little bit more of a procedure in place where teams adhere to the rules a little bit better. Trace, I beg your pardon, Jace, do you want to run through some of the free agent moves and re-signings and extensions that have already happened?
I think we should, because Tyler Lockett getting that restructuring, or rather the 2-year deal, $34 million. The biggest one, though, is definitely going to be Chris Jones, 5 years, $158.75 million, 101 of it guaranteed. And it's a good deal for the Chiefs because they have $7.5 million on the cap space hit for this year. Mac Jones, the trade to Jacksonville. I don't know if I was expecting that yesterday. I was sitting there just kind of minding my own business, and seeing that pop up was something that I just really didn't expect in a lot of different ways. But I kind of like it for both sides. I mean, obviously last year I think the Patriots could have gotten a better side, but Jacksonville has a backup that is really suitable if Lawrence were to get hurt again like he had last year.
Yeah, if I'm Mac Jones, Trevor Lawrence is kind of an Iron Man quarterback where it's going to take a lot for him to leave a game. There's a good chance Mac Jones does not take a snap next year.
No,
and he may be quickly forgotten in terms of even a good NFL backup QB.
Well, so we were actually talking about this. Right now, where does Mac Jones as the top backup QB? Is he the top backup QB in the NFL? Or where does he rank in terms of backups?
Is he the 33rd best quarterback in the NFL? No, I don't think he is number 33. I think, for example, Jacoby Brissett would be a better backup quarterback. I think Jacoby Brissett's a top 32 quarterback in the NFL.
Well, that's kind of my thing. Is like you think about, all right, backups right now. Is Brissett the backup, or was he kind of deemed as the starter late in the season after Howell's breakdown?
Yeah, fair point. Well, other contracts.
We'll figure it out.
I mean, we'll probably bicker about Mac Jones, and then he just won't play at all. And
he won't. That's what's going to happen.
Andre James kind of get one of the bigger interior offensive lineman contracts, 3 years, $24 million to hold down the center position in Las Vegas. We got Dion Dawkins.
3 years, $65 million extension. So he's not.
So he's not leaving.
What was that?
What the hell was that, Dion?
All right, there's the extension. Fourth highest paid tackle in the league.
7 minutes ago, Dion Dawkins tweeted out, "It was good while it lasted, Buffalo. Peace out. Excited for this next chapter of my football career. Wonder if it's okay to eat ranch now."
And then immediately resigns. Gets the extension.
And then Bills 3-time Pro Bowl signed a 3-year contract per extension. I think he just wanted to get the Bills Mafia.
He was like, I got. Watch it. That's fine.
I think he was just trolling. Wow. He trolled all of Buffalo Bills. There are some people in Buffalo that have some tweets to delete right now.
Oh, yeah.
So a bit of a heart attack for Bills fans, but Dion Dawkins, one of their best offensive linemen, he is staying put in Buffalo. He gets a 3-year, $50 million contract extension. That puts him at right around like $16 million a season, 17, quick math, in that ballpark. Highest paid tackle? Fourth. Okay. Fourth highest paid offensive tackle
also,
in the league.
More news on Swift, $16.5 million in the first 2 years. So that's a
really front-loading that thing.
Yeah, really a 2-year contract. They can cut him after if they want.
It looks like the Eagles tried to bring back Swift.
They waited out.
But, nope. Not going to happen.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's talk about what next, boys? Tyler Lockett? Should we run through some of the
Russell Wilson
tracker stuff that's already gone on, or trying to break our chat record? So right now, the amount of chats we've gotten in a 60-second time span is 110. So we want to break that right now. Start spamming the chat with your team, a number, whatever your heart desires, and let's see if we can break our 110 chat record here. Just start filling the chat here. Let's see what we can do. Giving shout-outs to everyone. Uriel Marquez, Brooke. I've got Brandon. I've
Brody.
got SM, Loyal, Dave Reese, Juan, Nathan, Sports Guy, Ryan Chowdhury, good to see you.
Ryan.
Johnny Reynolds, Gerald Smith,
Tony
Brent
Fuentes,
Adam, Juan, Elijah. Atlantis Gaming is here. Retro Sports. Brandon Kinder.
This is not. It's going too fast. It's
Now
hard
we're
to
moving.
read.
Alex White. Let's see if we can break the record.
Keep it going.
We've got the Guinness Book of World Record people out in the hall right now. Orrin Smith, Brady Kelly, Levi Mayfield, Dennis Hill, Andrea, Ryan, Brandon. It's moving quickly now.
Yeah, it's
I
going.
might lose it. The Big Shot Agenda, Terrence.
Hey, you got better eyes than me. I lost it a while ago.
Oh, this is not my first rodeo.
There he is.
Mason.
428.
428. Let's go. 8 too many. What else we got
many.
going on here? Should we run through? Yeah, let's talk about Dion Dawkins for a moment here. So Dion Dawkins, he is staying in Buffalo. Still no ranch.
Yeah.
What's the better wing dip? Ranch or blue cheese? I'm a ranch guy.
Ranch,
Blue
all the
cheese
way.
is disgusting. 3-year, $60.5 million extension. What's the math on that? Like $17 million a season? Oh, 3 years, 60. I thought it was 3 years, 50. I
60.
think, did Schefter have a typo?
He may have.
Oh,
It's
maybe I just
60.5.
misread it. Okay. So $20 million. So a good payday for Dion Dawkins. Buffalo made some moves to clear up cap space earlier.
Update on the Troll God, too. He tweeted out 1 minute ago, y'all are cray. Why would I ever leave Buffalo? I'm never leaving, guy. I'm Buffalo for life.
I love it. I love it. I bet he fired off that tweet, by the way, from one of Buffalo's many wing establishments.
Oh, he was there eating wings.
Yeah.
He's going to send a picture after it. By the
Bring
way,
his
this is
own
what I got.
But good for the Bills. I think they do a good job of keeping Josh Allen upright by extending Dion Dawkins. And you think about cornerstone pieces in football, it's offensive tackle, it's quarterback, and then cornerback, edge rusher. So you want to have those guys locked down, and Dion Dawkins is one of the better offensive linemen, offensive tackles in football. Okay, Super Chat menu. We already had a Super Chat flying a few moments ago, so before we get to that, let me remind all of our newer viewers what we are offering if you decide to send in some of your very hard-earned money. $2 Super Chat, it's a beer's cheers. $5, we'll talk about your team. $10, Jace and I have some hot takes cooked up. $20, we've not gotten to our first wheel spin yet. First person to send in a $20 Super Chat, we're doing 2 wheel spins. And then $50, it's a beer bong / shotgun. I mean, the big J's, the blue check marks on TV right now, they could never. Can you imagine Adam Schefter gritting and doing a shotgun on ESPN at the moment?
I'll tell you what, $50, I'll gritty, you do the shotgun.
Yeah.
Boom.
So that's our Super Chat menu. If you enjoy the free content we provide here and, I don't know, you just want to support the boys a little bit, greatly, greatly appreciate it. Mike O'Laughlin. What's going on, Mike? All the way from across the pond. What do you think the Commanders do this free agency? I feel like for Washington, we'll throw up some of their team needs and whatnot, but
Offensive
Commanders
line.
they moved on from some key members of their offensive line. Charles Leno. They may look to rebuild that in the trenches. Kind of wonder if they decide to start attacking like edge rusher after moving on from Montez Sweat and Chase
Yeah.
Young. I mean, that's
What if
their
they
biggest need right now.
Get
so
back
that
Chase
feels.
Young? Get him back?
I don't think they're bringing Chase Young back. I don't think it was a good fit
I don't
from
think
the
it was either.
organization standpoint. I think you could see them make a move for maybe not one of the highest paid edge rushers, but try and replenish at that spot. They've got a ton of money to spend. They're just sort of in a unique spot where they're not really in a win-now window by any means. So do they want to spend a lot of that money right now just for the sake of spending it, or do they kind of look to hit pause on the spending and really attack 2025 when they've got a better idea as their team identity and what they need to attack in the offseason? But I could see them trying to bring back a Kendall Fuller, one of the better corners in football. So appreciate your Super Chat. Keep an eye on the edge rushers for Washington. I know that's not breaking news when it comes to Washington free agency targets, but maybe a Bryce Huff, not like a Danielle Hunter caliber player, could land in the nation's capital. Manuel, what's going on? First $20 Super Chat. Quick 2 clap for Manuel. 1, 2. Let's go. That was not
terrible.
good. We have some work to do on that one. I don't know what's going to happen, but it's always who dat. I'll tell you what's going to happen in New Orleans. There's going to be a lot of contract restructures because that's the name of the game for New Orleans in the month of March. Go hang out with our guy, Trace Gerard, at Saints Now. He's got you up to date on all things New Orleans, but I could see the Saints looking to add a wide receiver with Chris Olave sort of being one of the only key players. I mean, Michael Thomas at this point really shouldn't be relied on to be an accountable wide receiver, but maybe a Darnell Mooney to New Orleans. That could be a name to watch for, Manuel. Other things here, they do not have a whole lot of cap space. They have to get to actually $10 million in cap space before the league year starts on Wednesday. They did just redo DeMario Davis's contract, so that's going to free up some additional cap space for them, but they've got some things to work with in the secondary. Do they hold on to Marshawn Lattimore? Do they trade him away? Definitely something to keep an eye on. But Manuel with a $20 super chat. It's our first 20 piece of the day. So not one, but 2 wheel spins. Mr. Lotteray, fire away. Tick, 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 tick. There it is.
There we go.
Let's see what we get. It is Beer Chug. Cheers. Okay. Fire away number 2. Free agency prediction. DeAndre Swift signs of the Bears. No. I will
You did have that.
I'm going to go with Justin Fields and Danielle Hunter go from the NFC North down to Atlanta.
Both of them.
Both of them. I think if the Falcons miss out on Kirk Cousins, if he decides to stay in Minnesota, they've got a bunch of money to spend, and I think they go get the number 1 edge rusher, and then they go trade for Justin Fields.
Yeah.
Jace, your free agency prediction?
Kendall Fuller is a Lion.
I like that one. Okay. We are at 364,259. Chipping away, baby. Trying to get up to 365. So join one of the biggest YouTube armies out there and help us reach 364,300 on today's live edition of NFL Daily with NFL free agency underway. Michael with a $5 super chat. What's going on, Michael? Jace, you want to read this one?
What do you guys think the Chargers are going to do in free agency, and also what are they going to do there at cap situation, trade or cut players? Yeah, they're in cap hell. let's just see how it is. I don't know what the plan is for them. I think, in my opinion, they're just trying to get under the cap space. First of all, they got a top 10 draft pick. You go out there, you potentially could get a tight end of Brock Bowers. I think it could work out. Negative $21 million. I do think I think everybody you see on that list is gone. I don't think they're re-signing Eckler. I don't think they're re-signing Everett. Omari Davis. They're not getting anybody back. I'm curious to see how they continue to get under that cap space, though.
I'm getting called out in the chat right now for my previous chug. I thought it was a pretty solid chug. I think you can always improve. So here's another one to our friend Manuel. Okay. We have some other super chats here. Django Restrained.
The Django.
Which QB in the draft do you think would be the best fit for the Vikings? Skull. And what do you think the Vikings should do? Let's go back to Django's super chat for a moment here. Okay, yeah. Django, which QB in the draft do you think the Vikings in the draft?
Yes.
I think J.J. McCarthy actually needs to sit for a year. I don't think he's a guy that can step in because he has a lot of really good traits that carry to the NFL, like leading a pro-style offense where you step into the huddle and you read out a long play call and you get to the line of scrimmage and you're able to dissect how the defense is lined up. Those are very important traits that in college, things are so Mickey Mousey, not a lot of guys are able to do, and they struggle when they get to the NFL because of that. However, I do think J.J. McCarthy could stand to sit for a little bit and kind of go through the progressions of, all right, now I got to learn to throw down the field a lot more than I did at Michigan.
So, Drew Lock is a starter.
I'm thinking draft for the Vikings. At number 11, if JJ's still on the board, I could easily see them going that direction. Maybe they try and trade up. If not, maybe I just like Michael Penix a lot.
I do.
And I don't see a bad fit for him in round number 2 anywhere in the NFL.
Yeah, even his age.
Ledger, what's going on? What do you think the Vikings should do? I think if I was Minnesota, I would try like hell to re-sign Kirk Cousins. I think you saw last year how valuable he was to you. I know you lost a couple of games beforehand, but life didn't get any easier with Kirk Cousins injured. And if they're serious about keeping their head above water after one season for missing the playoffs, bringing back Kirk Cousins, I think, would be the wisest decision. Letting him walk, you open up Pandora's box of something this franchise has not had to do for a while now, which is search for a new quarterback. And you may not like what you land. You're not really in a good spot to land a new quarterback in the draft. I would bring back Kirk Cousins if I were Minnesota. That would be the number one priority.
It's the best option you have. La Tuya also with a $5 super chat saying, what do you think the Raiders do? Hoping for a solid defensive tackle. I don't think Josh Jacobs is coming back, so defensive tackle could be in the mix. I'm wondering if they'd be willing to open the bank up for Christian Wilkins and make their defensive line one of the best in the NFL.
The Raiders definitely need some help on the interior defensive line. And Vegas is just so tempting, where the Las Vegas Raiders could come in with a 5-year, $110 million contract, and a team, I don't know, like the Cleveland Browns could come in 5-year, $115. And he'll go, I'll take the $5 million discount to live in Las Vegas. Yeah. So I think Christian Wilkins could be someone the Raiders pursue. There hasn't been a whole lot of buzz on that, and maybe the Raiders feel like they're not a good spot to give out huge contracts because they're not in a win-now window by any means. And if you think there are, I think you're in fantasy land. So I would expect the Raiders to be a little bit more on the quieter side, especially with the new GM there in Las Vegas. He may look at his 2024 as sort of getting back to neutral, and then 2025 is when he expects to be a much more aggressive GM. Manuel, Falcons, thumb down, who dat? I mean, could Jameis Winston go to Atlanta after what he did in Week 18? How funny would that be?
That would be the best thing ever.
That would be incredible.
That would be awesome.
Wonder where Jameis goes. Where do you think Jameis goes? Could he go to Denver, like re-team with Sean Payton?
That makes a lot of sense. He could be a starter too. I don't know.
I think Jameis could be a starter. It's Jameis. Everyone should want Jameis.
I mean, this is my opinion. I feel like they should have started this year after the whole Derek Carr stuff because at least you're going to have fun. You can suck and have fun at least.
Mm-hmm. Okay, before we get on to some other NFL news and rumors from free agency, super quickly, I want to tell you guys about our sponsor today, which is Prize Picks. And that is daily fantasy made easy, the #1 DFS service in all of North America, because all you have to do is pick 2 to 6 players and then choose more or less on your projected stats. With basketball heating up and the NCAA tournament right around the corner, there is plenty of action to be had. But if you are looking to get into the NBA a little bit, or really any sport under the sun like NHL, or you put your name on it and they've got it, Prize Picks has you covered. So make sure you download the Prize Picks app and use code CLNS for a first-time deposit match up to $100. I'm taking the more on Luka, no matter what the stat projection is, and I invite you to do the same and ride with me. PrizePicks.com/CLNS, and once again, use code CLNS for a first-time deposit match up to $100. Now, we put that link in the comments and description of today's video. Shout out to Prize Picks for supporting us here at Chat Sports and NFL Daily. We got signing. Oh, there it is. Jonathan Grenard. He is going to replace Danielle Hunter, it appears, up in Minnesota. He is signing a contract, and the Titans are expected to sign running back Tony Pollard. Titans are expected to sign Tony Pollard from Aaron Wilson and Tom Pelissero. We had a bit of a lull there for about 20-25 minutes, but we are back with some news here. So Diana Rossini, the Titans are expected to hop in on the second wave of running backs available per sources. They are not in on Derrick Henry. They checked out the DeAndre Swift market, but are holding off to muscle on the offensive line and wide receiver positions. And now I'm seeing Aaron Wilson say Tony Pollard to Tennessee. But let's start with Jonathan Grenard. He is signing with the Minnesota Vikings. 12-sack season a year ago down in Houston. I think the Texans are sorely going to miss Grenard. day 2 pick of theirs, round number 3, if I remember correctly. And after one great season, he cashes in. Still waiting on the contract details. Jace, your thoughts?
I think it's the pretty good signing for the Minnesota Vikings. I think it's going to be a little bit of a better option than paying Danielle Hunter a lot more money than I think what Grenard is probably going to end up with. Obviously, we don't have the full details just yet, but it's a good signing, and all around, I think it's nice the Vikings are trying to make some moves. And I'm sure they're still talking to Kirk saying, hey, man, we're trying to make this team good, and we're trying to pay you as well. Like, come on back and get that. But it's a good signing, I think, in both ways. And Grenard, one of the top edge rushers that are off the board right now.
Tony Pollard is signing with the Tennessee Titans, according to Aaron Wilson. And Tennessee closes a chapter on what I would say was the best player in franchise history, Derrick Henry.
Derrick Henry's
There's some good players in that franchise's history, but I don't think there's anything like Derrick Henry. So Tony Pollard comes over after a letdown season in Dallas, being placed on the franchise tag, and you could argue is one of just the overall biggest busts from last season. Right, he was healthy all year, and he really saw his workload and overall production diminish. But now he goes over to Tennessee. He'll pair up with Will Levis, DeAndre Hopkins, and whoever else they add down in the Music City. So grade the signing for me down below in the comment section for Tony Pollard coming over to Tennessee. A, B, C, D, or F. I give this a B- signing. I don't think Tony Pollard is going to come in here and completely turn around the running back room, but I still think he's a good player.
Whoa. Conflicting reports. Tony Pollard plans to sign with the Texans, or did Jordan Schultz just have a wrong thing?
Ooh. You know, when Aaron Wilson shared the Titans news...
I think Schultz has it wrong because Aaron Wilson says Titans. But Schultz
Aaron
says
Wilson
Texans.
is a Texans guy. It'd be hard for him to typo Texans to Titans. Oh, boy.
Do we just wait? No, I don't know
I
what
also
to do
find
here.
it strange that Aaron Wilson is breaking Titans news. We're going to wait. We have a blue check mark off. Aaron Wilson says Titans for Tony Pollard. Jordan Schultz says Texans. Ooh.
Oh, boy.
I think it is.
I feel like it'd be the Texans. That makes more sense.
I'm trying to look at this of who's. George Schultz deleted it.
Schultz.
Oh, what a loser.
Idiot. There it goes. All right, so it is the Titans.
That's a blunder. That's
There
a
he goes.
blunder right there. That's
He
worth
popped
a
it back
timeout
on
on
there.
Twitter.
Yeah, wrong T team. He
Yep.
did hashtag Titans. All right, I mean, I like this. You got Tajay Spears in the backfield as well. It's a good signing, I think, for the Titans, and it unfortunately just stinks because of the whole Derrick Henry not coming back. And obviously, Henry wants to go try and win a championship, and I don't think it's going to be in Tennessee.
Also, in Jordan Schultz's updated tweet, he decided to go Aaron Wilson first.
Yeah, he was like, I'll be nice now.
Yeah, I got it wrong. So we can't confirm that Tony Pollard is expected to sign. Once again, I reiterate, no signings are official until 4 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday, so a lot of future tense being used here. Once in a blue moon, a contract falls through and things change. It's not common, but it's not the first time. So do keep that in the back of your mind. But for now, expect Tony Pollard to be going up from Dallas to Nashville and pairing up with Will Levis in a move that I would give a B- signing. Curious to see what the contract details are after DeAndre Swift got a 3-year, $24 million contract. Does Tony Pollard get the same? I don't think Tony Pollard's market is much bigger or smaller than DeAndre Swift.
No,
So I
don't think
wonder
so.
if he uses DeAndre Swift to, I'll take what he had.
Yeah, same thing there. Appreciate
Yep.
$8 million.
So we're going to recap everything on the NFL tracker in just a moment here. Okay.
Cut in main for Titans. Okay.
So we're going to recap the Tony Pollard contract once we get the details in hopefully a short amount of time. But for now,
Do get
let's
Jonathan
refresh
Grenard's
everyone's
details.
memories. 2,300 people tuned in. Reminder, hit the like button. So let's kick things off here with news that broke last night. Russell Wilson, 1-year contract with the Pittsburgh Steelers, $1.2 million. The Broncos host the Pittsburgh Steelers in 2024. Jace, we need this to be a quickly expedited law that game has to be Week 1 Monday Night Football.
100%. I honestly, I saw your tweet about it. I was like, that's perfect. That's what needs to happen.
It was Week 1 Monday Night Football when they went to Seattle.
3-year deal.
How can it not be? 3-year deal for Pollard?
3-year for Pollard and Grenard, 4-year, $76 million, $42 million of it guaranteed.
So one more time, for Tony Pollard, it is a 3-year contract, still awaiting the actual dollar amount, whereas Jonathan Grenard, 4 years, $76 million with $42 million guaranteed. So what's that, $19 million? Yeah, $19 million. It's exactly what Jalen Johnson got from the Chicago Bears. Other free agent signings that went down, a couple of offensive linemen, either staying put or moving around like Graham Glasgow and Mitch Morse. We had a kicker signing. How about Chase McLaughlin getting a 3-year, $12.3 million contract with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? We'll throw that on screen for you in just a second here. Landon Dickerson also got a nice fat contract extension with the Philadelphia Eagles. Waiting for the numbers. Woj, you cannot be tweeting about the NBA right now.
I saw that and was
Get
like,
out.
oh, wow.
Get out. Woj, shut up. Landon Dickerson, 4 years, $84 million, trying to, ease the loss of Jason Kelce by shoring up other parts of your offensive line. Demario Davis, he restructured his contract. The longtime Saints linebacker agreed to a new 2-year, $17.2 million contract. Michael Pittman, by the way, went from the franchise tag to a 3-year, $70 million deal. Then the first real signing in my book for free agency was DeAndre Swift, 3 years, $24 million, going from Philadelphia back to the NFC North, this time with the Chicago Bears. And running backs everywhere got to be singing the praises to Swift. If he got $8 million a season, what's Saquon going to get? 11, 12?
I think it may be more than that, to be honest. Saquon being a top-tier running back and people knowing that the running back draft class is terrible. If I'm Saquon, I'm saying, hey, 13.
Jonathan Grenard, 4 years, $76 million. That's $19 million a season. Obviously, they are expecting Danielle Hunter to leave in free agency. This is their replacement at that spot. They go younger and likely cheaper. But does this tell Kirk Cousins, don't go anywhere? We are serious about being contenders in 2024.
3-year, $24 million for Tony Pollard.
Yep. Oh, 3 years, 24. Literally, he just said, I'll have what he had.
Correct.
For DeAndre Swift.
He said, I'll take the same thing. Thank you.
The exact same contract, which I would have thought Tony Pollard would have gotten a little bit more. But more importantly, I just think DeAndre Swift wouldn't have gotten a 3-year, $24 million deal.
Yeah, I think that kind of
I think the Bears might look back at that and go, ooh, maybe we were a bit too quick to sign the first running back and set the bar, and that was a slight overpay on our end. We have some super chats to catch up on, and then we'll really unpack this Tony Pollard signing. Goatee Juan Kenobi. Get Levis some weapons. How would you improve the Titans? Jace, how would you improve the Titans?
I'm definitely saying the offensive tackle needs to be addressed right now because you can have all the running backs in the world that are good. Doesn't matter if there's nobody blocking for him up front. That's the first step. And the secondary, honestly, for the Titans last year really struggled as of late. But they've got a really good defensive line. They have Jeffrey Simmons. They potentially could bring back Danico Autry. The linebacking core, try and bring back Azeez Al-Shaair. I just think the main thing they need to work on is getting that offensive line. That has to be where they start because if you don't have that, it's just not going to work. We heard from Brian Callahan. He said, listen, I need weapons. He got one. He got one.
$5 super chat. That's a bold prediction. I'll give a bold prediction.
Go ahead.
This is just a little bit of recency bias. How about the Titans being a 9-win team next year?
Oh, yeah.
And that's not the
agree.
boldest thing out there. But how about Brian Callahan, maybe not the biggest head coaching signing, coming in there, and it's not that Mike Vrabel did a bad job by any stretch, but maybe just some new ideas, maybe shaking things up a little bit.
100%. I think that the Titans were ready for an offensive-minded coach. Mike Vrabel obviously took them to a lot of places that they did not expect to be at, but now with Will Levis there, with a bunch of other different offensive weapons, DeAndre Hopkins, this is becoming an offensive-minded team. That defensive-minded team has gone to the back pun, and now it's, all right, how do we make sure that this is amazing here?
We're going to get to another super chat from Ledger, $2 super chat from Ledger, so a beer cheers.
We got a long snapper signing. Chiefs are signing back James Winchester.
Skull! Jonathan Grenard, is he any good? Yeah, he is good. He comes off a 12-sack season. He was the Texans' #1 pass rusher last year and took a few seasons coming out of Louisville to, find his stride, if you will, but breakout season last year down in H-Town. I think the Vikings are getting a good guy that is not as effective as Danielle Hunter, but if you're paying Jonathan Grenard $19 million and you're paying Danielle Hunter, a 29-year-old guy, maybe $25-ish million, $26 million, maybe the Vikings feel like they're going to get overall better bang for their buck. So I think if you're a Vikings fan, this should be a signing that is going to go better than Marcus Davenport did last year. How about that?
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. I think Grenard is a good fit in a lot of different places. As Dante comes in saying Jonathan Grenard to the Vikings.
He broke the news.
He broke it.
Dante, cheers to you. Are we ready to talk about
Tony P?
Tony Pollard? So before we talk about the Tony Pollard signing with the Tennessee Titans, as the running back market is really starting to come into form here with DeAndre Swift and Tony Pollard doing the Lord's work.
Not the first year running backs
for that position.
Not the first year running backs I expected to sign.
Because Saquon Barkley all of a sudden calls up his agent and goes, whatever we were asking for before, tack on an extra $1 million.
Oh, yeah.
Because if
$2 million.
Swift and Pollard are getting $8 million a season, and I was supposed to get 11 to 12, I want 13.
David Bakhtiari also just posted a goodbye to Green Bay. So it seems like
that
he
kind
will
of
be
fell.
gone.
The question becomes, does he go to New York to rejoin Aaron Rodgers?
Probably. It seems like everybody who has that situation goes. But I'll tell you what, if you are subscribed, I want you to type me in the comment section. Me and Petey going to give shout-outs here to anybody who's spamming me. And if you're not subscribed, well, subscribe, then type me. Bang. You're right there. Because Tony Fuentes, Dante, Darren, everybody in there. Tony Fuentes, Vincent, Omar, Alzer Edward, Tony Fuentes
me.
still doing, Andre,
They got
Omar,
Junior,
ATL.
Bobby Smith,
Let's go. Travis Rose.
Nicholas Jones,
True Never Lacking. Henry Ham.
the Ronin 99,
The NFL Kid.
Christopher,
Nathan Wagner.
Sean.
Sean Traboni.
We were trying to see who can go without repeating one another. That's
Man.
the game we play.
All right. Anthony Tottingham.
Oren,
Kevin.
Nicholas,
R3.
Mr. Zaza,
Brody.
Daddy. Okay, can't say that one. Oh, that's a great name. All right, I lose.
Daddy. No, I can't say that.
I lose. Okay. So to recap some of the more recent signings, we've seen DeAndre Swift go to Chicago and Tony Pollard going to Tennessee, Jonathan Grenard up to Minnesota. So a couple of big names already off the board, but I still think we're waiting for the biggest of all right now, which is Kirk Cousins. Will he stay in Minnesota? Or will he go down to Atlanta?
Here's my thing. Once he signs, we're going to have a plethora of just things that fall after that.
Yep.
What happens with Justin Fields? What else are the Falcons going to do if they get him? So lots of different things that we could figure out.
But those are some of the marquee signings that have gone down so far. Keep typing me if you're subscribed already. 2,500 people watching our coverage here at NFL Daily by Chat Sports. Matthew Peterson, so happy to have you hanging out with us here on the first day of NFL free agency. We're seeing a couple of big names already get picked up off the street. If you have a favorite signing, you're more than welcome to share that. I think for me, my favorite signing of the three that are recognizable names in Swift, Pollard, and Grenard going from one team to another, I'd probably go with Jonathan Grenard. I think paying him $19 million is not a ginormous contract that would set you back if it doesn't go super well. But I think you're getting a great value for a 12-sack player last season. So for me, I'll go with Jonathan Grenard going up to Minnesota after a strong 4 seasons down in Houston. David Bakhtiari announcing he has been released after 11 seasons in the frozen tundra. Curious to see if he goes out to New Jersey and rekindles his old love with Aaron Rodgers. We got here for the memes with a $2 super chat. David Bakhtiari officially released. Indeed, he is. David Bakhtiari is out in Green Bay, and he's one of the best tackles in the NFL when healthy, but just has not been able to stay on the field for a lot of football lately. I mean, missed almost entire season, came back. He only played 1 game last year, so I think for Green Bay, it's probably a good time to go a different direction. And, hey, if there is a year to try and rebuild your offensive line in the draft, this is the year. There are some incredible offensive linemen in this draft, and now is a good time to try and rebuild the foundation up front. For now, Those are all the big signings we got going on here. So we're going to talk about Tony Pollard signing here. We'll bring Jace back in the fold. Are you subscribed? If so, type me in the comment section. Let's see what we got going. Jace, are we ready to talk about Tony Pollard?
I'm ready. I know if everybody else ready.
The producers calling the shots here. We're just the talking monkeys right now.
Yeah, we're just kind of.
No worries. So we're going to talk about Tony Pollard going down to Tennessee on a 3-year, $24 million contract. You want to share the microphone for this cut right here, or just Jace?
Let's do it.
Okay, perfect. Let's do that. So we will unpack this signing in more detail.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, let's talk about Tony Pollard going up to Tennessee.
Welcome into NFL free agency as it is fully underway, and Tony Pollard, the second running back to go off the board. We're live right now on the Chat Sports main channel, but here you're watching on Titans Today. Jay Sanders joined by Matthew Peterson, who you've seen on the channel before. Tony P, 3 years, $24 million to the Tennessee Titans. The Derrick Henry season, the Derrick Henry run is over to what we kind of talked about, Petey. Arguably the best player in Titans history, but let's start with Tony P and what exactly this means for the Tennessee Titans, who have over $70 million in cap space. This is the first move they make. I like it to pair him with Tajay Spears. Now this running back room has to start kind of filling in the holes with the rest of the roster.
Yeah, the first thing I gravitated towards was the dollars and years, right? The numbers. 3 years, $24 million. It's the exact contract that DeAndre Swift got for the Chicago Bears. And my guess is Tony Pollard had a number in his mind that was not that big. And he saw what Swift got, called up his agent and said, we are reworking our offers because we are getting exactly what DeAndre Swift got. So for the Tennessee Titans, I think paying $8 million for Tony Pollard might be a little bit on the richer side, but always keep into account that's just the nature of NFL free agency. When you've got several teams competing for a guy or two, usually the winning team ends up paying a little bit more than what you'd expect that guy to go for. But for Tennessee, obviously this is the end of the Derrick Henry era, and they pick up a guy in Tony Pollard who had a really good run in Dallas, sort of serving as a number 2 to Ezekiel Elliott. Then he becomes a number 1 last year, doesn't find that same success. I don't think they're going to have Tony Pollard be a 3-down back. Paying him $8 million, though, definitely doesn't scream, let's use him the same way Dallas did his first few seasons. But I think you're going to see that 1-2 punch of Tajay Spears and Tony Pollard moving forward. And not a huge surprise that Brian Callahan's first signing is on offense.
Now, he talked about wanting the weapons. Well, here's the first one. I want you to grade the signing of Tony Pollard to the Tennessee Titans, the first deal that Rand Carthen makes in 2024 NFL free agency, 3 years, $24 million. You get an A, a B, a C, a D, or an F. Let us know down in the comment sections. What do you think about this Titans signing of Tony Pollard?
I would give it a B-. I don't think it's a signing that's going to completely turn around Tennessee's offensive woes last year. I don't think $24 million for Pollard is also an egregious overpay. He's got more production, I feel like, through his NFL career than DeAndre Swift does, who got the same amount of money in Chicago. So to me, I'd give it a B contract. I think it's a solid addition for Tennessee. I don't think you're going to see Pollard step in, though, and be maybe what he was in that 2022 season where he was a 1,000-yard guy with a whole bunch of receptions to go along with it. Now, there were some other teams interested in Tony Pollard. Diana Rossini puts out the Dallas Cowboys were in on bringing him back. The Giants and Vikings had their eye on him too. He took the bigger payday with Tennessee. And that's what I was talking about earlier. When you've got multiple teams bidding in free agency, usually the highest bidder wins. And that means someone likely overpays a little bit. And this might be a slight overpay, but Jace, look at the last 4 years for him. Not a great 2023 season. You can see the carries, the average go down by a full yard, but if you can recapture what he was doing in 2021 and 2022 with not as big of a role, which then kind of raised the argument of why you're paying him $8 million if you don't have a huge role for him in place.
Oh, so I think here's what happened. Tony Pollard was set to go back to the Cowboys. He said, I'll take a pay cut to stay in Dallas. But then, well, guess what? Tennessee came offering, said, hey, we'll give you the same contract DeAndre Swift had, and bang, he's in Tennessee. 1,000 yards is not too bad for a guy who was on a pretty prolific offense. He had CeeDee Lamb and a bunch of really receiving threats. And I think with Tyjae Spears, you pair him up, this becomes a really deadly 1-2 punch. Tyjae, I think, will have a legitimate role. And I kind of agree with what you're saying. $8 million is a lot to pay for what is effectively a kind of two-system back. But on the other hand, you have to look at this from an entire NFL perspective. The Titans were not going to go out and probably get Josh Jacobs. They weren't going to go out and get Saquon Barkley. Obviously, Derrick Henry was already gone. I think this was, we like Tyjae Spears. We want to pair him with somebody else for the next 3 years because the running back draft class, not good. Let's get Tyjae Spears an extra, make them the two-down backs and have them really kind of motor this offense in a lot of different ways. Plus, Will Levis, you want to keep him healthy. And now it's all about, okay, what do you do past this? Because the offensive line has been struggling for the past 3 years. Last year, more than any. And, well, you bring in Brian Callahan's father, Bill Callahan, as the new offensive line coach who had some success with Cleveland, but you need to have the members around him to force this running back room to be able to play like they should. Now, with Tony, though, I think he is the fit of, okay, you're going to be the starter, but there's no way in heck that you're going to be the main back that we have throughout the entire season. I think Tyjae Spears will kind of get a more important role than people see in terms of a receiving back. Now, I'm not saying that he'll be the third down back. I'm curious to see, though, what Brian Callahan has planned because it seemed like this was a signing they were waiting for. So that's kind of one that I see it. And hey, if you're waiting on daily fantasy sports, that's your time because you can get a $100 deposit match by going to prizepicks.com/CLNS. Now, Prize Picks is the largest daily fantasy sports platform in North America, and they are the easiest and most exciting way to play DFS. It's just you against the numbers instead of battling thousands of other players, including pros and sharks. You pick more than or less than on 2 to 6 player stat projections, and you watch the winnings roll in. Now, obviously, NFL season is over, but the hardwood action is still going on. Got Luka Doncic, Cade Cunningham with that demon. And then you got the NCAA March Madness tournaments going on. Gonzaga, a couple of more is on there, guys. I'm telling you, there's so many different prize picks you can put in. They got NHL as well. You can even put in ice time for NHL. It's one that I like. PrizePicks.com/CLNS using code CLNS will get you that first deposit match up to $100. Testing my skills on Prize Picks this season. It's been the most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. They also offer weekly promotions that can lead to big payouts like Taco Tuesday, where each Tuesday, Prize Picks discounts select player projections of up to 25% to provide even more value, quick withdrawals, easy gameplay, an enormous selection of players and stat types are what makes Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. Once again, prizepicks.com/CLNS with code CLNS. We'll get you that first deposit match of up to $100. Links will be in the comments and the description of this video. All right, Petey, let's bring you back in here. I'm kind of curious to see your thoughts on, as a whole, the end of Derrick Henry in Tennessee, because we talked about it a little bit. He has a chance to be the best player in franchise history, and he's not even going to play his entire career there.
Yeah, I think he is the greatest player in Tennessee Titans history, and this is a bittersweet day for Titans fans, and I think it's probably a little bit more bitter because signing Tony Pollard I don't think is a bad acquisition in terms of is Tony Pollard a good or bad player. Paying him $8 million a season when he has best served as a committee-esque running back is a very expensive committee now, but obviously losing Derrick Henry, this is the nail in the coffin. There was very little belief that he would return. It sounded like he was prepared to move on after the 2023 season wrapped up. So curious to see where he goes. Maybe he just does wife swap with Tony Pollard. Like maybe he goes down to Dallas and Tony Pollard just takes over his apartment in Nashville. So it looks like Derrick Henry, it definitely looks like Derrick Henry is done in Nashville now. The question becomes, where does he go to next? But obviously, so many great memories with Tractor Cito in Tennessee, and Tony Pollard comes in with huge shoes to fill. So do you like the Tony Pollard signing? I do think Tony Pollard is a good player. I think it doesn't really line up when you think about, okay, what are you going to use him as? Well, we're going to pair him with Tyjae Spears. Okay, so if he's not going to be the #1, then surely you're not paying him a whole lot of money. No, we're actually paying him $8 million a season. Oh, is he going to be the #1 then? No, he's going to be the #2 with Tyjae Spears. So now I'm like, if that was the goal, I think you can get good production out of the draft. Now, it's not a great running back draft, and maybe Tennessee feels like there's not a guy in the round that they're looking to take a running back they like, but I just feel like this is a lot of money to give to a guy if you don't plan on making him your full 3-down back, which that's what he was last year in Dallas, and it didn't go well.
This seems like the Titans having money and saying, all right, let's throw something at somebody. Let's start this off hot.
They must feel, and there are some, I think there's some truth too. Dallas's offense really morphed into an extreme pass-heavy offense the last 2/3 of the season. Remember, CeeDee Lamb talked with Mike McCarthy. He's like, I need the ball more. And he's like, you know what? You're right. I'm a big fat dum-dum. So they gave CeeDee Lamb the ball a lot more. And that relinquished or reduced Tony Pollard's role. Now, Brian Callahan in Tennessee, he brings his father, Bill Callahan, in my opinion, the best offensive line coach in the National Football League, down to Nashville, and give him a good running back and, patchwork offensive line, and you can get some great play like Nick Chubb had in Cleveland. So I think this is a move that really complements two of the big coaching acquisitions made by Tennessee, and they weren't going to spend bigger on Saquon Barkley or Josh Jacobs, and they were ready to move on from Derrick Henry. And so once DeAndre Swift got that contract, I think Tennessee probably had to up their offer to Tony Pollard.
Hit that subscribe button. We're on the road to 9,000 subscribers because the bosses said that I couldn't get there. I want to prove them wrong here on Titans Today. We appreciate y'all watching, man, because Titans Today is growing. And, well, guess what? Derrick Henry's gone. Tony P is back. But, hey, that's all right. We appreciate y'all watching. But, Titans fans, tighten up. We'll see you later. Who's going to be the next player to put pen to paper and sign with a team? We do have an extension or re-signing, as the Bengals have re-signed tight end Drew Sample. But who's going to be the next big-name guy to go somewhere? Got any thoughts, Pete? Do you think there's somebody that you could see going somewhere?
Well, I'm wondering if we see a run of running backs now. That's a spot that comes to mind. Does Dallas turn around and go, all right, crossed off Tony Pollard from our list? Let's go get Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
Right? We don't want to find ourselves in a spot. Now, if you're Derrick Henry, I think you might take your time here. And that might not be something running backs are used to hearing because they are usually very quick to try and get a contract because there's so few to be given out. But you may sit back and go, let's see what kind of offers I can get here. So I think the next player we might see go off the board, I mean, this is truly just a shot in the dark, but could it be a Derrick Henry? Could he decide, okay, now there's a path for me to go to Dallas. That was my number one spot all along. If that was the case, let's get it done. Jace, you want to tell everyone about one of the re-signings going on in Kansas City?
Little long snapper re-signing here. James Winchester re-signing with the Chiefs. Obviously don't have the full details of it just yet, but Winchester, pretty good long snapper. Obviously the signing of, or rather not signing of Tommy Townsend and, I'm going to blank. The punter for the Bills. Matt Ariza getting signed to the Kansas City Chiefs. Winchester snapping to him. So Winchester's been a solid guy. It's a low-level signing in some ways, but it brings him back and a good one.
Drew Sample, he is getting a 3-year contract with the Cincinnati Bengals to stay put in Cincinnati. So the tight end position creating some stability right now for Cincinnati. And then David Quesenberry, he is staying in Minnesota. The Vikings signing Jonathan Grenard, keeping one of their former offensive linemen. Are they Blake Brandel as well? Are they spending all their money that they had allocated for Kirk Cousins because they know he's not going to stay? Or are they trying to show Kirk Cousins, we're going to be a competitive team in 2024. You don't want to go down to Atlanta.
I kind of think it's the first one. They're spending a lot of money right now, and I don't know if it's not. I think it's like, we're losing them.
We have some Super Chats to catch up on here. Here's for the memes. Bakhtiari officially released. Yes, the longtime Green Bay Packers left tackle David Bakhtiari has been officially released. Missed a lot of time the last few seasons due to injuries, so ultimately the Packers decide to start clean at offensive line, and this is a great draft to do that in.
Mark Vids with a $2 Super Chat. Cheers to you, my friend. And then said, what should my Cards do? The Cardinals.
You want to bring back Marquise Brown? That's kind of the biggest free agent name. You can look at it through two different ways. One, Marquise Brown, I think, is a good wide receiver that, hey, if you really want to invest in Kyler Murray, holding on to him, which was the whole reason why they traded for him to begin with, would be a smart move. You also can go get I don't know, Marvin Harrison Jr.,
I was about to
fourth
say,
overall.
do you really want to pay
then,
him?
Yeah, you're kind of good at wide receiver, and you can find some much cheaper options. So I feel like Marquise Brown is likely going to walk in free agency because they know they're going to go Marvin Harrison Jr., who, by the way, $10 super chat, I give a hot take. Jace, last year around this time, my hot take was Marvin Harrison Jr. goes number 2 overall to the Arizona Cardinals.
Well,
so I missed it by 2 spots. I gave the Commanders not enough credit, or too much credit.
Boston Blood with a first-time super chatter saying, you think Dallas could do an Armstead sign, something like we did with Charles Haley? I think it'd work out. It does. I do want to kind of update. Seems as though the Cowboys are not currently expected to be at the top of the running back market in terms of compensation-wise. Supposedly, they're continuing to survey the market and, of course, within the draft as well.
Yeah, Eric Armstead released by the 49ers after a really good stretch there. I know Dorrance Armstrong is a release is a free agent, I beg your pardon, for Dallas. So Cowboys love bringing back their own guys.
Got a signing. Broncos plan to
to
sign safety Brandon Jones to a 3-year deal per source.
Okay.
Jeremy Fowler.
So the Broncos, after moving on from Justin Simmons, they are adding Brandon Jones. So we'll break down this one here. I think we can probably talk about this Brandon Jones signing, boys, for a little bit once we get more details in.
Yeah.
Yep, got some more supers, but Brandon Jones comes over. He's been with the Dolphins since 2020. Okay. So, $2 super chat from Jameer CP. Jets should sign Tyron Smith and add a wide receiver in the draft.
I agree.
No complaint on my end. I think Tyron Smith
nothing.
will definitely keep Aaron Rodgers healthy, and this is a great wide receiver draft class to go get one. I don't know if they go after one with their 10th overall pick. They kind of might find themselves in no man's land after Malik Neighbors and Roma Dunze go, and maybe they go best player available, like Brock Bowers, for example, and then they hit wide receiver in round number 2.
Got another signing. Lloyd Cushenberry is expected to sign with the Titans.
Okay, so Lloyd Cushenberry is leaving Denver, and he is going to Tennessee. Brandon Jones going from Miami to Denver. So a 3-year deal. We'll get the full details in just a little bit. But Lloyd Cushenberry, former 3rd-round pick by the Broncos, he's going to join what's being a growing offense right now in Tennessee. Had a good season last year. Really bad first 3 seasons, so no surprise of, he's got a great season when it's a contract year.
Yeah, what a surprise. Haven't seen that before, have we?
No, not at all. But Cushenberry, he goes over to block for Tony Pollard now, who was signed earlier by the Tennessee Titans.
Titans are moving.
Titans are moving. Titans are making moves. Tennessee Titans money moves being made right now.
That's $75 million plus. Some said $90 million. So
that Brandon Jones contract, 3 years, $20 million. They also re-signed safety P.J. Locke over the weekend to a 2-year contract. They had another Texas Longhorn safety in Caden Stearns. He's been injured on and off throughout his entire career. So Denver looking to add a little bit more stability. And I mean, you're not signing Brandon Jones to a 3-year, $20 million contract to be the backup.
No.
So he's being the starter, and it'll be him and either P.J. Locke or Caden Stearns. My guess is it'll be P.J. Locke starting, although Caden Stearns maybe gives him a run for his money in training camp. But a 3-year, $20 million deal for Brandon Jones, who leaves Miami and joins Sean Payton in Denver. And what I expect to be a calm free agency for the Broncos, they don't have a ton of money to spend. They've got Russell Wilson's ginormous dead cap hit coming their way. I think they're going to be a bit on the more relaxed side, Jace.
I agree. Now, in terms of Titans, they're not going to be on the relaxed side. They're already popping off a couple of different moves as Lloyd Cushenberry, the second signing of the day for the Titans. And forgive me if I'm wrong, are they the only team with 2 signings right now?
Sounds about right. At least 2 external signings.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Lloyd Cushenberry, obviously don't have the full details just yet. The center who replaced Aaron Brewer helps out Peter Skoronski on the line. Now, you draft Joe Alt, that offensive line all of a sudden becomes a lot better. So, obviously still waiting on full details for the contract there. Again, with the offensive line struggles and the money, they're trying to do everything they can to make sure that they protect Will Levis at all costs.
Okay, so we're going to break down both these latest signings in more detail here for the Broncos as they add a safety. They moved on from Justin Simmons in a big cap-saving move, so Now you're spending 3 years, $20 million on Brandon Jones, who was one of the better safeties in football last year. I mean, Pro Football Focus is not the only way to evaluate players, but it's a good starting point, I feel like. They ranked him 16th out of 95 qualifying safeties. So if he continues to play at that level, 3 years, $20 million, we're talking a little under $7 million a season. That's a great value right there for Denver. They added brought back PJ Locke, and they also lose Lloyd Cushenberry. So a handful of transactions over the last 10 minutes involving Denver. And we'll kind of run through both of these moves through the lens of the Denver Broncos. Reminder, we are climbing our way to 364,452 away.
Got another signing. Jimmy Fowler, the Commanders plan to sign defensive end Dorrance Armstrong, reunion with Dan Quinn.
We were just talking about, will Dallas bring back Dorrance Armstrong? Probably should have saw the connection of, Dan Quinn goes to Washington.
Take someone.
He may want to bring his guy Dorrance Armstrong to the nation's capital. So Dorrance Armstrong is off to the Commanders. Defensive end in a reunion with Dan Quinn. What's up, Jack? Okay.
What we're going to do.
Yep. So we're going to run through the top 20 free agents, and then we're going to talk about what the Broncos have gained and lost, and then we have some other news to hit on here. It's a busy time here at NFL Daily. Brandon Jones, that's okay. So we'll talk about all those signings here, but let's start with the top 20 free agents and who are some of the big names still on the market, because we have seen some very recognizable and notable names be signed so far, but
Gabe
Jace,
Davis,
there are still some really good players out there as well. Tell us about it.
Gabe Davis is also going to the Jaguars. 3-year
Whoa.
deal.
Gabe Davis to the Jags, which means Calvin Ridley is done in Jacksonville, and he is going to the Panthers, like you said?
That's what I'm thinking.
I don't hate it, Jim.
I don't hate it.
Dorrance Armstrong going to the capital city of Washington, D.C.
Things are moving.
to play under Dan Quinn again. And Gabe Davis leaving Buffalo. He is actually done with no ranch. He gets to have ranch now in Jacksonville.
He can have ranch in Jacksonville now.
So he's going off to play with Trevor Lawrence. I like Gabe Davis a lot. If you want to talk about like touchdown percentage, like pound for pound, Gabe Davis has, I think the number is 27 touchdowns since entering the league in 2020. That is tied for 13th in the NFL with Amari Cooper.
That's crazy.
27 touchdowns, and he's never had more than 50 receptions in a season. Like, talk about
touchdown merchant.
The idea of, okay, if you put him in an offense where he's got a bigger role and you extrapolate what he's done in Buffalo as a number 2, man, he's a real chance to be a dog down in Duval County.
Oh, yeah. 3-year deal for Gabe. And honestly, Jaguars are trying to say, we see the AFC South is rising. We're going to rise with it here. We're going to get Gabe Davis, pair him with Zay Jones. Lawrence should be back and be better than ever. Obviously, ETN looks to have another good season. It's a good team down there in Jacksonville.
So Gabe Davis, among many moves that have recently been made right now. Let's run through some of the top 20 free agents, though. So we kind of got sidetracked for a second here, but there are some really good players still out there. One of the biggest, if not the biggest domino yet to fall is Kirk Cousins. If Kirk Cousins goes to Atlanta, what does Minnesota do at quarterback? If he stays in Minnesota, what does Atlanta do at quarterback? A lot. And if all that depends, and all that also factors into where does Justin Fields go? There is a domino effect to be had on the Kirk Cousins decision. Diana Rossini tweeted out at the beginning of the day that he was going to talk to the Falcons as soon as legal tampering opened up. No deal has been done yet. We're talking about $100 maybe plus $1 million contract. Yeah. It might take more than an hour and 20 minutes to kind of get all the T's crossed and the I's dotted.
3 p.m. That's my prediction.
Christian Wilkins, he is using the Chris Jones contract and the Justin Madubuike contract as a starting point of, or at least a point of reference of where he could land. I think he wants to be in between Chris Jones and Madubuike. Comes off a career-high 9-sack season. 9 sacks for an interior defensive lineman at 25 years old. Those players just don't hit free agency very often. I think the last time we saw someone that age and that caliber player at that position hit the open market was Ndamukong Suh.
Yeah.
Like Javon Hargrave was similar last year, but he was also pushing 30. Christian Wilkins still has 8, 9 good seasons left in him. So he's going to look to get 4 to 5 year deal done.
Then you got Danielle Hunter, who obviously at this point seems as though he will not be returning to Minnesota, as Grenard will head to the Twin Cities. Arik Armstead, after being released yesterday by the San Francisco 49ers, now will he head on the defensive line. And the best offensive lineman one available, Rob Hunt from the Miami Dolphins. And I kind of want to stick here with Danielle Hunter and Arik Armstead because those are the top 2 defensive linemen that will pass Christian Wilkins, will come off the board. And I think it's one of those same things with the Kirk Cousins deal. As soon as one of them goes, we'll see the rest go because we'll kind of get the basis of the deal. We saw DeAndre Swift go. The guy who was probably similar in terms of monetary value, Tony Pollard, right there with him, right back there. So a couple of top guys that I could see kind of signing back to back to back. Again, it's somewhat of a domino effect here where if one guy goes in that kind of realm, everything starts to fall into place, and that money starts to all come back together. And, well, Arik Armstead, Danielle Hunter, I have to think they're going to go pretty close together just after Christian Wilkins.
We see your Super Chats. We'll get to them in just a little bit, guys.
Let's run
other
through them.
free agents, Leonard Williams. The Seahawks traded a second-rounder for him. They should fight like hell to make sure that second-rounder wasn't just good for 8 games and no playoff berth. Also, Leonard Williams, trivia, the only guy to ever play 18 games in a season. He had no bye last year.
That's right.
He got traded, and he missed both teams' byes. So there's just that. I don't know. Bryce Huff, I've heard there's been some buzz of, I think it's the Eagles, that are looking to acquire Bryce Huff and maybe move on from some of their other pass rushers that are looking to really get big paydays. Like Hassan Reddick is looking for a new contract. Josh Sweat. So maybe they decide to go with Bryce Huff instead. Kendall Fuller out of the Washington Commanders organization, number 8 on our list right now. He's going to be the biggest expensive corner that goes.
Such a lion.
He's such a lion.
He's such a lion.
I think he might be a lion as well. Maybe Tyron Smith goes to D.C., follows Dan Quinn. I mean, not quite his exact position coach, but some familiarity with Tyron Smith and Dan Quinn when the Commanders need to re-up their offensive line. Jonah Jackson, offensive guard for the Detroit Lions. That's another name to keep an eye on as well, especially with the Lions paying Graham Glasgow earlier. So, Super Chats, though, before we jump into some signings involving the Denver Broncos. S.J. Duncan, I'd love to see Ridley and Cincy. Oh, this is sad. First, a beers cheers to S.J. But, I thought it said Gabe Davis. Not sad. Calvin Ridley could be in Cincy.
I said now it kind of makes more sense
Now
because
it makes
Calvin
more
Ridley's
sense.
not going to Jacksonville.
Sorry, I read that as Gabe Davis. Gabe Davis is not going to Cincy, but Gabe Davis going to Jacksonville definitely looks like Calvin
Christian
Ridley
Wilkins
is not
is
coming.
headed to the Raiders.
Oh my goodness. Christian Wilkins to the Raiders.
Somebody get the gong.
4-year, $110 million contract.
Wow.
Well, we talked about him earlier with a Raiders Super Chat. It's a 4-year, $110 million. What's that? Is that 20? What's the math?
21?
27 million?
I'm not good at math. Just the quick.
110 divided by 4, $27.5 million.
Way to go with math, Petey.
Well, we kind of nailed this to a T. We said Matabuke got 24, and we said, actually, this is actually a little freaky. Do you remember we talked about Christian Wilkins earlier?
I said exactly in the middle.
What if the Raiders give him $110 million and the Browns offer him $115 million? $110 million for, no, total. Oh, 27.5.
Literally the exact thing
I said $110 million for the Raiders,
Yeah.
and if the Browns gave him $115,
He'll
he
take
probably
the
needs
Raiders.
$110 million to go live in Las Vegas.
NFL Insider, Petey.
Let's
you had
go.
two today.
That feels good. And the best part is, that's all on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
There is video proof of that.
Well, and there's video proof that you had DeAndre Swift before.
Yeah, that's not quite true. But Christian Wilkins, $110 million. That's an average of 27.5, right in the middle of Chris Jones and Justin Matabuke. Miami Dolphins, what are you doing? How do you let...
That's bad. The Dolphins are they're in cap hell, but still.
They are in
that's
cap
not
hell.
Great.
And when you do place a franchise tag on a player, it's a fully guaranteed contract. They did not have the cap space to put him down on the franchise tag. So they had to let him test free agency. And I'm shocked they didn't bring him back.
I can't believe that, to be honest. Hey, Tom Telesco, man, struggled in L.A., immediately a big move in Las Vegas.
How do you let a 25-year-old 9-sack defensive tackle, captain and all, leave? That just seems like Lions fans are going to tell themselves, we couldn't pay him. Make the money. You got to pay that guy.
He goes from one party city to a better party city.
You got to find a way to pay defensive tackles with 9 sacks at 25 years old. They just don't come around in the draft every year to replace.
84.75 is guaranteed on that contract.
So it's I look at it as a 3-year, $85 million contract.
That last year they can kind of
and
save
it's
some off.
advantageous for Wilkins. It's a 4-year deal, which means he won't even be 30 years old before he's a free agent again. So he can, if he plays well in Las Vegas,
he can get another big contract.
He can get another big contract. Kind of like what Javon Hargrave got last offseason, where this one's 4 years, 110. Maybe the next one's 4 years, 80, right? And that's a lot of money.
Well, heck, Chris Jones, he's 30. He just got 5 years. Obviously, they're not going to have another Chris Jones in terms of a lot of things, but if there's somebody that's going to be close, it's going to be Wilkins.
Can't believe I nailed that. I was
what
if the Raiders give him $110 million and the Browns give him $115?
Spam Petey in the chat. He had it.
Okay, so grade the signing. I give it an A.
A+.
I give it an A.
Hey, it's a great signing.
Yeah, it's expensive, but you know what? Good players are expensive.
Question, are they the best defensive line in the NFL?
Max Crosby, Christian Wilkins.
I think that's got to be up there.
That's up there, right? Especially if you think about, okay, as an offensive line and as an offensive coaching staff, if we're preparing for Max Crosby, we're going to allocate maybe a running back or a tight end or a fullback, whatever it might be, to chip or double team Max Crosby. Well, you got to account for Christian Wilkins, because if you leave him one-on-one with some rookie left guard, he's going to take his lunch money for 60 minutes. So this is going to be a nightmare for teams in the AFC West preparing for the Las Vegas Raiders defense, at least for slowing down the pass rush. Christian Wilkins, 4-year, $110 million. I'm giving it an A. Giving it an A.
We got Jaleel in the comments saying A. Tony Fuentes giving it an A. B+ for .com. Got a C from Bergral. Josh Prince saying B. Tony Fuentes saying A. Broncos Country Edit saying C. Isaiah Dawkins saying B. Junior Estrada saying A. A big time from Dustin Timothy saying A+. Joni Tona saying A. Taco Frog saying A+. Lots of A's. And maybe a couple C's. There's no B's. It's A's or C's.
Yeah.
A's or C's is what we see. Got still coming in Kyle C saying A-. Yellow Kid saying A. Tyler Harrington saying G. Denver Broncos fan saying A. Ben Like Sports giving it an F. Cloudy saying B+ or A. And he says, gotta feel for J.J. McCarthy or Bo next. They won't get a chance to throw or run now. Who is it? Oh, Cam Lewis, a re-signing year. The Buffalo Bills get him back on a 2-year, $4 million deal. They don't have a lot of money, and that's a decent one right there. They get the cornerback to help out that secondary. That was honestly pretty good. You got Terrell Bernard at the linebacker core, who had the injury at the very end of it, but hey, that's going well. So, hey, Cam Lewis, another re-signing right there. Things are starting to pop off.
Ledger with a $2 super chat. Will Minnesota go edge at number 11 after signing Grenard?
No.
I don't think that'd be the plan, but the draft is something where you should never plan on anything being an absolute after the first 3 to 4 picks. Yeah. Because let's say the Vikings really want a corner or a wide receiver, whatever the position is. If those guys go earlier,
if Dallas Turner,
they may pivot. Or if they think a guy like Dallas Turner is going to go 6, 7, or 9,
and they go
or 6,
11,
7, 8, and he's still there at 11,
you take him.
There are plenty of instances where teams have a plan, and then a guy slips, or a guy they had on their draft board gets taken, and they've got to call an audible. Ledger, appreciate your super chat. I don't think at this moment they will, but it's always fluid when it comes to the NFL draft. I'm thinking quarterback, if Kirk Cousins leaves.
Jalen Ramsey, Christian and Max about to go crazy this year.
Yep. Okay.
A
$20 super chat. Let's go.
Bill Schrader saying bleeding green.
Bill, appreciate you, my guy. We've got a wheel spin coming up here. Let's roll it. Let's see what we got on the wheel for Mr. Bill. Mr. Bill. Mr. Bill. Mr. Bill. Free
Christian
agency
Wilkins for the
prediction.
Raiders.
Yeah, good one. How about Danielle? No, I did him last time. I got one? Fire
Willie
away.
Gay Jr. to the Saints.
Okay. I will
help.
go with, I'm trying to think of the other big free agents remaining.
Patrick Queen.
Give me Josh Jacobs
Oh.
to, where's Josh Jacobs going to go? What do you think, Sam? I kind of want to say the Giants. If they miss out on Barkley, yeah, I'm stealing Sam because Barkley is going to go to Houston, and I think Josh Jacobs goes to Philly, courtesy of Matthew Peterson and Sam Brown. Okay, Bill,
Tyler.
Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. You're the legend, you're the myth, you're the man. Appreciate you. Boston Blood, $5 super chat.
Jake Tyler.
Oh, Jake Tyler, I'm sorry. Jake, what's going on?
Minnesota reportedly looking for 2 more defensive signings. Who sounds like they want to get some secondary help.
I'm hearing a little bit of buzz on L'Jarius Sneed as a potential trade.
Yep.
L'Jarius Sneed could be the one to watch for. Or how about Kendall Fuller, Stephon Gilmore? There are some other good cornerbacks available as well. Chidobe Awuzie. Those are some names to keep an eye on as well. Now it's Boston Blood's turn. What do you think Dallas will do with Gallup, and what do you think he is worth as a trade? I think they end up cutting him because if Jerry Jeudy got a 5th and a 6th, which you got to take into account the cap space to go along with it, I think no team's going to trade for him. They'll just wait for him to be released.
7th round pick swap.
Yeah. Move up in round 7 by 20 spots. So we don't have to sign him in free agency.
Yeah.
I think he's going to get cut. Scorpion's here. Scorpion, what's going on, dude? Petey, who are the Browns signing? So far, no one. I think with the running back market shaping up to be an expensive one, they may go for a cheap Austin Eckler given his age, but they were never going to pay DeAndre Swift 3 years, $24 million. Christian Wilkins is off the board. I think you might see some re-signings happen for Cleveland first, but if it's external, how about Tier Tart from the Tennessee Titans? Has some familiarity with Jim Schwartz. That could be a name to watch for. Kyle C., cheers to Scorpion, though. Appreciate you, my guy. Free agency prediction / targets for Niners. For the 49ers, maybe they find a way to bring back Chase Young on a 1-year contract. Kind of a prove-it deal. 1 year, $12 to $15-ish million. Chase Young may want to try and find a long-term home in San Francisco and not be on 3 different teams in the span of 12 months, right? Going from Washington to San Francisco to another team. So how about Chase Young comes back on a 1-year prove-it contract? Other targets for the 49ers, they're pretty good offensively.
Well, they don't need much.
They don't need a whole lot. Like, if we're thinking defense for them, I think they're going to look to replenish depth at in key positions, which in my eyes, the trenches. How about a DJ Jones reunion? I think the Broncos might cut him.
Derek Nottie, Mike Dana, a couple of defensive linemen.
Yep, I like that one. Cam Dean, what's going on, dude? Cam Dean, we'll throw you on screen in just a moment. We're not going to do that in here? Okay. All right, do you want... All right, go to Cam Dean Super Chat, though. Okay. I'm signing off.
Bye, Petey.
I'll be back in just a little bit. I'm going to go talk Broncos in another studio.
Bye, Petey.
See you, buddy. See you guys.
All right, welcome in. What other moves can the Titans make? Well, they have still a lot of money. Talk about the monetary value. They came in with around $70 million. I like a wide receiver signing. Darnell Mooney potentially. Calvin Ridley still on the board. Projected that he could land with the Tennessee Titans. So there's one right there we could potentially see for the Titans. Offensive line still needs some help. Obviously, Lloyd Cushenberry was great. I still think you need some guards, some tackles to help out this line in whatever way possible. You have the money. You have Pollard now. Fix the offensive line. You can get a wide receiver in the draft. At number 7, you get Alt. You sign one more offensive lineman. You sign Darnell Mooney. You draft a wide receiver. at pick number 37. Bang, you're a good team again. That's all it takes for me. So appreciate that. Tricksters with a super chat saying, a $2 super chat saying, slept until 1. What was the biggest signing? Christian Wilkins to the Raiders for over $100 million, 110 for 4 years. That's one of the big ones. Jonathan Grenard, 4 years, $76 million. A couple of re-signings as well to go through, but Tony Pollard is now a Tennessee Titan. We have Gabe Davis. He's a Jacksonville Jaguar on a 3-year deal. Those are the big ones that we have kind of gone through thus far. Appreciate your super chat, man. Cheers to you. Michael Beard saying, Steelers fan, chances they still get Fields. None. They're not. They got Russell. Russell was the plan. Russell was the move. There's no more in terms of getting anything from Justin Fields. So yeah, appreciate you, Michael, as well. Cheers to you as well. Feeling an impulse saying Raiders. I can't do that. You know that. You know I can't do that. Welcome to the team, Christian. We can't wait to get the jersey LFG. I will say, I do know somebody who can yell Raiders. He's going to get to yell in a second because, you know, we still got the wrong name on there. Anyways. Well, whatever. Raiders got Christian Wilkins. That's the biggest deal thus far. 4 years, $110 million. You want to switch the name on the top of his screen while we get him cropped up there. Gabe Davis also going to Jaguars. So I think Wilkins becomes one of the top, becomes really a really top guy in this league for a lot of different reasons on a really, really good defensive line. And so I can see a lot of different players being happy that he joined the Raiders. And honestly, I now see the Las Vegas as a premier site in a couple different ways just because of the way that they've constructed their defensive line. Talk about having a really good rebuild. Tom Telesco comes in there, gets a guy pretty much right away. And, well, it's time for the Raiders to kind of try and compete with the Kansas City Chiefs. They've been struggling for that for a long time now, and they're trying. Only one problem. They don't have a quarterback. Christian Wilkins cannot throw the ball. So that is something. Well, I talked about somebody who could yell Raiders because I can't, but we do have the party man himself, Raiders!
What's going on, Chat Sports crew? Jace, so good to be here with you, man. I'm pumped up to be talking about some free agency. Christian Wilkins, I think it's a big-time signing in Las Vegas.
Big deal. Best defensive line in football? Max Crosby, Christian Wilkins?
It's hard to argue against that. I mean, I really like what Antonio Pierce and Tom Telesco are building out in the desert. The only out in Vegas, I guess, in Sin City, but the only problem I have with them is, can they win? Can they go and do it on offense? Like, the defense is clearly being built. Offensively, what do they got going on outside of
J.J. McCarthy?
Woo! Woo! What's going on, everybody? I see some hoot-hats in the chat. I'm a Saints fan, so shout out to you guys. Richard Holt.
Who do you think the Rams will sign? I said Danielle Hunter and re-sign Ahkello Witherspoon. All right, Trace, you're back in your first one. I'm going to give you this one. Who are the Rams signing?
For the Rams, I do like Danielle Hunter. I think that they could have shore up that defensive line. I also don't mind them going and getting a guy like Justin Simmons or some of these other free agent defensive backs. I wouldn't hate to see some defensive talent be brought in because I know that Sean McVay can run the offense basically with whatever he's got. But at the end of the day, I want to see them build that defense. I want to see them improve that side of the ball alongside a guy like Aaron Donald.
How about they spend a little money and go DJ Reader, Grover Stewart?
I like
pair
that.
them with Aaron Donald. That defensive line
like
automatically jumps right there.
I like that a lot. That's pretty awesome.
Also, we got the official money value in terms of Gabe Davis's contract. 3-year deal with $39 million. Chance, though, to get $50 million with incentives and other things. We also have a kick returner and wide receiver on a Giants deal, 1-year deal for, Gunnar Olszewski. There we go. I was about to say, I think I got this. I don't remember. Olszewski will go back to the New York Giants on that MetLife turf. All right, we're still looking for that 50% like ratio. And now that we got Trace in the house, there's no excuse. I mean, just look at him. You're not going to like him? Come on.
Come
we
on.
need 1,600 likes to get to the 50% like ratio because, listen, I don't make the rules. Mr. YouTube is off in his little lair saying, if you don't have 50% likes, I'm not going to recommend this stream to anybody.
Yeah, it's kind of actually ridiculous. The YouTube gods out there are trying to sit here and say, unless you get to 800 in the next 2 minutes, we may just stop pushing the stream altogether.
Yeah,
we may just stop it. We just might hard stop.
I heard
shut it
producer
down.
Jack is already feeling tired.
Oh, no, that's not what we can't have. We got to get up there. We're only 30 likes away from 800. We need to get there ASAP. So if you haven't already, like this video, because also you'll get more chat sports content after free agency and throughout the draft, throughout the NBA season, all sorts of awesome coverage. I guarantee you won't want to miss out on that. And we are at 8:15. I love to see it.
I need to plug in my
absolutely love
computer.
to see it. Really fast. I'm going to set a timer. If we can get to 1,000 likes in 2 minutes, I'm going to crack open a beverage, and I'm going to get this party going because that's how we do it here on Chat Sports. You have 2 minutes. I need 125 likes. Who wants to throw down? Who wants to hang out and have a good old time? I need some likes on this video. We're 124 away. You have 2 minutes, NFL fans. Let's make it happen. 102 likes. Come on. Come on. Don't be lame. Don't be a fraud. Be
70
an
away.
real one.
70 away.
70 away. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
67 away.
Come on. Hit it. Come on. Hit it. Keep going. Keep going.
We're gonna
We
run.
love to see it.
We're gonna run.
We love to see it. Come on.
40 away.
Smack that. Get on the floor. Smack that. Like the video.
There it
Smack
is.
that. There we go, baby. I love to see it. I love to see it. We are at 1,000. 1,000's pretty solid. We love to see it. We love to see it. Guys, what's been y'all's favorite move of the day so far? What's been your favorite signing of the day?
I like Grenard to the Vikings a lot.
I do too, dude.
I think that's a great
really
signing.
like that move for Minnesota.
I think it's a great move.
I think it's a really interesting move.
You're not paying Danielle Hunter money, but he could. He's still young. He could potentially get to that
could
level
turn
over the
into
next
that,
couple
yeah.
years.
Well, and on top of that, I like what they could do there with Ryan or with Ivan Pace at the linebacker. He's another young guy that was really developed into something nice. Like, who says they can't do that with Jonathan Grenard? You know?
And you don't sign back Mr. Kirk Cousins. You make a trade for L'Jarius Sneed.
Who knows? Who knows? In terms of free agency tracker for 2024, here's what we got going on. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers bringing in Chase McLaughlin for 3 years, $12.3 million. Landon Dickerson this morning, a 4-year, $84 million extension with $50 million guaranteed. Wide receiver Michael Pittman, a 3-year, $70 million deal, $46 million guaranteed. And Demario Davis, he signed a 2-year deal, $17.25 million, and he's going to make $13.25 million guaranteed. Brandon Allen, the backup quarterback in San Francisco, he's going to be returning. DeAndre Swift, he's moving from Philly over to Chicago. 3 years, $24 million deal. I like seeing these running backs getting paid, to be honest. Dion Dawkins, 3 years, $60.5 million extension. Jonathan Grenard, what Jason and I were just talking about, 4-year, cashing in at $76 million with $42 million guaranteed. That's incredible. Tony Pollard, the Cowboys running back, is headed to the Music City in Nashville. He's going to be a Tennessee Titan making $24 million over 3 years. James Winchester's headed to Kansas City. Drew Sample, a 3-year deal. And David Quessenberry, details to be determined or to be announced. Blake Brandel, he is going to be in Minnesota. Brandon Jones, he's headed to Denver with Sean Payton, 3-year, $20 million deal, $12.5 million guaranteed. Lloyd Cushenberry and Dorrance Armstrong as well signed with new teams. Gabe Davis, the wide receiver, headed from Buffalo down south to Jacksonville. Duval, and then you got Christian Wilkins, probably the biggest signing of the day so far.
Yeah, that's by far the biggest signing. And I think in some ways, if you're a Chiefs fan, that's a deep breath because if Chris Jones doesn't get that deal done, did the Raiders go really hard after him instead of Wilkins?
I know. That was a big-time deal. I would have honestly loved to see Chris Jones. How funny would it have been to go from
that'd have been crazy.
From one division rival to another. That would have actually been pretty wild. So shout out your favorite team for us, everybody. If you guys shout it out and we see it, we'll be talking about it and we'll share our thoughts, share some love, talk about that team, some free agency buzz and all that. Brody is asking any updates on Saquon Barkley.
No.
Nothing. Nada.
Literally zero. All right, 30-second spam of the chat. I'm going to count down from 10 when we get closer, and I'm going to have Trace pick the team right off the bat. He's going to start talking about it. So we've gone through 10 seconds already, but I need you to spam your favorite team. Patriots, Jets, I'm seeing Saints. I'm seeing Ravens. I'm seeing Chiefs. I'm seeing Vikings. Steelers, Bears. All right, Trace, 10, 9.
Who's it going to be?
8.
What team?
8.5.
Type faster.
7.
Type faster.
4.5.
Who's it going to be?
75. 3. 45. 2. 1. Go.
Giants. I saw the New York Football Giants.
Huh, Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, it says pretty appropriate just talking about Saquon, actually.
I don't think he's coming back to New York.
I don't think so either. I mean, I could see Saquon Barkley going and exploring a team, I don't know, like the
Texans.
Commanders, the Texans could
Texans.
be. Oh, dude, I would
He's such a
love to
Texan.
see him in the Texans with D'Amico Ryan.
He's such a Texan.
That would be a lot of fun. In terms of the team needs for New York, you see them on your screen. They need some offensive line help. They need some edge rusher, cornerback, wide receiver help. Their 2024 cap space, they're 13th in the NFL with just under $40 million. And in terms of the notable free agents, obviously, we just mentioned Saquon Barkley, Adoree Jackson, Xavier McKinney, Isaiah Simmons. These are all guys that could go and cash in elsewhere, but maybe want to return to the Big Apple, run it back with Brian Dable.
Yeah, I think Xavier McKinney is going to be one that will probably end up leaving, which I kind of don't like. I feel like he should have been staying in San Francisco, but he is not. So, that's just the way it goes. And, man, it's tough. But we also have news on the wide receiver and kick returner, Gunnar Olszewski. Olszewski? Is that what it is? He had the 1-year deal with the Giants. Don't have the exact reporting on the monetary value just yet, but get that kick returner locking in with the New York Football Giants. All right, we're going to do the same thing. You count down, Trace, and I'll pick a team.
All righty.
Let's do 30 seconds here. So
all right, really
get that
fast.
chat rolling.
Whoever types their team the most is getting talked about. That's what we're going to do. I want to see as many people type their favorite team in the NFL.
Hey,
Chat
what
rate
was
through
it?
the roof.
What was it?
Chat rate is through the roof. Ready? Set.
Good. Need to beat 588. We
Go.
need to beat 588.
Go.
I need everybody
Go.
spamming the
Go.
chat.
Go. Come on. Keep typing. Keep typing. Keep going. Keep typing. I can't see it. It's not fast enough for me. Keep moving. Keep grooving. Come on. All right, we're going to count it down. Jace, you ready?
Yeah.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The Bears.
The Bears. The Bears. If you're a Bears fan, get the FGBs in the chat. And if you hate the Bears, just type F Chicago. Why not? Have some fun with it. Have some fun with it.
DeAndre Swift. Big signing, first signing with the Bears.
I like that move.
Oh, it's great.
I like that move.
You talk about an offense with Caleb Williams, DeAndre Swift, and Romo
DJ
Dunze.
Moore, too. Ooh, that's a good team.
I mean, heck, at this point, who's to say they don't go Dallas Turner at 9 and then get, say, a Devontae Walker and Adonai Mitchell in the back half of in the early part of the second round?
I do like that a lot. I really like that. But yeah, DeAndre Swift, you see it below, signed a 3-year, $24 million. He's going to be making 15.3 guaranteed for Chi-Town. It's going to be an interesting move or offseason for them. I mean, clearly they're already trying to win. They're trying to build that team. Feels like it could be for Caleb, Justin Fields, I don't think is coming back.
No, there's no way he comes back. I just don't see it.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no way. You know what I can see, though? Prize Picks in my future. Because I'm hitting lately, and you can too, at prizepicks.com/CLNS. You're going to get a $100 deposit match by using code CLNS. And I know football season may be over, but the action on the floor is heating up. Whether it's tournament season or the fight for playoff home court, there's no shortage of high-stakes basketball moments this time of year. Get in on the excitement with Prize Picks, America's #1 fantasy sports app. You can turn your hoops knowledge into serious cash. Check it out at prizepicks.com/CLNS. And use code CLNS for a first deposit match of up to $100. I'm telling you right now, it's the perfect time to get in on Prize Picks. You've got the college basketball landscape with March Madness. You've got NBA action going on. You've got NHL. And honestly, Prize Picks has so many different ways to play, so many different stat types, and so many amazing ways to get some money in your pocket. They also offer an injury insurance so your injury stays in play even if one of your players gets injured. For basketball games, if you have a player who exits the game in the first half and then does not return in the second, that player projection won't count against you and the rest of your entry will stay live. Quick withdrawals, easy gameplay, and an enormous selection of players and stat types from makes Prize Picks the #1 to the fantasy sports app. Go to prizepicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS for a first deposit match of up to $100. Shout out to Prize Picks. It's daily fantasy sports made easy. It's fun. Go check it out. That'll be in the link.
From Hassan Reed, who will the Patriots get and who will they draft? Really fast before I answer this, Tom Pelissero just tweeted out and added some context around tight end Drew Sample and the Bengals. It's a 3-year, $10.5 million deal, and he's going to get $3.5 million in 2024. So there's just some updates, some news for you around the new Bengals tight end. Hassan Reed, who will the Patriots get and who will they draft? Obviously trading away Mac Jones.
Got a signing here. It looks like the Commanders are expected to sign former Cowboy center
Tyler Biotish. Ooh.
Tyler Biotish.
Interesting. Dan Quinn trying to rebuild the Cowboys in Washington, I guess.
I think he was saying, hey, we're taking everybody from the Cowboys. You're coming to the nation's capital. Have fun.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Who will the Patriots get and who will they draft? I could see the Patriots going quarterback early. I think that they're in the market to go and
they'll
draft.
They'll sign Calvin Ridley.
Yes, I like that.
And then they'll draft either Drake May or Jane Daniels.
I think that they go the Drake May route. I feel like that's more of a safe bet for a first-year head coach.
It just depends, though, because they have two guys in front of them. So it's who they don't have.
Exactly.
That's
also
also
true.
If the Commanders go Caleb, they're getting Daniels. If the Commanders go Daniels, they're getting Caleb or Drake.
Exactly. YK Matt, he's saying, who can the Saints get in free agency? Expect the Saints to go get some cheaper free agents. They did have Avonte Maddox, the slot corner from Philadelphia, visit with the team today. I think that the Saints aren't going to be too active in free agency right now. I could see them addressing some stuff in the draft, back end being a lot more busy, but they could still make a few small additions to the offensive line, to the defensive line, but I don't think they're going to make any massive splash moves this year, which is probably a smart move because they are in financial turmoil every single offseason, it feels like.
Cheers to you, Matt. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you, Matt. Steve Hone says, with J.K. and Marlon Humphrey's injuries and breakout seasons from likely, do Ravens trade picks or cap? And who is the favorite to sign with Baltimore?
Derrick Henry?
Think? I'm sorry?
Derrick Henry?
I do like
Josh
that.
Jacobs?
I like that. I could also see them going with
back.
Michael Thomas. I heard some chatter at the NFL scouting combine that the Ravens could be a team that might be interested in pursuing Thomas. Of course, he's an injured-prone guy. He may not be the player he was in 2019.
He seems like a Kansas City Chief to me.
I also could see him going to the Chiefs. That was the other prediction I had. It feels like it's Ravens or Chiefs for that kind of guy.
Let's take a look at our super chat menu. $2, we're getting the Veers cheers going. We appreciate all y'all. $5, we're talking about your team. $10, I got some hot takes for 2024. We haven't gotten one from Trizzy yet, so $10, we can get his hot takes for 2024. I also got a wheel spin at $20 and a beer baller shotgun at $50. Trace, you asked me, what's your favorite signing of the day thus far?
Biggest signing has to be Christian Wilkins to the Raiders, but we just got some new information as Lonnie Johnson. He's signing with the Texans. He was with the Saints this past year. It's going to be a 1-year, $2.5 million deal for the defensive back. I think that's an interesting one, but Christian Wilkins, I love that move for the Raiders. You were saying it earlier. It feels like they could develop like the best defensive line in football. Dare I say?
It's hard to not say that because you have Max Crosby, you have Christian Wilkins. There's a biased part of me that wants to say, well, the Chiefs do have Chris Jones and George Karlaftis, but George Karlaftis is nowhere near the level of Max Crosby just yet, and so there's some good defensive lines. None ranks close to the Raiders.
Yeah, no, it's a good team. It's a good unit on the defensive side of the ball.
Shout out to Xander Webb, a $2 super chat. A little cheers to you, my friend.
There we go. Justin Cook giving me a hoot at. Amy is asking, we need some Jets news. Aaron Rodgers should be back next year, I
David
think?
Bakhtiari will go to the Jets.
Yes, David Bakhtiari could be a Jet. Thank you, Allie. All right, so I made a deal a minute ago. We were talking about, let's talk about some teams. Let's see who can type their team the most. Whichever team we see the most is going to get talked about. Who wants their team to be discussed? I've seen the Jets. I've seen the Falcons. I've seen the Packers get mentioned. Where are we talking? Oh, shout out your least favorite team. I read it wrong. I went to Arkansas. They don't teach you how to read. Shout out your least favorite team. What team do you hate the most? For me, it's the Falcons. I can't stand them. I can't stand the effing Falcons. You hate the Saints? I was going to say, come on, man. I was like, come on. I hate the Falcons. They blow big leads and have bad quarterback play every year.
And they don't like when Jameis Winston runs up the score.
Yeah, they do not like when Jameis Winston hands the ball off. Arthur Smith is a big old crybaby for that.
Seeing some Bears, some Bucks, some Chiefs.
I see Aints. I see Texans. I see Niners. I see the Cowboys.
Commanders. How do you hate the Commanders? Like, what did they do?
It's kind of hard to. The only thing that they did was not give Sean Taylor a great statue. Like, that's the only thing that they've ever done. And have a crappy stadium.
Crazy.
It's bad. Archangel says Nolan stinks. It does smell weird out there. I'll say that. It is a funky smelling town, but
go over to get some beignets, you'll be fine.
Yeah, if you eat some beignets and drink a few Hurricanes, you can't smell anything out there. It's all
Besides
good.
Trace.
Except for me, yeah. I see some Broncos being mentioned. I see the Patriots, the Colts. Hating the Colts, that feels like a hard one to hate.
Because of Peyton Manning.
That's fair.
A couple years ago, he was hating your team.
That's
like,
fair.
I'm done.
That's fair. If you're growing up in the Peyton Manning era, I could see that being the team you hate. I see a lot of Eagles. I think the team I see the most is the Cowboys, though. A lot of people hate the Cowboys.
Cowboys, Patriots, and Chiefs. Are we surprised?
Not at all.
No.
Not even slightly.
All right, Alec G with a $5 super chat saying, talk about my Lions. Who are they signing? Who are they drafting? What will their record be next year? How big will their Super Bowl parade be? Well, they got to win the Super Bowl first. They got to go to New Orleans to win it. I think the signing's got to be the cornerback position. Kendall Fuller is the guy that I would see them signing, as their draft pick is just too far back for them to get a decent cornerback. Fuller's the best on the board. They're going to have to pay him. Not going to bring back C.J. Gardner-Johnson for the simple fact of, as Pity said earlier on the show, wave goodbye to your contract.
I was going to ask, what do you think about C.J. Gardner-Johnson coming back? He was a really good player in New Orleans, played pretty well in Philadelphia, but it seems like everywhere he goes, there's just some sort of attitude issue, and I think that's why he fell whenever he was drafted out of Florida. Like, this is a player who has the talent, but it feels like he's not a distraction. I don't want to call him a distraction, but it feels like there's just so many other things that you have to take into consideration when you bring in a player like C.D. Deuce. Good player, but, may not be worth it. In terms of some players that they could draft, oh, man.
If the Kool-Aid's there, you take him at 20.
Yeah.
I don't think he's there, but
Maybe a Cooper DeJean.
I don't know if he's going to be there either.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll be around.
I don't know, man.
It feels like you got to bring a DB in if you're Detroit.
Yeah, because your wide receiver room is fine.
Yeah.
Maybe you go defensive line or tackle, because the tackle class is really good.
Maybe if you can find a nice offensive lineman that falls, and you're just like, you know what, we'll take the pick on him. Maybe that's not a terrible option as well, but who knows? Cool. No worries. I got you. All right. The Jets fan, I can't stand the Jets. Jets, Jets. If you're a Jets fan, I need you to type Jets in the comments section. I mean, I really do feel bad for New York, the Jets specifically, because, I mean, how cool of a story was it bringing in Aaron Rodgers and having the ability to go and win a lot of games, a very intriguing defense, a lot of offensive weapons, and, I mean, 5 plays into the season, the dude pops his Achilles. I mean, it's just, as some people at the Chat Sports Studios would say, that's brutal. It's just brutal. Jalen Johnson, you guys see up here, we're also going to be kind of rotating some news and some updates that come in all throughout the past couple days and whatnot around free agency. Dalton Moore is a first-time super chatter, so shout out to Dalton Moore, sending in $2. We greatly appreciate you, brother. Sparkade, I need the Titans to go get Tyron Smith and T. Yeah, so T. Higgins requesting a trade after getting the franchise tag, or after being placed on the franchise tag. I think that the Titans definitely need some help on the offensive line. I think that they need to bring in a great wide receiver. Treylon Burks, shout out to the Arkansas legend, Woo Pig. If you don't like Arkansas, I don't like you. Just kidding. Treylon Burks just hasn't panned out to be the wide receiver one that they wanted him to be when they drafted him back in 2022? He was a good player for the Hogs. He He's a big-bodied guy. He's had some injury issues. He's not been able to stay on the field. They need a wide receiver. I think that T. Higgins would be a phenomenal addition. I could also see T headed to a team, dare I say the Carolina Panthers? Dare I say them? I could see that being an option as well for T. Higgins. Hotbox Gang, he's saying, what do you think about the Commanders and what they're going to do in free agency? And he is a first-time super chatter. What do I think about the Commanders? So the Commanders' free agency so far has been pretty interesting. They're bringing in some names. Dan Quinn is definitely getting active. They most recently brought in Tyler Biadasz. They're also signed a defensive end, Dorrance Armstrong, both players with the Cowboys last year, building up the trenches on both sides of the ball. I like that the Commanders are trying to build a unit. They're not trying to fill in some pieces and create some good players and try and scavenge up a few wins. It feels like they're building a team and a unit that can be the foundation for success in Washington for a long time. I like that the Commanders are trying to take this aggressive approach. With the new GM, Adam Peters, I mean, he's been very aggressive, and that's something that personally I like in my GMs for the NFL because, hey, who doesn't like winning football games? Sparkade's coming back. He's saying, move Burks over at slot. He did good there in college. No doubt about it. I watched Treylon Burks play a lot of football for the Arkansas Razorbacks at my time at the University of Arkansas. He is just an absolute menace over the middle. He's a great player in the slot. I like him a lot, but we can go back to that next. Well, what about the Chargers? Let me ask y'all that question. Who do you think Jim Harbaugh is going to sign? Who do you guys want Jim Harbaugh to sign? I feel like that's a team that could have a lot of free agency pull. That could be a team that, dare I say, is very interesting for some of these players. I mean, they have a great head coach. They have a great head coach in John Harbaugh. You got to figure out what you're doing with Austin Eckler. You got to figure out what you're doing with the cap space. They're a lot over the money. But I do think that that Harbaugh is a guy that is going to try and start building things. So I personally don't expect the Chargers to be, we're going to go to the playoffs, we're going to be making a Super Bowl run in year one under Harbaugh. Let him build it. Let him see what he can do in the draft and maybe bring some of these Michigan guys to LA. Worked out in Ann Arbor last year for him. But Jonah Jackson, he's signing a 3-year, $51 million deal with the Los Angeles Rams. He's headed from Detroit, from the Motor City over to LA on the West Coast. He's going to be warmer a little bit, Detroit's a pretty cold town. LA has some nice weather, so hopefully Jonah Jackson can play a good season as well. He cashed in, made a lot of money. Quite honestly, I think it's deserved. But in terms of some other things to discuss, I want to Mason Griffin, Chargers ain't got no cap space. Yeah, I know. They don't. But that doesn't mean that they can't make signings later because, the cap isn't actually real. Saints fans know all about that. I'm going to make a deal with you, everybody. We need 100 subs. I'm doing 100 jumping jacks. So for every sub, for one, or up into 100, I'm doing one jumping jack. You want to see a husky guy jump around? It's pretty funny. Let's get to 100 new subscribers. Not only are you going to get daily NFL, NBA, sports content in general, you're going to get all sorts of rumors, news, live shows, interactive coverage that's 100% free. So I encourage you to join our squad, lock in our family, and I'm going to start knocking out some jumping jacks. Y'all asked for this. Don't forget. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, I think. That's 10. Okay, I'm going to do 10 right there. That's 10. That's 10. I need 90 more. 11. That's what I'm talking about. If you are subscribed to, by the way, just type me. I'm going to give a shout out to you if you type me in the comment section. There's a few more. 3, 4, 5, 6, and one more. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Shout out to Tony Fuentes, a Chiefs legend here at Chat Sports. We got Big Al, Noah, Clevel, Andre. We got Mason, CK, KC, Khalif, Oblivion, Alex Smith, Dave, Geo, Judah, Sparkade, the NFL kid, Geo Central, Steven. I love to see it. Mike Ford. I wonder if that's my pledge brother, Mike Ford. Minnesota signs Hunter to Detroit. I think you mean Detroit signs Danielle Hunter because he's not sticking around in Minnesota. We also got Skull 98, KJ Cloudy, Scorpion, Denver Broncos fan, Cloudy, Judah. He says he loves Chat Sports. We love you too. We love you too. Wow, Josh Jacobs to the Packers. And Bryce Huff, 3-year, $51 million deal to the Eagles. Woo!
Moves.
Free agency is here, ladies and gentlemen.
Josh Jacobs to the Packers.
Unreal. Jacobs had, he was good with the Raiders. He was pretty good.
Bryce Huff.
But
Eagles.
I think that it's one of those things that you may not want to run it back with him for long. I could see the Raiders trying to draft a running back, mid or late rounds or something. No, you're all good.
The Raiders.
We got the Raiders. We got
The Raiders are signing
Packers.
Josh Jacobs. No.
We got the Packers signing Josh Jacobs. In terms of the production for this player, I mean, with Las Vegas, he's been, kind of on a little downhill dip. 2 years ago in 2022, he had 1,600 yards, 12 touchdowns, and 93 first downs. For me, I'm a big sucker for a player who can get a lot of first downs as well. But in 2021, 872 yards, 2020, 1,000 yards, 12. You see, it's kind of up, down, left, right, backwards, forwards, over, and under with Josh Jacobs. I think he's a good player. I just want to see him continue to play at that 2022 level or even held at 2021 level. I just don't think that the Raiders also had a great offense. Just dare I say, I don't think they had the best offense situation.
No, you're saying Aiden O'Connell wasn't a good quarterback?
Oh my goodness, who
How
would have
dare
thunk
you.
it? Who would have thunk it? Oh, Aiden O'Connell, bad at quarterback, bad offense. Who would have thought that? Josh McDaniels running the team, bad offense. Who would have thunk it? But
That's surprising.
I'm interested to see how much he's making. Grade the signing for us. If you want a shout out, grade the signing, A, B, C, D, or F. Get back to school. I know it might be spring break for some of y'all, but get your butts back in school and let's grade this signing. Brandon giving it an A. Tony a C. Yusuf a B. B plus from King Draco. What do you grade it, Jace?
It's a B minus. It could be a B plus if I see the contract is nice.
Yeah.
But we'll see what the money is.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. If depending on how much money he's making, I'm going to give it a B. I don't hate it. I also really like Jordan Love. I hate to say it. I think that he proved a lot of people wrong this year, and I think that he's bringing in a veteran running back might not hurt him whatsoever. Could be an A if it's cheap. Yeah, if depending on the contract. Who
Green
knows?
Bay has worked with Aaron Jones on a new deal, and they were in the market for a running back. Now one of the best out there. What? Yeah.
There we
The
go.
Giants better play Saquon. They don't play Saquon. They're donezo. Are the Giants folding?
All right, so we're going to give some shout-outs. Titan Maximum is giving it an F-. That's interesting. Life with Cool is a B. Jonathan David a D. Will the 49ers sign Danielle Hunter from Casino King and Queen? If any team were to make that move, I feel like it could be the Niners. Could you imagine Danielle Hunter and Nick Bosa on opposite sides?
I don't think they'd allow a point.
I genuinely think that there would be 0 rushing yards and 0
That'd be crazy.
passing yards. It would just be unbelievable.
I just don't get it. That'd be wild.
There you go. Bryce Huff, we did sign with the Philadelphia Eagles a 3-year, $51.1 million extension. It's going to be making $34 million guaranteed. It's not a bad move for the Eagles. Howie Roseman loves building in the trenches before building elsewhere. And to be honest, I think that it's a good move for him. I mean, Eagles just collapsed. Like, we want to talk about an all-time collapse.
I think this was we're trying to be better move.
Yeah.
We're
no
doing
doubt.
everything we can to try and fix our problems. And maybe that's just going out and trying to find some pass rushers. I didn't have too many of that last year, obviously. Their secondary was the bigger problem. This is the first step, though, for the Eagles, the Eagles just trying to figure out what they can do to make this a challenging team to the Chiefs. That's what they've been trying to do.
It feels like, honestly, that's kind of what it feels like. And this is a player who, in his 4-year career, has 17.5 sacks, but 10 of those coming last year for the Jets, which, I mean, a 10-sack season, that's pretty impressive. And to be honest, I kind of like a player like that in Philadelphia. I hate saying
10-sack season
it.
On a team that was terrible.
It's also true. It's also true. I could see the sack number going down because of how much talent they have on the defensive line in Philly. Like a boss, do you think the Buffalo Bills will be worse in 2024?
Yes.
I was going to say, I think so too.
Their window closed.
Yeah, I mean,
the door is like this much open this year.
Yeah.
If you don't do anything this year, it slams.
Just slam it and just move and start over. It's incredible how many people they've already cut. Like,
they had to.
It's insane. But then you look at a team like the Saints, who are always at Cap Hill. They've cut one player. They have cut one player, and it was Marcus May, which is
it's the freaking Saints way. They come in with negative $80 million and find a way without cutting maybe 2 players to do it.
Yep, that's just how it be. That's how it be. The Buffalo Bills could never, unfortunately. Cam Dean, Titans could get L'Jarius Sneed or Kendall Fuller. What do you think about that?
Sneed would be good, but the trade value there, I'd rather just pay Kendall Fuller. I think he fits better, and he's a good one there. Cyrus Staliga saying Darnell Savage to the Jags, going to miss him in Green Bay. This is a tough day for some fans. Like, Titans fans have to worry that they're not going to see Derrick Henry in a Titans uniform ever again.
Yep.
Bryce Huff goes away from New York.
It's unfortunate, but at the end of the day, it's it's the price of doing business. It's for some of these teams. In terms of Derrick Henry, do you think that he could command? We don't know the Josh Jacobs details in terms of the contract. Do you think that Derrick Henry would command more money than Josh Jacobs?
Yes.
You think so?
He's been the best running back in the league besides Christian McCaffrey for the past 8 years.
It's hard to disagree with that. It's very hard to disagree there. Why? We got Corey Davis saying the Titans are idiots signing another third down back in Pollard. Here's the thing. Tajay Spears was really, really good. So, I mean, it doesn't hurt having another veteran in the room whenever you have Tajay as well. Like, you're losing Derrick Henry more than likely. You need somebody who's going to run the ball on third down.
Yeah.
Like,
it's kind of wild. We got Sparkade saying Josh to the Packers is a great signing. It's a good move. I still want to see the details.
Mm-hmm. I will say it's a good signing now,
the
depending
Eagles
on
are
the
showing
contract.
interest in Saquon Barkley per source.
Who's that?
Josina Harrison.
Ooh.
Eagles in Barkley.
Eagles interested in Saquon Barkley per Josina.
What happens if Barkley goes to the Eagles? Because then the Giants freak out.
So
I know,
Josie,
I just want to talk about it again.
Not the first one to talk about it. Josie. It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Tony Pollard was signing with the Texans for about 5 minutes. Fossey Burr saying, do y'all think Detroit signs Danielle Hunter? They could.
That's an interesting
It's a
team
lot
to
of
look
money,
for.
but
Yeah.
they could.
That's a team to look out for. I think another team that you could be interested in getting a Danielle Hunter, I don't know, maybe like the Dolphins? Maybe that's a team that could go and act. They lost Christian Wilkins. They're in cap hell, but when does that ever stop the team from making signing? Maybe Dolphins aren't a great example. I'm more so thinking just because they lost a defensive tackle, but Danielle Hunter's a defensive end. Falcons could be an interesting one for Danielle Hunter. Falcons and Patriots could also be good ones for Danielle Hunter.
Yeah. Put it in there. Why not?
Christian Mallett ideas on other moves for the Packers,
he'd watch the
specifically defense. I think you need to. Jair Alexander's solid. You got a good corner. Doesn't hurt to add some safety depth. Probably doesn't hurt to bring in another linebacker. I think that a lot of these things you can address in the draft because there is some talented players there. But free agency, it just depends on, do you want to get older and spend the money, or do you want to try and get younger and develop your team? They did a good job with Jordan Love, so maybe Matt LaFleur could be interested in taking another gamble and trying to develop another player. Bryce Pope Oh, first-time Super Chatter. What other moves do you think the Javs make? Duval! What you think?
Well, they already got Gabe Davis.
I like that
I
move.
really think they need to get some offensive line help. Defense was struggling last year. I like the move, though. I think that was their big move of the day.
Mhm.
Now it's just adding pieces around it.
Mhm.
You have Trevor. You got a backup QB in Mac Jones. Calvin Ridley's gone. Not too much money to spend. I think that right now it's focusing on getting the pieces around everybody else.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I would be interested because they did bring in Gabe Davis. I'm interested to see how they approach the draft in terms of trying to give Trevor Lawrence. Do they want to give him another weapon? Do they want to try and give him some better protection?
Secondary.
Yeah, like, do you want to? Defensive side of the ball has to get shored up regardless.
I mean, look, all your signings and trade are weapons or offensive guys.
Yeah.
Tackle, center, QB, wide receiver. You're getting a defensive player in the draft.
Yep. So here is the latest Jaguars free agency moves. They signed Ezra Cleveland to a 3-year, $28.5 million deal, which I don't want to say that's a bad move, but that's a lot of money for Ezra Cleveland. Mac Jones got traded for a 6th-round pick. The former number 15 overall selection out of Alabama is headed down south. Mitch Morse, the center, 2-year, $10.5 million deal. Gabe Davis, 3 years, $39 million. Couple Buffalo Bills headed down south. Then Darnell Savage, the defensive back, also is headed to Jacksonville. Love to see it. Love to see it. Keep shouting out your favorite football teams in the chat for us, and we'll keep giving you guys some shout-outs. Legit Savage. Browns paired Danielle Hunter with Myles Garrett. Ooh.
It's nice.
Ooh.
That's nice.
I actually like that a lot. I could see Andrew Berry trying to be very aggressive and
Very Berry?
yeah, there you go. Very Berry. The other thing too is if you go and address the defense now, like they have a great defense already. If you have a little bit better of a pass rush and just continue to give Deshaun Watson weapons, like that's a good team, man. That's a good football team. We got Relly sending in a super chat.
What do you say, Trace?
Diehard Eagles fan. Any predictions on some signings? Well, Saquon.
Saquon?
Saquon Barkley. Could be him.
I hear Bryce Huff may be a potential signing. Yeah, Landon Dickerson might re-sign with y'all.
Yeah, could happen. Could happen.
Trade for L'Jarius Sneed. Let's take a look at our super chat menu. Every $2, we're getting the beer cheers going. $5, we're talking about your team. $10, we got some hot takes for 2024. Then $20 is the wheel spin, $50 for a beer bong and a shotgun. Trace, let's go through the top 20 NFL free agents still available. Top 5 here, interesting. Still waiting for Kirk Cousins to fall. Danielle Hunter, man, soon enough these things are going to start flying off the board. Reek Armstead now goes to 3. With Wilkins not there, Robert Hunt, and then Leonard Williams at 5. We've talked in detail about Kirk Cousins, but Trace, what do you think, man?
Man, I think Kirk Cousins, as much as it pains me to say it, I think he's an Atlanta Falcon. I think it's kind of a 50-50. Is he going to go back to Minnesota? Is he going to head to Atlanta? His wife is from Atlanta. Kirk Cousins has been very vocal about how much he likes being around in Minnesota. He's a good football player, and if he does head to the NFC South, you join a division where your quarterbacks are Derek Carr, Bryce Young, Baker Mayfield, possibly Kirk Cousins. That seems like a pretty winnable division if you ask me, and that's coming from a guy who's a fan of the NFC South. I think that Kirk going to Atlanta could make a lot of sense, and he could bring some stability to that offense, but at the end of the day, I also wouldn't be surprised if he sticks around in Minnesota. I feel like it's either Minnesota or he's headed to Atlanta.
The 6 through 10 free agents still left on the board. We got Kendall Fuller, Tyron Smith. Jonah Jackson signed, right? So not Jonah Jackson, Calvin Ridley, and Derrick Henry. So still lots of names to go through here. Derrick Henry, Calvin Ridley, 2 interesting names. 11 for 15, Saquon Barkley, Patrick Queen, Chase Young, Mike Owenu, Marquise Brown.
Now,
Lots of still big names on the board, but none bigger than Saquon Barkley, I don't think.
yeah, Saquon Barkley, he's an interesting player. He played on the tag last year or 2 years ago, correct? He's looking to try and keep his career moving, trying to still keep playing at a high level. Philadelphia, they have a good offensive line. Feels like it's a good situation for him.
I think it'll be an Eagle.
mean, sticking around in the NFC East just feels like it's such an easy decision for him.
Jaguars are signing Broncos kicker Will Lutz, 3-year deal.
Wow.
Saints legend.
Wow. That's crazy. Well, I thought that they were going to bring him back last year because they traded for him. The Broncos traded for Will Lutz last year during the draft, or right after the draft, excuse me, because the Saints rolled with Blake Grupe, the Notre Dame kicker. Who will be the next player to sign in free agency? Could it be Saquon? Could it be any of these top free agents? Danielle Hunter, Kirk Cousins.
Could it be?
Sorry, I was reading the chat.
You know, I hear a big name that's yet to go off the board. Trace Gerard. Still hasn't signed yet.
Yeah, well, fun fact about that prospect, he did pick off Kyler Murray in high school.
I've heard
indoor
that.
Flag football. So if any team's looking for a dynamic linebacker / quarterback that can really play anything, is looking for really not that much money, I think they should give that guy a call.
Dorrance Armstrong, 3 years, maximum value of $45 million. Very good deal for the Commanders. Got some money, they're using it.
Yeah. I mean, hell, if you got it, spend it. Might as well.
Who's going to be the next player to sign? In the
Let
comment
us
section,
know.
let us know.
There's DJ Mutt King. I love to see it, brother. Hunter to Detroit from Raw Podcast. Josh Prince says Hunter to Detroit as well. Jacoby Brissett to the Jets from Amy. Calvin Ridley from Tony. Eric Armstead from Timothy. Mac from Sports. Is that Mac Jones? Mac Jones got traded.
He got traded. He did get traded.
All right, DJ, I'm going to check my DMs. In terms of some news that has just recently come in, Will Lutz has signed with the Jacksonville Jaguars after, oh, no kidding. That's sick. We got somebody who's tuning in from Bourbon Street watching our free agency coverage. You got to love to see that. That's pretty fun.
That's nice.
That's pretty fun. He has it on his TV, and he took a picture of it here. I'll show you guys so you can see it. DJ Mutt King, shout out to you, brother. Thank you for tuning in. Will Lutz is headed down to Jacksonville, 3-year deal for the kicker. It's a good kicker in New Orleans. I don't know why Sean Payton didn't want to keep it.
Makes no sense.
But have fun, Sean. Have fun with Denver. Clearly, that's working out for him. All righty. Keep on shouting out what player you think is going to sign next. And go above and beyond. What team do you think it'll sign?
Kendall Fuller. Lions. No, I'm just saying. Tyler Boyd could sign next. Chase Young into Atlanta. Ridley to KC. Patrick Queen to Houston. That's a nice one.
Patrick Queen to Houston would be interesting. Kirk Cousins to Atlanta. Aaron Jones could get released from the Packers. Could see that. All righty. Like the video, ladies and gentlemen. It says we need a 50% rate, but I want 100%. I'm a guy who likes perfection, so can we get as close to 1,800 likes as possible? Can we get to as far as beyond 1,800 likes as possible? We have 3,600 people tuned in. I want to get 3,600 likes. That's just my that's what I like to do. I like to go above and beyond. I like to work hard, and if you do too, like the video, we got 1,346. The number is just skyrocketing. I can't even keep up with it. Keep liking the video, ladies and gentlemen. Bobby Boucher to the Oilers, book it. That might be comment of the day. Bobby Boucher, the water boy. He is the water boy. Mama always said that alligators are ornery because they got all them teeth but no toothbrush. DJ Mutt King wants CJ Gardner-Johnson back to New Orleans. Andrew says Barkley to the Eagles. Cole Reeder to the Niners. Jeremy Chin to the Washington from King Hypno. Keep liking the video. We're at 1,400 likes.
Still waiting on that Packers contract, but while you wait, hit
Keep
the
on
like
liking.
button.
I'll tell you what, if we get
1,400.
to 2,000 likes, I bet the contract information comes out.
Probably. I've heard that that's the way it goes.
We're not here trying to tell you the rules. We're just trying to enforce them, if you will. We're not here making them. We're just trying to enforce the rules. I'm the sign, if you will, as they say. Josh says, who have we gotten so far? I don't know who we is. Josh, let us know what team you're a fan of. Kirk Cousins to the Commanders. Draft Marvin Harrison with the second pick from Hotbox Gang. That is certainly a take. That is certainly a hot take. We're almost there. We're almost there. Keep going. Keep on keeping on. Can we get to 1,800 likes? Can we get there? Do you believe in miracles? We're running to 1,800 likes. And let's go through the free agency tracker of things that have happened recently. Gabe Davis, 3-year, $39 million deal. Jace, his favorite move, 4 years, $110.
It's a good deal. It's a good deal.
It's a great deal.
It's a great deal.
I mean, like, honestly, credit to him, too, for cashing in big time. Like, he earned that contract. He earned a lot of money, and he's finally got it. You should have seen the Raiders guys on our over at Raiders Report. You would have thought that they traded for Devontae Adams again. Like, it was insane. It was insane. They were going nuts. Cam Lewis, 2-year, $4 million deal. Gunnar Olszewski, whatever. Gunnar, he is signing a 1-year deal. Tyler Biotish, 3-year, $30 million deal. Lonnie Johnson is headed back to Houston. Spent some time with the Saints. Back over to Houston. 1-year, $2.5 million deal. Jonah Jackson, 3 years, $51 million, with 34 guaranteed. Darnell Savage, details to be announced. Colby Parkinson, he is headed to L.A. 3-year, $22.5 million deals. $15.5 million of that is guaranteed.
Kirk Cousins to the Falcons. Kirk Cousins agreeing to a 4-year deal with the Falcons.
Oh, my God. Kirk Cousins just signed to the Falcons.
Kirk Cousins to the Falcons.
Kirk Cousins is an Atlanta Falcon, ladies and gentlemen. Kirk Cousins is an Atlanta Falcon. So the NFC South quarterbacks, Derek Carr, Bryce Young, Baker Mayfield, Kirk Cousins. Which is the best team in the NFC South? Because that's a crappy division. Who's the best team? Is it the Saints, Falcons, Panthers, or Bucks? You got 4 quarterbacks, 1 very young player, high upside, didn't play well last year. You got Derek Carr. He's been around the league for a long time. You know what he is. Kirk Cousins, a tantalizing player, but it doesn't seem like he can win the big games. And on top of that, Baker Mayfield. He's been a journeyman. He's a football player through and through. He's been bouncing around the league. Who's going to be the best team in the NFC South? I'm seeing the Saints. I'm seeing a lot of people saying the Saints. I'm seeing the Bucks, the Falcons.
I don't know about you, but grab on. That's going to start the train right there.
Yeah.
Cousins, 4-year deal with the Atlanta Falcons. It's official. As Minnesota, you're looking for a quarterback. Justin Fields, where are you going to go? Things just opened up.
Yeah, this makes things
just opened up.
Very interesting. I'm excited to see how things pan out with Justin Fields. Because
oh, boy.
Hot take, that the Vikings could be a sleeper team to look for, maybe.
Justin
Fields not headed to Atlanta. Wow. I'm not going to lie. I thought it was more likely that Fields was a Falcon than Kirk Cousins was a Falcon. I really thought that they would go Justin Fields.
There you go.
Great deciding, though. Let us know what you think. 4-year deal, money TBA. Let us know what your grade is for the signing. A from Tony. Shock Universe, Justin Fields to New England.
New England was supposed to draft him, and the Bears jumped them in that draft. Got Fields. They had to settle for Jones.
I kind of don't hate that idea.
Fields to New England.
I don't hate that idea.
Fields to New England, Marvin Harrison at 3.
Dude, you can find a way to get Marvin Harrison. Oh, my God. Yes. If you're a Patriots fan, you should be praying Justin Fields and Marvin Harrison Jr. That's what you should be doing this year.
Man, that'd be nice.
Kirk Cousins is an Atlanta Falcon. TBA on the contract details. Holy
man, hit that
cow.
subscribe button. We're breaking news right as it happens. Kirk Cousins is an Atlanta Falcon, and that offense with Kyle Pitts, Drake London, Bijan Robinson.
Interesting team. I will say this, why you should subscribe. NFL free agency frenzy has just now started talking about Kirk Cousins. We've been talking about it for a few minutes now. We beat the NFL Network, so this is why you should subscribe. Our producers, run laps around the producers at the NFL Network because we give you that coverage ASAP in the news right away. That's why you should subscribe. This is the number one place to get all of your NFL, NBA, and college sports coverage. Kirk Cousins, Kirko Chains. He's headed down to hot Atlanta. Move the wifey back home. Raise the kids. No more snow days for you, children.
Coles cash all day long.
Coles cash every day, baby. Kirk Cousins, he's been a very good player in the league for quite some time now. He's a good decision maker. You can tell by the touchdown to interception ratio. Radio. Wow, we're on YouTube. 69, very nice, 0.5% completion last year in just 8 games played. And in 2022, you had 65.9. So you just flip those back 2 numbers, but threw for over 40,500 yards. He was good in 2022. I think that this is a good signing for Atlanta. They needed somebody who can right the ship and who can who's been around. Raheem Morris needed somebody who can stabilize the offense and utilize the weapons.
So now for the Vikings, who's their quarterback? Drew Lock, Sam Darnold, Justin Fields?
Justin Fields is an
Are they going to get
interesting
J.J. McCarthy, Bro Nix?
Yes.
Trade up?
Yes. All right. We need to get to 365,000 subscribers. If you haven't already, get 100% free NFL, NBA, college sports content. If you click that big red sub button, not only do you get more news, rumors, updates, and live shows, but you can also become a smarter fan of your favorite team and your favorite sport. Who doesn't want to be walking around at the cooler, at the office, or at the lunch table at school and be the smartest guy there? Like, who doesn't want to say, oh, did you see Kirk Cousins' son with the Falcons in like a week? Yeah, I knew because I was a part of the Chat Sports free agency coverage. You should have been there. You should have known. Like, this is why you should join the squad. And I'll tell you what, if we can get to 365,000 subs, I've only taken like 2 sips out of this Happy Dad. I'm chugging this whole dang thing. I'll put it in a beer bong, and I will chug the whole thing if we can get to 365,000 subscribers. We need your help, though. We need your help. Hit that big red button, turn on notifications, and sub for your team to catch some dubs this year.
Kirko Chains to ATL.
Oh, that's a crazy.
That's wild.
I'm interested to see what they want to do because they have to get a good quarterback. Otherwise, Justin Jefferson, not going to be happy.
No, not a chance.
Not going to be happy, and that's a guy you want to keep happy. He wants to get paid.
Cam Dean with a $2 super chat saying Danielle Hunter and Jeff Simmons.
Ooh,
Danielle Hunter, 2 little Titans action.
that'd be kind of interesting. I
They got
don't
money.
hate that. I don't hate that. They need to be better on the defensive side of the ball too.
Appreciate you, Cam. Michael Beard, what's he got for us? Outside of Russ, Steelers been quiet. Why do you think? And what's next for us? Any draft predictions, Steelers Nation? Jackson Powers Johnson is such a Steeler. It's not even funny at pick 20. Honestly, outside of Russ, trade Deontay Johnson somewhere is the only thing I think they could do.
Yeah, it feels like that's kind of the only big. I mean, like they needed to get their quarterback. I'm assuming they wanted to figure out what the quarterback situation was and figure out who they got it or who they are bringing in. They got their guy now, so maybe now they can start making some decisions and start making something happen. Deontay Johnson, I think, is a likely trade. Maybe they're still active in free agency, but who knows?
Hot Box Gang saying Kirk Cousins to the Commanders draft Marvin Harrison with the 2nd pick. Well, unfortunately, that did not happen. But that's all right. Marvin Harrison is definitely a Cardinal. Jaden Daniels or Drake May will be a Commander. Here for the memes saying, talk about the Jets since they haven't done anything worth mentioning yet. Yeah, Bryce Huff left them. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what else to do. I don't know what else they're going to do here.
That's the Jets talk. They
David Bakhtiari is going to go there. That's I think that's going to happen. Besides that, I don't know. I don't know.
That would make a lot of sense. Ledger, oh my goodness, Kirk Cousins is no longer a Viking. What will the Vikings do now? Draft a quarterback or trade for Zach Wilson? So if they did want to, they're currently picking at 11. If you wanted to try and move up to go get one of those premium guys like a Drake May, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, you're going to have to give up a haul. You're going to have to give up a lot to move up and get there. That being said, I do think that Kirk Cousins could bring some really good things to Atlanta. Justin Fields could be an option for Minnesota. Maybe a later round, not a later round, but maybe a later quarterback pick.
No.
What?
There's only one answer to this equation, okay?
J.J. McCarthy.
Here we are. J.J. McCarthy, you are a Minnesota Viking.
I do actually
J.J. McCarthy,
J.J.
you
is
are
a
a bust.
Minnesota Viking. J.J. is a Viking. He will be throwing to J.J.
Hot take. Derek Carr, now the 5th best quarterback in the division.
In the division?
Yep, 5th best. No. Kirk, Bryce,
Baker.
Jameis.
Hard to disagree.
Actually,
Jameis is 1-1.
He'll actually be 6 behind J.J. McCarthy.
Where's JJ going to go? He's one of the Vikings, not there. What division are you talking about?
J.J. McCarthy. Dude,
He 5th best quarterback, Derek Carr.
Jameis Winston is the is definitely a much more.
Who's the
fun.
guy who got suspended?
Jake Haener.
Yeah.
Jake Haener.
Sorry,
second-year
7th.
guy out of
Washington?
Fresno State.
Oh yeah, that's what it is.
Beat UCLA a few years ago.
All
It's
right,
kind of his
so
most
the
notable thing.
7th best quarterback in the NFC South, Derek Carr. Give it up.
There we go. Clap it up. Clap it up. So Dallas just ain't going to do anything, huh? It
Yeah,
feels
Dallas
like
is just.
that. Well, they are doing something. They're letting other players sign, and they're letting their
Bye,
division
Tony Pollard.
rivals. They're
Dion
letting-
Armstrong.
Yeah, they're letting their division rivals make some
Well,
big
what's funny
moves.
is we got the report that they're not even close in the running back market. They're just sitting and waiting. Waiting for what?
Like, why? What is there to wait for? Why? We're still waiting for this contract Okay, hold on. Never mind.
We're still waiting for it.
We're still waiting for the
All right, the
contract
news that
details.
broke just moments ago, Kirk Cousins' 4-year deal with the Minnesota Vikings, and I think what's worth mentioning, we've talked about it a little bit, I want to dive more in depth. What the heck do the Vikings do? They've got nothing now. What's the plan? What's the plan? Oh, man.
Ooh.
Oh.
So here's your new Atlanta Falcons offense. Kyle Pitts, not nearly as good as Jonnu Smith, and they let him walk away. Drake London, a very intriguing player. He's good.
Did you say Kyle Pitts wasn't as good as Jonnu Smith?
Look at the stats. Look at the stats. Look at the stats.
Somebody's
Bijan
mad he's
Robinson.
a Saints fan.
Look at the stats. Jonnu Smith outperformed Kyle Pitts. And
Kyle Pitts was
a first-round
badly
pick.
used by a horrible coach.
Yeah, exactly. And Jonnu Smith was on the same team with the same coach and played better. Bijan Robinson, he's a great football player. I like Bijan Robinson a lot. I was not going to lie. I was kind of pissed off when the Falcons got Bijan. But Kirk Cousins running all of it, who knows what could happen here.
By the way, Raheem Morris was with Washington for the first 3 years of Kirk Cousins' tenure as a Redskins quarterback.
I actually didn't know that.
And
Pretty
now
interesting.
they're back.
Pretty interesting.
It's crazy. Diana Rossini. So what now? The Vikings look for the Vikings to go after Sam Darnold, who also has other suitors. Yeah. Vikings are going after somebody.
I can't believe we're still talking about Sam Darnold getting signed somewhere.
This is.
I can't believe Sam Darnold is still a player.
I mean, this is how bad the quarterback free agency was. It was Kirk Cousins. That was it.
that's unbelievable.
I mean, you can trade for Justin Fields now.
That's incredible.
Oh boy.
Justin Fields, what's his future? Where do you guys think he's going?
Where's Justin Fields going to end up?
ATL Clap says Trace doesn't know football. Chat Sports will hire anyone. Actually, they won't hire just anyone. We only hire idiots. Just kidding. ATL Claps, don't be mad because I talked mess about your favorite football team. That's all. That's on you, brother. But Justin Fields, I did think that he was going to be an Atlanta Falcon. I thought that was the team that would go and get him. It felt like the fit was there. Felt like it made sense. There was a ton of Twitter buzz and ton of rumors and stuff out there that he may or may not be interested in headed to Atlanta. But this is a dual threat guy that I think can be better in a better situation. Like, let's call a spade here. When was the last time Chicago had a great quarterback? When was the last time they had a great quarterback play? Like, it's been a while. It's been a while.
Vikings are expected to go after Sam Darnold.
There you go. That might answer that question. So that answers that question.
I mean, it's kind of just what Dion Rossini said, but
Pretty much,
somebody just doubled down. Also, Josh Jacobs in a Green Bay Packer uniform. NFL tweeted it out. It looks nice. Not going to lie.
Dude. It does. I actually like it a lot. Where
Weigh
will
in.
Justin Fields play? Let us know. Got it.
Where will Justin Fields play next season? Curious to see what y'all think. Raiders, Seahawks, Raiders. I don't think he's going to the Raiders. He's going to the Raiders.
He's not a Raider.
I
I think the Raiders want to draft a quarterback. I think that they want to go and
they
get
want
a,
McCarthy.
Yeah. I could
Well, they want Daniels, but I don't think they're going to
Yeah, I think that's exactly. X Concepts, Fields to the XFL. It's the UFL now, but
USFL.
I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's that he's good enough to stick around in the league as a backup. I mean, hell, if Sam Darnold can have a job in the NFL, Justin Fields can have a job in the NFL. I said what I said. It's just kind of wild. All righty. We're so close to 365,000. We're 200 away. Can we get there in less than 2 minutes? I'm going to set a 2-minute timer. Can we get 200 subs in 2 minutes? The people on the internet want to say it can't happen, but I'm here to tell you it can. There's a big jump. Come on. Sub for your team to catch a dub next year. Sub so your team will win, make it to the Super Bowl. It's how the science works. If you subscribe, your team has a better chance of making the postseason and making a run.
We did the calculations here at Chat Sports, and the team channels that we have that subbed the most at the end of the season, they all made the playoffs. I'm not saying this is science.
Didn't the Chiefs have the most subs last year during this free agency thing?
You know,
they're Super Bowl champs now.
I'd have to go back and look at the sheet, but I wouldn't be surprised.
People are talking. People are talking. You guys, the science is there. We're just here trying to explain it to you to make it work. Tony Fuentes.
If we get to 365,000 in the next, 2 minutes, I'll do a Murbanga.
Ooh. Jack Lotteray, producer Jack wants to do a Murbanga. You heard the man.
I want to get to this goal. Let's go. Sub.
The deal is there. Make it happen.
Saquon to the Eagles.
Saquon to the Eagles is official. 3 years.
Things are moving.
$37.75 million contract could be worth up to $46.75 million. $26 million of that is guaranteed at signing. Saquon Barkley, you are a Philadelphia Eagle. I hope you like that wit whiz, Saquon. Get used to them wit whizzes. Those cheesesteaks.
You are fired.
Wow. I mean, I'm not surprised. But coming in today, I kind of thought Saquon to the Texans.
That's what I thought.
I really liked that. I really liked that move.
Oh, Barkley tweeted out there in a second.
We're 100 away. Go. Keep subbing. Sub if you are excited about the Saquon Barkley news. Saquon to the Birds. 3-year, $37.75 million. No, the Birds.
Saquon to the Bears.
The Birds. Go Birds! Remember that video? Go Birds!
So
Go Birds!
Saquon gets to run against the Giants twice a year.
Lovely. So, dare I say this is a hot take? It feels like this could be a good, Saquon could eat against the Giants. He knows the team. He knows where the weak spots are. He's going to eat against New York. I kind of like this move for Philly. You know what? No, I don't. I hate this move for Philly because the rich get richer. I take it back because the rich are getting richer. That's why I hate it. I like it because it's a good move and it's a good player, but the rich are getting richer here. The Eagles just refuse to not make splash moves, it feels like. They're always making something happen.
Two big moves there. Kirk Cousins and now Saquon.
That's two of the biggest moves of the day, including Christian Wilkins to the Raiders. That's another big-time move. But let us know your grade. Get back to school, A, B, C, D, or F. We got a D+ from Value Reality. Papa the Goat says B. We got Rather Unique saying Eagles just signed Saquon. Correct. Tony says A. Shock Universe. Zach Moss to New England?
No.
No.
Just the things they want. Things they want.
Raphael says A. Santiago says, I want to see where Justin Simmons lands. Ooh, Antonio Gibson
Yeah.
is expected to join the Patriots. So there's your Patriots running back. Derrick Henry to the Cowboys could happen. From Eric, we got the NFL kid A+. We got Nightshade D.
Yeah. Gibson to the Patriots, Barkley to the Eagles, Cousins to Atlanta.
I wish Henry for the Cowboys. Henry to the Texans, Justin Simmons to Detroit. There's Antonio Gibson. Details TBA, but he is joining the New England Patriots after spending some time with the Washington Commanders. Coolio, keep grading Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley, Eric Riviera is saying F. We got Josh Jacobs to Broncos. Nope, James. Josh Jacobs is headed to Denver, or to Green Bay. You just got me tripped up, man.
Sean
You got
Murphy
me, Sean.
Bunting to the Cardinals.
Yes. Sean Murphy Bunting. Former second-round pick of the Bucks, headed out to the desert. Michael B. Value Reality A. We got Eric saying he wants to see Fields to the Seahawks. Gibson to the Pats. We got you covered there, brother. Caitlin saying Jacobs to Denver would have been nice. He's headed up to Green Bay. Henry to the Ravens could make some sense. What do you think about Calvin Ridley to Kansas City?
I like it. Fits well. I think they need a receiver. Ridley fits the vibe and prototype. It's a good all-around signing.
Mm-hmm. If you could pick one wide receiver for Kansas City, who's your dream wide receiver to go get?
Darnell Mooney.
I like that idea. I like that option.
All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back on, but I'm leaving you in the good hands of Trizzy Trace.
Let's make things happen, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to be running. I'm going to be up here for a little bit, talking some ball with you guys, having a good time, interacting with all of y'all. It's going to be a good time. We're going to have some fun here. So keep grading the signing for me. Keep grading the signing. I see the Armin man, Hunter to the Lions. That would be interesting. Okay, we got some money for Kirk Cousins. 4-year, $180 million contract. Includes a $50 million signing bonus. Another monster payday. $100 million guaranteed. $90 million in 2024. And in 2025, plus $10 million in 2026 with a fresh start. Wow. Wow, we are 50 away. Here's the deal. 50 subs away. Can we get there? I got the bosses in my ear saying if we don't get 50 more subs, I might have to lose my job. And Jack's doing a Murbanga. So save my job, have Jack do a Murbanga, and I'll join him. I'll have some fun celebrating keeping my job. 49 subs away, 100% free NFL, NBA, college football content every single day. Multiple videos a week. Keep it going. Keep it moving and grooving, baby. Come on. I want to see as many subs as possible. I want to see 365,000 subs. The Eagles are not done, per Diana Rossini. Sub so you can find out what the Eagles are going to do. What will they do? Sub. It's 10 away. Come on. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, let's go! Everyone type LFG because we just made 365,000 subs. That's one sub for every day of the year, baby. 1,000 subs for every day of the year. I don't know math. I went to Arkansas. I went to the University of Arkansas. Don't know math. 365,000 subs. That is electric. Shout out to Roundtable, True Neva. We got Peterson, Dragon Slayer, Truth Be Told, Oren Smith, Peterson, Mark, Jonathan, Cole, Kale, .com, Zapped. I love it. I love it. I love it. Shout out to all of you who've joined our family and joined our squad today. Let's keep talking about some news around the league. Sean Murphy Bunting headed from Tennessee to the Arizona Cardinals. We'll have those details to you shortly once they are announced. John Runyon, he is headed from Green Bay over to the Big Apple, 3-year, $30 million deal, with 17 of that being guaranteed. And Kirk Cousins, a big-time signing, Atlanta Falcons, 4-year, $180 million deal, 100 of that is guaranteed. It's interesting. It's a more expensive contract than the Derek Carr contract. So would you rather have Derek Carr, Kirk Cousins? It's an interesting topic to talk about. But let's kick it over to Jonathan Jones because I think he adds some interesting context around this move for Atlanta, saying that now that Kirk Cousins has landed in ATL, the free agent quarterback market should start to take shape. Broncos have discussed names like Sam Darnold and Zach Wilson, while Jacoby Brissett and Joe Flacco are potential options in New England. Flacco could also return to the Browns. The comeback player of the year last year, Joe Flacco, came off the couch, went to Cleveland, won a bunch of games, and was really successful for that team. It was absolutely electric. Value Reality is trying to cause some jokes, but, good try there, brother. Jordan Love is the best quarterback in the NFC. I don't know if I agree with that live feed. He's good, but I don't know if he's the best in the NFC. Arkansas, don't know math, but bet you know your half-sister / co. I'm not from Arkansas, so you can keep messing on the state, but I just went there for college, man. Also, don't be mad that my school has more track and cross-country national championships than any school in the country. There we go. Jack, you got this, brother. You got this. Everyone type Jack in the comments section. Jack, 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 Jack. Let's go! The tank took that down, baby.
Did some happy
Everyone
dad.
show some love to Jack in the comment section. Look at this man putting him down.
He did happy dad for the people, which I'd almost argue is like a little more sparkling, a little harder for him.
And I quote from producer Jack, I am wet. Wet! Jeremy Adams wants the Saints to get T. Higgins. I love it. Goon says, bro, this guy got to be drunk as hell. What's hilarious is, no, I'm actually just a really positive and energetic guy. But let me know so far, who's the biggest winner of day one in NFL free agency? Is it the Eagles? They brought in Bryce, Huff, and Saquon Barkley. Is it the Falcons? They got their quarterback. Could it be the Commanders? They've made a handful of moves. I want you to let me know who your biggest winner of day one in free agency is. Duck says not the Eagles. Live feed says the Packers. Packers from live feed. We got Falcons from Tony Fuentes. Melon King is typing love for Melanin King, showing love to Jack. We love to see it. Keep showing love to Jack. He's been crushing it. And producer Sam, they've been crushing on the ones and twos here at Chat Sports. The Ravens are winners. Isaiah Dawkins says the Patriots. Oren Smith says the Browns. The Raiders. Dennis, good point. Raiders definitely maximize, waiting for Fields now. Well, I think that the Raiders could be buyers for Fields, but I could also see them wanting to go the draft route and get a guy like Jaden Daniels. The Jags from Jimmy, they were very active today. Jimmy. So that's a good take right there. D. Batch says, who's the biggest winner? The Vikings just made a move. Andrew Van Ginkel. He's signing with Minnesota, 2-year, $20 million. 14 of that is guaranteed. I think that's a solid addition on the Minnesota Vikings roster. It's just, I think that this is one of those things you got to start kind of spending some money now that you're not paying Kirk. could see the Vikings starting to get a little bit more active.
I think the bigger storyline from this movement, honestly, is that the Dolphins are losing a lot of their defensive players.
Yes.
That were going to be free agents, and it's showing that because they're in cap hell, they're not retaining their good players.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think that Van Ginkel could do a really good job next to Ivan Pace for the Minnesota Vikings defense. They had a solid unit last year. They had some injuries. They need some cornerback help, some safety help as well. I think that if they just shored up that DB room, they could be really effective. Can you do me one favor? Can we get 28 more subs? I hate looking at these kind of numbers. Like, I want a whole number. Let's get the 1 right there. Let's get a 1 right there, and I'll be a very happy camper. We're only 25 subs away. Keep on keeping on, ladies and gentlemen. And if you want to send in a super chat and donate to the program, it goes a long way in supporting what we do here. $2, I'll give you a beer's cheers. Got a happy dad rocking with the wild cherry today because it's a wild Monday. $5, we'll talk about your team. $10, I'll give you a hot take for 2024. $20, we will spin the wheel. A lot of fun things we could do there. And $50, I will do a beer bong in less than 4 seconds. There you go. 4-second beer bong. It will happen. I'm expecting Justin Fields to the Raiders from Richard Holt. I think that could be a move that they make. I could also see them wanting to try and trade up to go and get a prime quarterback like Jaden Daniels. Mitchell Renz, he's been talking about him a lot, and he's very, very high on the LSU quarterback. Hot Box Gang, what do you think about him going to the Commanders and we trade down and get more picks? So I think this is about Justin Fields. So trade Justin Fields to the Commanders, trade down, get more picks. I actually don't hate that strategy. What could make some big determining factors here, or what could be some determining factors here, is what the compensation is for Justin Fields and how much you're going to have to pay him. Because if you can you get a bunch of like middle round picks, I mean, you can build a lot of talent in the middle rounds. There's a lot of good players that haven't gotten in, or there's a lot of talented players that could be drafted in the middle rounds, but there's also some talented free agents, some cheaper guys. But I actually don't hate this idea. Kid who likes Lambo, the Packers are the greatest of all time. If you're a Packers fan, just give me a go Pack go in the comment section. Ramcast, we saw your latest super chat. We were trying to talk about some news, so we're here talking about you. $10. Rams will have $50 million. Sign somebody already. I'm from New England, but a Rams fan. Shout out to Ramcast for joining the program from New England. The Eagles signed Xavier McKinney. The Eagles have signed Xavier McKinney. The Philadelphia Giants are still around. The Philadelphia Giants, ladies and gentlemen. You're turning into the Washington Cowboys, the Philadelphia Giants. Who knows the New Orleans Raiders, who knows what's going to happen? The Denver Saints, all these coaches, all these players joining new teams. It's insane what's going on here. Xavier McKinney, a very interesting player, headed to Philly. That DB room just gets better. Man, I kind of like that move. Ramcast, $50 million, sign somebody. I'll give you a hot take around the Rams for 2024. I think that the Rams, my hot take, they will not make the playoffs this year. They will not make the playoffs in 2024. That is my hot take. In terms of that $50 million to go sign somebody, it is surprising that they have been as quiet as they have been. Maybe they're looking to try and build some stuff for the future in the draft. Rams need to get moving from Ramcast, $2. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for sending in that super chat. I agree with you, though. If Sean McVay wants to stay competitive, he needs to start moving because it seems like he's just got to get over that hump of San Francisco, and if they don't make any additions, it might be tough for them to do that. Dov got. Hold on. Dov got. Xavier McKinney may not be headed to the Giants. Or to the Eagles, excuse me. He is not. Dov got. Everyone type ha Dov. Any Lions updates from John? So the Detroit Lions, in terms of the moves that they have made, let me see here. Let me pull up my tracker. The Detroit Lions, I mean, an interesting spot being in the NFC Championship last year. they could have been in the Super Bowl, man. Like, that would have been pretty wild. But I do know that they're re-signing Graham Glasgow, 3-year, $20 million deal, 9.5 guaranteed. They could go look to get Danielle Hunter. I could see Dan Campbell want another guy who's going to bite kneecaps, and maybe that's a player that can go and do it. Fluffy Pugs, do you think Brad Holmes will cook? Go Lions, Super Bowl 2025, here we come. I think that everyone across the country could be on board with the Lions making another Super Bowl run. It was really fun to see that. I'm going to be honest, if you weren't entertained watching Dan Campbell just gamble the entire – change it, Dan Campbell to Dan Gamble. I love it. Dan Gamble, I mean, he was rolling dice all through the playoffs. Would have been really cool to see him work out. Unfortunately, they did not get past the Niners. Stinks, but what are you going to, maybe next year. I think that Holmes could cook this year, and I want to see them bring in some new talent. I think the draft could be a big spot where they're active. Ramcast, hope they don't. We need draft picks. That's fair. I think that the F them picks philosophy for LA is an interesting one. Credit where it's due. It worked. You got a ring, so it's like you can't really complain too much, but you got to get some of that draft capital back. You got to start building, find building block pieces like a Puka Nacua. Great player you found in the draft. Damian Reyna is a first-time super chatter. $2 from you. Appreciate you, Damian. Thank you for supporting our movement at Chat Sports. And Bryce Pope, 99 cents. Shout out to you, Bryce. 99 cents for a guy who probably has a Madden rating of 99, if you ask me. But let's keep this thing going. Let's keep this thing moving. Damien is asking about updated cap space. For which team, Damien? You don't have to send in a super chat. If you want to, you feel free to, but just let us know what team you want to know about the cap space. Jeremy Adams says Saints news. The Saints did have Avonte Maddox meet with them today. They did give a 2-year new deal / restructure for Demario Davis. Michael Thomas will be headed out the door here shortly. So shout out your favorite team for me. Let me know who you like, and we will talk about whoever we see. So I need you to go as fast as you can. I'm going to set a 20-second timer. The fastest person, or whoever sends in the most, producer Sam is going to pick a guy, and we're going to talk about him.
I'm not looking.
So 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, faster, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and Jags. The Jacksonville Jaguars, they don't get talked a ton on the mainstream media, so we're going to talk about them. Ezra Cleveland, the offensive tackle, he signed a 3-year, $28.5 million deal, $14.5 million guaranteed. Mac Jones was traded for out of New England. He was a sixth-round pick in 2024. That's crazy considering it was the 15th overall selection just a few years ago. Mitch Morse, the center, 2 years, $10.5 million, $7 million guaranteed. Gabe Davis headed down south. I really like this move for the Jacksonville Jaguars. I think that he could offer some help to Trevor Lawrence. But in terms of some other moves for the Jags, Darnell Savage, details to be announced. Will Lutz, he spent some time with the Saints, followed Sean Payton over to the Denver Broncos, was traded last offseason from New Orleans to Denver. He signs a 3-year deal. He's a great kicker. He's very clutch, and I think that he is it's a good move for Jacksonville. I just don't know why Denver let him go. Shout out your favorite team, and we'll keep talking about it. I want to see more people shout out their favorite team in the comment section. We're going to do this one more time. Whoever sends it in, I need as many times, otherwise we won't see it. I'm going to do 10 seconds. You ready? Set, go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Steelers. The Steelers. Wow, that's actually going to be. So the Steelers made a big move. In case you missed it, Jack Sperry spent the last 48 hours straight at the Chat Sports Studios waiting for the Russell Wilson move to happen, and he got blessed because it did. Russell Wilson signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Struggled in Denver under Sean Payton. Didn't quite work out the way they wanted to after being traded for and giving up all those assets to Seattle. He's headed over to the Pittsburgh Steelers, a 1-year, $1.2 million deal. The Broncos, they're going to be paying him $38 million to not stick around. Honest question, could you imagine somebody giving you a check of $38 million and saying, please do not show up to work. Just please don't come back. Just stay at home. We don't want nothing to do with you. I'm taking that check and I'm running with it, and I'm never looking back if that's me. So there you go. Russell Wilson, he's the big free agency addition for Pittsburgh. Not a ton of moves out there in Pennsylvania for the Steelers. However, I could see them being a lot more active during the draft. We just got to see kind of how things start panning out. Once again, let's show you the Super Chat menu. If you guys feel gracious enough to donate to the program, $2, I'll give you a beer's cheers. I'm drinking a Happy Dad because I love to be happy. $5, we'll talk about your team. Just shout out your favorite team. We'll talk about the picks that they made, or not the picks, the moves that they made. Talk about some draft stuff, whatever you want. Just let us know what team. $10, I'll give you a hot take for 2024. $20, we will spin the wheel. Got a lot of fun things on the wheel that could be really cool. And then $50, a beer bong or shotgun, and I will do it in less than 4 seconds. I can promise you that, and if I don't, I will do it again, so that way I get it under 4. Let's get to Richard Holt. I am predicting the Rams get Danielle Hunter, and if they don't, they trade a second-round pick for Brian Burns. I don't hate Brian Burns to L.A. I will say this, Danielle Hunter on the same line as Aaron Donald could be horrifying. It just straight up could be absolutely terrifying if you're an opposing quarterback. Danielle Hunter's a really good football player. Aaron Donald, clearly a very good football player. I don't know if the Panthers would want to give up Brian Burns for a second. I could see that working, but I could also see them being like, he's one of the best edge rushers in the league. Like, give us a first at least, or multiple seconds, or multiple picks. So I don't think that Brian Burns to LA is unreasonable. I just think it might cost a little bit more than just 1 second-round pick. But let's get to Ramscast. The owner of the Cowboys said that they wanted to get Derrick Henry. Do you think they will? By the way, love the stream. You guys seem cool. Ramcast, appreciate you showing love. Thank you for hanging out and for all the donations. It really does go a long way in supporting us. Jerry Jones, I could see him going after Derrick Henry. Josina Anderson actually even talked about this not too long ago, just a couple hours ago. My understanding, the Cowboys are not currently expected to be at the top of the running back market, compensation-wise in free agency. Dallas is expected to continue to survey the market within their range and, of course, within the draft accordingly. So in terms of your question, Ramscast, no, I don't think that the Cowboys are in the market for Derrick Henry. I don't think that they're willing to pay him as much as a team like the Ravens. I think that the Ravens could be a very good fit for Derrick Henry. I also thought that, Houston maybe could be an interesting option. Who knows? I think Derrick Henry will not be headed to Dallas, but I don't think he's also headed back to Tennessee. We got any more super chats? Or Taylor Gage? The Patriots have the most money, and they have done nothing. They traded away Mac Jones. That's something. Can't say they did nothing. They did. They made a trade. You acquired an extra pick. It's a 6th-round pick, but do what? Oh, and Gibson. Good call. I totally forgot about signing the Commanders running back. All right. Let me know in the comment section, who do you think signs first? Derrick Henry or Calvin Ridley? Which one of these two players, both high-profile players at their positions, which one will get signed first? I'm going to give shout-outs to everyone who comments. I got Bong Bong saying Calvin Ridley, Nathaniel Calvin Ridley, ACC Derrick Henry, Aussie Derrick Henry, USC and Broncos Calvin Ridley, Kev Dog saying the Browns report, shout-out to Matthew Peterson, Detroit Lions fan Calvin Ridley, Landon Derrick Henry, Thackeray Binks Calvin Ridley, J.R. Pearson Calvin Ridley. We got Kev Dog, Oren Smith, and J.D. Segura all going Derrick Henry. We got Allen saying Derrick Henry, Jinx Calvin Ridley, Jamal Derrick Henry, Red Zone Calvin Ridley, Gotti Calvin Ridley, Jaime Derrick Henry, Boyd Derrick Henry, Kane Calvin Ridley, Mr. Tubby Derrick Henry, Orrin Smith Derrick Henry, Drew O Derrick Henry, Gerardo Derrick Henry, Kids Programming Derrick Henry. A lot of Derrick Henrys coming in. I actually agree with the most of y'all. I think that Henry will be the next big running back to be signed. I think that he'll get signed before Calvin Ridley because I could see Ridley maybe not waiting a long time, but waiting to see like, hey, can I go make an extra $1 or $2 here? But if he does wait too long, you risk not making as much money as possible, which who doesn't want to make the most money they could possibly make? So you got to love that. Rams just signed Jamal Adams. Is that true? From Ernest. Let's see. Doing some research. Nothing we're seeing that. Jamal Adams has not been signed yet, but Ernest, will keep an eye out for that. Sean saying, you rock. We appreciate you, Sean. Any Panthers news from Rolando? Yeah, Von Bell is not coming back to Carolina this year. So there's some news around the Panthers. Do not jinx it, though. NFL fans, how badly do you want your team to make the playoffs? If we don't get to 2K likes, your team will not make the playoffs. I'm over here sitting, I am the bad jinx. I am the bad news bears here. Your team will not make the playoffs unless we get to 2,000 likes. We're 340 away. 240. Wow, we just had a huge jump. 240 likes away. Do you want your team to make the playoffs? I will put bad juju on your team to miss the postseason. I'll put bad juju that your team will win 2 games. If you want your team to make the playoffs and make a Super Bowl run, I need you to like that video. We're 200 likes away. We need to get to 2,000. Otherwise, I'm going to start blabbering my mouth, putting out jinxes, putting out bad karma for all these football teams, except for my favorite team, of course. 18-14. We need to get to 2,000. Come on. Keep liking the video. Once you like it, put a thumbs up emoji in the chat, and I'll give you a shout-out. I will give you a shout-out. Tony Fuentes has liked it. I love to see it. We're almost there. We're almost there. Aaron Jones is being released. Aaron Jones is being released after the Raiders running back Josh Jacobs has signed with the Packers. Tony, Taylor, Jaime, Skyhot, Andrew, Thackeray, K-Money, all liking the video. I love to see it. Sawyer liked it. Tony liked it. K-Money, Ollie Olich, 13 Souls, Rips Prod, Travis Lambert, Kane Shiesty. Love to see it. They're all liking the video. Tim Bro, Drew O, Ernest, Drew, AC, Perry, Ice Raptor Gaming liked the video. Cream Spinach. I hate cream spinach, but I love you watching the show. Benet liked the video. Party Greek Boy. K-Money Drip Music. Bill Jennings. All liking the video. Ryan Sanchez. Come on. We're 99 away. We're 99 away. I got some news to talk about from Tom Pelissero, but I need 91 now likes. I need 91 likes. Come on. Help a brother out so we can talk about the latest news around the NFL. Let's get it going. I'm giving shout-outs to everyone who puts a thumbs up emoji in the chat after you like the video. Dewey has liked the video. Red Zone liked the video. Noser, Dewey, G. Bradshaw, Christopher Metz. Come on, keep it going. We're 40 away. We're 7 away. What a jump. What a big jump. Come on. We're so close. We're so close. Can we get there, ladies and gentlemen? And we did. So let's talk about the latest NFL news. From Tom Pelissero, he's reporting the Packers are releasing star running back Aaron Jones after they had signed Josh Jacobs in free agency. He's a 3-time 1,000-yard rusher. He missed some time with injuries last season and was due $12 million in 2024. Instead, he's going to be hitting the market at 29 years old. So I think that that's another running back to look out for. Maybe that could be a player that the Cowboys could go for. I remember some people talking about the Cowboys signing Derrick Henry. They're not in the market for a big-time running back. Maybe this is a guy that they could be getting. All right, let's get to Dr. Savage on Twitch. The Raiders. Let's talk about the Raiders. Man, one of the best moves, I think, on free agency is Christian Wilkins to the Raiders. That defensive line with Max Crosby and Christian Wilkins, I mean, goodness gracious. I feel so sorry for Sean Payton. I feel so sorry for the Chargers. Patrick Mahomes, I think he could still cook, but he might have a little bit of a tougher job. It's going to be interesting. I really like what the Raiders are doing. Antonio Pierce, it feels like he's building a winning culture. I think that they could be a quality team this year, at least better than they were last year. They need to shore up the offensive side of the ball. That's my thing. The defense was good last year. They're better this year, but the offense just has to be more productive because they just were very underwhelming outside of that game when they scored 70-plus points. I get it, or 60 points, whatever. My point being, one game against the Chargers when they're already about to fire their coach. Congrats, but come on, Ramcast, thank you for another one. Will history redo itself with Randy Moss going to a dynasty and Jay Jetta now going to the Chiefs to complete the dynasty? Jace, what do you think about it? Would you take Justin Jefferson? Or not would you take him? Would you be willing to trade away as whatever it takes to get him? Yeah, I agree. Any team should be willing to. Yeah. Jace, he put out a very, very, good, I think a good take. I'd be willing to trade away my first-round picks for the next 5 years to get Justin Jefferson. The dude is a talented player. He's the best wide receiver in the league. No questions asked. Could he leave for the Chiefs? That could be a dude. Patrick Mahomes and Justin Jefferson would be such a cheat code. You're literally just playing Madden against these guys, and it's on rookie mode. It would be rookie mode Madden for Andy Reid. At that point, it'd just be might as well. Why don't we go sign not Brett Favre. That was a bad example. Let's go sign another agent quarterback. Let him have some fun. Why not? Just like Joe Flacco did. Man. I think Justin Jefferson and Patrick Mahomes teaming up would be horrifyingly scary. Colin is asking, is Kirk to Atlanta official? Yes, it is, my friend. Yes, it is. Diggs plus picks for Justin? So you're saying Trayvon Diggs or Stephon Diggs for Justin Fields podcast? Podcast P recap. Let me know. Do you mean Stephon or Trayvon Diggs? Because two very different situations. I don't think the Cowboys or the Bills need Justin Fields. Dak Prescott. I'm not a huge Dak fan, but he's a starting quarterback in this league, and Josh Allen is a great football player. Stephon Diggs is what he's talking about. Yeah, so Josh Allen is a really good player. I mean, if you add Justin Fields, it adds a whole nother dynamic to the team, but Allen's a good runner. Allen's a great passer. I think that he is, I just don't think they'd be in the market for Justin Fields. Mighty Bouch? Not Mighty. The high and mighty is saying, what will the Steelers do with Kenny Smallhands? Also go Cardinals. They're going to have Kenny Pickett and him and Russell Wilson battle it out for a QB1. I think that this is a very realistic situation where you have Russell Wilson be the quarterback one for a year, maybe two. Kenny Pickett sits and develops and learns from Russ, and then they try again with him. I could also see them being like, you know what? Kenny Pickett is a career backup, and we're going to have a great career backup. Super Bowl teams, if you look back at the past handful of years, they all have good backup quarterbacks. You have the depth because just in case you need somebody who can come in and make an impact and win you games. I think that it's going to come down to which one's going to be QB1. Kenny Pickett likely QB2 though. Tanner, what are your thoughts on the Eagles moves? Howie Roseman, it might be the most aggressive GM in the NFL. Just plain and simple. Bringing in Saquon Barkley, bringing in Bryce Huff. There's now chatter that they could be interested in Xavier McKinney. There is some news that they're not done yet. There's reports that the Eagles are not done. They're going to be doing a little bit more. So I think that's something else to look out for. The Eagles have been doing a lot of really good things today. I am kind of I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of terrified of the Eagles. I think that they're a really good unit and they just keep getting better. So we'll see how things keep panning out in Philadelphia. Fluffy Pugs, Jared Goff or Hendon Hooker. I would love to see what Hendon Hooker can do and what's Detroit's cap space like. Go Lions. So I don't know why you wouldn't keep Jared Goff as the starter. Sure, I'd want to see what Hendon Hooker is capable of as well, but why? Jared Goff just took you to the NFC Championship. Like, why switch things up just for the sake of switching things up or just to see what can happen? Like, what if Hendon Hooker stinks and you lose like 3 or 4 games because of him, and for that reason you don't get a good spot in the playoff run or something, or like that in the playoff rankings? Like, that could just be brutal. Sports Highlight Hut saying Blake Cashman to the Vikings. Appreciate it, man. We've had that news for you for a while, so no need to spam. Oh, it just happened. Oh, I was thinking of Jonathan Grenard. Blake Cashman, we got you. I was thinking Jonathan Grenard, excuse me, another Texans player also headed to Minnesota. So appreciate you, Sports Highlight Hut. That's on me, my bad. Blake Cashman, 3-year, $25.5 million deal. Holy cow, Minnesota is trying to make that defense nasty under Brian Flores. And I think that these are 2 great players. They're trying. I like that. They're trying to overcompensate for losing Danielle Hunter by bringing in as many players as they can. I do like Cashman. I think he's a really good player. I also really like Jonathan Grenard. He is also a young, interesting piece. Like, they're bringing in young guys. We'll see how they manage to make it happen, if you will, because you never know if these guys actually will pan out. But grade the signing for me. And while you grade that, I want to tell y'all really quickly about Prize Picks. Go to prizepicks.com/CLNS if you want to check out the #1 daily fantasy sports app in North America. I absolutely love this app, and it's my favorite DFS app, and it's so easy to use. It's just as simple as picking 2 or more players, choosing more or less on their projected stat lines, and voila, you win some money. It's so fun. It's so easy. TMI, every single morning when I'm taking care of some business on the toilet, I'm on Prize Picks, making sure I'm making some money. So in terms of some picks for some NCAA basketball, you can go more than 13.5 points for Ryan Nemberhard, Graham Ike more than 30.5 points, rebounds, and assists, and RJ Freeman less than 2.5 3-pointers made. That's what the Chat Sports team here is doing. If you want to go another route, you can go Luka Doncic, more than 33.5 points. Cade Cunningham, a little devil pick. That means it's a little harder to hit, but a much bigger payout, 24.5 points. And Devin Vassell, 10 points and it's rebounds, it looks like. More than that, you win some money. Just go to prizepicks.com/CLNS. Plug in promo code CLNS. So that way you can get a first deposit match up to $100. Thank you, Prize Picks, for making today's NFL free agency show happen. And shout out to everyone who's downloaded Prize Picks already. If you want to see a really good-looking PP, hit the link in the chat. I said what I said. I said what I said. It's not the first time. New signing. Wee-woo, wee-woo, wee-woo. Bryce Young is getting some better protection. Robert Hunt headed to the Carolina Panthers. That is a good move for Carolina. They need to give Bryce Young better protection. He is a good player, just didn't have the time to throw the ball. And finally, Robert Hunt gets picked up by a team. I actually really like this move for Carolina. Bilal Nichols headed to Arizona. 3 years, $21 million, $14.4 million guaranteed. I like that move for the Arizona Cardinals. Very underwhelming. No Kyler Murray last year. He got hurt. I picked him off in high school. Anyway, it's this is just some other stuff to check out, but let's go through the full free agency tracker. First things first, Gabe Davis. He is headed to Jacksonville to team up with Trevor Lawrence. 3-year, $39 million deal. Christian Wilkins, 4-year, $110 million deal. He earned a bag. And he is going to be playing in Sin City. Cam Lewis, 2-year, $4 million deal. Gunnar Olszewski, he has a 1-year deal. Details to be announced. Tyler Biadasz is staying in the NFC East, headed over to Washington, 3-year, $30 million deal. Lonnie Johnson spent some time with the Texans, then with the Saints, headed back to H-Town, 1-year, $2.5 million contract. Jonah Jackson, 3-year, $51 million deal, $34 million guaranteed. Darnell Savage also headed to Duval. Colby Parkinson, 3 years, $22.5 million with $15.5 15.5 guaranteed. Josh Jacobs, details to be announced. Bryce Huff, he's shoring up the Eagles' defensive line. And here's the thing, Howie Roseman's going to be adding some big-time pass rushers there. Will Lutz, the kicker who was with the Saints, Sean Payton traded for him. Now he's headed to Jacksonville. Kirk Cousins, 4-year, $180 million deal, $100 million guaranteed in Atlanta. That might be the big deal of the day. My top three, it's got to be Kirk Cousins, Christian Wilkins, and then Saquon, I think, is my third out of the top three moves of the day. Saquon, sticking around the NFC East. He's moving from the Big Apple over to Philly. 3 years, $37.75 million with 26 guaranteed. Antonio Gibson, 3-year deal. Details to be announced. He's headed from Washington over to New England. And Sean Murphy Bunting, still no details there for the Arizona Cardinals. John Runyon, 3-year, $30 million deal, $17 million guaranteed. Andrew Van Ginkel, the linebacker, is headed to team up with Ivan Pace. 2-year, $20 million deal, $14 million guaranteed. Aaron Jones also signed was released because of Josh Jacobs. Tyquan Lewis, details TBD or TBA there. Blake Cashman, he's cashing in, like his last name says, with the Minnesota Vikings. $25.5 million deal. Joins Jonathan Grenard, his former teammate in Houston, in Minnesota. Robert Hunt is headed from Miami in South Beach up to Carolina. And Bilal Nichols, the defensive tackle from the Raiders, is headed to the desert. $21 million deal, 14.4 guaranteed. And I'm going to take a sip of water because your boys' pipes are dry. Need one more sip. Sorry, y'all. I remember my old coach saying, hydrate or dihydrate. Got to take in some water every chance you get. Let's run through some news here. Tom Pelissero reporting that the Packers are releasing Aaron Jones per sources, a 3-time 1,000-yard rusher. Jones missed some time with injuries last year, was due $12 million in 2024, and instead he's looking to hit the free agent market at 29 years old. Diana Rossini, as we bring back the legend, Jace Andrews.
The legend?
Yes.
You're the one who picked
Super
off
Bowl
Kyler.
champion.
You're the one who picked off Kyler.
I did pick off Kyler.
Somebody
It
did
happened.
say that they wanted to hear your explain it. Kev Dog spammed. Please explain your pick on Kyler Murray.
Okay, Kev Dog. So what happened was, I was a sophomore in high school. I was playing on an indoor flag football team with like a spring indoor flag football league, just purely for fun with a bunch of my friends. Kyler Murray and a bunch of his high school buddies and teammates, they were on another team. We played against them. Pick six to the house. I read his eyes like a book. He's not that tall, so it's pretty easy to pick him off.
I know, it's probably hard to see his eyes.
Yeah, hard to see his eyes because he had to kind of like use some binoculars to look down on
He
him.
get like
But at the
stilts
end,
in those games?
Do
Or
what?
He get to wear stilts in those games?
no, he didn't wear stilts, but he did have, like in the submarines, they had like the thing where you can kind of look up into outside of the water. He had one of those to try and see over his center. I did pick him off. It did happen. No video, no proof
did
from
happen.
Deuce. Here's the thing. They don't take videos. In 2014, they didn't take videos at indoor flag football at PSA. Yeah, there's no video of the Wilt Chamberlain 100-point game. So I'm Wilt Chamberlain in this situation. I'm Wilt. Aaron
Where
Jones.
is
Wow.
Jones?
This could happen quickly.
I
Where do you
mean,
think Aaron Jones
I kind
headed?
of see him signing here in the next couple hours, to be honest. That's a good running back. And it's just Derrick Henry now.
Yeah.
It's just Derrick Henry.
Yeah. Dude,
Pollard's gone. Swift is
well,
gone.
so I guess Pollard did sign. I
Pollard's
forgot about
gone.
Pollard.
The only running back left is Henry. So
I'm
Aaron
surpri-
Jones, it's
I'm
going to be quick.
Yeah, I'm surprised Henry hasn't been signed yet.
Honestly, the way that the Vikings are spending money, Aaron Jones to the Vikings?
Yeah. The sports, it never happened. The pick happened. If you guys want to, it's just one of those things you have to have faith in the person talking about it. But, oh well, it'd be like that. Austin Eckler hasn't signed either. That's another name to look out for in the running back market.
Where will Aaron Jones play next season? Get down in the comment section and let us know. I'm curious to see what y'all say. Vikings from Joey.
Guys, I'm going to head on out of here. Got to go help out the Chat Sports crew. I'll be back here shortly. I will be throwing it to Jace. See you guys soon.
I'm going to catch it. I caught it. Aaron Jones to Dallas. That'd be nice. Patrick Queen to Washington. That'd be an interesting one. Zach Moss definitely has not signed yet. That's one. Aaron Jones to the Rams. That's an interesting one. Cleveland. Yeah, that's kind of my thought. Like, he's got to go to the Giants. They've done nothing. Literally nothing. There's no way that they don't make a move for that. My thing is, like, Aaron Jones, like, you're comparing him to, like, Zach Moss and Eckler. I think Aaron Jones is now the top-tier running back behind Derrick Henry. I don't know who's best behind him. Because, like, the success he had in Green Bay is unmatched compared to other running backs that are still available. I just don't see anybody else. Jones to Raiders, that's a good one. That's a pretty good one. I do think the Raiders are in an interesting situation now because, yes, they have some money, but are they going to spend it all on Christian Wilkins and then get Aaron Jones and call it good? I don't think that's all they want to do. That makes no sense. By the way, Blake Cashman's deal, 3-year with a max value of $25.5 million. 3 years, max value $25.5. Wow. Rob Hunt, $26.5 million signing bonus as a part of that deal. So that cap space for the Panthers, not going to take too big of a hit. Obviously, $100 million is a lot for 5 years, but still, a lot of it on that signing bonus right away there. Derrick Henry to the Lions. That'd be a nice one. Bro, the Dolphins doing anything, their whole team is gone. Yeah, well, the Dolphins have no money at all. Literally none. Yeah, they're cap pound. Rams Cast with a $5 super chat. Thank you very much. That passed right through it. Jack, go back. My B, do you think that the Texans can make a Super Bowl run to stop the Chiefs? And do you think now that Cousins has a stacked team, he'll be good? I think Cousins was good even without a stacked team. And, I mean, he did have Jordan Addison, Justin Jefferson for a game, although that kind of lasted short because then injuries to him, Jefferson, everything kind of did a bunch of stuff. So I think there's a couple things that they could do, but I will say it would be poetic justice if the Chiefs got a 24-point lead on the Texans, proceeded to blow it to the Texans, and they go on to win the Super Bowl. Because that's honestly what started this whole Kansas City Chiefs dynasty. It would be very funny for them to have that happen. So I think it'd be interesting. I do see the Texans being contenders for the next 3 years. Once C.J. Stroud requires a new deal, that could be a potential problem. So we'll have to see there. But love your question, Ramscast, and I think it's a good one. Fluffy Pigs with a $2 super chat. Give a little beers cheers to you. Appreciate you. The NFC North going to be the division, going to be the best division next year. No, it's the AFC South. I think it's the AFC South. The NFC North is going to be decent, but like the Vikings, who are they going to have at quarterback? The Lions are going to be good again. The Bears should be good in theory. I think it's going to be the most competitive division. I don't think it's the best. I think the best is going to be the AFC South. Just thinking of Anthony Richardson with a team that was 1 win away from the playoffs last year. The Texans, C.J. Stroud still kind of molding into his facet. And then on top of which, you've got the Jaguars team who made moves today, signing Gabe Davis. Lots of different things going on. But I will say, I know there's some experts in the NFL, but there's none better here at Chat Sports than Jack Sperry. Bring on now. Got a football mind. And what do you think about the moves today, Sari?
Definitely the Kirk Cousins one is the one that's highlighting everything. Of course, Saquon. I know that there's going to be a lot of Giants fans that are going to be booing Saquon when he goes to MetLife Stadium next year, playing him twice a year. I know our Giants host, Marshall Green, is already tweeted out, F Saquon Barkley. So it tells you everything you need to know about that move.
I will say, Christian Wilkins.
Wilkins was a big one,
signings
too.
of the day. You get Max Crosby and Wilkins on the same line?
And, you know, I gotta say, with the Minnesota Vikings, taking on that $28.5 million cap hit to not sign Kirk Cousins for this season.
Blunder.
I mean, it's just complete shambles if you are a Minnesota Vikings fan today. You know, absolutely, man. It's just, I can't believe that they didn't sign him because you're going to be paying him 28.5 against your cap next year, regardless. And I just, if I were Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, I would have paid him the money. But I mean, that's not me, man.
Young GM there. Fluffy Pigs with a $5 super chat again, saying, breaking news: Kansas City trades Taylor Swift to Buffalo for a pack of Oreos. Hello, JK. This is my new favorite channel. Thanks for great content, new sub. Hey, Fluffy Pigs, we appreciate you. We're appreciating everybody who has subbed today because guess what? You're getting NFL content every single day. We got videos all year long. We've got live shows. And whenever big things happen, guess what? We're going to be here. We got live shows for a bunch of stuff. And the Falcons signed a tight end. Charlie Warner, 3-year deal worth $12 million. Not a huge signing, but they get a tight end.
Not a huge one. He
backup tight end there.
He kind of stinks.
Nicholas saying, what do you see the Bengals doing? Trading T. Higgins to somebody. I don't really know past that because their money's dwindling, and they're going to have none of it next year when they have to sign Jamar. So,
and the reports are that they're thinking about cutting Joe Mixon this offseason as well. So you could be losing T. Higgins. You're probably going to be losing Tyler Boyd. You could be losing Joe Mixon. You had the 31st ranked defense in the National Football League last year. I mean, I know people talk about the Bengals as if like they're a team that can take on the Chiefs and win in the playoffs next year, but I don't think Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase is going to be enough in themselves to get the job done.
So here's my thing. I always thought their window had one more year. I thought it had this year.
And then
it did not. It did not.
Yeah, exactly.
And unfortunately for the Bengals and all their fans, Joe Burrow was your only hope, and he was injury-prone in the years you needed him.
And now with the Pittsburgh Steelers getting Russell Wilson on the vet minimum, it's looking like they're going to have one of the more complete rosters in the National Football League last year. We know how good the Baltimore Ravens roster is. It looks like they're going to be adding a running back at some point during free agency this year. It looks like, to me at least, Baltimore is definitely the favorite heading into the year. Steelers probably number 2, probably hunting for a wild card spot. Maybe they upset the Ravens for the division. But Cincinnati and Cleveland definitely look like they're lower in the AFC North to me.
Ramcast saying the Rams have $50 million after being cap hell for the past 4 years, only signing small names. So far, who do you think they will take or be their best fit? Honestly, if the Rams were smart, throw some money at Derrick Henry and see what happens. You're going to lose Eckler. Like I know, was it Spiller? Or Kelly. They love Kelly as their backup running back, but I still think you get a running back in there to potentially really round out that squad, the Rams would be nice.
Yeah, it wouldn't be terrible. I definitely think that that's something that could work for that ball club right there. I mean, it's definitely tough if you're the Rams, $50 million. Oh, my goodness, man. They're going to have to make some moves here for sure. Matthew Stafford really had a good season last year, in my opinion. They've got some nice receiving weapons. They're going to have to get better on the defensive side of the ball for sure. They played okay given the talent that they had. But they definitely need to get better, in my opinion, if they want to really ascend to that Super Bowl caliber level that they were a couple of years ago.
And with Stafford, I think you got 2 years left.
At least. I would say at least. See, last year he played really well. He was my pick, actually, for comeback player of the year. I thought that he was a really good player, and I can't wait to see what he's got going.
Ethan saying super sad about Dolphins right now, but can you please talk about Dolphins cap space and what they can do to fix that? Also, who they can sign. I'd like Patrick Queen. Unfortunately, with the whole Tua contract and all that, Patrick Queen seems like an unlikely option for the Dolphins. Now, they're losing everybody because they just don't have any money. And I think this is a result of bad planning by their GM and just not really understanding that they were trying to win now, and then when they didn't win now, they're stuck.
They really pushed all their chips into the center of the table.
Right
kind of last year, with Tua doing a nice job there,
getting
like
Ramsey.
Daniels' office, and Ramsey and Chubb and all these guys that they signed. Now they're definitely on the downturn here.
Patrick Queen to the Seahawks.
Oh,
So,
there
there you
it is. Patrick Queen to the Seahawks. Oh my goodness, how much are they going to be paying him?
Oh, I got got. Jeremy Fowler got got.
Jeremy
Fowler reposted it.
Oh, no way, he got got.
Jeremy Fowler reposted
That
a
is
Schefter.
so embarrassing.
Jeremy Fowler reposted a fake Schefter.
Oh, that sucks. Schefter got too, I think.
No. Schefter.
Oh, it's a fake Schefter?
Fowler
Oh,
reposted a fake
Fowler.
That's a great video. Well, that's why I'm like, why would he post a video? But like, Jeremy Fowler. Okay. Whoever's doing this live show thing, I know Fowler's usually going like, golly, we've had a couple of these. All right, well, it's my time to get off of here, but I'm leaving you in the good hands of 6'6"
6'5".
6'10" Jack Sperry.
Yeah.
I promise it'll be good, but we'll see y'all later. You're going to have a good time.
All right, guys, make sure you go spam me down there in the live chat. I'm going to give some shout-outs here to everybody that spams me. I see Travis in there. I see Kappa. I see Norman. I see Henry. I see Ozzy. I see Ernest. I see The King. I see Tracy King. I see Brian. Oh, my gosh, these are coming in so fast I can't even read them. We got Sam. We got Danzel. We got Ramcast. We got Red Zone. We got Micah, we got Lewis, we got Grilled, we got Bren, we got Blake, we got Thackeray, we got Ben again, we got Raw, we got Metro, we got Nothing, we got Jorge Q, we've got Retro, we got Evelyn, we've got Out of Pocket, we got Bubba, we got Steven, we got Buckets, we got Colton, we got, let's see, we got K-Money, we got TTV, Charlie with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Charlie. We'll get you up here in just a second. We got Kenny, Jake, Hotbox, DDF, Mr. Cy Gray, DDF, Connor, Alex M, Jesse, Melania King, Kev Dev. Lots of great people in the chat, man. Over 4,000 people watching live here at Chat Sports. And, man, it has been already an explosive day in the National Football League. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button because all offseason long we're going to have you guys covered with all the updates, breaking news coverage, trade alerts, and then also top draft targets as well, and then scouting reports, a whole 9 yards. We got mock drafts on the channel every single week as well. So make sure you click that subscribe button because we got the best damn NFL coverage this offseason for free right here on YouTube. You can see that ticker keep going up. Let's get to 365,300 right now. Let's get there right now, baby. Come on. Come on. See that ticker keep going. Let's get it. Come on. Once we get there, we'll go over the top free agents available. We need 3 more. Come on, 2 more. Let's get there. 1 more. Who's going to be the 300? Who's going to get to 300? There it is. All right. Let's go over the top NFL free agents available according to us here at Chat Sports. Danielle Hunter, the biggest edge rusher available on the open market, still available. Eric Armstead, currently 4th in the National Football League among active players in sacks in the postseason. He's available. He was released by the San Francisco 49ers in a bombshell move last night. Leonard Williams from the Seattle Seahawks, Kendall Fuller, the corner from Washington, and Tyron Smith, former left tackle for the Dallas Cowboys. Absolutely all these guys are really, really good players, man. And, I think that we're going to get some news here on Danielle Hunter at some point today. Then we get to 6 through 10 here. Calvin Ridley, the number 1 receiver on the market right now. Big receiver. Maybe disappointed a bit last year in Jacksonville, but still a really valuable player. Derrick Henry, the top running back option. Big body King Henry. Where will he end up? Will he go to Baltimore? Will he go somewhere else? Who knows, man, but that's going to be an interesting signing right there. Patrick Queen, the top linebacker this year. He's expected to sign for over or about $18 million per season, man. That's going to be a bombshell move when that comes. Chase Young, Michael Onwenu as well, formerly with the New England Patriots, is something to watch out for here. Then we get to 11 through 15. Marquise Hollywood Brown, he's had some drop issues throughout his career, but he's a nice, dynamic little receiver. That's a deep threat. Definitely a nice complementary piece for some team out there. Trent Brown, offensive tackle, top 10 grading, left tackle in football last year. Definitely going to be a big pickup for somebody here. Chidobe Awuzie, formerly with the Cincinnati Bengals. Very versatile corner. Has played in a bunch of different types of systems. Probably going to be pretty valuable on the free agency market here. Jonah Williams played right tackle for the Bengals last year. Pretty darn good player there. And Kenny Moore, versatile corner, had the highest PFF grade of his career last year. And he can play outside, inside. He's a former Pro Bowler and a great locker room presence. And I actually think, man, that the next signing that comes across, I'm going to call it right now, is going to be Danielle Hunter to somebody, whether that be the Chicago Bears, whether that be to the Washington Commanders, whether that be somewhere else. I think Danielle Hunter is going to get done at some point today. And with that, let's bring back Mr. Trace Gerard. How are we doing, Trace? It's going to be a party with me and you.
I'm so excited to run it with you, Spare Dog. It's going to be a good time. I'm so pumped. was standing over there with the blue background. Now I got the gray background because, that's what we do here at Chats. Yeah, I'm a colorful guy. I like colors,
The reason why we had the switch was because I'm 6'5", so we only have like 3 tripods in any of the studios here at Chat Sports that actually fit me, so we had to switch it up a little bit.
And you can tell by our height right here, I am also 6'5". Just kidding. I am 5'11" and a half. That extra half inch, it's very important. Very important,
Absolutely. So Trace, out there right now, we just went over the best available on our list here at Chat Sports. Who's the best free agent still on the market, in your opinion?
Man, I really like Danielle Hunter. I think that he is a very talented pass rusher. He can get to the quarterback. He can cause massive amounts of headaches and massive sleep loss for opposing offensive coordinators. I would love to see a team. I know the Seahawks, they just got Jerry Fowler just got. I'm just going to say it, though. I don't hate the fit of Patrick Queen to Seattle. I actually kind of think it's a good fit.
I believed it because they're in the market for a linebacker.
Exactly.
Bobby Wagner is leaving, not expected to return. They're kind of an up-and-up team. Mike McDonald, their new head coach, coming in. So I could certainly see Patrick Queen signing there in Seattle. But I agree with you. Danielle Hunter is the number 1 guy on my list right now. I think that he is ravenous, man. He's got great finesse. He's great with the hand-fighting moves, and then he's got great power, all right? I used to actually work security at U.S. Bank Stadium back in college for our baseball fundraising and stuff like that, and I would actually work the field. And when you saw Danielle Hunter walk by you in pads, it literally looked like a monster was walking by you. It was unbelievable. This guy is built like a statue, and then he backs that up with the finesse and the speed and the athleticism. 16 sacks last year, 23 tackles for loss. Somebody's going to get a legitimate number 1 edge rusher, and I guess we're going to figure out who that is coming up here.
I would say earlier I saw some people in the chat talking about, what about Danielle Hunter to the Niners? Could you imagine a world where you have Danielle Hunter and Nick Bosa as your pass rushers? I mean, come on.
I mean, it was reported that one of the reasons why the 49ers released Eric Armstead yesterday was because they had a big move set up. Is that potentially Danielle Hunter to pair with Nick Bosa?
That would be such a cheat code.
That would be a blockbuster move. And
that's like a Madden Ultimate Team kind of move.
Yeah.
Literally a Madden Ultimate Team.
And I remember being live for our trade deadline show back at the trade deadline, and they traded for Chase Young. And we're like, oh my gosh, Nick Bosa and Chase Young on the same defensive line? Try putting Nick Bosa and Danielle Hunter on the same defensive line. No way anyone is guarding that.
Might have the thickest bicep circumference in the NFL on that defensive line.
I would say pretty easily. I would say pretty easily, man. All right, so we got $2 super chat coming in here from Ram Cass. Says, why did Rams trade Ramsey for a 3rd rounder only? It's probably because that's the best offer they got.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, he is an expensive player. He's not a bad player, but he's kind of getting up there in the age column. He's still good.
He's getting up there.
He's getting up there.
Still a good player.
Yeah.
And, he did play well last year. He did. When he was on the field last year for the Miami Dolphins, maybe it wasn't the best Pro Football Focus grade of his career. Last year, 65.6. The year before that, he was at 86.4. So a little bit of a drop-off there in Vic Fangio's system for Mr. Jalen Ramsey. But I still think he's one of the best and most versatile cornerbacks in the National Football League. He can play in the slot. He can play outside. And he's one of the best pure man coverage corners in football today.
To discuss another quality cornerback in the NFL, Jeff Okudah per Ari Merov is headed to the Texans, ladies and gentlemen. Ari Merov is reporting that Jeff Okudah is headed there for a 1-year deal. Spent some time with Detroit, the Atlanta Falcons. Now he's got another team under D'Amico Ryans. Could be an interesting fit there.
Yeah, I mean, D'Amico does like to do a lot of man coverage. That's more of what Jeff Okudah likes to do.
Opposite of Derek Stingley might be nice.
Yeah, exactly. And I was actually looking at him as a potential fit with my Pittsburgh Steelers. He was being rumored to the Steelers for weeks, and apparently that didn't get done. Steelers haven't made any big moves since signing Russell Wilson last night, or at least agreeing to terms with Russell Wilson last night. So GM Omar Khan, lots of Steelers fans saying, hey, man, it's time to wake up. It's time to make some moves, man. All right, so Jeff Okudah is on his way to Houston. Houston's lost out on Jonathan Grenard and Blake Cashman to the Minnesota Vikings today. I like those 2 moves for the Minnesota Vikings.
I love them. I love those moves.
You're losing Danielle Hunter, which I don't love if you're the Vikings. You're losing Kirk Cousins, which you really don't love if you're the Vikings, especially because you're going to have to pay $28.5 against your cap next year with Kirk Cousins leaving. That is awful. I mean, rest in peace to the Minnesota Vikings and their fans, because you're going to have Sam Darnold and probably like J.J. McCarthy as your quarterbacks next year, and you're not going to like it, all right? You're not going to like it.
You're going to take them, and you're going to hate it.
So grade the signing for us down there in the live chat for a shout-out. Triz, you want to give some shout-outs?
Would love to. So I'm seeing Charlie saying C. I got Sam with a B. Tyler 69. Very nice. B+. Ben likes sports. F. We got Retro Bull says B-. Ben likes sports. Okuda stinks. Joey C. Brendan B. Sam B. Josh F. Metro B. Sam B. Van D.
Seen a lot of B's in there.
See a lot of B's, some C+, some B-. I think the general consensus is it's a, B to C. I think like if you put a numerical grade anywhere from a 75 to an 80, I think is a fair out of 100 to give this grade.
And something to keep in mind here is that they're not bringing him in to be a number 1 guy like he was drafted in the top 10 of the NFL draft to be, right? The Houston Texans have Derek Stingley Jr., who had a Pro Football Focus grade of 82.1. That was top 10 in the National Football League last year. Here's their true number 1 guy. So Jeff Okuda, I think, is a decent scheme fit. And they're expecting him to come in and compete for that number 2 corner spot in their defense.
I think it's going to be a good move for Houston. D'Amico Ryans, man, like how could you not just like appreciate him trying to be like, we were good, but let's try to go be better. Let's go try and be better. Add in free agency, be aggressive. Charlie, $2 super chat. Carolina, go get T. T. Higgins could be interesting. I think that the Jags could be an interesting fit. The Giants could be a good fit. What about you, Sperry?
Man, there's a lot of teams that need wide receiver. All right, Kansas City needs a wide receiver.
I would love that
right now.
Kansas City.
And guess what the Cincinnati Bengals need? They need a cornerback. Could we see a L'Jarius Sneed, T. Higgins swap in the coming days? It wouldn't shock me.
People are talking.
It wouldn't shock me.
People are talking.
Because, I mean, that's one of those examples there where the needs of each team can be filled by the other team's people on the trade block.
Exactly.
So, L'Jarius Sneed gets franchise tagged. He's going to be worth almost $20 million this year. 19.8 is the franchise tag for corners this year. And then T. Higgins, I mean, wherever he gets traded, he's going to get a massive extension. And honestly, if I'm T. Higgins, I don't blame him for potentially going out and going to a new team, man. He's been in Jamar Chase's shadow for all these years. He wants to be a true number 1 guy. I don't blame him for wanting to get out of Cincinnati and out of the AFC North, which is loaded.
Yeah, definitely has the talent to be a wide receiver 1, so I think that those are good options. Buckets!
What's up, Buckets?
Do you see Derrick Henry going to the Cowboys? If so, how do you think he will produce for Dallas? Well, Josina Anderson and some other people talking about that the Cowboys are not in the market for a top-tier running back in free agency.
Which definitely contradicts what Jerry Jones said about
going
all in on a Super Bowl this year.
Exactly.
So I don't see Derrick Henry going there, man. I feel like Tony Pollard, he was somebody that said, I'm willing to take a hometown discount to stay in Dallas. And they still said we don't want him.
Yeah.
They still said we don't want him. And he ends up going to Tennessee today. I don't know if that means Deuce Vaughn. Do they know something about Deuce Vaughn being like this really good running back that could be coming out of nowhere next year? Or is it something where they're being cheapskates and they don't want to sign a big-time name at the running back position? Could be either one.
It really could, because if they don't go and add a Derrick Henry and go pay prime money to a running back, go fill another position in need. You can try and fill that Stephon Gilmore hole because he's a free agent. You could try and maybe bring in another safety, go get another wide receiver, or bring in some offensive line help because Tyron Smith is leaving in free agency. So there's just some options that Jerry Jones needs to think about.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And we all know that this year is big for the Dallas Cowboys. They already lost Dorrance Armstrong and Tyler Biadasz to the Washington Commanders, who are going to go play for the former defensive coordinator there in Dallas, in Dan Quinn, the new Commanders head coach. $5 super chat here from Michael Krager says, who's the Broncos starting QB in 2024? And should we trade Sutton for, I'm guessing, Stephon
Diggs, I would assume.
I don't see the Bills accepting that kind of trade offer. They're not going to trade Diggs unless they absolutely have to, and I don't think Diggs is going to force his way out, so I don't think Sutton for Diggs is something that's going to happen. Then also, to answer your question on who the Broncos starting quarterback is, Trace, what's your prediction?
I kind of like them going the draft route here. I think that they could go and bring in a guy, J.J. McCarthy maybe. Maybe Sean Payton is like, I want to move up and try and get a Jaden Daniels. He missed out on Lamar a handful of years ago, so maybe he wants that dual-threat quarterback. But I also could see them, maybe they get a Bo Nix or something, or maybe they draft somebody a little bit later and try and bring in a bunch of weapons around and early in the draft.
Sure.
To be honest, it's kind of a tough question to answer because feels like Sean Payton doesn't even know what he wants to do. Like, I hate to say it, but...
Well, I mean, they're paying Russell Wilson $38 million next year.
Yes.
Unbelievable, all right, that they are willing to do that. And, our producer, Sammy's a big Broncos fan. I've been telling him for the last couple of weeks here, you're going to have Bo Nix and you're going to like it, all right? And that's the way it's going to be, okay? And, you have, what's his face, Jarrett Stidham right now. And apparently they like Jarrett Stidham. So they're probably going to keep him as, like, the veteran option. And then they're going to go into the draft, and I think the two guys, as our producer Sam is bashing.
This is literally what he's doing.
I think the two names that Sean Payton is going to like, especially in their draft price range, because I think Williams is going number 1 to Chicago, May is going 2 to Washington, and then Daniels is going 3 to the Patriots. I don't think any of them are trading down.
Yeah.
So that means your choices are J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix, and Michael Penix Jr. I think the two guys of those three that Payton is going to like, J.J. McCarthy and Bo Nix, because they get the ball out on time. They're good pre-snap processors. They're accurate with the football.
High IQ.
And high IQ
Very
guys.
high
and
IQ.
They both have a little bit of playmaking flair, too. They can both get outside the pocket, make plays, especially Bo Nix. I do have Bo Nix above J.J. McCarthy in my own personal rankings right now. I think he's going to be a pretty decent quarterback. He's number 4 on my big board right now among quarterbacks, and I think that's probably the guy they're going to try to get. So I'm going to go Bo Nix. All right, man. So definitely going to be an interesting situation here. $5 super chat from Dactor Savage on Twitch. He says, what do the Raiders do about the current quarterback running back situation? This one is a real pickle, Mr. Trace, because they have Aiden O'Connell slated to be their starting quarterback next year. I don't think they're going to be in the market for a Justin Fields because Luke Getsy was ripping him during his entire stretch of interviews this year.
Yep.
What is the answer for the Las Vegas Raiders at the quarterback position?
Well, our guy in-house at Chat Sports, Mitchell Renz 365, as they call him, over at the Raiders Report, I can tell you right now, his draft crush, Jaden Daniels. He wants the Raiders to try and move up to go and get the Heisman-winning quarterback. I don't know if the Raiders are going to be able to make that happen because it's a big jump from going from 13 to the top 3. That's a tough move
And
to
like
make.
I said, the top 3 teams are in need of quarterbacks.
Yes.
Like, why would they trade down unless they really don't feel good about whoever falls to them, which I don't see happening because I see Williams, May, and Daniels as the cream of the crop this year, the 3 blue-chip type prospects. And as much as Mitchell Renz and Antonio Pierce and the Las Vegas Raiders might want to trade up for Jaden Daniels, I don't think any of the teams in the top 3 are going to want to make that move downwards. And I think they're going to have to settle for a guy like Michael Penix Jr., who I have consistently connected to the Las Vegas Raiders. And Mitchell Renz doesn't like that idea. He hates Penix. Guess what, Mitch? You're going to have to –
You're getting a lefty and you're going to like it.
Just like Sam doesn't like Bo Nix to the Broncos, it's going to happen, and you're going to like it whether you like it or not. All right. $2 super chat here from Levi Mayfield.
Ooh.
Says, Hunter to Browns pair with Miles. Let's freaking go.
That could be interesting.
How much cap space do the Browns have?
Let me take a look here.
Yeah, take a look at the Browns' cap space. You're going to have to pay them $25 million a year at least. So unless you have that much waiting around in the Cleveland bank account right now, which I don't think is the case because you're paying Deshaun Watson all the money that you're paying him, I don't think you can do it.
So right now, per over the cap, the team cap space in Cleveland, $4,957,511.
So you're going to have to trade a player, and you're going to have to restructure Deshaun Watson to even think about making a move for Danielle Hunter. So, Levi, don't think you're going to see your boy Danielle Hunter in a Browns uniform this year. But, hey, man, you got the Defensive Player of the Year on your squad. So I guess that's a pretty good consolation prize if you're not getting Danielle Hunter.
Exactly. Couldn't agree more. I also think that the Myles Garrett, Danielle Hunter would be a really good tandem. But if you have Myles Garrett and Danielle Hunter, you're going to see a little bit less production from Garrett because Hunter is going to get to the quarterback. Like, there is a little bit of the,
a little bit of a give and take there. $10 here from
Nico. What's up?
Canada.
What's up, brother? How you doing?
So I'm going to let Trace take this one. He's our Saints host here at Chat Sports, and this is a Saints question.
Nico, thank you for tuning in, brother. Hope you're doing well. What should the Saints grab in free agency, and who would you get? I would have loved New Orleans to go try and sign Robert Hunt. However, he has been picked up in the NFC South by the Carolina Panthers. They do need some edge rusher help. They could use some offensive line help on the tackle spots as well. So, I mean, there's a lot of players out there that are available, but you're not going to be able to go and pay these prime players. You're going to have to go bargain shopping, sign some B, C list kind of guys, and because you're not going to have the money to pay a Danielle Hunter. You're not going to have the money to pay maybe a Chase Young. Maybe he gets a little bit of money. Maybe he isn't too expensive, but it could be tough for them to go and sign a prime free agent, like a top-tier guy. So appreciate the super chat, Nico. Of course, we'll keep you updated on the Saints channel.
A draft prospect that I love to the New Orleans Saints, Troy Fontenot from the Washington Huskies.
I do too.
I think he can play left tackle in the league to replace Andrews Pete.
Yep.
I think that he'd be right away, step in, day one.
Yep.
He'd be really, really good. But also, if you need him to, he can kick in the guard, all right? He could be like an all-pro level guard in the National Football League. Currently ranks third on my list of offensive tackles this year. Awesome player. He's probably going to be there at 14. I think he's a great fit to the Saints.
Yeah, no doubt. So let's go through the big moves of the day. Sperry, you want to talk about Kirk Cousins?
Oh, my goodness, man. 4 years. Okay, so get this, all right? 4 years, $180 million, a $50 million signing bonus. And you look at the numbers between Kirk Cousins and Russell Wilson, who signed for agreed to sign for the vet minimum with the Steelers yesterday. They had similar numbers, and the difference in pay is just astronomical here. So coming off the Achilles injury, this is definitely a move that could blow up in the Atlanta Falcons' face if he ends up just completely regressing, which at 35 years old is not impossible. Saints fan over here crossing his fingers, but how do you feel about Kirk Cousins entering the NFC South?
I'll tell you what, I fear Kirk Cousins a lot more than I fear Desmond Ridder, but I didn't fear Desmond Ridder really all that much. I'm not saying that I think Kirk isn't going to be a great fit. Like, who?
Xavier McKinney to the Packers.
Wow.
That's a...
Okay, so we got...
Danico Autry and Xavier McKinney.
Okay, there we go. Danico Autry, Xavier McKinney getting new teams. That's some pretty interesting stuff. But to kind of put a bow on the Kirk Cousins thing, I think it's a decent move for Atlanta. They needed somebody who can kind of right the ship, who can kind of lead the team and be a solid starter for them. Kirk Cousins is that, but I think that they might have overpaid just a little bit at least.
So defensive end, Danico Autry, formerly with the Tennessee Titans, is on his way to Houston, staying inside the AFC South.
Unfortunately, not rocking the Oilers uniform anymore.
2 years, $10 million is the official contract details there. And I actually really like this deal for D'Amico Ryans and the Texans.
Yeah, I do too.
I actually like this a lot more than the Jeff Okudah one. I think that Danico is somebody that's going to replace Jonathan Grenard at that 4-3 defensive end spot. They run a 4-3 defense there in Houston. They like these bigger defensive ends. Danico fits that mold perfectly. I like this signing from the Houston Texans. And then the big one here, top safety in this year's NFL free agency, Xavier McKinney. Getting 4 years, $68 million from the Green Bay Packers. And listen, man, Green Bay needed safety help big time with Darnell Savage leaving in free agency. Xavier McKinney is young. He is versatile. He can play free safety, strong safety, and even play in the slot. So I really like this deal, man. But $68 million over 4 years for a safety, that's a lot of cheddar.
Yeah, it's $17 million on average per year. That's I wish I could be making $17 million. I'll tell you that right now.
That is unbelievable. Green Bay's defense has been a big problem over the last several years. They're in Green Bay, Wisconsin, in Titletown. So Xavier is somebody that should definitely help them get on the right track on the defensive side of the ball. Green Bay has definitely been pretty darn busy in free agency so far today. They signed Josh Jacobs earlier. They released Aaron Jones, and now they're signing Xavier McKinney to a 4-year contract worth $68 million. So do me a favor right now. Go down there in the live chat and grade the team's free agency so far. Grade Green Bay's free agency. You pick up Josh Jacobs and you pick up Xavier McKinney to pair with Jordan Love and that crew there in Green Bay. Trace, what's your grade for this one, man?
Man, I'm going to give this one a B+. I like the player. I like how effective he can be because, like you said, the defense in Green Bay has been an issue for Matt LaFleur, and I think that this is a move that will solidify that. It'll give them some better play in the DB room, but that $68 million it's a lot. It's a lot of money. That's just kind of where I get. If it wasn't as much, I'd be at an A, but I'm going to give it a B+.
I'll give him a B+ too. That's where I'm at. I like the player a lot. He's versatile. He can play. He can do a lot of different stuff. A big thing in the NFL is injuries and having guys that can move around to different spots if needed. Xavier can definitely do that. This is a big-time pickup for the Green Bay Packers. $2 super chat here. I'll let you take this one because it looks like a Saints question.
Saints bringing in Juwan Jennings and John Feliciano. Let me tell you what, I would love to bring in John Feliciano. I think that he earned a decent contract, but I think that you could get away with not paying him prime money. He was very effective when he played for the 49ers last year. And Juwan Jennings during the playoffs, 3rd and Juwan was awesome. He didn't have as much great production during the regular season, but when he was asked to step up, he did big time. It's going to be interesting to see what the Niners do with Jennings. They have until Wednesday to try and get a deal done with him. But if he can't make it happen, Clint Kubiak is the new offensive coordinator in New Orleans. I could see him wanting to bring in a familiar face in Jennings and in Feliciano.
Yeah, absolutely. Feliciano was a top 5 graded guard in football last year, according to Pro Football Focus. Right now, PFF says you can get him for a 1-year contract, $2 million. That sounds like a damn good deal to me.
Hey, write the check now. Write the damn check. There's no reason not to. Cesar Ruiz has been very unproductive in the NFL.
All right, $5 super chat here from, I'm guessing, Broncos fan Michael Krager says trade cornerback Surtain, the 12th and a 2025 second and a 26 first to the Bears for number 1 for Caleb Williams. A little what if. Absolutely no on Nix. Well, unfortunately, Michael, like I've been telling Sam all week, you're going to have Bo Nix, and you're going to like it, and you're going to have a number 12 Bo Nix jersey on your person.
It just feels like a Sean Payton pick.
It feels like a Sean Payton pick to me. And listen, man, Michael, I understand why you'd want to trade up to Caleb Williams. I think that not only is he the number 1 draft prospect in this year's NFL draft, I think he's the best quarterback to ever come out into the NFL draft. I think that he is practically flawless as a prospect, other than the fact that, he had to play a little bit of hero ball at USC last year. He knew he had to score 50-plus points every week, or he knew he was going to lose. That defense was so bad. And, he does play within structure. He plays with great footwork. He's got the incredible arm talent. I understand why you want him. He's awesome. All right, but plain simply, the Bears are taking him at number 1. I don't know what to tell you. That's not enough trade compensation, unfortunately, for the Bears to move down. They're going to be trading Justin Fields. They're taking Caleb Williams, and you're going to have Bo Nix, and you're going to like it.
We got some breaking news, NFL fans.
Man.
Devin Singletary to replace Saquon Barkley.
I can't imagine Marsh is too happy with this one. The Giants picked up John Runyon, just an okay interior offensive lineman earlier, and now they pick up Devin Singletary, who's a decent back.
Yeah.
He's okay.
Yeah.
He's a good second back.
He's not Saquon.
You're going to replace Saquon Barkley with this guy?
I can tell you, I'm looking at a live reaction from Marshall Green on Twitter. He's saying Joe Shane let Xavier McKinney and Saquon Barkley leave for nothing, replacing him. Yeah, he's in shambles. Now.
What is Joe Shane doing?
There is that.
I mean, I guess, yeah, there is the Brian Dable connection. And listen, the Giants might not be done, all right? They might still be trying to get Aaron Jones. They might still be trying to get Derrick Henry or something like that. But if this is the move to replace Saquon Barkley, oh my gosh, man, the Giants might even be worse next year than they were last year. I mean, I don't get this at all. I mean, Devin Singletary, decent back, like good third down back, good receiving back, but number one running back to replace Saquon Barkley? No way. No way, in my opinion, man. Holy schnitzel at the back. All right. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button.
Come on.
We're trying to get the 365, 500. Come on, baby. We got daily free NFL content for you guys all throughout NFL free agency, leading up to the NFL draft. And then we got wall-to-wall coverage of every pick live for the NFL draft this year. If you want the most extensive, in-depth NFL coverage money can buy, 100% free here on YouTube. Click that subscribe button right now, folks. Let's go.
Hey, and Sperry, I'm a man of deals, so if we can get to that 500 mark here, or that 365,500 mark, got a happy dad on that desk, I'm going to finish that thing. I'm going to put it down, and I'm going to chug it, and it's going down in Chinatown, as they say.
It's going downtown.
It's going downtown. So keep on subbing. If we can get to that 500 mark, man, not only are you going to get more coverage, but we can continue to bring you guys excellent daily videos, multiple videos a day, live shows. Like Sperry said, wall-to-wall coverage. Every single draft pick is going to be discussed for all 32 teams. Does not matter if you're a Giants, a Cowboys, a Jags, or a Texans fan. We're going to have you covered no matter what. All 32 teams, every pick, all 7 rounds. Trust us, this is the spot to be for the NFL offseason, the NBA season, college sports. We do it all here at Chat Sports.
Yeah, we do it all. NBA, March Madness. We're going to be getting into our March Madness coverage here starting next week. It's going to be so much fun, guys. We're 50 subscribers away from 365, 500 members to the fam. We got how many people watching right now? Over 4,500 people in the chat right now. If you haven't clicked that subscribe button yet, man, what are you waiting for? Click it now. Join the family. Let's get it going. Here's Adam Schefter's report on T. Higgins requesting a trade today. He says Bengals franchise receiver T. Higgins has requested a trade per sources. Higgins loves Cincinnati and hoped to be with the team long-term, but is disappointed that the team has not had any talks about a long-term contract extension since March 2023. He's ready to move on to a new, home. So this makes sense to me, Mr. Trace, because T. Higgins, the Bengals are going to lock up Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. We all know that, and I think we all knew that T. Higgins was probably going to be the odd man out eventually. And this is what Jamar Chase put out here. He says, LOL, what is IKYL?
I know you're lying, bro.
I know you're lying, bro. Oh, so Jamar Chase is saying T. Higgins might not be. Maybe some conflicting reports here. All right, so maybe T. Higgins will be in Cincinnati next year.
A big J off versus a player. Who knows what could go down here? But take a guess. Where will T. Higgins play next season? I like the Chiefs. I like the Panthers.
Chiefs.
I mean, could you imagine him with Patrick Mahomes?
Patrick Mahomes with fucking T. Higgins.
If Patrick Mahomes can make Marquez Valdez-Scantling look good, I can guarantee you can make T. Higgins look like a wide receiver 1-1-1-1-1-A.
Can make him look like a top 5 receiver in football.
It will be unbelievable. I mean, the journey.
And then they'll probably take like Adonai Mitchell out of Texas at number 32 or something.
And automatically have the best wide receiver room in the league, just out of nowhere.
I mean, we covered the Super Bowl live here on the channel. It was me and Coop here for the Super Bowl coverage. We talked about, we're like, if you're tired of the Kansas City Chiefs winning, too freaking bad, because this was the year for teams to beat them, and they did not.
Yes.
So they're going to be getting probably multiple receivers this offseason. Oh, man, as a football fan and as somebody, as a team, as a fan of a team that's not the Kansas City Chiefs, it's just so demoralizing.
It really is, because it's like at this point, it feels like teams need to make moves to it's how can we beat the Chiefs?
Yeah.
Whether it's the
That's
AFC.
Really, especially in the AFC.
To just get through the playoffs, it's how can we beat the Chiefs. For the NFC, it's how can we win the Super Bowl? Who's going to win us a Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Because we know it's more than likely going to be Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid there. So who's going to be the guy who's going to either stop them or who's going to put up way too many points for them to catch up? Like, their defense, great. They add T. Higgins, their offense, unbelievably talented.
And by the way, can we also talk about Justin Jefferson here, Producer Jack? Because, like, with Kirk Cousins leaving, like, Justin Jefferson has hinted at potentially asking for a trade, and Kirk's his guy. He's no longer in Minnesota. So will Justin Jefferson feel like he needs to leave Minnesota? Because what's going to be their quarterback situation? Is Justin Jefferson going to want Sam Darnold throwing him the football next year? Is he going to want a rookie throwing him the football next year? I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, and I mentioned that whenever we were talking about that before you came on the show. It's you have to keep Justin Jefferson happy. He is a player who doesn't matter where he is. He's going to make your offense better. He's going to be a reason you win at least a couple games every year.
Sure.
Justin Jefferson has to stay happy. I don't know if they'd be happy with a rookie quarterback. I just don't.
Whenever Justin gets his new contract, it's going to be the largest wide receiver contract in the history of the National Football League, probably by a wide margin, all right? And he deserves that. He is special, okay? But when I'm talking about Justin Jefferson right now, and I'm talking about the Vikings, if he demands a trade, the only way I could see really any team trading up into the top 3 of the NFL draft is if, like, the Patriots are like, we're not super high on Jaden Daniels, but the Vikings are. We'll give you Justin Jefferson and maybe like a pick here or there.
Yeah.
Move up to 3, take Jaden Daniels at number 3. That might be a move for the Minnesota Vikings if Justin Jefferson decides to go elsewhere this offseason.
I really like that option for him. Do what? Oh, I do owe a chug. Could you hand me that happy dad right there, brother? Thank you. Brother.
Cameron Johnston is on his way to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Okay. Yeah, eventually we'll have to take me off. Yeah, okay. Sounds good. All right, so I'm the Steelers host here, so I got to take care of business here, folks. Appreciate you. I'll probably be back later, though, so Trace, hold down the fort, my friend. Appreciate you. I'll see you later.
Have fun, Spare Dog. I can't wait to keep talking with the NFL fans all across the world. I'm so excited to discuss more free agency moves. We've been talking about Kirk Cousins. We've been talking about Justin Jefferson, but there's so many other things that could happen across the league. So what I want to do here right now is everyone in the comment section, type your favorite team, and we could talk about your favorite team. So get in the comment section, shout out your favorite team across the NFL, and we can talk about it. This is the biggest news of the day, arguably the biggest news of the day. Kirk Cousins signing a 4-year, $180 million deal with $100 million of that guaranteed. It's pretty similar to Derek Carr's contract, actually more. I think that the Falcons view Kirk Cousins as a better quarterback than Carr. I can't necessarily disagree. I can't agree. I think they're kind of on par for similar play. But in terms of the favorite teams, I see shout out to the Lions. I see the Seahawks from Sean. Steelers from Mind Blitz. We got Nathan is a Chiefs fan. Juice is saying Skull. We got Goat Real. He is a Pats fan. Dolphins. Bear Down from Larry, Titans from Trick Squad, Bengals from X Gotti, NW Vikings. Austin Chapman is a Panthers fan. Garrett is a Cowboys fan. Brylan, Colts. Courtney, Ravens. Bigger Than Life, Colts. I see the Dolphins from Henry, Seahawks, Panthers, Bears, Patriots, Seahawks, Texans, ATL, Jags, Giants, Packers. Keep it moving. The comment section is rolling, baby. I see the Niners, the Seahawks, the Saints, Duval, Bears, Chiefs, Commanders, Falcons, Ravens, Lions. Keep them going. Goodness gracious, it is a flood of NFL teams. I'm loving what I'm seeing. And if you haven't already, you've already commented, but like the video, 4,300 people watching, 2,200 likes. I want to get to 3,000 likes ASAP. So if you haven't already, just take 2 seconds, hit that thumbs up icon, and we can keep this thing moving. I see the Bears, Bengals, Skull, Broncos, Commanders, and we're going to talk about more on Kirk Cousins. And I want to ask you guys a very easy question. With the addition of Kirk Cousins, with the loss of Jeff Okudah, do you believe that the Atlanta Falcons will make the playoffs in 2024? I want you to give me a Y for yes or an N for no. If you want to shout out, let me know in the comment section. Let me lather the pipes real quick and finish this beverage. All righty. I'm seeing a lot of Ys, a lot of Ns. Seeing some Ys, some Ns. I see Parker says no. Goat Reel says no. I got Metro saying yes. I see Sean saying no. For me personally, I could see the Falcons being a wild card team this year. I don't know if they will win the division. I think that it's up to the Saints, Buccaneers, or Falcons. Last year, I would have said it's the New Orleans Saints division to lose. And they did lose it. The Buccaneers won the NFC South. The Falcons and the Saints all played competitive football, but ultimately only one team could make it to the playoffs from the NFC South. Now, the Falcons with Kirk Cousins, like I said, a wild card bid, maybe not too far off. Perfect. And vote in the live poll as well. This question you see to my side right here is the live poll. 104 votes. It's 55% yes. 56% yes. We're at 150 votes. 57% yes. I think that they will make the playoffs. I don't know if it'll be winning the division, but I could see them being a wild card team. Let's talk about Christian Wilkins real quick. He signed with the Las Vegas Raiders. Big time deal, 4-year, $110 million contract with $84.75 million guaranteed. Man, he's a good football player. And I think with you pair him up alongside Max Crosby, Antonio Pierce has a wrecking ball to shore up the interior defensive line. DeAndre Swift, a dual threat player, he played with the Detroit Lions. When they drafted Jahmyr Gibbs, they moved on from Swift. He came over to Philadelphia, played well there. He earned a 3-year, $24 million contract worth $15.3 million guaranteed. And on top of that, another running back who got a payday, Tony Pollard, 3-year, $24 million deal. Obviously, the Cowboys are going to need some running back help. Could they possibly go look at Derrick Henry? The chatter right now is no, but do they bring in another option? Jerry Jones wants him, but who knows? Josh Jacobs, the Las Vegas Raiders, headed to Green Bay over at Lambeau Field in Titletown. Details to be announced. Saquon Barkley, another big-time splash for running backs. 3 years, $37.75 million deal, 26 guaranteed. This is a good move for the Philadelphia Eagles. They have a good offensive line. Their offense last year was very lackluster in the back half of the season. They lost to the Buccaneers in the playoffs. They had no business getting out as early as they did and having as much failure as they did offensively. I think Saquon Barkley could really help that out. Devin Singletary is replacing the aforementioned Saquon Barkley in New York. He is signing a deal with the Giants, 3 years, $16.5 million. I don't know if I love this move for our RB1. I think that he's more of an RB2. I could see the Giants looking to add a running back in the draft as well to try and shore up that room. But at the end of the day, this is business, and this is how it's going. And for running backs, business is booming. So help us out, guys. I want to get to 3,000 likes. We are less than 700 away. So if you're having a good time, if you're enjoying the NFL free agency period and you're enjoying our content, hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. Let's get to 3,000 likes ASAP. Daquan the GOAT saying the Eagles are the best. BJ Floss saying go Cowboys. Here's the deal. You see this little icon right here, this little thumbs up. I need you to type a thumbs up if you've liked the video, because I want to give a shout out. Retro Bowl Noob knows what he's doing. Imagine the Saints finishing behind the Panthers. LOL. That will not happen, Crank. The Panthers are not a good football team. Vincent, it liked the video. Lee Ozzy, Ozzy, oi, liked the video. Super Jacob liked the video. Sean Rodriguez, Fishbowl Flash, Gamer 101, Danny Fins fan, Super Jacob, Quinn, Taco Frog, Cooper, Alex M, Jack, Andy, Curry all liked the video. Kem liked the video. Andy liked the video. Andy, again, he keeps on liking the video. I love it. Josh Kirkpatrick, Garrick, J.R. Pearson all liked the video. And wee-woo, we got some news to discuss. Grover Stewart. He's re-signing with the Indianapolis Colts. 3-year, $39 million deal. Grover Stewart could really help out the Indianapolis Colts as the defensive tackle. They really clearly looking for some continuity there in terms of the production. He had half a sack. What's up? Oh, wow. Gus Edwards to the Chargers from the Ravens. But for more on Grover Stewart, half a sack, 41 tackles, 5 tackles for loss, 8 quarterback hits. He's a player that they want to see have some continuity in Indianapolis. As we bring back my main man, Jace Andrews. Jace, good to have you back, brother. We switched sides, but hey, let's keep having a good old time here in a few minutes.
There we go.
Boom, there we go.
Yeah, I got blue now. Matches my shirt. Yeah, we're good there.
Yeah, it actually kind of worked. You're wearing blue, I'm wearing black. Kind of fits the background we have. I mean, no, mine's gray, but I wasn't wearing a gray shirt.
Grover Stewart's an interesting one because he was going to be a top defensive tackle on the market after Wilkins signed, and now, guess what? You have him potentially going back home. So I think the Colts are really trying to continue what success they found last year and continue it now with AR, hopefully back healthy next year and ready to go. So that's a big move there. But I really like this Gus Edwards signing. I got to be honest. I think it's one of the underrated moves of the day. But given that running back room, Isaiah Spiller, Joshua Kelly, and now Gus Edwards, I will say for Edwards, it's kind of a similar situation to what he had in Baltimore, where he is going to be running back by committee rather than running back one. I still think he'll take the lead role, but I kind of like that move. It's not a lot of money for a team that has been struggling with cap space.
Absolutely, and I also think that this kind of shores up. I don't think you're bringing back Austin Eckler.
No,
I think
that was pretty obvious. Yeah.
This is your guy. You got Gus Edwards, 810 yards last year, 13 touchdowns on the ground. He also had 12 catches for 180 yards. This is a player that can do it a little bit on both sides. He's a great runner, but exactly to Jace's point, could be like a running back by committee kind of thing for Harbaugh. So let's get to the Super Chat menu if you feel like you want to donate to the program. $2, Beers Cheers, $5. Jace and I will talk about your team. $10, we'll give you a hot take. $20, we're going to spin a wheel. $50, I'll do a beer bong in less than 4 seconds or a shotgun, and I guarantee you want to see that.
4 seconds.
4 seconds, I promise. It'll happen. It'll happen.
Man.
Ramcast.
With Stafford at 38, do you think they make a move at QB either this year or next year?
Did they draft Stetson Bennett?
Ha! Was he the Chargers? No, the Chargers got the other national championship quarterback, Max Duggan.
Max Duggan, yes. Yes.
No, Stetson went to the Rams. That's what it was.
The Rams, yeah.
LA had two of the.
Yes.
And both Max Duggan and Stetson Bennett played in the LA Stadium for the national championship.
It's actually
okay. Stetson Bennett played. Max Duggan was kind of just there.
Max Duggan was wearing a helmet that game for sure.
Yeah.
Michael Krager, can you see Eckler in Denver? Will he be too much money? I could see that.
Kind of, but I will say they love Javonte Williams there.
Yeah, they do.
And there's no reason. Well, okay. Which running back do they have with the brothers?
They have
which P Ryan? They have a P Ryan, don't they?
Samaje P Ryan.
They have Samaje.
Yeah.
Is he a free agent or is he back? Because if he's back, I don't see him going to Denver. He's back, so there you go. So I don't think Eckler's probably going to go to Denver just because they really like Javonte. I've heard good things about Samaje. So, McLaughlin, I totally forgot about him. Yeah, no, Eckler in Denver, just in terms of need, is not there. Fluffy Pigs with a $2 super chat. Do something, Detroit. Pokes with a stick. Oh, I know the exact meme you're talking about. Because I'm sitting here with a bunch of teams going, hey, like the Patriots, they have like $90 million to spend. Do something. Do something. Like, come on. Like, it's just a crazy time. Antonio Gibson does not count, Sam. Does not count. That may be a bad deal, though. I don't like the Kendrick Bourne deal. 3 years, 33 is bad for a wide receiver that didn't play well last season. Kevin Hicks with a $2 super chat. Shout out to Kevin. Legendary stuff from our man here. Geno Smith to the Bengals. Stone was the second NFL in interceptions, 7 last year. Jordan Schultz. Geno Stone. I said Smith? Oh, Geno Stone. My bad. Geno Stone. Yeah, Smith can't be traded. Geno Stone to the Bengals. That's a good signing for Cincinnati.
I like that.
And then you got Awuzie going away, so that kind of fills that role. Also stays in the division.
Yeah,
I think he's got some. So
unfinished business, if you will.
Have you heard the Geno Stone quote? He said he wanted to go somewhere where he was appreciated. I have a feeling he doesn't like the Ravens that much, and maybe this is a sign of like, I'm going to get y'all back.
Yeah, that could be dev. Actually, I could love to see that.
Well, they love Patrick Queen. They already told him like, we're not going to pay you, and he was like, bro, I had 7 interceptions last year, and I wasn't even the starter.
Yeah.
So I have to feel like this was a bang, 7th round pick, by the way, Geno Stone. 7th round pick. 7 interceptions.
Proof you can get a good player at any point in the draft.
Benico, Canada.
Nico, what's going on, brother?
Where does safety Justin Simmons land? I don't know, man.
I would personally love him in New Orleans. Him and Tyron Matthew would be a very fun duo. Tyron Matthew did take to Twitter after he was released saying, that's one of my favorite safeties. He'll land on his feet, best of luck, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. So I personally would like him on the Saints, but I think that he could be a really good fit kind of anywhere across the league.
Underrated signing here? Pair him with Antoine Winfield Jr. in Tampa Bay.
I like that a lot, actually.
They have some money.
I really like that.
Get that defense locked down. They were already pretty good. 2K God saying, Cards, go sign Patrick Queen and Calvin Ridley, please. I agree with Patrick Queen. You don't need Calvin Ridley. You're going to get Marvin Harrison Jr. in round 1, pick 4. And honestly, with the wide receiver depth this year at draft, I think you get another one in the second round, to be honest. And you could be fine. Like that's potentially Marvin Harrison Jr. And if Xavier Worthy falls, Adonai Mitchell falls, Keon Coleman falls, Troy Franklin falls, at worst, Devontae Walker, Brendan Rice. Like a lot of good things can happen there. I think Calvin Ridley just isn't worth it in a lot of different ways. Jonathan Naughton saying Gus Edwards trades in one hard. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Goes from brother to brother.
That's really funny.
Now here's the hot debate, Jack. You cannot say anything. Who's the better one?
Well, one of them beat the other one in a Super Bowl a few years ago.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. Which is the higher level of football, Jack? Is it the NFL or the college?
That's true.
That's
John
true because he's been in the NFL for the entire
there.
time. All right.
Jim Harbaugh, John Harbaugh. I am hoping that dude.
I will say
I know we won't get
video-
another Super Bowl because they're both AFC guys, but that would have been fun to see a Harbaugh Bowl again. AFC Championship, that'd be fun.
The Chargers video with the two Harbaugh brothers, elite. But
video.
We all know the Chargers social media, great. Brandon saying, what do you think Cincy does with Higgins? Well, they trade him. I just don't know where. My thing is they kind of showed their hand. He doesn't want to be there. He potentially may hold out because you franchise tagged him and he thinks he can get more money. What's to say he doesn't hold out if you don't trade him? So, like, at this point, teams are going to come in and be like, yeah, I'll give you a 3rd-round pick for him. Maybe. Like, they're going to lowball it because they know that there's just, like, why? Yeah, I'm not going to do that. There's no point. Well, also, Geno Stone, 2 years, $15 million. What a deal. $15 million for 2 years for the guy that had 7 interceptions last year. Granted, he was just a ball hawk. He did have some problems in coverage, but still. That's pretty good. Tristan saying, shout out Big E.
Big E.
The Big Easy?
Biggie, Biggie, Biggie. Can't you see? Sometimes your words just hypnotize me.
$6 million signing bonus in that $15 million deal as well.
Tristan, also a first-time Super Chat. Appreciate you, brother. Let us know in the comments section in a second. Actually,
in a second.
Yeah, we're gonna try and get a new question up for us. And just to kind of check in on the likes, we're at 2491. Can we get to 2,500 ASAP? Can we also get to 365,700 subs? That would be electric if we could make that happen.
Electric.
It would be an electric factory. Who wants to get there?
Unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. It would be unbelievable. As Tyler Smitty says here.
Man, Adam Schefter's late. Just now, Ravens free agent, Smith to the Bengals.
This is why you subscribe here. Adam Schefter had it late. We already had the graphic built like 10 minutes ago.
Man, Sam knew it before it even happened, I heard.
Yeah. Sam is Geno Smith's or Geno. Damn it, got to me too. He is Geno Stone's agent, as people are saying.
Hey, what cut are you getting of that, Sam? 10%? Shout out your least favorite team in the comments.
Who do you hate the most? What team makes you vomit when you see their logo?
Commanders have and Raiders have made preliminary inquiries on Eckler.
Interesting.
Commanders
Austin
and Raiders.
Eckler to Washington or Las Vegas could be interesting.
Well, it makes sense. They both lost running backs today.
They
So.
did. Teams you hate
Ravens,
the most.
Patriots, Chiefs, Raiders,
Cowgirls.
49ers, Saints, Aints, 49ers, Chiefs, Paints, New York Jets fan from Brazil.
I see the Jags. I see the Ravens,
The
Steelers, Cowboys and Steelers. Saints, the worst from Trent. He's clearly a Falcons fan, 28-3, brother. Henry, Nathan, Jackson says the Cardinals. Liz, the Cowboys. Nico says F the Falcons. Love it, Nico.
Listen, I'm not a Falcons supporter by any match, but you can say 28-3, but I can just say the Minnesota Miracle to you. Or
That's not
pass
even the
interference,
best one.
no call.
I say that's not even the best one. The no call is the best one. Yeah, I mean,
So there's
here's
two.
my thing is the Falcons blew the lead. The Saints were screwed out of the Super Bowl. Big difference there. Big difference.
I don't know. I thought it was PI.
It
Or was it
100%.
PI?
It was 100% a PI.
I don't know
The
about
man's feet were above his head before he hit the ground.
He was trying to catch it with his feet.
Yes,
It's
that's
like a
100%.
trick catch.
Yeah, well, honestly, it's like the butt catches you
Yeah.
see in college football.
Well, it's like the banana ball where they flip and they catch it. That's what he was trying to do. He was trying to flip, catch it with his feet, and land and keep running.
Good. That's so good.
That was totally not PI. That was planned.
I see Cope Trace. I've coped enough. I've had my tears. It's a joke now at this point.
Why are the Dolphins so hated? I don't think they're hated. I think it's overhype of Tua.
I think, yeah, and then I think a lot of people aren't big Mike McDaniel fans, but I like Mike McDaniel. I think he's a funny guy. He is a great coach.
He's so funny.
So smart. He's hilarious too. And if you don't want to know a hilarious way to make a lot of money, it's not hilarious. It's actually pretty cool. Prize Picks. Go to prizepicks.com/CLNS. Plug in that promo code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100, meaning you put in $100, they'll match you there, and then you have $200 to play some daily fantasy sports. You can win some big-time money by playing their more or less game. And how it works, you choose more or less based on a projected stat for NBA, college sports, NFL, NHL, whatever sport. They even have esports. They have NASCAR. They have everything. They had combine projections. You can see some of the prize picks that the Chat Sports team cooked up here over the weekend. And this is a really easy way for you to make some real money in real time. I really like this one here. Luka Doncic more than 33.5 points. Cade Cunningham, that devil pick, demon pick, excuse me. It's a little bit more difficult to hit, but it's a higher payout, 24.5 points. It's the more there. And then I like 10 rebounds and assists for Devin Vassell. So if you want to go use that prize picks deal, just go to prizepicks.com/CLNS. Plug in promo code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100. The link is in the comment section. It's in the description of the video because we love you here at Chat Sports. Let's run through the free agency tracker, kind of talk about some moves that have happened here across the league throughout the past few hours. We're going to start off with Gabe Davis. 3-year, $39 million deal. Christian Wilkins. Jace, what do you think about that deal right there?
Best defensive line in the NFL right now, if you ask me. Wilkins and Max Crosby.
It's hard to disagree there.
I don't know how you make that better.
It's very hard to disagree. They have a very sure defensive line. Antonio Pierce is doing a good job building that unit. Cam Lewis, 2-year, $4 million deal. Gunnar Olszewski, he is a 1-year deal. Tyler Biadasz heads from Dallas to the Commanders.
Not the only Dallas guy we saw go to Commanders.
Exactly. He's not the only one. 3-year, $30 million deal, reuniting with Dan Quinn. Lonnie Johnson was in Houston, played with the Saints last year, heads back to H-Town, 1 year, up to $2.5 million. Jonah Jackson, 3-year, $51 million deal. Darnell Savage, he's headed to Duval, as well as Will Lutz, the kicker with the Saints, spent a year with the Broncos, finds a new team. Colby Parkinson, Josh Jacobs, Bryce Huff, all finding new teams as well. I like this Bryce Huff deal for the Philadelphia Eagles. I think it's actually a sneaky good move for Howie
helps
Roseman.
their defensive line, and I mean, you lose Fletcher Cox, you add him back in, boom,
Yeah.
you're pretty good.
Boom, plug and play. Kirk Cousins, 4-year, $180 million deal with a lot of guaranteed money. Kirko Chains headed down to ATL in Hotlanta. Saquon Barkley, 3-year, $37.75 million deal, $26 million to stay in the division, but with Philadelphia. That's like a weirdly good move.
Seeing him in a Philadelphia Eagles jersey is just going to be weird next year.
Yeah, I actually totally agree with that. Yeah, if anyone can get a wellness check on Marshall Green _, on social media or the Giants channel here at Chat Sports,
he may be on the floor.
He might be crying. He might be crying real tears.
Well, especially since Xavier McKinney is also now officially gone. Too.
Yes. Xavier McKinney no longer with the Giants.
The Patriots who have the most money, though, they have done nothing. They signed Antonio Gibson, 3 years with $11 million after signing Kendrick Bourne to 3 years, $33 million. So think about this. You're paying Kendrick Bourne 1 year what you're paying Antonio Gibson for 3.
So in terms of Sean Murphy Bunting, he's on screen right here. Mike Garafolo adding some context on the contract. 3 years. Garofalo. $25.5 million with $17.5 million guaranteed. So 3 years, $25.5 million.
Former Titan, man.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. John Runyon, 3-year, $30 million deal. Andrew Van Ginkel. Yep, that's classic Marsh. Classic Marsh. How you doing, buddy? Yeah, I'm doing great. No, you're not.
4 years, $48 million for Jacobs, 12.5 guaranteed.
Wow. 4 years of Josh Jacobs is crazy.
4 years, $48 million, and Jordan Schultz deleted the guaranteed one, so maybe it's not guaranteed. Jordan Schultz is having a bad day, man.
Yeah, Jordan Schultz needs to read his tweets before he sends them more.
Whoa. Bro, I'm going to be honest. I know we'll talk about this later. If the Vikings didn't lose Kirk Cousins, they'd be a big winner today.
Yes.
They had some amazing signings. The only problem is the biggest one they failed.
Yeah, well, and their defense struggled a little bit last year. Brian Flores definitely wants to shore that side of the ball up. I think Van Ginkel, Blake Cashman, and some of their other moves could really do that for him. Robert
Grenard.
Hunt. Yeah, Grenard. Jonathan Grenard is a big-time addition there as well. Robert Hunt, the offensive guard, 5-year, $100 million deal. Bryce Young getting some better protection. He struggled with that last year, wasn't able to really show what he was capable of coming out of Alabama, being the first overall pick.
Here's the problem. The Panthers had more problems than just offensive line.
Yes, they also had a lot of defensive issues. They also have wide receiver issues.
Good deal.
They also have running back issues. They also had a head coach issue.
So, and they don't have a first-round pick.
Yeah, and they don't have a first-round pick, so there you go. Bilal Nichols, a defensive tackle, going from Las Vegas, Sin City, sticking around where it's pretty hot and dry, headed to the desert with the Atlanta Cardinals. Charlie Werner, 3-year, $12 million deal. Jeff Okuda, he's headed to Houston to team up with D'Amico Ryans, Danico Autry.
Speaking of Houston, they also just signed defensive back Mike Ford. Am I wrong, or didn't the Texans just have an amazing defensive backfield that really none of them are leaving? Why are they signing defensive backs?
Depth. That's how you win championships. They're day one losers.
They've done nothing, and they have money.
We love depth.
Diana Rossini, Raiders discussing a possible trade for Chicago and Fields.
As the market.
If the Raiders sign Justin Fields, I don't think Mitch is leaving.
Can I just say something real quick? About that? So last year, what was the biggest issue with Justin Fields? One of the biggest issues. His offensive coordinator, Luke Getsy. So now, what are the Raiders thinking about doing? Having a reunion
with Luke Getsy.
Didn't Luke Getsy
That'd be hilarious.
Talk a bunch of mess about him too?
No,
the Raiders.
He just never said anything positive.
Okay.
He was just he avoided the question.
Fair. That's fair.
Oh, man. Devin Singletary, one of the more recent signings, along with Xavier McKinney, getting an absolutely massive deal, by the way. 4 years, $68 million for a safety? Good grief.
Vic Tafer coming in with this report just a few moments ago. The market shrivels up for Justin Fields. The Raiders are kicking the tires on a possible union with offensive coordinator Luke Getsy.
I can't wait. Raiders trade for Justin Fields.
That's another.
They also fire Luke Getsy.
That's a 6-win season if I've ever seen one.
Oh, man. I can't wait for the Raiders to spend all their money and then the Chiefs beat them twice. It's just the way it's going to happen, man.
Justin Fields, where could he be headed? The dual threat quarterback. My sleeper team was the Minnesota Vikings, just because they need a quarterback. They may be in the market to try and go grab one. They may like the
I don't know why they haven't
upside.
even talked to him. Like call him.
Yeah, like
What do you want?
Well, and here's my thought process. If you're the Bears, you're like, we don't like Justin Fields. We don't think he's the guy. Like, sure, division rival, take him. Like, please. Like, we don't. That's kind of something to think about. But let us know, where do you think Justin Fields will play next season?
Oh boy.
Oh, I'm interested.
I don't
to
know
see
when
it.
this is going to get resolved, but could it please be quicker than later?
Oren Field says the unemployment line. Here's the thing: if Sam Darnold can have a job in the NFL, Justin Fields can.
Breaking news: Justin Fields signs with In-N-Out. Congratulations! He'll be flipping
Justin
burgers.
Fields signs with the Houston Roughnecks. That's crazy in the USFL. or the
Breaking
UFL.
news: Justin Fields is now the offensive coordinator for the Ohio State Buckeyes.
I like this is a hot take from Richard Decker. Van Ginkel will outperform Jonathan Grenard in Minnesota. Interesting take.
I mean, if you're in Minnesota, you have both of them, so at least it doesn't matter.
True. Let's bring in producer Jack.
I want to say something real quick. I'm a Justin Fields truther, always have been. I love Justin Fields. I actually want him on the Patriots. That's just my thing.
I do
But
too.
All I'm going to
Be
say
nice.
is, we saw what?
What?
Gardner Minshew.
Gardner Minshew to the Raiders. Oh my God!
You thought Justin Fields? No, you get
You
Gardner
wanted
Minshew.
Justin Fields. You're getting Gardner Minshew. Oh my God! You're gonna like it.
You're getting Gardner Minshew,
Minshew
and you're gonna like
Mania
it.
in Sin City, and you're gonna like it. Whip out the mullets, Vegas. Oh my God, the Raiders are always gonna Raider. Death taxes in the Raiders Raidering.
Oh my
Holy
gosh.
cow, that's hilarious.
You're getting Gardner Minshew, and you're gonna like it.
I mean,
Literally.
I like Gardner Minshew as a player, but dude, not as like a full-time QB1. Bro, they have
They're not going to sign. They're not drafting a quarterback either.
yeah, it's way
Oh my
bye-bye to
gosh.
Jaden Daniels and way bye-bye to
gosh.
Justin Fields, Raider fans. That ain't happening.
Just as I thought.
Oh my goodness.
Tom Telesco signs Wilkins. What's next? Gardner Minshew. That's this
Grade the signing for us.
F.
A, B, C, D, or F.
one F to 1,000 degrees. Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness, that is hilarious. I have a bunch of Raider fans in my mentions right now, and I'm like, haha, you get Gardner Minshew.
It is so funny. We're like,
Two-
oh my gosh, could Justin Fields, a quarterback that's not
We were
horrible,
literally
but
just
we're
talking about
we're like, oh my gosh, Fields to Vegas, that might be interesting. Fields is an interesting quarterback. Nah, you're getting Gardner Minshew.
Dude, that is wild.
bro.
That is insane. The
Oh.
Raiders are always gonna Raider.
How do they keep doing
Death, taxes, Las Vegas Raiders making bad moves. That is awesome. We can't keep letting him get away with this. What are the terms? Full details to be announced, but it's a 2-year deal as far as we know so far.
Oh, yeah. Aiden O'Connell versus Gardner Minshew.
Oh my God, that
What
is
a QB
hilarious.
battle.
Oh.
I don't get
Okay,
it.
I will say this: best mustache quarterback room in the league, maybe.
Aiden O'Connell's a pedophile
Yeah,
mustache, though.
no, but he has a good mustache.
Aiden O'Connell's a pedophile mustache.
Hey, it's a good mustache. It's a
It's not
funny.
a good
It's
mustache.
a funny good mustache. I think that. Oh my dude, that is so. I mean, as our Chiefs guy, you got to just be sitting here.
Yeah, I quote
jumping with
tweeted it and
joy.
just laughed. I was like, honestly, Wilkins was a great signing.
L O
And then you messed it
L.
up.
Yeah, E for LOL. That is my grade. Holy cow.
I'm going to give it a 0 for how
That-
many wins they're going to have next year.
Is so funny. The Buck soon to be the most famous. Okay.
Because he has an RV. He fits with the Raiders. This dude has been going in a NFL roster with an RV, and the Raiders said, that's our guy.
Wait, that guy makes good decisions. That's the one we want. I will say he's a fun player. You'll have the Minshew mania, and that at the bare minimum, it's going to be exciting. But you ain't getting Jane Daniels. You ain't getting Justin Fields. You ain't getting a good quarterback. You're running it back with AOC and Gardner Minshew.
I don't understand, man.
Man, that is awesome. Like, see, I wouldn't mind Gardner Minshew being signed as like a true, like, you're our quarterback too. Like what the Colts did this past last year. We have Anthony Richardson, but we want Gardner Minshew to be our QB2. Good idea. Good move. Not to compete for QB1.
Diana Rossini, literally 5 minutes after she says there's Fields to Raiders talk, says, most around the league, this is the exact move that the Raiders would make and where he would land. Makes sense. Really?
Not.
We do have a...
Pause, Diana, not.
There's another signing, a smaller one. Devin Duvernay headed to Jacksonville.
And then we also have the Bucks made a move or re-signing Greg Gaines, 1 year, $3.5 million deal. Defensive tackle sticking around.
Oh, my goodness.
Fluffy Pugs, Max Duggan is the next Tom Brady. Let him play or trade him. And also Lamar is overrated. He will never win a Super Bowl. Oh, and it's Pugs, not Pigs. Here's the thing. Max Duggan is not the next Tom Brady. Lamar, I think he could win a Super Bowl. I don't necessarily agree with a lot of that, Fluffy Pugs. I will say this. Pugs are one of my favorite types of dogs, though. I think that they're hilarious.
Breeds.
Don't want to get canceled here.
What's up, big dog?
Big dog. What up, big dog? Flaw. WSR. What do y'all think the Commanders will do? The Commanders have been active today. They've been very active. They've brought in a lot of help with
signing 2 Cowboys.
Yeah, 2 Cowboys players.
Oh, man.
Dorrance Armstrong, Tyler Biotish, the center from the Cowboys, and the defensive end. So
they were so in on on Tony Pollard, and the Titans said no.
Yeah,
they wanted to be the Cowboys 2.0.
Yeah, so it's the Washington Cowboys. You're getting the Philadelphia Giants.
Oh my gosh, 2 year, $25 million,
15 guaranteed.
No. Bro, what,
dude? What are you? Raiders gonna Raider. Raiders gonna Raider. Oh my God.
Maybe Tom Telesco was the wrong hire. Anybody think of that? I kind of did.
Yeah, is Tom Telesco a bad hire for the Raiders? Last super chat. Let's get to Fluffy Pugs breaking Ray Finkel to the Raiders. LOL. Good stuff. We appreciate that super chat, brother. Thank you for tuning in and helping out with us. Zach Moss is getting some interest from the Texans, Titans, Packers, and Browns. Yeah, you can't say Raiders. I can't say Raiders. Great move by getting Christian Wilkins. And then you go and bring in Gardner Minshew, 2 years, $25 million.
That's the dumbest move I've ever seen.
2 years, $25 million.
Oh my God.
Raiders are always gonna Raider, man. That is just one thing you can count on.
Anyways, winners. I'm going Eagles. I think they had some good signings.
That is so fun.
Barkley,
man.
Huff. They almost had McKinney.
Yep, almost. I also don't hate what the Commanders have been doing. I mean, they're bringing in some talent. I like what the Vikings did, kind of compensating for not keeping Danielle Hunter, bringing in all the talent they did on the defensive side.
Like I said, the Vikings would be clear winners if they didn't lose Kirk Cousins.
Tyquan Lewis re-signing with the Colts, 2 years, $12 million with 7.7 guaranteed, according to Jordan Schultz.
Well, they saved all that money from not having to pay Gardner Minshew $25 million.
Yes, of course.
$25 million. What are you? Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
Bro, that's the stupidest thing.
That is incredible, man. That is incredible.
Here's my thing. 2 years, $25 million. What's the math on that? 12.5 a year? Ish?
Dude, this is so
You're literally
funny.
paying Gardner Minshew half of what you're paying per year to Christian Wilkins.
Yes.
Why?
All right, so we got Chase. Ben wants to see the Chase Young to the Lions. That's an interesting idea. Let us know who's the biggest winner. You can't say the Raiders, though. Django says, why are you guys disrespecting Minshew? It's not we're disrespecting him. We're disrespecting the Raiders. Let's make that very clear.
I don't think Minshew's that good.
I think Minshew's a
He's not a starter.
He's a great backup quarterback. He is a great QB2 to have. That's about it.
You have the 13th pick in the draft, and you signed Gardner Minshew to a freaking $25 million deal?
Book it now. Davante Adams trade request incoming. Book it now this offseason. Davante Adams trade request. Oh my goodness.
Gosh.
Give us Derrick Henry, who the Ravens going to sign. Alex says Gardner Minshew is Shane Falco 2.0, dude. That's hilarious. That's really funny.
That's the most hilarious move.
Exactly.
Literally, it took 5 minutes from
Fields.
Justin Fields to Gardner Minshew. 5 minutes.
The Raiders. $1 million. That's so good. Jeremy Adams saying the Saints need to sign T. Higgins. I would love that. They just can't afford him. Henry to Baltimore. That could be an interesting one from Drizzy. Minshew, just a bridge quarterback. They take this draft.
Andy, Colts going to get, I think the Colts with AR, what if they'll get a Sam Darnold or Drew Lock to back them up?
I don't hate that. Real quick, guys, we are 10 subs away from our next milestone. Can we pick up 10 subs really fast? And once we get those 10, let's run it back and get another 100 because that's what we like to do, baby.
Yeah.
We should get to, let's get to 366,000 ASAP. Like, without a question, without a doubt, we got to get there. And the ticker is moving and grooving, and it is climbing, baby. I love to see it. We are at 700. Let's go. 300 subs away from 366,000. It's going to be electric. I'll tell you what. I got a freedom funnel ready to roll in the kitchen. When we get there, 366,000, I'm taking down a freedom funnel. It's for America, for freedom. It's an American flag, bald eagle. You drink out of it. It's sick. Trust me, you want to see it. You want to see it. We are less than 300 away. Let's get there ASAP, ladies and gentlemen. Keep on keeping on. Keep on climbing. Let's go. Let's talk about the top. Cool. We're going to run through the top NFL free agents available. Danielle Hunter. He is a big-time player that could get some big-time money. Eric Armstead, number 2 on the defensive line for San Francisco last year. Leonard Williams at number 3. Kendall Fuller, the cornerback, at 4. And the offensive lineman, Tyron Smith, is number 5. He's the number 1 offensive lineman still left in free agency. Calvin Ridley, the former Falcon, former Jag. He could go get some big money somewhere. Derrick Henry, that's a hot name to keep an eye out for. Patrick Queen as well. And Chase Young to round out that list. Man, I think that this could be a really interesting, period to kind of see. We've seen a lot of these top-tier guys get signed, but they're still really quality players. Marquise Brown, for example, Trent Brown, Chidobe Awuzie, Jonah Williams, Kenny Moore. Like, who do you think the next person to sign is going to be, Jays?
I have no clue at this point. I think Eckler news is starting to heat up, so maybe we get an Austin Eckler to signing somewhere. I don't know where, but I think he could potentially be one. The wide receivers have been quiet.
Yeah.
Marquise Brown, Darnell Mooney, T. Higgins trade rumors. Nothing's been leaked there, so
yeah,
we'll have to wait and see for that.
Carson's asking, where do you think Derrick Henry is going? I could see him
Texans.
headed to the Texans. I could see him headed to the Ravens. The Giants could be an option.
I feel like the Texans are sitting here like that's the move we want. We're just waiting for it.
Yes.
I just got to get him.
I think that is a really good take there.
Take a look at our super chat menu here. $2, we got a beers, cheers going on. $5, we're talking about your team. Every $10, we got some hot takes for 2024. $20, we have a wheel spin. I haven't done one of those in a while. And then $50, a beer bong or a shotgun. Or if we hit 366,000 subscribers, we got a freedom funnel right in your way.
I'm putting it down so fast, too. You guys want to see it happen.
Putting it down so
I'm going to put it down in H-Town without a frown. Booyah. Craig Reynolds, he's been given an exclusive rights tender. That was an old news. We got some more super chats to hit.
That was old news.
Yeah, if you've been hanging out, you knew that. Back to this one. Now that the Commanders brought in Caleb Williams, old coach, to their coaching staff, do you think that they're going to trade up to number 1? Cliff, right? Yeah, they've signed Cliff. I mean,
you're not going to.
Yeah, I could see them trying to. Yeah. Yeah, you can try, but the big key there is, will Chicago want to move down? Like,
honestly, Chicago would say no to even saying we'll give you next year's first round, our second round this year, and our second round next year, and our first round the next year.
Yeah,
like you're still saying no.
That the Bears are gonna go get Caleb. Like,
See,
it's going to happen.
The Commanders off of that, and you say, how about Justin Fields?
How about Gardner Minshew?
For $25 million.
Nico Canada, Devontae Adams is screaming. Now they need Michael Thomas. Honestly, that would just be the cherry on top. That would be the cherry on top. Send Michael Thomas to Las Vegas.
Well, it's what's that dragon meme where it's like all the
it's all the three dragons, and then you have the
It's
joking
Devontae
one.
Adams with Gardner Minshew, Aiden O'Connell, Michael Thomas.
Yep.
Just
Yep.
help.
Our Raiders report host, Mitchell Renz, tweeted, he said, the Raiders still don't have a top 25 quarterback on their roster.
They don't.
They don't have a top.
I don't know if
30.
they have a top 30.
I don't think they have a top 32 quarterback on their roster, to be quite honest. It's pretty hilarious, man. That's pretty funny. Ian Rappaport, breaking news, Kurt Warner and Sam Bradford out of retirement. That's hilarious. That's some good stuff, Ramcast. You've been sending in some red-hot super chats. We appreciate you, Ramcast. Thank you for being a real one. Cue cards. Do the Seahawks trade Metcalf or Lockett? That's an interesting one.
Not Lockett. They just agreed to the contract,
Yeah.
so that therefore right now. Metcalf, if they aren't winning, I could see them trading. That deadline this year, they aren't winning, trade him away. You can get a bag for him. He's coming up on a contract year, I think, too, so that would kind of work out well. Patrick Bryan, a first-time super chatter, $2. Appreciate you, Patrick. Legendary stuff as we're getting into the latter half of this, and I know we talked winners, but man, there's some losers too. As
No doubt.
DEB says, should New England trade a day 2 pick for Fields and take Marvin Harrison at 3? That's what I've been saying. I think that'd be a good idea. It's just hard because this is a generational quarterback class, and you have a number 3 pick. So if Fields is not it, you fold, and you're done.
Yeah.
So you better be dang sure that Fields is it. And I don't know that I am, and I don't know they are. So that's kind of the problem there.
I still can't get over. Yeah, they're in the market for Justin Fields. It could happen soon. They're one of the teams kicking the tires. Gardner Minshew. Gardner Minshew now. Should New England trade a day 2 pick for Fields and take Marv at 3? I actually don't hate that.
Yeah, the problem is
Yeah.
my thing is again, it's a top tier quarterback draft room. If you trade away to get Justin Fields, you better be dang sure that Justin Fields is it.
Mm-hmm.
Which I don't know. Let's set it. Let's do it.
All righty. Really fast. I need everyone to type me if you are subscribed right now. We want to try and get over 1,155 messages in the next 2 minutes. Can we make it happen? If you want to shout out, type me, and I'm just going to kind of fire off these names. U-Money, XD Gamer, Drizzy, not Trizzy. We got Isaac, Sean, Demarius, Noli, Retro Gaming,
Keep
Justin,
going.
JTH, Russ, Math, John, JTH, Gwandel, Young Dolphin, King Draco, JK Cozy, Crew Productions, Mookie, Fluffy Pugs, Fry, Pedro, Math and Makeup, Spin, Tyreek, Sam, Mookie, Gwandale, Retro, Zapped, Marine, Alexis, NFL, Gwandel, Sam, Nate, ND, NW, Bryce, Cloudy, Gwandale, Marine, Nemo, not finding Nemo, found you, Tyler, Taekwon, Sean, Sam, Roy, DDF, Victory, Ben, K Money, Joshua, Bundles of Cats, Roberto, DDF, Tim, Mr. Barney, Nico Canada, Aaron, Travis, Louise, Austin, Mr. Sports, Brother, Austin, Mr. Sports, Donuts, Butter, Fishbowl, Cole, Sam, Raphael, Alexis, JR, Mr. Barney, keep going, go, go, go. Let me breathe.
Let me pray.
Cody, Charles, Dylan, NFL, C3, Spin, Tegan, Logan, Brian, Raphael, K-Money, Wow, Reality Cowboy, Atlantis, C3, Stoney, J2, Too Tall, Thomas, K-Money, Luis, Taekwon, Jake, Luis, Memes by CJ, Jerry, Jeremy, MX Destroyer, The Savior, 2K God, K-Money, Young Money, Alexis, Cameron, Brady, Luis, NFL, TK, Brady, Jonathan, K-Money, Gwandale. I'm running out of breath. I'm getting a little lightheaded.
That was pretty impressive.
My face is the color of the graphic at the very bottom of the screen. You see it. Subscribe to Chat Sports. Got to lather the pipes real quick.
Oh, man. That's pretty good. 675 was the chat rate.
That's
675.
It's pretty impressive.
Very
We
good.
got some work to do. We can be better than that. I know we can be better than that.
Can be better than that. All right, let's talk about the big things that have happened in the first day of NFL free agency, because that's what we're here to do, right? So the first and the biggest news, Kirk Cousins is an Atlanta Falcon. 4 years, $180 million deal, $100 million of it guaranteed. Man, I like this deal.
Niners are signing Leonard Floyd.
We're talking about it in a second. I like this deal. I think Kirk Cousins, honestly, right away makes the Falcons a playoff team. They were close last year. They just needed a quarterback. Raheem Morris saying, if our quarterback play would have been better, the Falcons would have made the playoffs last year, was an all-time quote.
Yes.
Basically saying, our quarterbacks suck.
Yes. They were not good. It was not a good team.
So will the Falcons make the playoffs now? Kirk Cousins, you heard my opinion. I think they will. What do you think, Trace?
Just get a Y for yes, N for no. I think that they could be a team that's like a sneaky, like the last wild card spot. Like, I don't know if they'll win the division. Maybe they do.
I think the Bucs win that division.
I think the Bucs could win it. I think the Saints have a chance, but I really think that it's the Bucs or the Falcons that could win it. Maybe Atlanta makes the wild card spot. Who knows here? But we'll have to kind of see how things pan out. I'm a Saints fan, so naturally I'm going to say the Saints. But they do have to figure out a lot of things. New offense under Clint Kubiak. The NFC South is going to look very different as it did, or compared to what it looked like last year. Let's kick it to the brand new news coming in. Leonard Floyd, 2-year, $20 million, $12 million guaranteed with the San Francisco 49ers. I like that.
Good deal. Good deal.
It's a really good deal for him. The Niners' defense was great last year. Nick Bosa, one of the best pass rushers. He kind of was a little bit unproductive at the beginning, but no, in terms of sacks, but he was getting what?
Will Lutz has changed his mind. He will remain in Denver. Will Lutz stays with Denver 2 years.
How does that happen? How do you change your mind? I guess he didn't sign the contract yet, but we're going here. Never mind.
Oh,
that's hilarious.
The past hour has been hilarious, by the way.
It really has been electric. Let's go to Leonard Floyd's production. This is a guy who last year with Buffalo, 32 tackles, 10.5 sacks, 19 quarterback hits. He can get to the passer very, very well. He also did a good job of that in L.A. each of the last 3 seasons he was there with them. 10 tackles for loss, 9 sacks in 2022, 9.5 sacks in 2021, 10.5 sacks in 2020. I think that this could be a really, really good addition opposite of Nick Bosa. The Niners are clearly trying to win now. Steve Wilkes, Kyle Shanahan, they got to make it happen. They got to get over that hump because they just haven't been able to. So there you go. Could the Niners make it back to the Super Bowl? Who knows? But let me know what your prediction for Super Bowl 59 is. Dare I say Niners-Chiefs rematch?
That's a good one.
Dare I say it?
I'm going to go with Chiefs-Eagles. I like the additions they had.
I like Chiefs-Eagles.
I think we'll have that again. I like the additions they had. Now, my thing is Nick Sirianni has to actually be a coach, though, because he's such a bad coach.
Yes.
I think he has the ability to do things. We saw him coach a really good Eagles team 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. This year, he let his emotions get the best of him.
Yeah, he's one of those guys who I was actually talking about it this weekend with some friends, and I'm like, hey, Nick Sirianni is a great motivator, he's a great leader, but he's like, what does he do?
Also, the whole thing about, I needed my bodyguard. I felt off at the back of the season. Man, what are you talking about?
Quit making up excuses, brother. Quit making up excuses.
But I like Chiefs-Eagles. I think Chiefs are the obvious team in the AFC.
Yeah, I think, and just to kind of maybe be, let's play the hypothetical game. Let's be different just because. Another AFC team, I mean, if Joe Burrow can stay healthy, maybe, but
you're not going to have T. Higgins, you're not going to have Joe Mixon, you're not going to have Tyler Boyd.
Yeah, so it's like, what's going to go on there? Who?
That's in the NFC, though.
Who'd you say? Tampa. That's an NFC team.
Baker Mayfield will fall on his face soon enough.
Baker Mayfield.
Well, here's the
Baker
thing.
Mayfield will fall harder than he did on Dixon Street when he got arrested.
Here's the Baker Mayfield cycle. Baker Mayfield plays good, gets big contract, stinks, gets cut, makes you think he's good again. We're here. We're here where he played good. It's now going to go back to here where he's going to underperform. This is how it turns and rolls around.
That's hilarious.
He signed the big contract, so now he's going to get here. He's going to play one more year. We're going to cut him, and then bang, we're going back to here where he'll sign a contract with somebody, play a good game, get a contract, prove himself, get a bigger contract, and the cycle will repeat.
The fact that Danielle Hunter still hasn't gotten signed is
It's kind of wild.
It's crazy to me.
The fact that Danielle Hunter hasn't signed and Gardner Minshew got $25 million.
Do what? Yeah, Jack Sperry earlier saying that he thinks it's going to happen by the end of the day.
11:59 p.m. at night. Danielle Hunter signs.
Hey, Sperry will be right. He'll take that and be right on it. Yes. Because
1:59 a.m. Danielle Hunter agrees to a contract with the Rams. What's funny is Gardner Minshew has been signed for $25 million. Oh my gosh.
It's insane, man. It's insane. I mean, for a team that is trying to build a winning culture, I mean, I guess it's a decent bridge option, but like, man, Antonio
Bridge
Pierce,
for what? This is a good quarterback class.
Yeah, like
You're going to get Quinn Ewers next year at pick 15?
no, Shador Sanders. Go get Shador.
He's not good. He's flashy. It fits the Raiders, but still.
Is that not a Raiders pick? Is that not a Raiders frickin' pick?
Shador Sanders shines in debut. Raiders lose 25-0.
Yes.
That's like the same stuff we saw with Shohei Ohtani. Shohei Ohtani has 5 home runs. The Angels lose 11-5.
Yes.
All right, Gardner Minshew, though, like we crap on him. It's not because of him. It's because it's the Raiders who did this and expect him to be a starter. This past year, 13 games started in the Colts. He was projected to back up, and then little AR got hurt. 3,000 yards, 15 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. Listen, I'm not going to say that Gardner Minshew is a bad quarterback. He's just not a starting quarterback.
Yeah, like I think what they did.
He's a good backup.
Yeah, what they did in Indy last year was perfect. You knew you were going to go and draft one of the top guys. You knew you had the pick. You didn't have to move up or anything to go and make it happen. You take Anthony Richardson. You bring in Gardner Minshew.
And you don't pay him $25 million.
Exactly. You give him a 1-year cheap deal. Stick around. We'll see it. We'll see if we see it kind of thing. So who knows what's going to happen here in Las Vegas? It's going to be a QB battle between Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell. So that's what you got to look forward to, Raider Nation. So really fast, look how close we are to 365,800. Last time we popped this up, we were at 365,600, and we crossed over the milestone. Let's get there ASAP. We're going for 366K. One of the largest on-demand YouTube platforms to talk about the NFL, the NBA, and college sports all throughout the year. Trust us, this is the #1 place to be. We want to be your go-to spot. We got videos every single day that are on demand, that are free. We got live shows that you can tune into for the draft, for free agency, for NBA stuff, for NFL stuff, college sports. I mean, we do it all here at Chat Sports. We got the hardest working crew across the globe. Adam Schefter talking about T. Higgins this morning. Bengals franchise wide receiver. T. Higgins has requested a trade per source. Higgins loves Cincy and hoped to be with the team long-term, but is disappointed that there hadn't been any long-term contract extension discussion since March of 2023. He's looking to move to a new home. Jamar Chase following up that tweet with this. LOL, I know you lying, bro. Who knows? T. Higgins maybe staying around, maybe he's not. Who knows? Jamar Chase is clearly has a hot take on this. So there
it's because Jamar Chase is going to get paid next year, and so he's fine. T. Higgins was always the secondary one. Oh, Chidobe Awuzie to the Titans. Chidobe Awuzie. At least I didn't pronounce it as somebody else did. To the Titans on a 3-year deal. I like it.
That's not a bad move at all.
Chidobe Awuzie. There you go. They call him Cheeto. We'll call him Cheeto, too.
We'll call him Cheeto.
It's Cheeto. Chidobe Awuzie. Awuzie.
That's so funny.
Oh, my gosh.
It's
Awuzie is going to the Titans. I like that deal. It helps out a struggling secondary for the Tennessee Titans. Plus, I know that Callahan was the offensive guy, but still, Bengals connection. Bengals connection there.
No doubt. Let's see. Some more tweets coming in. It's kind of just more of the information. Here is the information we just said out loud.
Awuzie.
Signing with the Tennessee Titans, 3-year deal. Full details to be announced soon. We'll keep you updated on what those details are. But DeAndre Swift, the running back, a dual threat guy. I really like the player. He's headed to Chicago. 3 years, $24 million contract. And then Tony Pollard. He's trading in the navy blue and the star for the powder light blue and the red with the big old T on the side of his helmet. Tony Pollard signing with the Tennessee Titans, 3 years, $24 million deal.
Pollard from Tennessee.
He is from Tennessee, gets to rock that Houston Oilers jersey, which is so clean. Josh Jacobs, 4-year, $48 million. Let me ask you this, Jace. Which is a worse contract? Josh Jacobs, 4-year, $48 million, or Gardner Minshew, 2 years, $25?
Gardner Minshew. Like, Josh Jacobs, that's a lot of money, but like the Packers are trying to say, we have Jordan Love on a rookie contract. When we're going to extend him, we're going all in these next 2 years before we have to like fully give him what he deserves.
Totally agree. Saquon Barkley, he's sticking around in the NFC East. He's headed to Philly.
Just not with the Giants.
Not with the Giants. Unfortunately, he is going to make the Giants pay, I believe. He has a much better offensive line, better all-around team.
I'm taking the more on Prize Picks as soon as they play in New York.
No doubt. No doubt I'm taking them more on that. Devin Singletary, could he be the Saquon Barkley replacement? Jack Sperry and I earlier when we were talking about this, feels like he's more of an RB2 running back committee kind of guy.
Devin Singletary replacing Saquon Barkley may be the biggest bad statement of the year.
I mean, it's just not like
it's not gonna happen.
It's not the same kind of player. But 3 years, $16.5 million contract. Singletary reuniting with Brian Dable. Gus Edwards, he's signing with Jim Harbaugh and the Los Angeles Chargers. 2-year deal, full details to be announced soon. I like this move. Now you can expect Austin Eckler. He's gone. They got their guy. They got the running back. Don't think Austin Eckler's sticking around in L.A.
No. Gus Edwards,
unless it's to the Rams or something.
It's going to be a similar situation of what he had in Baltimore where running back by committee for sure.
No doubt.
All right, I'm going to hop out again. Trace, you got it covered. You're in good hands.
Yes, sir.
I will see y'all when I see y'all.
See you later. Thank you for tuning in, brother. Shout out your city for me. Let me know where you're tuned in. I'm going to give shout outs to those of you who are rocking and rolling with us all across the globe, because we know you're not just hanging out here in the United States of America. We know you guys are across the pond, north, south, east, west. Let me know where you're hanging out. Andrew's watching in Nashville. Fry Carton is in Fayetteville. Arkansas or North Carolina, because I was just in Fayetteville, Arkansas yesterday. Literally, I drove in yesterday. Houston from Reeve. Shreveport/Bossier City from Nico, Canada. Nemo Sims is a New Orleans Saints fan. We got Louise is in Hereford, UK. We got Germany from Nightshade SB. And we got El Paso, Texas from 90s Baby Q. Philly from Leek. NW is in St. Paul. Finn's Fans is in Sweden. Miami from Raphael. California from Sean. Titusville from Jonathan. We got Green Bay from the Curb Layer. Massachusetts from Red Zone Prods. Mexico City from Holla At Me. We got Virginia Beach J Kings. Ramscast is in Massachusetts. We got Zap says he's in Mars. Hope you don't run out of oxygen, brother. We got New Orleans from Henry Ham. El Paso from Fernando. Ireland from Stewart. San Diego from 18 The Goat. Jay Mayhem is in Dallas. Evansville from Christian. Western Pennsylvania from Logan, and he is a Ravens fan. Memphis from K-Money Drip. Memphis got some good tunes out there, brother. Brian Burns to New York from Big Slime. That would be crazy. Camden, Maine from Eric. Martinsville from Coda. Grand Rapids from The King. We got Pallet Town from Daniel's son. Cleveland from Tyler Lane. Aberdeen, Scotland from Alex Scott. We got Berlin from Ollie Olich. Olich? I'll probably butcher that. Africa, I love to see it. Cincinnati, Norway, Rochester. Do you know Nick Roloff and Tyler Smitty? Those are Rochester legends. Let's kick it to some news real quick. Sheena Quick tweeting out, barring a last-minute complete breakdown in negotiation, Brian Burns will be a New York Giant per source. I'll update after proposed compensation is confirmed. So be on the lookout. This could happen very, very soon. Brian Burns, Giant. Maybe that can make Marshall Green feel a little bit better about losing Saquon and Xavier McKinney. Was it good yelling? I mean, I feel like you can't be mad about a Brian Burns. Can't be mad about Brian Burns. That's a good move. That's a good move for.
Apparently, a reporter for The Athletic covering the Panthers said that the Panthers are looking for at least a first-rounder.
Panthers are looking to get back into the first.
The Giants have pick number 6. That's not going to go out to Carolina.
Yeah.
High second-rounder or potentially that first next year.
That could also be an option. A second and a fourth. Interesting. I could see that being the case here. Got a few moves to discuss. I'm going to message Barefoot and see if she can fill my water real quick. Can you just I just need my water, some ice, so a little bit of ice and water in there. Thank you, buddy. All right. Going to lather the pipes here shortly, but here is the latest news. Brian Burns could be headed to New York, and it's not official yet, but it's likely to happen. Some other news that has come in recently. Leonard Floyd, we discussed this a minute ago. He signed with San Francisco, 2 years, $20 million deal. Very, very productive player. I think him and Nick Bosa are going to do an excellent job at getting to the passer on the defensive side of the ball. I really like this move for San Francisco. I also like this move. Chidobe Awuzie is headed to the Tennessee Titans. It's a 3-year deal. We don't have the full details yet, but as soon as we do, we'll let you know. Justin Jones, he's signing with Arizona. It's a 3-year, $30.1 million deal, $19.75 million guaranteed. So this is going to be, trying to get some better players around Kyler Murray, trying to help out that offense. Thank you. Trying to help out pretty lackluster team last year that had some talent, but, kind of underperformed. Let's kick it over to the Super Chat menu as I lather the pipes, as I said earlier. $2, beer cheers. $5, we'll talk about your team. $10, we'll give you a hot take for 2024. And let me tell you, little hint, Jack Sperry's about to come on. He's got some red hot takes for you. $20 wheel spin. $50, I will do a beer bong in less than 4 seconds. You can bookmark it now. You can write that to the bank, and you can cash that in right this second. And we're about to bring on my guy, Jack Sperry. But if this is a great way to support what we do here at Chat Sports, of course, you don't have to send in a super chat. All we do ask, it's 100% free. Like and subscribe, of course. And we are back with my man, Jack Sperry. Sperry.
My man.
I missed you, man.
I missed you too, man.
So glad to have you back.
Good to be back.
How did talking about the Steelers moves go? What's kind of your thoughts on the Steelers?
Steelers, I guess they made a move, which is for a punter, but
they did something.
Maybe I'd rather have Bobby Wagner. I can tell you that right now. But Cameron Johnson for the Steelers, decent veteran punter. Is a lot better than what the Steelers had previously. So, you know what, man, I'll take it. But, man, that Brian Burns move, whatever it ends up being, massive move for Brian Dable and the Giants.
No doubt.
Putting him on the other side of Kayvon Thibodeau. Holy crap, that's going to be a tough pass rush to stop.
No doubt. I really like that move. And it's, maybe it makes Marshall Green feel a little bit better about losing Saquon and Xavier McKinney. Maybe it can kind of help him out a little bit. Ramcast. Metcalf with his 22.46 mile-an-hour speed and his physicality to the Chiefs would be nuts. What do you think, Sperry?
Why would they want to trade Metcalf? He's a good receiver. Unless he straight up demands a trade out of Seattle, why are we talking about DK Metcalf being traded anywhere? Would Patrick Mahomes with his deep ball love DK Metcalf? Yes. are the Seattle Seahawks. Do they have any incentive to trade him away? No. Okay. So
as somebody in the chat sports office would say, no.
No. $2 super chat here. So shout out to Big E. What's Big E?
Biggie.
Oh,
can't you see?
Sometimes.
I don't.
Is that actually what it is? That'd be
Maybe
cool.
Big E is one of his homies, but shout out to you, Big E. Appreciate the super chat.
Shout out to you, Biggie. This one comes in from Benico, Canada.
Could Higgins pull a Will Lutz? Did you see the Will Lutz news?
Yeah. He's back.
He went to Jacksonville, and then he's like, never mind, I'm going to Denver. Sticking around.
I mean, I don't know if Higgins goes to I don't know, what's a terrible team? Arizona?
Yeah.
It's Minnesota. He replaces Justin Jefferson in Minnesota, and he has J.J. McCarthy throwing him footballs next year. Maybe he'll want to go back to Joe Burrow. Who knows? Oh, my goodness. Okay.
That's so funny.
So make sure you guys click that thumbs up icon. Right now, we got over 2.6K likes on the stream already. We need to get that up, baby. I want to get to 3K likes.
Dude.
That's what I want to get to right now.
I need to get to 3,000 likes. I just have this urge to just be better than everyone else. So I want our crew here, between Jack, Sam, Sperry, and me, I want our stream to be the most liked NFL free agency stream on YouTube. And you can help us out. You can make that happen. It's up to you, whether you're on the couch, whether you're on the toilet, whether you're skipping class or you're on spring break. Like the video right now.
Do it right now, all right? Just do it for me. If you're not going to do it for Trace, do it for me.
I like what DB said right here. The only way to get a cure here is 3,000 likes and more cowbell.
More cowbell.
I need more cowbell.
I've got a fever, and the only prescription
is more cowbell.
More cowbell. Let's get it going. Shout out to the legend Christopher Walken and Will Ferrell. If we got any boomers in the crowd.
Great song, great SNL skit. Like all together.
Just everything about that sketch
incredible.
Is just iconic. All right. Classic SNL, Will Ferrell.
If you need more cowbell, like the video.
If you need more signings, click the thumbs up icon. Let's go, man. Come on.
Isaac is asking you a question, Jack. Who do you think the Steelers will sign next?
I hope for Bobby Wagner, because Russell Wilson and Bobby Wagner are best friends.
Yes.
All right. They won a Super Bowl together in Seattle all those years back. They almost won 2 together. Mm-hmm. Bobby Wagner is a 10-time straight All-Pro. Do you have any idea how great that is to be an All-Pro selection for a decade straight, including last year? So he's showing no sign of slowing down. I think he's a perfect fit for Mike Tomlin's defense. And imagine that Steelers defense. T.J. Watt, Alex Highsmith, Cam Hayward, Joey Porter Jr., Keanu Benson, Minkah Fitzpatrick, and then Bobby Wagner in the middle of it all. That might be the best defense in the National Football League next year. And right now, Pro Football Focus says the Steelers can get him for a 1-year contract, $4 million. That is a steal for an all-pro caliber inside linebacker.
A 10-time all-pro.
Make it happen, baby. Come on.
10-time all-pro. That would be a really good move for Pittsburgh. Let's throw it over to Albert Breer real quick. He posted this just a few moments ago. It's just a list of names that are still notable free agents. You got Danielle Hunter, the Vikings edge rusher, Jaguars wide receiver Calvin Ridley, Leonard Williams with the Seahawks, Chase Young of the 49ers, DJ Reader, the defensive tackle in Cincy, Derrick Henry still hasn't been signed, Austin Eckler, and Ryan Tannehill to round out that list. So there's some really good names, some high-profile players.
Yeah, we still got a lot of leeway to go here.
A lot of big news could come in soon.
Absolutely, man. I'm very excited, especially for that Danielle Hunter news. It seems like there could be some sort. Will Dissly to the Chargers, by the way. There could be a big bidding war going on right now for Danielle Hunter as we speak, because he is the #1 edge rusher on the market right now. And it's not even close. Mm-hmm. And all these teams that are looking for that bona fide #1 guy might be just trying to outduel each other as we speak right now. And eventually somebody's going to come out on top. $5 super chat here from Ramcast says, will the Browns ruin another receiver like Odell with Jerry Jeudy? And with a stable team, will Russell Wilson finally make the playoffs again? First part to that question. I'm sorry to all the Browns fans out there. Jerry Jeudy is not as good as you guys wish that he is. He is a very good route runner, not a good contested catch receiver, not a good hands receiver. And guess what Deshaun Watson struggled with last year? Accuracy. All right, so I don't think Jerry Jeudy is going to be a good fit there in Cleveland. I could be wrong. Who knows? Now we'll shift to Russell Wilson, who just signed for the vet minimum with the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's going to sign his contract officially on Wednesday. I think they're a playoff team next year. They were a playoff team with Kenny Pickett, Mitch Trubisky, and Mason Rudolph last year, Mr. Chase Gerard. They were 28th in scoring offense last year, and they still got to 10-7. You had a guy in Russell Wilson who had a better passer rating than Patrick Mahomes last year, that was more accurate than Kirk Cousins, who had more touchdown percentage than Kirk Cousins, somebody that just got paid $45 million a year, and you're getting him on the vet minimum. And
Unbelievable.
And you can still make signings. The Steelers still have $25 million in cap space, can still make restructures, can still add to this roster. The Steelers might have the most complete roster in the National Football League next year. If Russell Wilson can get back to his Super Bowl caliber version of Russ that we're used to seeing when he was in Seattle, the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to be the real deal, and I think they definitely make the playoffs again next season.
All credit to Mike Tomlin. Even like you said, despite having some holes throughout the roster, he's going to have his team ready to play every single week. He is going to find a way to win every single week.
And now that he's going to have a roster that might be the most complete in the game, with Mike Tomlin as the head coach, with Russell Wilson, who's top 10 all time in game-winning drives and fourth quarter comebacks, has played in 16 playoff games. I mean, if anybody that was on the available market for the Pittsburgh Steelers is going to lead Pittsburgh to a Super Bowl next year, not predicting it's going to happen. I'm saying if anyone was going to do it, it's going to be Russell Wilson. So it's a brilliant move by the Pittsburgh Steelers, and it really does open up the possibility for a potential Super Bowl run for them.
All right, Daniel throwing us a $2 super chat. Keep up the good content. And hey, he wants us to get to 3,000 likes, so help a brother out. Let's get to 3K likes.
Appreciate you, Daniel.
We're just under 250
that
away.
Thumbs up icon.
Yeah,
Let's
thank
go.
you, Daniel. Appreciate it. We're trying to get to 3,000 likes. We're at 2,740. I almost said 27,000. Not close. If you're having a good time, help a brother out. Like the video. It just helps YouTube know that what we're doing here is quality and people like it. It also helps you get more of our coverage on your recommended page, on your YouTube feed, and all of that fun stuff.
Jack, I'm going to have to step off. The Washington Commanders are signing former Panthers linebacker Frankie Louvu. 3-year contract, $36 million. All right, cool. So I'm going to stay on for a while here while they get all my Commanders stuff figured out. I'm also the Commanders host here at Chat Sports, by the way. So Frankie Louvu to the Washington Commanders per Adam Schefter. 3 years, $36 million. As the Commanders host here, I like this move a lot from the Washington Commanders. They had the most cap space in the NFL heading into free agency. They needed a new linebacker to put on the other side of Jamin Davis there in the middle of the defense. And Frankie Louvu is one hell of a football player, man. What do you think here, Trace Gerard?
Man, I think that this is a good move. I personally have been able to watch Frankie Louvu play a lot of football for the Panthers as our Saints host here. I think that this is a really solid addition. Dan Quinn's clearly trying to build something here. He's trying to have a successful culture that, is bred to win. Frankie Louvu is a talented player. 3-year, $36 million deal. I also feel like they didn't break the bank on him.
Yeah, I mean, $12 million per season. I mean, we've seen linebackers go for about that rate this year. And for a guy like Frankie Louvu, who is a top 10 graded inside linebacker in football last year, this is a good deal for the Washington Commanders. I think they might have slightly overpaid for Tyler Biadasz earlier in the day. But Louvu is an awesome, awesome, awesome player. That I'm really excited to see play with the burgundy and gold next year. And honestly, guys, you compare him with Dorrance Armstrong, and I think they're probably still in the market for Danielle Hunter. Oh, my goodness, man. If they can get Danielle Hunter now, Dan Quinn is building something there in Washington.
If they could
that's going to be something very, very fun to watch.
If they can land Danielle Hunter, that might be one of the scarier defenses across the league.
Whew. I mean, you got Deron Payne, Jonathan Allen on the inside. You just got Dorrance Armstrong, who had 7 sacks last year, as your number 2 guy at that point. And then Danielle Hunter, who had 16 last year. I mean, good luck stopping that defensive line is all I'm going to say. And Frankie Louvu is going to be the number 1 linebacker on the other side of Jamin Davis. Really like that move from the Washington Commanders here. They still need a safety. They still need a corner, so we'll see what the Commanders end up doing here as free agency continues. But Frankie Louvu, one of the best linebackers in football, on his way to the nation's capital. So here is a tweet from Sheena Quick, who reports, barring a last-minute complete breakdown in negotiations, Brian Burns will be a New York Giant per source. I'll update after proposed compensation is confirmed. All right, man, that is absolutely crazy. We don't know what the compensation is. And then here's another report here from Jordan Ronan that says there has been buzz throughout the day about a potential Brian Burns trade to the Giants. There's been talks with Carolina per source. We'll see if it can be finalized. Would obviously be a huge move for the Giants. And Trace, this is a situation here where it's free agency. So they have a lot of time to figure out compensation. It's not like they have to do it by a certain time today like it is with the trade deadline.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can just go and bring in this guy who has a very productive track record in Carolina. 8 sacks last year, 12.5 sacks in 2022, 9 sacks in 21, and 9 sacks in 2020. Like you said, Spare, you don't have to go and make this happen right this second. You can talk. You can figure it out. You have the time to do it. Honestly, you have up until the draft to really kind of figure out the compensation, and hell, even during the draft, if you really wanted to make it, last to the very last second. Brian Burns is a very good football player, and I think that he could be a really, really nasty addition to a Giants defensive line, a Giants defense that, could probably use a little bit of a facelift.
Yeah, he's a little bit younger than Danielle Hunter, so I think that if he hit the open market, he would have been the number 1 name that we would be talking about today, but, because Danielle is a little bit older, even though I think Danielle had a better season than Brian Burns did last year, we'd probably be talking about Brian Burns as the number 1 edge option for these teams to consider. And now it seems like Brian Dable might be having him in his sights here, getting him on the other side of Kayvon Thibodeau. Man, that is a dynamic pass rushing duo if the Giants are able to get a deal done.
Could you imagine had they been able to keep Leonard Williams and then they could have Kayvon Thibodeau, Leonard Williams, and Brian Burns? I mean, goodness gracious. That'd be a scary front four.
That would have been, yes, very, very scary. And you know what, man, New York, I mean, we haven't been the biggest fans of some of their moves today. At Devin Singletary, at John Runyon, those are kind of like Band-Aids, I feel like. You lost Saquon Barkley. But, man, I can tell you this right now, Giants fans across this country will be celebrating if they can land Brian Burns in a trade, barring they're not giving up their first-round pick.
Yep. We do have this coming in for Will Dissly, signing with the Chargers, 3-year, $14 million deal with 10 of that guaranteed. And A.J. Epinesa.
That's a lot for Dissly, isn't it?
Yeah, I feel
like that is. Yeah, Parkinson. I like Kobe Parkinson a lot more than I like Dissly, but $10 million guaranteed for Dissly over 3 years is unbelievable to me. But I love Parkinson, all right? I don't love Dissly like the way I love Kobe Parkinson. Then we got a 2-year deal for A.J. Epinesa returning to the Buffalo Bills. As we know, the Bills kind of cleaned house last week with getting rid of Mitch Morse and Jordan Poyer and all these different guys that were starters for them last year.
Yep.
Now they're starting to bring some people back here. A.J. Epinesa will be on the other side of Von Miller on that defensive line in Buffalo next season. Still don't know the details. We'll update you when we get the details on that contract. All we know is a 2-year deal at this point. So let us know, guys. Predict it. Who will be the next player to sign? Is it going to be Danielle Hunter? Is it going to be, I don't know, Derrick Henry, right? Who's going to be next? Ryan Tannehill. Could Sam Darnold be going to the Vikings? That's the report from Diana Rossini. Who knows, man? It's going to be interesting to see.
That is a question that I'm curious to find out. Where will Ryan Tannehill sign? Will he... I hate to say it. I feel like the Raiders should have done that if they're trying to go and pay a quarterback. 2 years, 25 for Gardner. I know we talked about it before.
I wasn't on.
Sperry, you got to give your thoughts.
I wasn't on this stream when Gardner Minshew got signed. Send me full screen, producer Jack, because this is unbelievable. Okay, this guy is somebody that is a bridge quarterback. All right. Las Vegas had the opportunity to maybe go get a Justin Fields.
Yep.
Maybe go out and get somebody else, maybe like a Sam Darnold or something like that. But no, not only do they sign Gardner Minshew, but they go out and sign him to a multi-year contract, $25 million per season, $15 million guaranteed. Are you freaking joking me, Las Vegas? And by the way, is Uncle Rico the most Raiders quarterback of all time? This guy's the most Raiders quarterback that has ever lived or will ever live. Uncle Rico is a Las Vegas Raider, and he will be paid at least $15 million throughout this entire tenure that he's going to have in Vegas. All right? I'll tell you guys this right now. The Raiders better draft a freaking quarterback because this is not your guy. This is not the answer to bring winning back to the Raiders franchise. All right, it's just not going to happen. Now, I think the Raiders are going to want to trade up for Jaden Daniels, no question about it. All right, they're definitely going to want to do that. The thing is, nobody's going to want to trade down with them, or at least I don't think that they are. I think that the top 3 teams in the draft, Chicago, Washington, and New England, they all need quarterbacks. They're all going to take the guys that are up there. So the Raiders are going to be stuck with either Bo Nix, J.J. McCarthy, or Michael Penix Jr., and then you're going to be stuck paying Gardner frickin' Minshew $15 million guaranteed over the course of these 2 seasons, and he's probably going to be their week 1 starter. Good frickin' luck, Las Vegas. You deserve everything coming your way for signing this guy as your next starting quarterback. Good freaking Lord. All right, so let me get – all right. Are you on this?
I got it. I got it.
Okay, cool.
Real quick, I want to give a shout out to Prize Picks for sponsoring today's free agency frenzy here at Chat Sports. It's daily fantasy sports made easy. If you are unfamiliar with Prize Picks, I encourage you to use the link you see at the bottom of your screen. prizepicks.com/CLNS. When you plug in promo code CLNS, you get a $100 deposit match, meaning you put in $100, Prize Picks gives you $100 to lay some money down. You can win big time money and you can withdraw your winnings ASAP. It's real money, it's real fun, and it's really daily fantasy sports. Here is a projection that one of the guys here at the Chat Sports office cooked up, and I really, really like it because the Cade Cunningham thing, you see that little red dot next to him? It's not a dot, that's a demon, because it's a demon pick, meaning it's a little harder to hit, but the payout is much bigger. So if you get more than 24.5 points, guess what? You're making some money. So if you go to prizepicks.com/CLNS or click the link that's in the live chat and in the comment section and description of this video, you can get started with Prize Picks. It's my favorite way to start my morning. I text my girlfriend, I love her. I call my mom and say, what's up? And I check Prize Picks to make sure I can go and win some money. Go to prizepicks.com/CLNS, plug in that promo code CLNS, and you can get started today. Sperry.
And we have some breaking news. We got a couple of signings. The Miami Dolphins are bringing in Anthony Walker, linebacker, on a 1-year deal. And then we got an even bigger news update here as Zadarius Smith will be returning to the Cleveland Browns to pair back up with his buddy Myles Garrett, the Defensive Player of the Year. 2 years, $23.5 million. Now, Cleveland, I think, is going to have to move some money around in order to make this work. Yep. Probably a restructure of Deshaun Watson's massive contract is probably what I would guess. But Cleveland's going to have their pass rushing duo back in 2024 that was so successful last season.
Yeah, he could make up to $25 million this year as well, which is pretty interesting. Like you said, going to have to move some money around, but that's not something that Andrew Berry can't make happen. Deshaun Watson's contract is just
massive.
Outrageously
outrageous. And by the way, he was terrible last year.
Yes.
Like, if he needs to play way better, if he doesn't improve by next season, they're going to be last place in the AFC North. That's a loaded division. Joe Flacco's playing better than you. There's a big problem on your hands, Cleveland. You better hope Deshaun Watson figures it out. And then we got a 3-year contract for Mack Wilson.
That's awesome.
The Arizona Cardinals pick up Mack Wilson.
Good for him.
Good for him, man. I mean, maybe I don't know, man. He's kind of mid.
Yeah.
Being honest here, he's 3 years. I mean, I guess the price point isn't so bad. $12.75 million. That's about $4 million a year. What, 4.25 a year?
Yeah.
So not a bad price point there for the Cardinals. And I guess he's a decent starter. So I guess, decent deal there, but I mean, I still feel like that's a little bit too much for a guy like Mack Wilson. Let me check his Pro Football Focus grade here real quick.
See, the one thing that I think that this is kind of interesting.
Oh, never mind. He had an 80.8, man. Jeez, this guy's pretty damn good last year.
How did what does PFF say in terms of, was that his coverage grade?
That's his overall grade, 80.8.
Gotcha.
Not bad at all.
Gotcha. Very nice. We do have Daniel Poinsett sending in a $2 super chat. Keep up the good content. Appreciate you, Daniel. We already hit this one. Thank you for sending in that super chat. Ramcast, this one's for you, brother. It's all you.
Ramcast says Jacksberry Takes are real best sports channel on YouTube. Do you think TJ Watt should have won Defensive Player of the Year based on the stats, or do you think do you think Lamar deserved MVP? So I'm somebody that's everybody at the office knows I'm an analytics guy.
Yep.
And the number one. The word is nerd. Yeah, the word is nerd. Our producer Sam tells me. So
funny coming from Sam.
The number one sabermetric analytic that NFL franchises use to determine the value of players, it's called points above replacement. It's essentially the same as wins above replacement in baseball. The Moneyball statistic, is what it's commonly referred to. They have it for football too. And the person with the highest points above replacement last year was not Lamar Jackson. In fact, he wasn't even in the top 5. Number 1 was Josh Allen.
Yeah.
And I think Josh Allen, with the way he carried that Buffalo Bills team last year to where they ended up being at the end of the year, I think he deserved it. But, hey, man, Lamar Jackson's is a great talent. I mean, kudos to him. I'm not trying to bash Lamar Jackson or anything like that. But, I think Josh Allen or Dak Prescott probably deserved it more than him. And I do think that he had a fantastic season. He deserved it. As for the Defensive Player of the Year, I do think DJ Watt deserved it because he had the highest points above replacement on the defensive side of the ball, and it wasn't even close. All right, and you look at every single defensive category, he was better than both TJ Watt and Minka Fitzpatrick, or he was better than both Myles Garrett and Micah Parsons. He was unbelievable last year. TJ Watt clearly should have been the Defensive Player of the Year, in my opinion. And then I do believe Josh Allen should have been the MVP, but that's just me, and I don't make the decisions.
Yeah.
All right, we got a $5 here from Benico Canada. I hope I'm saying it right. It says, if we reach the likes, I'll send $50 for my guy Trace. Let's go.
Here's what you have to do. So the $50 is already in the chamber. He's got it locked and loaded. All we need is 200 likes. We get there, $50, 4-second beer bong. Bookmark it right this second. Let's make it happen. Can we get there for my guy Nico Canada?
We're 200 likes away.
We can do it in 60 seconds
200
if everyone
more likes
hits it.
and we get $50 more.
Come on, baby.
Folks.
Come on.
We can do it.
Who wants to see a beer bong in 4 seconds or less? I'm putting it down.
In fact, type me in the chat right now. Type me in the chat.
Ramcast said, guess what? I want in on that too. He said I want in. Let's do 50 from me, too.
Let's go. Ramcast says he's putting in a 50.
You got Nico Canada and Ramcast ready to get this party going. It's almost 5 o'clock, meaning it's 5 o'clock somewhere, meaning it's time to have some drinks. 100 away. Go. Come on.
Keep clicking.
We can do it.
My God.
Who wants it to happen? Who wants to see us go bananas?
Trez, give some shout-outs here.
I'm giving shout-outs to NFL Debate, John Strack, Melanin King, Courtney Baines, NFL Debate, Demetrius Grooms. We got Tyler Lane, NW, Demetrius King, the King, or Demarius Young, Duo Reacts, Cosmic Energy, 75 away, go, Crew Productions. We got AG, C3 and me, Cosmic Enemy, NW, AG Productions, Danny Phantom, Marcus Harris, Crew Productions, AG Productions, NFL Debate. We got a lot of productions in the chat. We got Horgarth, CJ, XT Gamer, Louis, Kevin, Evan, Patrick, Michael, Ben, Kaylee, Jeremy, Dallas, Kaylee.
All right, we have an update from Albert Breer on the trade discussions between Brian Burns.
Oh, my goodness. We'll get to that in a second. Give us 1 second. Give us 1 second.
Producer Jack.
Give us 1 second. Rolling. We'll be there in a minute. We'll be there in a minute. Marcus Arnold. Let's go, baby.
Says, can you explain Mac Jones to the Jaguars? I don't understand.
That's the guy. That's the perfect person to ask this question.
So he's going to be the backup quarterback, all right? So they're not trading for him to be a starter. He's from the Jacksonville area. He's a decent high-end backup that has a lot of experience playing in the league. If, God forbid, Trevor Lawrence gets hurt, they're hoping that he can come in and be a decent starter for them, and their season doesn't have to be completely over.
Absolutely.
Right? Because remember, last year Trevor Lawrence got hurt, and they had to play C.J. Beathard, and everyone was wondering, this season's over, right? So in this case, you have Mac Jones instead of C.J. Beathard. A lot better, in my opinion. So you only give up a 6th-round pick for Mac Jones, who's a high-end backup. I like the move. I like the move for Mac Jones, I like the move for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah, for the Jags, it's a low-risk, high reward. You're giving up a 6th-round pick for a player that you know, or you think at least, and hope that, like you said, Trevor Lawrence goes down, the season's not derailed. You can have him fill in for a couple picks, you know what I'm saying? Or a couple weeks, if you will, if that makes some sense.
Appreciate your 50 there, Marcus. You're a real one. Thank you so much for all of your support.
Freedom Funnel, please. Yes.
Freedom Funnel coming up here for Mr. Trizzy Trace.
Let's do it, baby.
Let's go, man.
I'm going to be putting this down.
Can we go to that Breer social, Sam? We have some developing news here from Albert Breer in terms of the Brian Burns discussions. The Panthers and Giants are in discussions on a trade that would send star pass rusher Brian Burns to New York per sources. But the deal's not done, and a new contract would have to be worked out to complete the trade. So there's a lot of stuff that needs to be figured out here, Triz.
No doubt.
When it comes to the compensation, when it comes to the extension that the Giants would give him, there's a lot of stuff that needs to be figured out, and that's what is taking so long. But we are potentially expecting this to happen, all right? Things can fall apart, and if that's the case, our friend Marshall Green is going to be in utter shambles.
Yes.
But if that happens, we are going to be covering it live right here on YouTube, here from Chat Sports, all right? So we appreciate every single one of you. Let us know what you're thinking down there in the comments section. Will the Giants make the playoffs? Yes or no, while Triz destroys this Freedom Funnel.
Y'all ready?
We're less than 25 likes away from the goal, too, for the other $250.
Come on,
we get 250s if we can get 20 likes, 21 likes.
20 likes for $100. Let's make it happen. If you haven't clicked that thumbs up icon, let's go. And that was fast. That was right there. I think he finished that Freedom Funnel before I finished my sip of water. That's pretty impressive.
Oh, we're there!
We got
there! 3,000 likes! Hey, Nico, Ramscast, I got my other happy dad. Let's get it going, baby.
Let's see if they're men or women of their word here. Let's see if they cash in.
Let me tell you one thing about my boy Nico Canada. I guarantee you that pink blob is going to be popping up here in just a second. I love that, man. I'm hoping he can come through for us once again. Nico, shout out to you, brother. Shout out to Ramcast as well for getting that stuff going. It's going to be a great time.
It's going to be a great time. Hopefully we get those $50 Super Chats rolling in here in just a second. But let's go over the biggest signings of the day. Of course, Kirk Cousins going to the Atlanta Falcons, $100 million guaranteed, $50 million at signing, $180 million total. Saquon going to Philly, playing the Giants twice a year, and as if I may quote the great Marshall Green of Giants Now.
There they are. There they are.
There they are.
There they are. Redcast.
He says, I'm interning with the Patriots, breaking down film and analytics.
That's
Wish me
sick.
luck in the NFL Ramscast. That's awesome, man.
That's awesome,
Good luck to you in your future endeavors. And then another one from Nico Canada. Let's go.
Cheers to you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to pour this one up right here. Going to get this going for you. It's going to be Electric Factory.
God, this is.
I got a happy dad.
This is so American. I can't handle how America this is.
Let me tell you this. If I start stumbling over my words, it's Nico and Ramcat's fault, all right?
Let's go. You guys are awesome. I love it. Let's see.
Boom. Boom.
So, for starters, shout out to everybody. Already passed more than day one last year in Super Chats.
Woo!
We're about to pass day one last year in likes.
Woo!
We're about to pass day one last year in new subscribers gained. Shout out to the people.
Let's
Come on
go.
now. Keep them
Great-
coming.
Great
Shout out
job
to
by
you.
the people. But we want to take things up a notch.
Okay.
Our goal going into the day was we wanted to try and finish with at least 750 in Super Chats. If we get there, I will race either of you in a shotgun.
Who wants to see a shotgun race between Sammy Bizzle?
I feel a lot better about my chances against you than I do against you.
Sammy Bizzle's playing scared. Who wants to see him race me in a beer
Let's go.
bong
What?
or a
What?
shotgun
we
race?
can't have him go up against the person he wants to go
Or
up.
Yeah, that's not how this works.
No way.
That's not how. Yeah, if that's how things worked, newsflash, Sam, teams would be playing against the Arizona Cardinals in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. You're
Or the
going to
Las-
be racing Trace in a Super Chat race.
Yeah.
Mello
it's
is
kind
asking
of a
on an
race.
update on Justin Jefferson. No news on Justin Jefferson. He might ask for a trade. He might not. We don't know what Justin Jefferson's feeling now that Kirk Cousins is no longer a Minnesota Viking.
Mm-hmm.
I'd assume that there's a decent chance that he asks for a trade. And, all my friends back in Minnesota would be just an utter shambles if that ended up happening because they worship Justin Jefferson there.
I would hate, honestly, I would hate to see him leave. It's just like, he looks so. LSU player, looks good in the purple and gold.
Yep.
Minnesota, looks good in the purple and gold.
It would be so weird to see him in a different
If you put him in a different color uniform, that's malpractice by the Vikings. That is malpractice by the Vikings.
All right, let's go over some of the moves today. Antonio.
Oh,
Another one from Ramcast. Let's go.
Give us a second. Give us a
second, Ramcast. Come on now. He says, I think I've given around 130. I don't know. I'm going to keep giving, though. I got my paycheck.
Ramcast,
you're a real one, my friend. Everybody spam Ramcast in the chat.
Here's what I'll say. I know I owe another chug. I'm getting called out about that in the chat. Ramcast, because you're a legend. Here's what I'm going to tell you. Make sure you can pay your rent this month. And if you're okay there, of course, keep sending in the super chats. But we greatly appreciate you, brother. I got one more. I got a Miller Lite. I'm about to put it in.
Everybody, let's go, baby. Come on now. As Triz puts down that freedom funnel, here's some of the signings that happened today. John Runyon, interior offensive lineman, is going to the New York Giants. Andrew Van Ginkel, top 10 graded edge rusher in football last year with the Miami Dolphins, heading his way to Minnesota to play with Jonathan Grenard. Also, Blake Cashman, inside linebacker, really good blitzer, on his way to Minnesota. Tyquan Lewis got a deal with the Indianapolis Colts. Robert Hunt with a massive offensive guard contract today with the Carolina Panthers to help protect Bryce Young. 5 years, $100 million, 63 of that being guaranteed. A little bit of an overpay for me, Mr. Triz. That is a lot of money for a guard in the National Football League.
Yeah.
Then we got Bilal Nichols going from Las Vegas to Arizona. Charlie Warner signing a 3-year deal with the Atlanta Falcons. Jeff Okuda taking a nice 1-year prove-it kind of deal with D'Amico Ryans in Houston. Danico Autry heading to the Houston Texans on a 2-year deal worth $20 million. Xavier McKinney, a big deal that we actually broke live here on the show. 4 years, $68 million. Devin Singletary to replace Saquon Barkley. I don't know about that one. 3 years, $16.5 for New York there. Cameron Johnson, the punter, still don't know the details there for the Pittsburgh Steelers. The only signing for my Pittsburgh Steelers today. Grover Stewart, the nose tackle, one of the best in the business. 3 years, $39 million. Good fit there. Good player for the Indianapolis Colts. He stayed there for another 3 years. What, did we get news?
Marcus Davenport. Another team wanted to sign him. That's incredible. He's headed to the Lions.
No way. He's going to the Lions.
Lions.
Okay, we'll have that update for you guys in just a second. Gus Edwards is going to the Chargers. Geno Stone, interception machine for the Ravens last year, staying within the division, going to Cincinnati. Mike Ford going to Houston. Gardner Minshew gets $25 million to play for the Las Vegas Raiders. What a joke. The Las Vegas Raiders are. And then we got Devin Duvernay with $8.5 million to go to Jacksonville. Greg Gaines, Carter Coughlin to the New York Giants. Leonard Floyd gets a deal done with the San Francisco 49ers. Chidobe Awuzie is going to
Chidobe
Awuzie is going.
Cheeto.
One of the toughest pronunciation names in the NFL. Going to the Tennessee Titans. Justin Jones back to the going to the Arizona Cardinals. Frankie Louvu, one of the best linebackers in the game over the last several years, going to play for the Burgundy and Gold, and Dan Quinn. Will Dissly to the Chargers. A.J. Epinesa to the Bills. Anthony Walker to the Dolphins. Zadarius Smith going back to play with his buddy Myles Garrett in Cleveland. Mack Wilson going to the Cardinals on a 3-year deal. Maurice Hurst going to the Cleveland Browns. And then Marcus Davenport going to the Detroit Lions. Saints legend.
I almost wouldn't even go that far. Dude, so, I know a lot of you Lions fans are probably going to be really pumped about this. He did have one good season with 9 sacks back in 2021, but he has never played a full season. He has been really unproductive for a first-round pick. This is a player that he has high upside, and he has, some of the skills that you want to see, but he hasn't panned out. Maybe under Dan Campbell, things can be a little bit different. It's a familiar face because he spent some time with him in New Orleans, but
don't forget, too, the Saints traded up for this cat
in
the first round.
They traded up for him, didn't take Lamar Jackson, took Marcus Davenport instead, and now Marcus Davenport is on his 3rd team, and Lamar Jackson is making a lot of money. So
he's an athletic freak, but I don't know, man. He's just never really developed into the player that he could be in the National Football League. He's had a couple big contracts. Yes. Congratulations to him. But 1-year deal here for Marcus Davenport to Detroit. And we got a $20 super chat from Ramscast. And he says, yeah, I'm good spending the extra on free agency party on the stream. Spin that wheel. Let's go, baby.
There we go.
Do we have a wheel?
We do have a wheel, apparently.
I did not know we had a wheel.
Per the super chat menu. I haven't seen the wheel yet.
I haven't seen
I haven't gotten to see it.
By the way, we're getting really close to our next goal here for subs. So we'll show that next.
Let's see what we're doing. Free agency prediction.
And why is it rigged? Did you rig this? Did you just want us to give our predictions today? All right.
We'll do a test. See if it's rigged. Just everybody start drinking. Beer bong.
Beer bong for Mr.
I got the Freedom Funnel. I got another Happy Dad.
Let's go, baby.
You guys are trying to kill me, man. I'm trying to lose some weight.
Oh, my goodness. So that just proved to you guys that producer Jack did not rig the wheel, all right? So, I don't know, Jack. What do you have to say for yourself, man? Come on.
It's the internet, man.
Get it going, Trez. Put it down. Let's go.
I'm not kidding you. It's a good thing I walk home. It is a good thing I'm walking.
You want to take the super chat menu here?
Yes, let's talk about it. $2. It's a beer cheers. I got a empty Miller Lite. I got a Happy Dad I just put down. So there you go. $5. We will be talking about your team. You can ask us a question about free agency, some targets that you want to see, some players that may have left. $10. We're going to give you a red hot take. And trust us, we got some hot takes for you. $20, we just spun the wheel. A lot of fun things on there. $50, it's a beer bong or a shotgun. I've been using the Freedom Funnel. We love America, so we've been drinking out of a bald eagle's tail. It's pretty electric if you ask me. So if you want to go above and beyond in supporting the show, easy way to do that is a super chat. We will have some fun. We'll celebrate with you a little bit, and then we'll, of course, talk about what you have to say. Let me know, though, who is the better player? Brian Burns could be headed to the New York Giants in a trade soon, or he could be headed to the New York Giants soon. Danielle Hunter also has yet to be signed. We haven't even heard anything. It's kind of been quiet around his name today. Feels like there hasn't really been much chatter at all.
I'm guessing that there are a lot of teams that are looking to sign him, and there's a huge bidding war going on right now.
No doubt. And what I will say, too, is if you want to go and let your voice be heard so we can keep track of it.
We have a new poll.
Yeah, we have a live poll. I'm seeing 55% of it saying that Danielle Hunter is better than Brian Burns. If you think Brian Burns is better, you need to click that live poll and make your voices heard.
Another 20 coming in. Get that wheel ready, Mr. Lottery.
Boom. And we do have an interesting report from Brad Stainbrook that we're going to discuss here shortly. But first, Ramcast, what should the Chargers do with the 5th overall? Brock Bowers? Feels early for Brock Bowers.
So I like Brock Bowers. Here's the thing. Brock Bowers could go to Harbaugh there at 5 because he loves the big tight end, big personnel sets.
Yeah.
So if you want like a true dynamic receiving threat in those sets, if you're Jim Harbaugh, Brock Bowers makes sense, but also you could maybe use another offensive tackle. Joe Alt is the other guy that kind of gets thrown around out there. There's been trade rumors surrounding Keenan Allen and Mike Williams during this free agency period, so maybe they deal one of those guys and then take like a Malik Neighbors at number 5. I don't think Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be there for him, but if they like Roma Dunze or if they like Malik Neighbors, they could be there as well. So there's some interesting possibilities for the Los Angeles Chargers. And Benica Canada with a 20 says, help you out Wednesday, Trace.
Appreciate you, Nico. Yeah, I am our Saints host here at Chat Sports. I'm going to be live Wednesday, so if you're a Saints fan, come feel free to chop it up with us. If you're not a Saints fan, you want to make fun of them, it's another way for you to have some fun. But we're spinning the wheel for Nico. Let's see what it is. Please don't be another beer bong. Shots. Beer chug. All right.
Another one for Trez. Let's go.
Got a new Miller Lite.
You're going to have to get a new one.
Sam, could you grab me like 2 Happy Dads while you're out there? Thank you. The doctor ordered light beer for Miller.
What's up? Oh, Marcus Arnold, what's up, my man? Says, what do you think the Cowboys' plans are for left tackle and linebacker? So it's going to be interesting here. There's a lot of really good offensive tackle prospects in this year's NFL draft. So there's definitely a lot of guys that they could consider in the first round. Now, they are further back in the first because they were a playoff team. So, you know, you might be forced to settle for somebody. But, you know, definitely Trent Brown is a possibility as well, formerly with the New England Patriots, could go to the Dallas Cowboys. Then linebacker, there's some options out there. You know, they're starting to come off the board. Luvu's gone. Cashman's gone. There's a lot of linebackers that are starting to come off the board. So time is kind of ticking here for the Dallas Cowboys. But they could really address both of these needs in the NFL draft if they really wanted to. There's enough offensive tackle talent where you can get your left tackle in the draft. Now, if Jerry Jones is really going, quote-unquote, all in, are you trusting a rookie left tackle in the back end of the first round to be your left tackle to protect Dak Prescott? I don't know about that. So they might be going free agency here. I don't know, but it's going to be interesting. Maybe Mekhi Becton is an opportunity for the Dallas Cowboys.
I do like Mekhi Becton. Also, Trent Brown could be an interesting option.
Yeah, Trent Brown.
I think that could
I like Trent Brown to the Cowboys a lot.
Has some experience. He can kind of fill in right now. Because I do agree with you on the tackles thing. Trevor Penning, prime example. Yeah. He has a lot of upside. He has the intangibles. You like what you see, but
the holding machine.
He has now been benched. He doesn't even playing anymore.
He stinks. And I could have told you that before he was drafted because I was not high on Penning. I had a 3rd-round grade on him. Way too many holding penalties. He's a dickhead on the field. He gets a lot of after-the-whistle penalties, too. And he's just so sloppy in his technique. And people are like, oh, man, he's big.
He's big.
Oh, man, he can move.
His relative athletic score was so high.
Yeah, it's like, well, can he play the position? That's the question. And the answer to that question was an emphatic no. Okay?
No!
Got a couple Super Chats rolling in. But, guys, we are so close to 366K.
We need your help.
For the Chat Sports family, let's get it done right now. Click that subscribe button because all throughout the NFL offseason, all throughout free agency, all throughout draft season. We're going to have you guys covered with in-depth, extensive NFL coverage for you guys right here on the NFL Chat Sports channel here. It's going to be absolutely awesome, man.
Don't do it for Sperry. Don't do it for me.
Don't do it
do
for
it
me.
for the Freedom Funnel. Do it for America, baby. Do it for America. Guys, if we get to 366K, that would be an electric day here on the Chat Sports. A great day at the office, as they say. That would be over 2,000 subs. That's incredible.
2,000?
Could you imagine?
Gracious,
do you want to be a part of history? It would double last year's day one.
Come on now. Help us get
we want to double it.
We're 30 away.
Double check. Discount double check.
We're 30 away, folks. Come on, help us out. Click that subscribe button if you haven't already. We got over 3,000 people in the chat right now. We appreciate all of your guys' support. We got over 3,000 likes. Now help us get to 366K. We really do appreciate it. There's a trade. Carlton Davis is going to the Lions from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Tom Pelissero.
Carlton Davis, that's I don't know if I hate that move for him.
So I kind of like this.
I do too.
The Lions had some issues at corner last year in the secondary. They signed Emmanuel Mosley and Cam Sutton last offseason. They bring back Emmanuel Mosley on a one-year deal this year. And now they're adding another corner to the room, which I think means Cam Sutton, their number 2 corner, is going to play nickel corner next year because he's played there before.
Yeah, so last year in 2023, for Carlton Davis, had a PFF coverage grade of just 57.5. 2 interceptions allowed, and he did allow a passer rating of 107.4. So, this is a guy who maybe Dan Campbell thinks that he can bring a little bit more out of him. Maybe he can try and improve what they got last year, because in 2022, he was a little bit better, and he's pretty good at rushing the passer as well. So, I think that he's an intriguing prospect, and I think that this could work out, but I'm interested to see what the trade compensation is to acquire that kind of player.
It's a good move for Detroit, in my opinion. He is a good, solid corner, and that's what Detroit needs. They haven't had good, solid secondary play, and it seems like forever, all right, especially under defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn, who has not had the particularly best tenure there in Detroit, if I do say so myself. Lions fans know what I'm talking about there. But Carlton Davis, really good outside corner, very solid, maybe not a true number 1 guy, but he's pretty darn good, man, and I think the Detroit Lions are going to like him. Do we know the trade details, like the compensation? Not yet?
He was one of the best corners in the NFC South last year, so, I mean, it's for those of you that are Saints, Falcons, or what? Shut the hell up, Sam. Marshawn Lattimore exists.
He was the best corner on the right side of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense last season.
That's so good.
We're about 10 subscribers away from getting there, folks. Come on.
Oh,
we have a signing?
Gilman re-signing with the Los Angeles Chargers. Details to be announced. We'll keep you posted there. And it is a $11 million deal over 2 years per source, according to Jeremy Fowler. That just came in.
That's a fine deal for Alohi Gilman. He's a decent player, decent role player. For 2 seasons, that's a good value.
No doubt about
for
it.
the Los Angeles Chargers and Jim Harbaugh's first season as the Bolts head coach. All right.
There's no doubt about it. This is a guy that at the end of the day, you're going to like having in your locker room no matter what, because he's a productive player and he can really bite the kneecaps off of the opposing offense, if you know what I'm saying.
Talking about
Chris Collinsworth. We're 10 away!
Can
we get there?
Come
on! 8!
Help us
8
get
away!
There. Come on, the road to 366.
Come on! Come on! We need 8 more people. Who's going to do it? 7. 7 more. Come on.
Everybody type
6.
Me. Everybody type me if you have subscribed to the channel.
5.
If you're subscribed,
4.
spam me in the chat.
3. 2.
Come on, we're 2 away.
1
away. Come on. How long are we going to make Trace? Oh, there we go. Oh, good
There
stuff.
we go.
We added like 20 there in like
That
2
was
seconds.
awesome. That's electric.
Gotta love it. There we go. It keeps picking up.
It keeps going.
Look at that.
It won't
Keep
stop.
It going.
It won't
Keep
stop.
It going.
Keep it moving. Come on.
Keep clicking that subscribe button. Come on.
We love to see it. We love to see it,
We've
ladies and
added
gentlemen.
like 70 subs in the last minute.
Woo!
Onions.
Woo!
It's unbelievable, baby.
It's unbelievable.
Oh.
This is March.
So we have a report here on the latest on Derrick Henry from a source. Baltimore Ravens and Derrick Henry have been in contact today, so keep your eyes out. Also, Saints signing.
Saints. Oh, no. Zach Bond is headed to the Eagles. Bye.
Oh, never mind.
Bye-bye.
Saints free agent. That's where I got it. See ya, Zach Bond. Let me see here. Okay. So the Dolphins are working to get in cap compliance. They did a conversation on cornerback Jalen Ramsey's contract, clearing $19.912 million in cap space for the Dolphins. So for all of our Dolphins fans out there, it's Pelissero, by the way, producer Jack. Big update for the Miami Dolphins here, clearing almost $20 million in cap space for next season.
Wow.
But by restructuring the contract of Jalen Ramsey. So that is a big one right there for the Miami Dolphins. They definitely needed to get back under the cap. I don't know, Jack, you know this more than I do. How does this fix their cap situation?
I think it gets them very close. I think they were around 21 mil over the cap.
Okay.
Or
So they might still have to move some stuff around potentially.
25 going into the day. They were negative 25 going into the day. So close. And they've made some signings today too. So
Yes, they did. Who are the Dolphins signing today? It was Anthony Walker, I know, is one of them. And wait. Yeah, I was going to say, because I was like, no, he's in Carolina. Okay. And then they also signed Jonnu Smith. Yeah, last week they signed Jonnu Smith. So they're getting some players here. Producer Jack, we've got some super chats flowing in too, so we'll get to those in just a second. Jonnu Smith signed a $10 million deal. Jake Bailey, the punter, gets extended. Robert Jones, the guard, is back. And then Anthony Walker coming over from the Browns. So that's the Dolphins' moves to this point in free agency. We got some super chats here. Oh, okay, I got you. So Triz is going to sign off here.
I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. I got to go film a quick short on the Saints channel. If you want to hear my thoughts on Zach Bond headed to the Eagles, subscribe to the Saints Now YouTube channel by Chat Sports. I'll be right back here shortly, guys.
All right, you guys are stuck with me here for the next couple minutes or so. So let's go over some super chats here and break down what you guys are asking about the Pits or about the NFL here in free agency. Before we get to that, here's our super chat menu. Any super chat, you skip the line and you get on the show. We'll talk about your team, whatever you want to talk about. I will answer a question. $2 is beer cheers. I don't have any beer to cheer for you guys, unfortunately. $5, talk about your team. We'll talk about whatever you guys want. Free agency, draft, whole 9 yards. $10, a hot take for 2024. $20, we have a wheel, and we'll spin that, John, for you guys. And then $50, we got a beer bong / shotgun for one of the producers over here, all right? So one of you producers are taking a beer bong or shotgun for me if we get a 50. All right, we got some super chats rolling in here. $5 super chat from Gerald Jack. Like your last name, man. Says, Cleveland Browns, where do they go at linebacker? What are some options in Cleveland's price range that can provide upgrades at the positions? Go Browns. Well, to be completely honest with you, I am the Steelers host here at Chat Sports. So I don't know if I'm the right person to be asking this question, Gerald, but I'll do my very best because the Steelers also need linebacker help. Okay, so they're not going to get Patrick Queen. He's too expensive for the Browns' blood. I mean, they just signed Zadarius Smith back today to pair back up with Myles Garrett. And even with that signing, you're going to have to move some stuff around if you're the Cleveland Browns. All right, now some potential options if Levante David wants to take a team-friendly deal to go to a really good defense like the Browns. Potentially that's an option. Bobby Wagner is another guy that might want to go try to win a championship in Cleveland. Azeez Al-Shaair is a potential option as well. Really good starting linebacker that could be a potential fit with Cleveland. Devin White, somebody that's going to be probably less than $10 million per year on his salary. Really, he's a Super Bowl champion, great leader in the locker room. Devin White's an option. And Josie Jewell as well, formerly with the Broncos. Very well-rounded inside linebacker. Those are some of the options that are still available on the free agency market. Will the Browns sign any of them? I don't know. They might wait until the draft to get their next linebacker in there. But at the end of the day, man, there's some good options out there. I guess we'll see what the Browns decide to do. Then a $2 super chat from Trill says, hate being a Jets fan, but at least I got Chat Sports. Yeah, man, that's a tough ride, man. If you are a Jets fan, last year you do the whole Hard Knocks thing, Aaron Rodgers, the optimism is so high, and then just everything just comes crumbling down. And I'm sorry, I'm probably not making you feel better here, but you know what, man? Aaron Rodgers is coming back next year. You got most of your defensive pieces still in line. You might add another receiver or tight end, another weapon for Aaron Rodgers this offseason. Keep your head up, my friend. It's definitely possible that the New York Jets turn it around. $2 super chat from Donald Smith here. Okay, so we got $2 super chat here. So he says, this one. Surprising draft trades do you believe could happen? So what surprising draft trades? Something with L'Jarius Sneed could happen. Something with Deontay Johnson of the Pittsburgh Steelers could happen. T. Higgins could potentially happen. So those are the three names that I'm really looking out for. And then also Justin Fields. That's kind of the four names that we're monitoring right now in terms of trades. And, it really wouldn't surprise me if some of these teams kind of trade these pieces for each other. For example, the Chiefs need a wide receiver, right? Deontay Johnson for L'Jarius Sneed in a 4th-round pick. Who says no to that? I think the Steelers would take it. I think the Chiefs would take it as well. All right, also Justin Fields, we don't know where he's going. There's a bunch of different scenarios, but it's definitely going to be interesting to see what kind of trades happen around the league. Then we got another one here. This one, a $5 super chat from Natural Disaster. And he says, so I'm a Saints fan too, and I think we go defense heavy in the draft, but I'd like to see a wide receiver come in, and it would be awesome to get Michael Penix. So at number 14, here's the thing, man. Derek Carr still has quite a few years on his contract, I believe. 2 or 3 years left. He's getting paid a lot of guaranteed money. If you're bringing in Michael Penix, he's sitting for a while. And for me, man, I think that Derek is probably their guy for now, whether you like it or not. And I think in the first round, they're going to think about going defense or they're going to think about going offensive line in round 1. That's where I got the Saints at right now. Then we got a $5 super chat from Marcus Arnold. What's up, Marcus? Says, I predict James Conner to the Cowboys. Also, the Cowboys should trade their GMs to a Pop Warner team for a piece of used gum and 3 broken crayons. So those are the owners of the Dallas Cowboys. Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones are the ones that run the football operations there in Dallas. So they would be trading those billionaires to a Pop Warner team for 3 broken crayons and a piece of used gum, which would be ironic, to say the very least. But James Conner to the Cowboys would be interesting. He's definitely not a number 1 back in the league anymore. I think he's more of a complimentary piece, at least from my view. And it doesn't look like the Cowboys are really super keen on spending big money at that position. $2 super chat here from MH2 says, how do you think the Chargers will do this season? So it's definitely interesting, right? Because you've got some aging players on there like Keenan Allen, but overall, they've got some decent players, man. They got Justin Herbert, who I'm a big fan of. All right, I think Quentin Johnston, people are kind of being too quick to give up on at this point. I still think he has a good amount of talent. And then you got Mike Williams, who's still a pretty darn good 50-50 ball receiver. You might add Brock Bowers or another offensive tackle in the first round this year. And then defensively, you still got Derwin James, still got Joey Bosa, right? You still got some nice players. And Jim Harbaugh, the one thing that he does really well is that he builds cultures better than just about anybody in football today. Michigan producer Jack Lauderay can be a testament to Jim Harbaugh's culture-building abilities. And Jack, do you have anything to say about that?
The team. You want the ultimate culture guy? Jim Harbaugh.
Who's got it better than us, Jack?
Nobody.
All right. So I got to say, though, that him wearing that powder blue and like electric yellow, it's not for me, man. He looks like such a boomer, and he's wearing like a modern outfit. It just looks weird to me. Okay. Well, we got a $5 super chat here from Chip Mayhew OG. And he says, once again, the Cowboys do nothing unserious about winning since 1996. I hate being a Cowboys fan, but Tom Downey makes it a little bit more bearable. We love Tom Downey here at Chat Sports. He is great. But yes, man, it's definitely tough to be a Cowboys fan because you're always in the national spotlight. It seems like you always have the type of roster that could win a Super Bowl, or at least people say it's good enough to win a Super Bowl. And then every season, limited to just one playoff win and done, never make it to the conference championship game, never make it to the Super Bowl, and never, let alone win it, right? So, Cowboys fans, you guys are down bad right now. But, at the end of the day, man, you got to get there at some point, right? I don't know. Dak Prescott, is he the guy for the future? I don't know, man. He's making a lot of money. I got to tell you this right now, though. Next year is probably going to be the year or bust for the Mike McCarthy era in Dallas. So here is the official trade compensation for Carlton Davis. Buccaneers are getting a third-round pick for Davis. That's pretty good compensation if you're Tampa Bay. Right now, the Detroit Lions, I can see why they're giving Tampa their third-round pick because they already have a really good roster. They have the quarterback that they like. They like their backup quarterback, too, that they drafted last year, Hendon Hooker out of Tennessee. Jahmyr Gibbs looked fantastic last year. They got a bunch of good receivers there. The defense, they still need to add some pieces on defense, but, a third-round pick for a team that was in the NFC Championship game last year and was leading the San Francisco 49ers on the road in that game, they can afford to throw around some draft picks in the middle rounds to get a guy like Carlton Davis to fill a major need on their roster. So overall, I think it's a pretty good deal for both sides. The Lions are getting a pretty darn good veteran corner, and the Buccaneers are getting a mid-round pick. And in this year's draft class, with so many positions being so stacked, the Buccaneers can continue to build out their roster with Baker Mayfield as their quarterback. So let me know down there in the comments section, who won the trade? Okay, so you got Carlton Davis and 2 6th-rounders, and then the Buccaneers get a third-round pick. So let me know down in the chat, who won this trade? TB for Tampa Bay or DET for Detroit? Get down there in the live chat right now. I'll give some shout-outs. Hograth says Lions. Trump's a genius says Detroit. Hograth says Detroit. Hayden says Detroit. Gray says Detroit. Sean says Detroit. Titans fan says Detroit. Seems like everybody is getting on the Detroit train here because they got the player. But, a third-round pick, that's not insignificant. And the thing with trades, guys, that involve draft picks, it's so hard to know who actually wins these trades until those draft picks come to pass, right? Because what if the Tampa Bay Buccaneers get like a really good wide receiver in the third round or get a steal at corner or something like that really helps them out in the future, and they get a young player that really helps them out moving forward? It's very possible that Tampa Bay ends up winning this trade. And listen, Detroit last year thought that they were getting some steals in Cam Sutton and Emmanuel Mosley coming off of really good seasons in free agency last year, and both of them come to Detroit with Aaron Glenn as their defensive play caller, and they stunk it up. All right, so they've gone through a bunch of corners in the Dan Campbell era under Aaron Glenn as their DC. none of them have worked out to this point, or pretty much none of them have worked out. So Carlton Davis is going to be going to Detroit, and is it going to work out? I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. And then also, Jawan Jennings, really big-time playmaker for the San Francisco 49ers, especially in the playoffs down the stretch, has been given the restricted free agency tender by the San Francisco 49ers. It's going to be a one-year deal for Mr. Jennings. Really good target over the middle of the field, intermediate level, which Brock Purdy was absolutely hitting time and time again in those big moments in the playoffs. And we'll welcome back Mr. Trace Gerard here. Trace, you get your job done?
Yep, got the short out. If you want to see my thoughts on Zach Bond to the Eagles, I posted it on Saints Now by Chat Sports. But in terms of some other news from Tom Pelissero, let's just get right back into it. Miami had some conversations with Zach Sealer, Alec Ingold, and Durham Smythe.
Yeah, Smythe.
Smythe, nice. They did conversions into their contract, clearing $28.78 million, and now are under the cap. Teron Armstead's adjustment become official. All that news coming in today. Of course, we're talking about it as it comes in, but this, one of the most recent reports of the day.
Yeah, man. We all knew that the Miami Dolphins were in cap hell coming into this situation. We knew they had to move some money around, and this is the moves. These are the moves that are going to be made here for the Miami Dolphins moving forward. I think that they're good moves. I think that they're needed for this team moving forward. And at the end of the day, man, I still think that their championship window is there with Tua Tagovailoa and this roster that they assembled last year with all this talent. And I still believe in the Dolphins as a team, but are they ever going to get over the Mahomes hump? Are they ever going to get over the Pittsburgh Steelers? Are they ever going to get over the Baltimore Ravens? Are they ever going to get over the Buffalo Bills? Mm-hmm. That's going to be the question for Mike McDaniel and crew over the next several months and years here. So I don't know the answer to that question, but time will tell. All right, so Jermaine Illuminor, friend of Chat Sports, is going to the New York Giants.
Boom!
On a 2-year, $14 million deal, $7 million per year for the New York Giants. And, Triz, my initial reaction to this is that it's great that Illuminor is staying in the Chat Sports family, right? He's going to another Chat Sports channel here. Yep. But I can't imagine Marsh is super excited about this one either. He's been average as a starting tackle in the league. He can play either side of the line. I'm guessing he's going there to play left tackle, maybe right tackle. I don't know what their plan is with Evan Neal. But, Illuminor is somebody that can play. He's going to be a decent starter, but this is an offensive line that was so bad last year. I don't know if decent starters like John Runyon and Jermaine Illuminor really improve life in New York next year.
I really don't think that they improve it all that much. I think that it's going to help the Giants, who already had a struggling offensive line last year. But I'm surprised that the Raiders didn't, bring Jermaine Illuminor back. Mitchell Wren's here at Chat Sports of the Raiders Report. He is, has gotten to talk with Jermaine a lot of times, and he's been in contact and in conversation with him quite a bit. This is the guy who's good in run blocking, kind of struggles in pass blocking. Last year allowed 6 sacks, 6 quarterback hits, and 28 pressures. It's my big question is do you trust Daniel Jones? Is this guy going to protect Daniel Jones?
I don't. Wait, do we have Brian Burns?
Brian
All right,
Burns.
it is official. Right after they signed Jermaine Illuminor, the New York Giants are acquiring edge rusher Brian Burns to put on the other side of Kayvon Thibodeau there in the Big Apple. Wow. What a big move for the G-men on the day they lose Saquon Barkley, on the day where they make 3 kind of lackluster free agency signings. They are adding Brian Burns to their defensive rotation in a move that will send shockwaves throughout East Rutherford, New Jersey tonight.
Yeah. This is a good move. That's a really good move for the Giants.
Honestly, man, if he would have hit the open market, he would have been probably the most valuable edge rusher out there. A lot of people assume the Panthers were just keeping him, but now it seems the Panthers are really embracing this rebuild with new head coach Dave Canales.
Yep.
Wow. So if you didn't hear our producer Sam there, 5-year contract for Brian Burns in New York, $150 million. Okay. Wow. That's $20 million a year. And he gets, what was it, 87? 87.5 guaranteed dollars for Brian Burns. Our Giants Now crew in the other room just exploded after hearing the news. Trizzy Trace, how do you feel about this move right now?
Dude, this is a really good move for New York. I mean, the Eagles are starting to have added a lot of talent in free agency so far. The Cowboys, they're a team that has talent on the roster. The Commanders, they've been active as well. It's nice to see the Giants. They let Xavier McKinney leave. They let Saquon Barkley leave. Now they're making a big-time addition. Brian Burns, I think, is a really, really good pass rusher that can be really effective in the Big Apple. I like that he's in a big market, and selfishly, as a Saints fan, I'm glad he's at the NFC South. Just going to say that.
I mean, yeah, man, it really does seem like Carolina is embracing this rebuild with Dave Canales, the new head coach, new quarterback in Bryce Young, who went #1 overall last year. Mm-hmm. They're building up the offensive line with guys like Robert Hunt, $100 million for a guard. But, man, this is definitely a move that I wasn't expecting. I thought Brian Burns was going to stay in place for another year in Carolina, and they would try to work out a long-term deal.
I did as well.
Doesn't seem to be the case here. He's on his way to New York. New York will be paying him a brand-new extension, 5-year contract, $150 million. Second highest paid defensive player or edge rusher in football? Second highest paid edge rusher in football, second only to Nick Bosa. Wow, what a move by the New York Giants. And you guys should hear this celebration that's going on Giants Now right now. They are partying it up.
I'd say I'm not going to lie. You probably might be able to hear them very faintly in the other studio through the wall. I think this is an A trade for the Giants. This is a really good move for him.
It looks like we have trade compensation, a second and fifth rounders.
That's unbelievable.
So a second rounder and a fifth rounder is the compensation, it looks like, for Brian Burns. That's an incredible deal for the New York Giants, in my opinion.
That's a very big steal for New York.
Wow, that is great for the Giants. The day that they lost Xavier McKinney and Saquon Barkley, getting Brian Burns, and you don't have to give up your first-round pick. What is their second-round pick number? It's got to be pretty high.
For the Giants?
Yeah, it's got to be is it 40?
Saints pick 40 overall. So right before this trade, their second-round pick, were they number 6 overall this year?
Yeah, number 6.
Their second-round pick, number 39. And then another second-round pick at number 47 from Seattle in the Leonard Williams trade. And then they pick again.
So which one is it? I don't know. I'm guessing it's the higher one.
I would assume so.
I'm guessing that it's pick number 39. So I think from the Giants' perspective here, Triz, they saw that they had an additional second-round pick. All right, so there's a couple different things that you can do with 2 second-rounders. You can trade back up into the first, and that really gives you ammunition to maybe go get a quarterback at the end of the first round. Or you can use that second rounder and a day 3 pick like they did here to go out and get a veteran that can help you right now on the defensive side of the ball. Oh, my goodness, man. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome to see Brian Burns in the blue, red, and white.
Let us know who won the trade, though. New York Giants or Carolina Panthers? It feels like the Giants.
Gotta think New York, man.
Yeah, the Giants, it feels like they fleeced the hell out of Carolina.
I think this is fair compensation for Brian Burns because he's been productive, but he hasn't been massively productive in his career.
Yeah.
But he's still a really good player. Still a number 1. We got a new live poll on the show right now. So go vote. Who won the trade, Giants or Panthers? 79% of the people out there say Giants.
I'm surprised that number's not higher.
And I got to say, man, the Giants are the ones getting the player right here, man. So Carolina, they're definitely embracing the rebuild. They're hoping that second-round pick can eventually be a really good starter for them. And it definitely seems like Dave Canales and the team there in Carolina, they're starting over. They're rebuilding, and they're trying to get things going there in Charlotte moving forward. But, hey, man, Brian Burns and Kayvon Thibodeau.
That's scary.
That is a scary duo right there, and I think Giants fans are really, really happy with what they ended up getting here for Brian Burns.
No doubt. You should be jumping to joy celebrating that move for the Giants. It's a good move in New York. I really like that. Who won the trade? I'm going to give some shout-outs.
$30 million per season for Brian Burns. That is a massive contract. So that is the one thing about this deal is that the Giants are paying him like legitimate, like top of market here.
Yeah.
So that might be the one downside is that they're paying him as much as they're paying him. Second highest in National Football League history at the edge rusher position.
Well, the Panthers playing a bold strategy here, letting Von Bell walk in free agency, letting Frankie Louvu leave in free agency, now trading away Brian Burns. It's an interesting strategy to build a defense. If you ask me, that's not how you build a defense. Yeah, it's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it pays off.
How old is Brian Burns? Well, I'm going to look this up right now.
While Jack's looking that up, I'm going to do a quick reminder to check out Prize
25.
Picks.
So he is a very young. Very young.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I interrupted you.
No, you're good, brother.
I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
Well, if you had the more or less on the age of Brian Burns, you could have made some money at prizepicks.com/CLNS. Prize Picks is daily fantasy sports made easy. You just pick 2 or more players, choose more or less based on their projected stat types, and voila, you can go win some real money right now. So you can make projections on college basketball. We got March Madness around the corner. You can make projections on the NBA. You can make projections on the NHL, esports, NASCAR, the NFL when it comes back. If you want to watch sports, this is the way to make your experience so much better. And you can get an $100 deposit match, meaning you put in $100, Prize Picks gives you $100 to play daily fantasy sports with. And it's the greatest daily fantasy sports app in North America. Go to prizepicks.com/CLNS. Plug in promo code CLNS, or just click that link that's in the live chat right now, the comment section or description of this video, and you can get started at Prize Picks. Shout out to them for making today's live show and live coverage of NFL free agency day 1 possible. Let's go back to the trade alert for Panthers and the Giants.
$150 million, 87 point, like 6-7, whatever it was, guaranteed is just ridiculous for Brian Burns. I mean, Brian Burns is a great player, like really high end. Mm-hmm. He might have made that much in free agency, but like the fact that the Giants have to give up an additional 2 draft picks, including a pretty high draft pick here in that second rounder, it definitely costs quite a bit for the Giants to go and get Brian Burns.
No doubt. There's no doubt about it. They had to go and pay the man and pay the piper, get the big contract from or get the high trade value from the Panthers. That being said,
and by the way,
Giants, excuse me. Go ahead.
By the way, watch out for a potential Justin Fields trade to the New York Giants, because that's who I predicted, because I think about Justin Fields and I think about his skill set. It's very similar to what Josh Allen looked like his first 2 years in the National Football League. Then what happened in his third year? He gets paired up with Brian Dable, and things change forever for Josh Allen. Could definitely see that happening as well for Justin Fields, and he's cheap, and you could probably get him for like a 3rd or 4th round pick. Producer Sam.
Good note from Mike Garafolo on this one.
I was just about to read that.
The Giants traded away Leonard Williams and then acquired Brian Burns for basically the same compensation, a 2nd and a 5th. Who do we think is a better player?
Brian Burns. When you look at it from that perspective, you gave up a 2nd and a 5th for Leonard Williams, and then you end up getting Brian Burns out of that for the same compensation. Pretty much a straight swap of Brian Burns and Leonard Williams here. I'm taking that all day long.
Really good move for the Giants.
Really, really good move for the Giants. And, that's so much money for Brian Burns. But you know what, man? I think Giants fans are happy. You have your dynamic edge rushing, pass rushing duo for the future. 2 young, bright stars at the edge rusher position moving forward. That's something that Brian Dable is going to really, really like on his defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I'm looking back at a funny tweet from Marshall Green a few hours ago after Xavier McKinney and Saquon Barkley signed elsewhere. He's saying, what is Joe Shane doing? Joe Shane's about to fleece the Carolina Panthers, Marshall. Just give it a little bit of time. Let's play a game, though. everybody, NFL fans across the world, shout out your favorite team, and we will talk about the first one we see. So how this is going to work, rapid fire type your favorite team. We're going to close our eyes, and we're going to pick one out, and I'm going to have Sperry share his thoughts on whichever team that he picks. So, Sperry, whenever you're ready,
all right,
pick a
I'm gonna just dart my eyes over and then pick the first team that I see.
Perfect.
Boom. Texans. Okay.
Texans.
So let's talk some Texans. I love C.J. Stroud. Who doesn't love C.J. Stroud, man?
C.J. Stroud. Yeah.
He was he was coming out and people were kind of like, he played good against Georgia, but he had some struggles against like Indiana and Northwestern last year. Is he really an NFL quarterback? And I always felt confident that he would be. I had him as my number 2 quarterback last year to Bryce Young, and he just exploded, man. I mean, that combination between Bobby Slowick and the Houston Texans and C.J. Stroud, along with the young weapons that they have there in Nico Collins and Tank Dell, just absolutely exploded last year, made the playoffs, all that great stuff. Now, looking towards the future, they're looking to take that next step from happy to be in the playoffs to let's try to make an AFC championship game and make a legitimate run for a Lombardi trophy. That's where the focus is now. They've added Lonnie Johnson, Jeff Okudah, Danico Autry, and Mike Ford so far. Nothing like super major, but I do like the Danico Autry signing quite a bit. Dalton Schultz, you bring him back. I think that having that safety blanket for C.J. Stroud is super important for a young quarterback. I like that deal. Kaimi Fairbairn is one of the best kickers in the National Football League. He has earned every bit of that extension. And then you also get Eric Murray and Foley Fatukasi, who I actually think is a really underrated rotational piece on the interior of the defensive line. So for the Houston Texans thus far, pretty decent job so far. I'm not saying anything life-changing or anything like that. I still think they're trying to build this team through the draft so they can have sustainable success. But they're definitely in the mode of trying to go from, wild card team, just getting into the playoffs, to somebody that's consistently winning. Well, I guess they weren't a wild card. They won their division. But, the Colts are coming. All right, the Jaguars are coming.
Yep.
All right, the Los Angeles Chargers are coming. Yep. All right, so they gotta restock the war chest here, and they got to be ready to go with C.J. Stroud. That's what they're trying to do right now, and they made some nice moves to this point, Trizzy Trace.
No doubt about it. I want to add a little bit of information from Jonathan Jones about the Giants trade with Brian Burns. Says, correction, the Giants sent their top second-round pick, number 39 overall, and a fifth-round pick, number 141, to Carolina for Brian Burns. So that means they still have their second-round pick at number 47 from Seattle. I mean, man, he just...
Yeah, I kind of figured it was the higher one just because Brian Burns is such a high-caliber player. So that makes sense to me. Carolina's trying to rebuild. It seemed like Brian Burns wanted a fresh start after spending the first couple of years of his career there in Carolina. And now he has a brand new home, and he is a very, very rich man. So thank you guys so much, man, for getting those teams in there. Let's do it again. All right, I'm going to do another team here. All right, get your favorite team in the chat. All right, I'm not going to look. I'm going to flash my eyes, and then I'll get going. All right, here we go. I see Vikings. All right, so the Minnesota Vikings are next. And obviously, it's rest in peace to Vikings fans today, man, because Kirk Cousins is no longer a part of the team. You have to eat $28.5 million in dead cap come the new league year, which is Wednesday, by the way. But that opens up enough cap space for you to make some interesting moves. So the big question for the Vikings right now is quarterback, what they're going to do. Diana Rossini from The Athletic reports that they're likely going to go and get Sam Darnold. Justin Fields could also be an option. And then I would almost bet the farm right now that they're going to draft a quarterback at number 11. I think Bo Nix, Michael Penix Jr., and J.J. McCarthy are all fits for what they want, so I don't think they'll trade up. I think they will take a quarterback at number 11, and they're going to be fine with that. But I do think they'll bring in some sort of bridge, Mason Rudolph, Sam Darnold, Ryan Tannehill, something around those lines, maybe even Jacoby Brissett. He hasn't been signed yet. That would be an interesting signing. Nah, he belongs as the backup quarterback of the New Orleans Saints.
That's fair.
That is where he belongs.
That is what his job should be forever.
That is his role in life,
Yes,
all right? And that's what he was born to do.
No doubt about it.
So some of the signings that the Vikings have had, Johnny Munt, a tight end, Jonathan Grenard, a really big signing for the Vikings here, $76 million over 4 years, $42 million guaranteed, a really big deal there, securing your number one edge rusher for the foreseeable future there in Minnesota. They also added Andrew Van Ginkel and Blake Cashman today. So Andrew Van Ginkel, really good secondary edge rusher here. He was top 10 in terms of Pro Football Focus grading in terms of edge rushers last year. Had a really good season there in Miami. I believe he was drafted by Brian Flores too,
yes,
if I'm not mistaken. So he's
he
definitely a Flores guy. And then Blake Cashman, with all the cover zero that the Vikings love to do, we know how much Brian Flores, their defensive coordinator, loves to send the house. Blake Cashman is one of the best blitzing linebackers in the National Football League. Triz, take it away.
Let's go to this super chat from Chip. Setting in once again. It's a $5 super chat. The Cowboys do nothing. Unserious about winning since 1996. I hate being a Cowboys fan, but Tom Downey makes it a little bit more bearable. Shout out to Tom Downey. He is an absolute legend. I do feel bad about the Cowboys not really ever making the right moves or making the flashy moves, if you will. But we do, appreciate you sending in that super chat. And Tom Downey, you are correct. He makes things a little bit easier. Bigger than life. $1 super chat. Appreciate you, brother. Is Denver in a rebuild? So it's kind of, I think, which is really hilarious because Sean Payton left the Saints and retired for that 1 year because he wanted to avoid rebuilding just to go to Denver to rebuild. So feels like that's what the route Denver is going with. And at the end of the day, that's, I guess, what you're going to have to do. T. Williams is a first-time super chatter. Says, what's going on with Danielle Hunter, Patrick Queen, and Justin Simmons? Nothing yet. There was some chatter about Patrick Queen headed to the Seattle Seahawks, and, it was a fake Adam Schefter account that got a bunch of people. Haven't really heard anything around Danielle Hunter, Justin Simmons. Maybe he could be a New Orleans Saint. I know Tyron Matthew spoke very highly of the player whenever he was released from Denver. To be honest, I could see Tyron Matthew trying to recruit him. They do have a need there after cutting Marcus May a few weeks ago. And on top of that, they like Jordan Howden, who's a second-year guy out of Minnesota. We'll see what happens. Justin Simmons, I think, could cash in. Danielle Hunter and Patrick Queen definitely will. All right, here's our super chat menu. Our number last year, we're trying to beat it. We want to get to $750. If we get $20, guess what? We beat our record. And we get to spin the wheel. Or we can get 2 hot takes. Or we can talk about 4 people's teams. Or we can do 10 beers cheers. Whatever you want to do. If you want to just support the channel and support what we do here in our movement, not only does it go a long way in allowing us to bring you guys more coverage, but we can get new studio space. We can hire more people to bring more teams coverage every single day. It's an easy way to support us. Of course, we greatly appreciate you, but the bare minimum we ask is that you like and subscribe. So let's talk about Kirk Cousins to Atlanta. He is a very big move for the Falcons. They didn't have a quarterback that was really, that they wanted to run with on the roster. Taylor Heineke, Desmond Ridder just weren't getting it done. So they're going to go make the splash. Free agency signing Raheem the Dream, bringing in Kirk Cousins, whose wife is from Atlanta. I think that this is an interesting move for the Falcons. I think that this is a good move for their offense. He's going to right the ship. He's going to bring some stability and some consistent good play rather than some sporadic good and bad play for the Falcons. Brian Burns is another big-time move. He got a sign-and-trade to the New York Giants, 5 years, up to $150 million. $87.5 million of that is guaranteed. The compensation, a second-round and a fifth-round pick, fourth-round pick, fifth-round pick, a second and a fifth-round pick. That is unbelievable. That is a fleece job by Joe Schoen because that's exactly what they got for trading Leonard Floyd last year, or Leonard Williams, excuse me. It's a good move if you ask me. But let's go to this question. What's the better player? Who's the better player? Type B for Brian Burns, type H for Danielle Hunter, and I'm going to give you a shout-out. Military history showing some love to the Browns. Secret time? Got a fun surprise for you coming shortly. So we got Brian Burns from Hurricane Mike and Billy. Hey, Bob. Evan Bell is saying Danielle Hunter. Military history, Danielle Hunter. Mets champion, Danielle Hunter. Leland Maxfield, Brian Burns, NW Hunter. Tommy T, Shannon and James Cooley. Django Restrained all say Danielle Hunter. Aslan said, and Time and the Buckeye both say Brian Burns. It's pretty split. It's pretty split down the middle, which I like to see. That means a lot of people are, talking about it and having a good time with it. Let's give some more shout-outs. Mendy says Danielle Hunter. Taco Frog, Danielle Hunter. Kaylee, Brian Burns. We got Bobby Keith, Danielle Hunter. Time and the Buckeye says Brian Burns. Dolvis, Danielle Hunter. Military history, Danielle Hunter. Devon, Danielle Hunter. Zingy Coyote says Danielle Hunter. Skull from NW. Skull. We also got Julian Mendoza saying Brian Burns. Hayden Woodson saying Danielle Hunter, as well as military history and Big Bam for the win. And ladies and gentlemen, we have beat our record of last year. Thank you for the $20 super chat rolling in from Jared Sanchez. Let's do the wheel spin, boys. Go Steelers, Steeler Nation. We back with the, that picture for his YouTube. It's one of my, Jack Lotteray, he's saying it's one of his favorite memes. It's one of my favorite memes, too. I think it's so funny. But we're going to get that wheel spin for you here shortly. Just give us 1 second so that way we can get that set up for you. Nico Canada likes Danielle Hunter. And let's spin that wheel. Booyah. Let's see what we got. All right, another beer bong. I will be log rolling back to my apartment. Actually, I hope my girlfriend's watching this because I'm going to need a ride. But we're going to put this down. Boom. Booyah. A little bit more. Okay, yeah, it drops. There you go. Oh, nope, there's more. I thought there was less. Booyah. All righty. We're about to bring in a new friend on the show. But let me take this down while we bring in the one and only Matthew Peterson.
Good to be back, Trace. I was here to kick things off earlier, got pulled out of the studio, and, well, Trace just right on cue is downing a beer bong, USA funnel style. But appreciate you with the warm welcome back here on NFL Daily. Looks like a lot of shenanigans, but all things considered, a lot of fun's been had over the last few hours.
Absolutely.
There's been a lot of fun in the NFL world. I don't know if, and this is just the recency bias kicking in, if there's been an NFL free agency day one quite like today.
No.
There were a lot of moves made and just overall dollars spent.
Yes.
Like, I don't know I think this might go down as like the most expensive day in NFL history.
I actually don't hate that take. I never even thought about that.
Last year, the biggest contract given out in free agency was Derek Carr, right? $150 million from one team to another.
Yep.
This year, we've already broken that with Atlanta
Cousins.
Falcons taking Kirk Cousins at $180 million. And that's just kind of the tip of the iceberg.
Yes.
Like, we had Christian Wilkins chime in with $110 as well.
Yep.
So it's been a busy day in the NFL world. And it's still moving on. I mean, Austin Eckler is going across the country. He's signing with the Commanders on a 2-year deal worth up to $11.43 million. So basically a $6 million on average contract, $5.5 million-ish if we're going to nickel and dime this. But I like this addition for the Commanders. I do think Austin Eckler is not completely washed. And a 2-year deal worth up to that really sounds like it's a 1-year contract with loads of incentives in there.
Yeah, and this is a guy who can do a little bit of everything. He can run the ball well. He can be a productive pass catcher. I mean, I think that Washington just needed some new talent. They needed some fresh blood. Give, just a little revamp, if you will, and a little bit of a boost. And I think Dan Quinn has done a really good job with their new GM, Adam Peters, to build a good roster and a good, unit around not just Dan Quinn, but a bunch of the players that were around as well, like Deron Payne, Jared Allen as well. But Grade the signing for us as well. PD, do you have anything to add?
I would give it a B- grade. I will say the running back, like the running back union, if you will, that kind of formed last offseason. Talk about great timing. A lot of big names, Josh Jacobs, Saquon Barkley, hit in the open market. Derrick Henry, he hasn't signed yet. And it coincidentally happens when the running back draft class is awful. So teams know that, and they know if they want to get a good running back for 2024, they will have to go to free agency because it doesn't look like they're going to find much production for 2024 out of this year's draft class.
Yeah.
So the running back market has somewhat reestablished itself when you've got a guy like DeAndre Swift. He's entering his 5th NFL season. He's had 1 year with over 1,000 rushing yards, and he got $8 million a year. That's a big win for running backs.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's a big win. Saquon Barkley getting $15 million a season from the Philadelphia Eagles. Tony Pollard averaged 1.2 yards fewer in 2023 than he did in 2022, and he's still making three years, $24 million. So the bar has been raised for running backs. Austin Eckler comes off a down year. He's getting a pretty nice 2-year, $12 million contract, which I know that's not big money in terms of NFL contracts, but for the running back position, that feels like a nice come up for the boys. So I'm excited to see that because I've always felt like the laziest take in sports is you don't pay running backs. I don't know. If you don't have a great quarterback, you might want a great running back.
No doubt.
Scorpion with a $2 super chat. Let's go, PD, Smith, and Hurst. Let's go, Browns. Zadarius Smith and Maurice Hurst, both key members of the Browns defense last year. They are back on not dramatic overpays. Zadarius Smith, 2-year, $23.5 million contracts. Maurice Hurst, a 1-year deal worth up to $3.5 million. So Jim Schwartz getting back some key members of his defense last season. I think those are both great re-signings by the Browns. Ramcast, we'll throw your super chat on screen next. Scorpion, thank you so much, dude. Trace, spin
that
wheel. Sorry, I've been gone. Have the Rams made any moves, and did I miss anything big? They signed a guard.
They did.
Which guard was it? Was it Dotson? No, Jonah Jackson from the Lions. Dotson went to the Panthers, if I remember correctly. I'm losing track of my guards. But regardless,
in terms of other LA blue and yellow teams, Austin Eckler, you can see it on top. He is headed to Washington.
So Jonah Jackson, though, to answer your question, Ramcast, he's going from the Motor City, and he's on the same flight that Matthew Stafford was on just a few months later, and he is going down to LA to shore up the interior of that offensive line for the Rams. Outside of that, I know they brought back DeMarcus Robinson, but that was earlier anyway. No other big signings from Les Snead so far outside of Jonah Jackson. But Ramcast, spin that wheel! Let's go! Pew! No, spin it. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, here we go. What is it going to be?
Hot take.
NFL hot take. I got one.
You got
Pick
it.
me.
PD.
I think Brian Burns is getting dramatically overpaid.
Ooh.
I don't understand the true infatuation
That is a hot
with
take.
Brian Burns.
That is red hot.
Let's just kind of run through. And I'm not saying Brian Burns is a bad player. That's not the message I want to send. But Brian Burns is getting $30 million a season.
Yep.
And through 5 years in the NFL, he's got one season with 10 or more sacks. Someone fill me in on what I'm missing. Because I know he's a good player. But when you pay someone $30 million a season, you're not looking for good. You're looking for elite.
I also want to put this out there. It's not like he's playing against the cream of the crop in the NFL. It's playing in the NFC South.
Yeah.
It's not a great division. One season, 10 sacks. It's a good point, Pete.
When
very
the
good
Rams
point.
offered a huge haul for him at the trade deadline 18 months ago or whatever that was, I was always curious why they passed on that trade because I didn't think they'd get anything anywhere ever close to that again. I don't see the love for Brian Burns that other people are giving him.
Yeah.
I think it's okay to give up a second and a fifth. The contract is what scares me. I think Brian Burns might be back in free agency after 2 seasons with Big Blue.
I actually don't hate that take. I think that's a really good – because if he keeps playing at a decent level, they may not be able to afford him and might have to move on from him.
I just don't quite get pardon the French, the hard-on people have for Brian Burns.
No doubt.
Adam Schefter. Let's recap the running backs. Appreciate it, Adam. Saquon Barkley, Eagles. Trace, thumbs up, thumbs down. Just fire away.
Thumbs up.
Agreed. Josh Jacobs, Packers.
Down.
I don't like Josh Jacobs. I don't think he's very good. Austin Eckler, Commanders.
I'm going to go middle.
Oh, I was touching tips. Tony Pollard, Titans. Here's why. $8 million for a running back in committee.
Yeah.
That's not what you spend $8 million on a running back for. So unless they have big plans for him, which that didn't work last year in Dallas, this one. DeAndre Swift, Bears.
I'm going to give that a thumbs up.
I'm kind of in between. I think $8 million for a guy that's got one season over 1,000 rushing yards was a little bit of a desperation signing.
Mm-hmm.
They let David Montgomery go last year. He got 3 years, $21 million, and he's much more proven than DeAndre Swift.
Yeah, it's $7 million a year.
Yeah, I didn't quite get that one.
Yeah.
Devin Singletary, Giants. I feel bad for him. He's got to replace Saquon Barkley. That's a tough thing to do. He did play well last year in Houston. Gus Edwards, Chargers. I don't think he's going to come in there and completely replace Austin Eckler's production over the last 4 years or anything close to it. Antonio Gibson, Patriots. I'll tell you why I don't like it.
Yeah, hit me with it.
The Commanders have not had a real running back, like one that they can count on year in and year out.
Mm-hmm.
Since, I want to say, and a Commanders fan watching can correct me, Alfred Morris about a decade ago. That transition from Clinton Portis to Alfred Morris. And so I bring up Antonio Gibson because the job was there for the taking. And he never really ran with it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think this is going to be some robust signing by the Patriots that rejuvenates their running back approach.
Yeah. We'll see what new head coach Gerard Mayo is able to cook up on the defensive side of the ball at least, but hopefully the Patriots offense can be a little bit better, especially after trading away Mac Jones. It was not a good offense for them last year. Adam Schefter adding this note this morning. We've talked about it a few times, but in case you are just now tuning in, we got some news around T. Higgins. He requested a trade. This comes in after he signed the franchise tag in Cincinnati. He loves the town, hoped to stay with the team long-term, but he's disappointed that there haven't been any long-term extension talks since March of 2023. Ready to move on to a new home. Jamar Chase, he's saying, LOL, I know you lying, bro.
I'm really glad you read that because I didn't know what that meant for a moment.
See, I had to
spent
Google
10
it.
minutes looking at it like,
I
do not want to be called on for this one.
I'll admit it. I Googled it.
Okay,
I had to
thank
Google
you.
it.
Yeah,
Shout out Urban Dictionary, but you know.
I would say 50% of the time I pretend to understand what athlete tweets mean.
100%.
I never know.
Oh,
I have to go to
I'm
the comments for someone else to break it down in English.
Yeah, exactly. Give some context there with it. Really fast, if you love the NFL, spam me in the comment section. Whoever types the most is going to be our comment MVP of the afternoon/evening as it is 6 o'clock Central Time.
I see John in the chat asking for any Broncos news. Lloyd Cushenberry, he went to the Titans. He actually signed the biggest contract in center history.
Really?
He sucked the first 3 years, but as all players do, when it's a contract season, you ball out.
Yep.
I think that was an overpay by Tennessee. They do sign safety Brandon Jones, though, so they have a complete University of Texas safety group. Caden Stearns, P.J. Locke, Brandon Jones, all former Longhorns.
That's actually hilarious.
The Mees are flowing in, though, and we had our very first, and we talked about it bright and early this morning. This is legal tampering, which means nothing's actually a done deal until Wednesday, so there will always be a guy that flip-flops.
Yep.
And we had that with kicker Will Lutz.
Will Lutz, yes.
Going from Jacksonville back to Denver instead.
So let's look at the top NFL free agents. Keep typing me, and while we're going through it, I'm going to keep an eye out, so who's typing it the most. Danielle Hunter, he is the #1 free agent available right now in free agency. Eric Armstead, the defensive lineman who was recently released by San Francisco. Leonard Williams, another defensive lineman in Seattle. Kendall Fuller, the quarterback for Washington. Tyron Smith, the offensive lineman who was released. He is the #5 free agent this year. Keep on going with the Mies. Keep on going with the Mies. Right now, I'm seeing Scorpion LX. He's kind of our MVP right now, but he's definitely close to Nico Canada. Let's kick it to number 6 through 10. Calvin Ridley, the wide receiver who spent some time in Atlanta, then most recently Jacksonville. Derrick Henry. Who will sign the king? That's the big question. Patrick Queen. You got the king and the queen right back to each other. That's pretty funny. Chase Young at number 9. The edge rusher from San Francisco was traded from Washington to the Bay last season, right ahead of the trade deadline. And Mike Onwenu, number 10 overall. And here I am. I'm ready to crown a comment section MVP right now. In 3, 2, 1, I'm giving it to my main man, Bro Zoe Shorts. I mean, he was peppering it. Second place, got to be Scorpion LX.
Is the game type me if you have kissed your cousin on the lips? I see Bill says me, Scorpion, Sanchez, Vincent, John. Got some sickos in here. Is that how you meet your cousins on Thanksgiving Day?
That's disgusting.
The me's have dramatically slowed down.
I didn't realize we had so many Alabama
There's no more
fans in here.
me's.
I didn't realize we had so many Crimson Tide fans in the chat.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Okay, some more free agents. Justin Simmons for the Broncos. We talked about the Broncos earlier, but just for some context here, he was due to make $14 million in 2024, Trace. Denver instead gets 2 new safeties, brings one back, signs another one. Their salaries combined, $10 million.
Did you like that move for Justin Simmons leaving?
That's a rebuild. That is taking the salary of one player, spreading it over 2 players, and having it still cost less money.
Yeah.
That's what I call a rebuild.
What I find ironic around the Denver Broncos, too, is Sean Payton wanted to leave New Orleans because he wanted to avoid a rebuild just to go and rebuild somewhere else. I find that kind of interesting.
Yeah, Marquise Brown, I think he's going to get a good payday soon.
I think he should.
Right, Gabe Davis making, 3 years, $39 million from the Jacksonville Jaguars. I think Calvin Ridley and Marquise Brown go, he's making $13 million. Our conversation started $15 million.
Yep.
We got Trent Brown, Jonah Williams, a couple of offensive linemen for people that need help in the trenches, and Kenny Moore, one of the best slot corners in the NFL. They're hard to find. And when you've got a slot corner, that's a top 5 feeling as an NFL fan.
No doubt.
Because no one knows about the other team's good slot corners until you play that team. And you're like, who is that mother effer ruining our day all game long? Love a good slot corner. That's
totally
Kenny
agree.
Moore.
Totally agree.
Ramcast, like Petey's energy, what do you think the Rams can do in general with the rest of the $50 million cap? Because McVay always produces some with Stafford, but, man, it got cut off. What did it say? But, no, I can't find it. I can't. What's that? That was the whole super. Oh, damn, I thought the ... was more to it. Sorry. What else can the Rams do with $50 million? Their defense has been very young, especially in the secondary. Man, what do you guys think about like Justin Simmons going to L.A.?
I like that move.
Justin Simmons wants to go play for a team that can make the playoffs. The Rams made the playoffs last season. They've got a very young and ascending, but still looking for a veteran presence in that secondary. I think Justin Simmons to L.A. could make a ton of sense, and it's not going to cost you all that much money. Ramcast, thank you so much for the super chat, dude. Ryan, Chargers will have to cut or trade some big names. Who gets cut versus traded? How do you see this playing out? There's 4-ish candidates. Mike Williams, Keenan Allen, Khalil Mack, Joey Bosa. I think Keenan Williams stays. I think Mike Williams is ultimately released because no one's going to want to trade for him.
Yep.
And then I think Khalil Mack gets traded maybe during the draft.
I'd love
when
that
it seems like, hey, we had this edge rusher circled, didn't get him. You're our plan B.
I love that take.
And then I think they stick with Joey Bosa. He's been there for a while. I know the injuries are frustrating, but I don't think they're going to give up on him just yet.
The upside for Bosa is very, very high, whereas a Khalil Mack, he's been around the league a little bit longer, and I think that he could command some decent compensation. Nothing outrageous, but I feel like he could get some decent compensation nonetheless. Twist music. With the signing of Kirk Cousins, does Atlanta bring in Marquise Brown?
I don't know if the Kirk Cousins edition signals Marquise Brown signing as opposed to any other wide receiver. Atlanta has one wide receiver on their roster. It is Drake London. If they played a game tomorrow, Cousins would take the snap, and he'd have one guy to throw to. So I do think they will be looking to add wide receivers. Marquise Brown. Calvin Ridley's got a checkered history, of course, with Atlanta. Darnell Mooney, Tyler Boyd. After spending a lot on Kirk Cousins, we'll see how much they could afford to get a Marquise Brown. But if they can get him for a relatively cheap, I'm sure he'll be towards the top of their wish list. BLD, who would you like to see Denver Broncos sign? Make sure you check out our Broncos breakdown. I think you might like the host. Who would I like to see the Broncos sign? I'll be honest with you, I don't think they're going to be big spenders at all. And they somewhat warned us about that after the season ended. I would like to see them sign a cornerback. I have no faith, and I have decent reason to believe so, in Riley Moss being able to step in and start week 1. It's not going to be Damari Mathis. Fabian Moreau is a free agent. You have a lot of needs, and you don't have a lot of early draft capital, a first and a third. If you can go sign a veteran, Stephon Gilmore, what about Tre'Davious White? See if with a change of scenery, maybe he can kind of get back to his old form. I'd like to see Denver attack the cornerback market in free agency. Another super chat rolling in, Ramcast. Mitch Trubisky might start over Josh Allen. I don't know.
That's hilarious.
I do love Mitch. He's got a soft spot in my heart, but he's not starting. And in fact, he's been in the league for a while now.
Yeah.
2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. He's entering year 8.
That's how I graduated high school in 2017.
Yeah, he's very lucky to have a job right now.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think it's totally okay as well being a career backup. Like, people can make a living doing that, and so I think Mitch Trubisky could be a good career backup for a lot of teams that, especially the Bills now that they got him in. Like a boss, T. Higgins said he'd like to play with Josh Allen, then quarterback. What do you think? I mean, if he said he wants to play with Josh Allen, then I could see that being a nice connection. I mean, but I feel like T. Higgins would want to go a wide receiver 1 somewhere. You have Stephon Diggs in Buffalo, so it might make it kind of tough for him to be the wide receiver 1 and command that kind of money and that kind of usage in production in the season. So smash the like button for me if you're having a good time. Help us out. We're currently at 3,221 likes. Can we get to 3,500? I want 3,500 likes.
Did we break last year's record?
O'Doyle rules.
Is the Guinness Book of World Records guy coming? I've always wondered, how do you book the Guinness Book of World Records guy?
Yeah, how do you
backlogged is he? Because I wish we had him here today. Lots of Chat Sports records being had.
No doubt. We're at 3,231. Let's get to 3,500 ASAP. Like the video if you are enjoying the content, if you're having a good time, and if you've had an eventful NFL free agency, which everyone has, so you should like the video.
Dolphin signing. Jordan Brooks is going to Miami from Seattle.
Wow.
So a good key piece of that Seahawks defense is no longer in the Pacific Northwest. Jordan Brooks going to the Dolphins. 3-year, $30 million contract. That's a $10 million average. And the Dolphins have not only added 1, but now 2 linebackers in the last 90 minutes or so, with Anthony Walker from Cleveland and Jordan Brooks from Seattle traveling to Southeast Florida. Von Miller, Ramcast is
he's been.
I was not familiar with Ramcast's game. We might start a Rams channel just for Ramscast.
We were unfamiliar with his game, but this man has been keeping this thing moving all day long.
Will Von Miller retire at 35? How old is Von Miller right now?
Let me look that
I think
up.
Von Miller, when he signed with the Bills, was 32 years old.
Von Miller is 34 years old. His birthday is March 26th, so he'll be 35 in about 2 weeks. So is this his last season?
I think so. And I don't know what happened last year. He really fell off a cliff. Did he record a tackle? I don't think he did.
I'm going to read you Von Miller's stats.
He definitely had 0 sacks. Maybe had half a sack.
So Von Miller's stats in 2023 for the Buffalo Bills. He had 3 combined tackles, 0 tackles for loss, 3 quarterback hits, 0 sacks, 12 games played.
So I'm thinking this is Von Miller's last year. which that was somewhat always the intent with the way they structured. That was a 6-year contract, but he was never going to see all 6 years of that deal.
Yeah.
But Jordan Brooks, 3 years, $30 million, I beg your pardon, with the Miami Dolphins. Jerome Baker was released by Miami earlier this week, and now they find a replacement with Anthony Walker and Jordan Brooks coming down to South Beach. So if you're having a good time, like Trey said, hit the thumbs up button. It's the absolute easiest and most simplistic way to help us support the channel here at Chat Sports so we can do more live events like this, because I know it seems crazy, but liking the video is really just the tip of the iceberg for building the Chat Sports family. And then we can start a Rams channel for Ramscast.
Absolutely. And on top of that, when you like the video, you get recommended more of our content whenever you open the YouTube app or the website. So it helps you out stay up to date with us, and us stay up to date with you.
I'm seeing Joey ask, can you talk about the Raiders' new DT? Christian Wilkins, the level, like that level of player, 25 years old, 9-sack season for a defensive tackle, just doesn't come around every year in free agency. I compared it to when Ndamukong Suh was a free agent. So for the Raiders to get him, that was a home run signing. Now the Gardner Minshew signing, I think, is a good signing because I think Gardner Minshew is a good quarterback. But I know Raiders fans had bigger dreams at the quarterback position. That's their quarterback. It'll be him, Aiden O'Connell, and a round 3 to round 5 guy duking it out in training camp. Maybe a round 2 player if someone they love falls for no reason, like Michael Penix or Bo Nix. You know what I mean? So we're going to run through, I think, all the signings that have been made so far. All right.
Go through the tracker. Cool.
Sounds great.
Cool.
Okay. Ramscast, I see your super chat. We'll get to it in a few minutes. Just bear with us. But let's help everyone that just got done with work and needs a quick spark notes on what happened over the last 6-7 hours here on NFL Daily. Welcome on into NFL Daily. Matthew Peterson being joined by Trace Gerard as we recap day 1 of NFL free agency so far. Now, I have full confidence that by the time you're watching this, another signing or two will have been made. But for now, let's catch you guys up to speed on everything that's gone down since the legal tamperings opened at noon Eastern to, as we film this presently, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. So we had a handful of some minor-ish level signings being made. Greg the Leg sticking in New York. And then, Trace, we got some bigger money being thrown around.
Yeah,
Landon Dickerson, Michael Pittman, Demario Davis.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, these were the early morning moves that came in to kick off the free agency tampering period on this Monday. Michael Pittman, I think that's a really good move to keep him around in Indianapolis. Landon Dickerson has been very effective for the Eagles, and now it feels like he's ready to be a starter now that Jason Kelce has retired. And Demario Davis, I really like the player there. He's aged like a fine wine in New Orleans. He earned a 2-year extension. It's like a restructured extension, if you will, $17.25 million with that $13 million guaranteed. But let's look at Michael Pittman's production. Now, obviously, Anthony Richardson, he didn't get to play the whole season, but with working with Gardner Minshew, who we'll talk about here shortly, put up some pretty good numbers, Petey.
He did indeed. And when you think about the Indianapolis Colts as a franchise, they've never really been one to spend big on wide receivers. They are never afraid to let a guy walk and reset in the draft. Like, the most notable free agent wide receivers they paid or, big contracts given out would be Reggie Wayne and T.Y. Hilton. And I just aged everyone by 15 years saying those names. So it's a new development in Indianapolis, but they're keeping their former second-round pick long term. Fast forwarding to other signings here. DeAndre Swift was what I am dubbing as the first signing of 2024 NFL free agency, an actual player of note going to a different team. It's a 3-year, $24 million contract that Trace did wonders for running backs across the world. I think DeAndre Swift is going to get mini muffin baskets from every single free agent running back because him setting the bar at $8 million for a guy that's only gone over 1,000 yards once in his NFL career from a rushing standpoint, I mean, that really set up players like Saquon Barkley and Josh Jacobs nicely. And as for the Bears, they likely ditched their running back committee from last year, which was Khalil Herbert, Roschon Johnson, Deontay Foreman, and I think they now get set for DeAndre Swift and Roschon Johnson, the second-year man out of Texas, kind of being the 1-2 punch in the Windy City. Now, then Jonathan Grenard.
I was going to say, I think that's a sneaky move for Jonathan Grenard. The Vikings were very active in free agency. The 4-year, $76 million. He's a young player, very productive in Houston last year. Petey, do you think that this was a solid addition for the Minnesota Vikings?
Yeah, when I saw the addition, I kind of wondered, is that money being taken away from the Kirk Cousins fund and being spent on other players, or is that Minnesota telling Kirk Cousins, hey, we're going to be aggressive in this free agency period. Stick around. We're going to have a good team. Ultimately, I think we figured out which one of the two it was. But spending $19 million on a guy that comes off a 12-sack season, I don't think you could be very upset about that move if you're a Vikings fan. I also love the Tony Pollard signing, not for the Titans, but for Tony Pollard, because it was like something straight out of When Harry Met Sally. It was like, DeAndre Swift got 3 years, $24 million. I'll have what he's having. So Tony Pollard comes off a down year with the Dallas Cowboys and then cashes in nicely with Tennessee.
It's a big win for the boys at the running back room. Drew Sample as well, 3-year, $10.5 million deal with the Cincinnati Bengals. And then we'll kick it over to Brandon Jones, a 3-year, $20 million deal. He's joining Sean Payton out in Denver. But Lloyd Cushenberry, I found this one pretty interesting. And Petey, I know you have some thoughts here. 4 years, $50 million for a guy who, I don't know, was that amazing for Denver last year?
Cushenberry, a third-round pick out of LSU, sucked his first 3 years in Denver, and I don't think anyone's going to say otherwise. Last year, Pro Football Focus ranked him 10th out of 36 qualifying centers. He takes that one good year, and he sets records at the center position in NFL free agency. I think the Titans might have overpaid drastically on both Tony Pollard and Lloyd Cushenberry. Fast forwarding, Dorrance Armstrong, he's going to reunite with his old DC out in DC. No pun intended, as he goes and plays under Dan Quinn yet again. Plenty of other big moves to get to in just a second, but what's the best move from day one of NFL free agency? Trace, value, contract, all things considered, which one do you love the most?
I don't know, a sneaky one that I really like. Again, I'm a big fan of the running backs getting paid this year, so I kind of like the Saquon to the Eagles move. I think that's an interesting addition for the Philadelphia Eagles with a strong offensive line who could use some help on that offensive side of the ball. They were lackluster in the back half of the season. That, for me, is one of the sneaky, really good moves, in my opinion.
My favorite move is actually right here on screen right now. It's Christian Wilkins. I can't stress it enough. You do not find interior pass rushers at 25 years old hitting the market in their prime. They just simply do not escape teams because it's so hard to just find defensive tackles that can get 9 sacks. Those guys don't come around every single year in the draft or free agency. And when you do find one, you'd think you would hold on to him for dear life. Instead, the Dolphins let him test the open market, and now he's a Raider. Gabe Davis, he leaves Buffalo. He gets to have ranch with his wings now as he goes down to Duval County on a 3-year, $39 million contract. Okay. Fast forwarding through some other contracts given out so far in day one. Tyler Biadasz, he's also going to go from Dallas to Washington. Jonah Jackson, he goes to the Rams. He helps Matthew Stafford out from the interior. And then we have Trace, another big running back signing, Josh Jacobs, 4-year, $48 million. I'll save the math. That's $12 million a season. And he replaces Aaron Jones, who subsequently got released up in Lambeau.
And here's one thing I want to point out on screen here. The Bryce Huff move for the Philadelphia Eagles. I like the Josh Jacobs deal. I don't think I love the contract for the Packers. Again, pro running back, so I like the contract for Jacobs. But 3 years, $51 million for a guy who was extremely productive, had 10-plus sacks last year for the Jets. He can go and cash in and play alongside a lot of talented veterans on the Eagles' defensive line. Howie Roseman likes building in the trenches and moving outwards. And I think that that's a really good move for the Eagles, as well as Will Lutz. Went to the Jags, then came back and changed his mind, and so he's sticking around with his...
Sip, snap.
Yep, sticking around with his old friend Sean Payton in
One
Denver.
thing I'll add to Bryce Huff, kudos to him. It's the largest contract ever received by a UDFA. So
That's sick.
An awesome story for a guy that worked his way in. I'll also add, Hassan Reddick, you are not an Eagle. I don't see a way that they hold on to Josh Sweat, Hassan Reddick, and now Bryce Huff. One of those two guys in Sweat and Reddick is getting traded.
To be honest, they could use a little bit of money. And if you want to use or make a little bit of money, you could go to prizepicks.com/CLNS, plug in promo code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100. If you're unfamiliar with what Prize Picks is, it's daily fantasy sports made easy, and you can win real money in real time. I don't care if you're an NBA, a college football, a NASCAR, esports, women's basketball, cricket, whatever. They got projections for you, and you can go and make some big-time money. I like what you see on screen right here. That Cade Cunningham one, you might be seeing that little red dot and being like, what is that? Well, let me tell you, it's not a red dot. It is a demon pick, meaning it's a little bit harder to hit, but the payout is so much better. Like we said, you have college basketball. We even had NFL combine projections, and you can get started at prizepicks.com/CLNS. Plug in promo code CLNS for a first-time deposit match up to $100. We appreciate Prize Picks for making today's video. All of the information, in case you weren't listening, is in the comment section description of this video because we love you.
Moving along in the chronological order that these signings happened, the biggest one of the day in just terms of overall contract, it's a 4-year, $180 million deal for Kirk Cousins as he leaves the Vikings after 6 seasons, heading down to Atlanta to play with the Falcons. Blockbuster deal. The Falcons have been searching for a quarterback ever since Matt Ryan went to Indianapolis, and they do not F around here. They go and get their guy, and they pay him handsomely. Now, 4 years, $180 million. That's a lot of money to be given to a near 36-year-old quarterback off an Achilles injury. It's a roll of the dice. There's no question about it. But if you trust Western medicine and you feel like he's going to make a full recovery, Trace, I think this is going to be a great move for Atlanta.
Absolutely. I also, like I said earlier, I think the Saquon Barkley deal for the Philadelphia Eagles is a really good addition. They have a much better offensive line than the Giants did. They have a much better overall team than the Giants did. So I think that the pressure for Barkley will be a little bit less than it was in the Big Apple. Antonio Gibson, another running back, benefiting a little bit from that high market. That's all these guys are getting paid. 3 years, $11.25 million with $5.3 guaranteed. And Sean Murphy-Bunting, he's leaving. He was with Tennessee for some time. Now he is with the Arizona Cardinals. 3 years, $25.5 million deal. Vikings were active today,
dude.
Peter.
How about
very active?
The Dolphins made some additions and had some subtractions. They lost a lot of their pass rush. I don't quite know what Greer is doing in South Beach, losing Christian Wilkins and Andrew Van Ginkel. Moving along here, we got Robert Hunt. He will be going to protect Bryce Young in Carolina. 5-year, $100 million contract. A huge spending item for an interior offensive lineman. Bilal Nichols, one-time Chicago Bear, then Las Vegas Raider. He goes down to the desert on a nice 3-year, $21 million contract. I like that signing for Jonathan Gannon. And Jeff Okudah, at one point, the 3rd overall pick in the draft, he signs his first contract in free agency. It is with Houston, 1 year, $4.75 million. So, as we are watching right now, I'm sure this is subject to change, but as you are watching, who's the best free agent left? I'll say Danielle Hunter. Trace?
I mean, it's hard to disagree. Yeah, it's hard to disagree in terms of, best overall player. Like, I really think that Ryan Tannehill is not the best player, but he might be a player that could be signed soon for one of these, late players. I do like Marquise Brown, to be quite honest. I think that he is an interesting, tantalizing player in the right situation. But Danielle Hunter, for me, is clearly the number one defensive end and free agent left available.
Moving along, Xavier McKinney, he gets paid by the Pack, 4-year, $68 million contract to leave Big Blue after the Packers lost Darnell Savage in free agency. Grover Stewart, he stays put in Indianapolis, re-signs 3-year, $39 million contract, one of the better interior defensive linemen in football. We got Geno Stone, Trace, one of the better safeties in football last year. and he wasn't even a starter. That's an all-time steal by Cincinnati.
I was going to say, the interception machine in Baltimore might be trying to stick it to his former team in the division by going over to Cincinnati to team up with a lot of talent like Trey Hendrickson on the defensive side of the ball. Gus Edwards also has a new team with the Los Angeles Chargers. I think the worst contract of the day for a team.
Okay.
2 years, $25 million for Gardner Minshew. Because
you think it's an overpay?
I think it's an overpay. I really do.
I think Gardner Minshew is a good quarterback. I think he's one of the 32 best quarterbacks in football.
See, I think he's a good quarterback, but if you're going to pay that guy that kind of money to compete with Aiden O'Connell to be the QB1, just feels like it's a lot of money. I'm going to give credit where it's due. Gardner Minshew is a very fun player. At the bare minimum, Las Vegas is getting an interesting and entertaining player that will have some fun in Las Vegas. I think he'll do a good job embodying the Raider Nation in the Raider way, if you will. And he has shown some flashes and, kept the Colts playoff hopes a little bit alive throughout the Anthony Richardson injury.
We have Leonard Floyd. He's going out west yet again, this time with the San Francisco 49ers. 2 years, $20 million contract.
That's a great deal.
Feels like that might put a hammer in the Chase Young coming back. Looks like they found Nick Bosa's running mate. Chidobe Awuzie, he's actually going to follow his former coach, Brian Callahan, down to Tennessee on a 3-year, $36 million contract after Sean Murphy-Bunting left in free agency. So, before we get to the remaining signings here, make sure to subscribe because, boys and girls, this is just day one. We're just getting started. More signings, more trades, more rumors, and all of it's free. So make sure to join us here at Chat Sports for the best free NFL YouTube content.
Now, Petey, I know you got some thoughts about Anthony Walker and Zadarius Smith. I personally think that the Browns keeping Zadarius Smith is a good move for Cleveland and Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski. But in terms of losing Anthony Walker, do you think it was worth that to keep Zadarius Smith?
Anthony Walker, a captain, a leader of this defense, the green dot in the middle. He was awesome when he was playing. The issue was the injuries over his time in Cleveland just could not fade away. And ultimately, the Browns made a decision, we're not going to re-sign a guy who we can't rely on to play 17 games. So I can understand why they moved on from Anthony Walker. As for the Zadarius Smith re-signing, huge fan of this. He was one of the better edge rushers in generating pressures last season in the NFL. The sacks weren't quite there, just 5.5, but I view pressures and sacks kind of like hard hit average and whatnot in baseball. Sometimes you're going to have a great hit that's just going to go right to the center fielder. And I felt like that happened a lot for Zadarius Smith last year. I think the sacks will return in 2024. The Browns also brought back Maurice Hurst on their defensive line. Mack Wilson goes to the desert. Marcus Davenport is making his rounds in the NFC North. He goes from Minnesota to Detroit.
And this is a guy who the Saints traded up to go and draft. They actually passed on Lamar Jackson to draft Marcus Davenport. The best season he's had was 9 sacks. So I think that Dan Campbell is getting a player with some upside. He's just had some trouble in the past few years staying on the field and staying healthy. Full transparency, a couple seasons ago, he had more games suspended than sacks logged, which isn't great. That being said, it is a move that I think that the Lions needed to make. Dan Campbell wanting to bring in some of these some talent to the defensive side of the ball. And we did have a trade that was pretty interesting. The Buccaneers received a 3rd-round pick, and the Lions and Dan Campbell got 2 6th-round picks and quarterback Carlton Davis. Petey, what do you think about that move?
Carlton Davis, I think, is one of the more underappreciated cornerbacks in football. He's one of the top 10 highest paid, but he kind of flies underneath the radar when you start talking about the best corners in the game. The worst kept secret this offseason was Detroit needed a corner. They decided to dish out some draft compensation now instead of waiting until April to go find a cornerback. So I think it's a good fit for both sides. Juwan Jennings should have been Super Bowl MVP, graduated from one of the best universities in the country. He stays in San Francisco. And then Brian Burns, traded for a 2nd and a 5th to the Giants, where he would sign a 5-year, $150 million contract. I think both sides are losers in this trade, and I'll tell you why. The Panthers are losers because they held on too long and they could have gotten multiple firsts and instead they get a second and a fifth. I think the Giants are losers because they're paying a guy who's had one season with over 10 sacks, $30 million on average. I just don't quite see the extreme hype for Brian Burns. He's a good football player. But $30 million goes to special players that just don't come around every year. I don't quite see the love for Brian Burns that the Giants had.
Dan Quinn did bring in Austin Eckler, the dual threat running back from the Los Angeles Chargers, 2 years, up to $11.43 million. And Jermaine Illuminor, friend of the show here at Chat Sports, he's leaving Vegas, moving up to the Big Apple, trying to protect Daniel Jones or whoever the heck their next quarterback's going to be. And we do have some more names to get to. Ronald Darby signed with the Jacksonville Jaguars, 2 years, up to $10 million. And Petey Aziz Al-Shire signing with the Texans, 3-year, $34 million. I feel like that's a really good contract for a good player, and I like that fit in Houston.
He was. It is a good fit. I believe he was with the 49ers where he played under DeMeco Ryan. So you can kind of see the reunion writing on the wall right there. The Patriots bring back one of their own offensive linemen. It's a 3-year, $57 million contract for Big Mike, and I like this re-signing for New England. Whoever's playing quarterback, they're going to want to have some experience in front of them and not have a bunch of trial-by-fire rookie offensive linemen. So New England keeps a part of their better offensive line intact. Now, make sure to type me if you have made it all the way to the end of the video. This is our way of knowing who the real MVPs are of the channel, who the real ones are. So if you're still watching, you're still rolling with us, type me in the comments below.
Let's give some shout-outs to those of you typing me. Ty Man the Buckeye, a Chat Sports legend. Junior Estrada, Ezra Season. We got Jonathan May, Angelica Olmus, Javi Rodriguez, Gotti 4L. We got Ezra Flormond. We got Sports Highlight Hut, DDF, Tyler Harrington, Drizzy, not Trizzy, Taco Frog, Brody Brown, Tyler Harrington, Rich Holt, Nico Canada, DeGoat, and Brett King, as well as a lot of other real ones in the chat. Here is our Super Chat menu. Petey.
Super Chat menu, $2 Super Chats, a beers, cheers, $5 we'll talk about your team, $10 we have some hot takes to dish out for 2024, $20 it's Ramcast's favorite wheel spin, and then $50 USD we're doing beer bongs and shotguns. Speaking of Ramscast, he's got a $5 Super Chat in the chamber. Will Russell Wilson bring the stability that the Steelers need at quarterback?
I'm excited to hear. I heard Sperry talk about this. I'm excited to hear what you have to say about this.
My thing with Russell Wilson signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers is it's a great value signing. You're paying a guy $1.2 million. That is definitely better than what you can get for $1.2 million at the position. If the nicest thing you have to say about a quarterback is his contract, I don't know if he's a very good quarterback.
Yeah.
You should probably lead with he's a great quarterback and he's not expensive. That's kind of like coming home from Walmart and we said, can you go get us a big flat screen? And they come back with a 32-inch tiny TV. And you go, but you guys didn't see how much it cost.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. But I still want to watch TV on a good TV.
Exactly.
So I don't mind spending a little bit more to get a good product.
Exactly.
I don't think Russell Wilson is where Steelers fans think he is. I think the last 2 years in Denver are not accidents. He was a player that relied heavily on his improvisation skills and ability to extend plays. He has lost a step or two, and it's a good signing if you're looking for value. But are you going to be caring about that value if you're 3-5? Probably not. Ramscast, thank you so much for the super chat. Kaysen, Seahawks breaking my heart. Do you think they have big plans? What is best case scenario?
Best case scenario, you keep Bobby Wagner?
Best case scenario is I think they're tanking for Quinn Ewers or Shadur Sanders or something. You're right. They've been gutted a little bit. We'll see if they bring back Leonard Williams. But looks like with Pete Carroll out, they're using 2024 as a bit of a reset year. Sorry, Kaysen.
Ramcast, throwing it back to you, brother. if we get to 366,000 this stream, another 50. Well,
Got good news, buddy.
Ramcast, you ready to
There
see
it
this?
is.
Booyah. Booyah. Booyah.
366,188 subscribers strong. Make sure you join the channel if you haven't already.
Oh, no.
Ramscast.
We have a couple more from Ramscast. Saquon, behind that offensive line, one of the best college running back talents, get running back behind a bad offensive line and still put up great numbers. He will be great. I think he'll be much better in Philly than he was in New York, to be personally honest.
I also kind of wonder, what does that signing say about the confidence in Jalen Hurts?
Mm-hmm.
I know I'm kind of grasping for straws a little bit, but I do think there's a level of truth of maybe they want to take a little bit off of Jalen Hurts' plate.
Yeah.
Ramcast, thank you, man. Jason Wolf, talk about those Lions. Go Seahawks. Well, Detroit had one big need, cornerback. They checked that box today. They get Carlton Davis from Tampa Bay. I think he's a very good corner, and that's going to make Lions fans sleep a lot easier. Now, they got to work do some work on the interior defensive line. That's step 2. It's not going to be Christian Wilkins, but there's some other good players out there. But for Detroit, they definitely had a mission, and they accomplished it. And now they look to tighten some loose ends other spots on their roster.
Ramcast. Another 5. Check on how close we are to the 750. We're at 888. Now the goal is 1,000.
And just like that, Ramcast, $50 super chat. Let's go.
Boom.
2 claps for Ramcast. 1, 2.
Love
That
it.
sounded good.
Love it. All right.
Yeah, I'm kind of due. I know. And I'm driving home, so it works out great. I'm kidding. I love saying that.
I personally don't mind running it back, but I do have a grape Happy Dad in here for you.
I don't do Happy Dads.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Looks like I'll take this one down.
I would have said don't.
No. It's okay. I got it.
I feel really bad.
I got it. To be honest, I didn't know if you had wanted it, so I just was like, I'll just go ahead and take it down.
Had you put a Miller Latte in there or something, I'd be more than happy. No, don't mix them. Oh, you're out.
It's empty. Fortunately, it's empty.
Yeah, another 50 I'll do.
Yeah.
I'll give for sure.
Another 50, Petey
Yes.
will do one.
Yeah.
Cheers, Ramcast.
Okay. Love you, Petey. Love you, Trace. You guys are awesome. Love the channel. Excited for the streams around the draft. And thoughts on Caleb Williams. He's the real deal.
He's really good at football.
I know that every year in the draft we kind of do that to every quarterback, and we thought Trevor Lawrence was the next Peyton Manning, and I don't think we're quite there yet, but I really feel a lot more confident about Caleb Williams. I think he's right there with guys like Andrew Luck entering the NFL of just, there's no doubt he's going to be the surefire thing. So we are excited for the NFL draft as well, because today was just like 50% of the chaos of the NFL draft.
Yeah.
So excited for the draft.
We also,
That's less than 50
Ramcast,
days away.
Ramcast, we're also going to be live tomorrow and Wednesday.
2 more days.
2 more days for free agency.
It's going to be electric. If you want
go.
more free agency coverage, be sure to subscribe because we'll be back at it again tomorrow.
2K God 24, opinion on my cards move so far. What do we do next? I really do like the Bilal Nichols signing by Arizona. I think he's a really solid run-stopping defensive tackle that is not going to like fill up the box score, but there's something about DT that lets the linebacker fill up the box score, that lets the edge rusher get the sack, and that's Bilal Nichols. So I like that move. I think Sean Murphy-Bunting is still a very good cornerback in this league. Not the best year last season in Tennessee, but as a fan, you can kind of always tell yourself, everyone sucked last year in Tennessee. Just by association, you were going to suck. So I think the Cardinals have made some pretty precise moves so far, and remains to be seen what they do at Marquise Brown. That's probably going to be a big indicator as to whether or not they come out smiling or frowning from free agency.
Nico Canada says he's going to be here. What time are we going live tomorrow? 11 a.m. TBD right now. We don't have an official time yet. But what I can tell you is if you want an official notification from Chat Sports, make sure you click the noti bell, set it to all, because then when you look on your phone, you'll get a push notification when we go live, so that way you can join our coverage.
Ramcast,
yes, you'll also know 30 minutes ahead of time.
With a $10 super chat. Let's go, Ramcast.
We're 100 away from 1,000. Who's going to send in a $100 super chat?
Jack, this one's for you from Ramcast.
This one's for the producer, Jack. and producer Sam, our producers extraordinaire. They are the best in the biz, without a doubt. You guys want to read this super chat, or do you want us to read it for you? All right. Yo, guys behind the camera, we love you. Love the hard work you're putting in, and I'll be here tomorrow.
Appreciate you, Ramcast. And
Shout
the
out to them.
producers do too. John Porter. What's going on, John? Hi, Petey. Hello, John. Appreciate you super chatting into the show. What do you think of the Zadarius Smith and Mo Hurst re-signings? I'm a big fan of it. I like both of those moves by Andrew Berry, who, by the way, as aggressive as he is, that aggression comes in trades, not so much free agency. Biggest contract he's ever given out was Dalvin Tomlinson last year. So some fun trivia right there for you. Second biggest, Austin Hooper in his first offseason.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, been a while. John, salute to you, my guy. Hope you're having a good first day of NFL free agency. We got a $1 super chat rolling in from Tez Kappa. First-time super chatter.
First timer.
1, 2.
That was beautiful.
We can do better. We can do better. 36,208 subscribers.
Oh!
Keeps the show alive. The
Guess
lights
what?
stay on.
We are less than $80 away from 1,000. Can we get there? If we get to 1,000, things will get wild on this show. Ramcast wants to spin that wheel, and what happens at the 1,000? I'll tell you what, if we get to $1,000, I'll do a race.
Yeah, no, race for
beer
sure.
bong or beer bong race or something?
Race.
Cool.
Yeah.
Beer bong race when we get to 1,000. Producer Sam and producer Jack, you get the four-way beer race, a foursome of everyone involved in our chat sports free agency coverage. It's going to be electric if we get to 1,000.
For Ramcast.
Beer chug.
Beer chug.
Tick, 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 tick,
I need a
tick,
new
tick,
beer.
tick, tick, tick.
Who's got a beer?
I have a happy
Okay,
dad.
I'm sorry.
I have a happy dad.
I'm an Eagle Scout, but I'm not prepared right now.
Your Scoutmaster would be disappointed.
Oh, Scoutmaster Ellis would be pissed that I was drinking.
Noah Fant, we have
Yeah.
this coming in, re-signing with Seattle. It's a 2-year, $21 million deal. Tight end, sticking around.
I'll be honest. If Noah Fant wasn't a first-round draft pick by the Denver Broncos, would he be getting this? I think he's really rode that first-round status. You can do blind resume you want for Noah Fant, and you're probably not going to like what you see. I think this is a weird spot to put some of Seattle's money towards.
Didn't have a
when I
touchdown
would have
last
spent
year.
it on Jordan Brooks instead.
This guy didn't have a touchdown last year. I mean, he's the best season he's logged, 673 yards. That was his sophomore
He's just a
campaign.
physical specimen.
Yeah.
The size, you know how we do that for the draft? Like, you don't get those tall, strong, spaz guys every year. That's Noah Fant.
Yeah.
But football is not track.
Exactly.
And he might be just doing cardio out there.
Yep.
Benico Canada.
What up, Nico?
Let's go, Mr. Canada.
Nico is a Saints Now legend. He's been hanging out with us all day long. We appreciate you, Nico. Hope
you.
your baby girl is doing well. Hope your fiance is doing as well as well. She's doing
beer's
good as
cheers
well.
For John as well. This one's for John.
And I owe a beer bong. All right.
All right, lock and load. You lock it up. You lock it up. John Porter with a $10 super chat. Okay, look, 1 second. You can do that. I was going to say, like, I think when we get to $1,000, that's the best time to do all the beer bongs. So beer bongs are on tap for us today. We're $47 away from 1,000 in super. Now we're $37.
Come on!
$37 away. We're going to get there.
Let's go.
We're going to get there. John Porter, what do you think of Russell going to Pittsburgh? I think it is a lost cause. I'll pitch in for the 1K. Cheers to John Porter. My thoughts are the Russell Wilson signing is going to sound awesome up until September. And then when football gets played, no one's going to be caring about how much you paid him. Like, that's not going to be something that factors into the pros if things aren't going well. And Russell Wilson the last 2 years in Denver was not the Russell Wilson we all remember in Seattle.
Yeah.
I don't think this is going to have a very nice landing. This will not be a Delta Airlines landing. This will be a Spirit Airlines landing with 2 new pilots. So
with
Yes.
one door missing.
And a short runway in the Caribbean. And like, I think you should probably pull up and make some left turns. Circle. Ramcast, we have to get to that goal. Matching Benico Canada with another spin. And also, what do you think about the hype about McCarthy, now him rising in the draft? Every single year, there's a quarterback that gets a ton of hype. Sometimes the hype matches where they go. It happened to Anthony Richardson. Last year, Will Levis had the hype. He went round 2.
Yeah. Malik Willis.
I think he will go round 1. I don't think it's going to be top 10.
Malik Willis at one point. I remember him being talked about as a top 5 quarterback. JJ McCarthy is a Viking.
Appreciate your super chat. Spin.
That wheel.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. All right, wait.
Horrible
All right,
idea.
let's rewind it.
Spin.
That.
Oh, what the fuck?
Ah, damn it. 20 away from 1,000. Shot. Everybody. If
I did not get my drinking merit badge, evidently, because I did not come into the studio like I was going back to a 2017 frat party.
Well, it's unfortunate because as soon as Sperry hopped off, or Jace hopped off, I came on and just kind of got a little out of hand.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie.
Jonathan May, think Dolphins will do any more signings or trades, and let's see who wins the chug at 1,000. We
First
are
time
less,
super.
$19 away. $20 super chat would get it done.
Shout out to
Do I think
Jonathan.
the Dolphins will do any more signings or trades? There's always going to be your low-level ones, kind of fill out their roster, but for noteworthy names like over $5 million contracts, I
Hold
don't
on,
think
wait.
so.
It's like
They were very strapped for cash this offseason.
it's like a bottle girl. Yeah, let's go,
thank you for
Sam. Let's go, Sam.
2K God 24. Next one up. Any chance Cards get Quinyon Mitchell at 27 pick? I think there's a chance. I don't think you could say he is a lock to go 1 through 26. Last year, Joey Porter Jr. was a lock to go in the first 25 selections. He didn't go at all round 1. So I think Mitchell's going to be one of the best versatile DBs we see in this draft.
Ooh,
We are 9
That one burned.
USD away.
That
Trilly
one
Trill, $1 super chat.
come on.
Trill, what he just did right there, that's 3rd and 2, and you're on your own 20-yard line,
Punch
and you
it.
get the first down.
You get the damn first.
Get the first down,
You
Trilly.
keep the drive alive. Brandon Altman, what do you think about the Rams do in terms of big moves? I wouldn't be shocked if they make a major trade for a big-name corner or pass rusher.
I could kind of see them bringing in like a Stephon Gilmore.
Yeah, I can see that.
1-year contract. He's still playing at a high level. He was great in Dallas
Yep.
last year. Stephon Gilmore, 1-year, $9 million deal. That has Rams written all over it. That's
no
a
doubt.
Rams move right there.
Let's
there
go! Bang!
1,000. John Porter
Woo!
with the assist. Porter, the $5 super chat. I'm an Eagle Scout too. Can you still tie your square knot? I was always bad at knots. But Eagle Scout Troop 156. And
Damn
in
proud.
August 2015. Yeah.
Let's go.
Benico Canada, thank you so much.
My
Wish
man.
I could. I wish I could drink at work.
At
we made it.
workroom, we made it. Wish I could.
I think Benico's having a lot of drinks at work
I think
right now.
I think Nico's having a blast.
Benico seems drunker than all of us right now. I don't quite know what you're talking about, Benico.
Let me tell you something about my man Nico. He is a legend, and when you ask, you receive from Nico Canada. He is a legend here at Chat Sports.
We got some beer bong races to do. No, cold. Must be cold.
Cold.
Cold beer.
For the
If
shot
it's
fun?
warm, it can't puncture.
Yes, if it's cold, it has to.
If it's
It's
the
weird.
can is easier to penetrate if it's cold.
Giggity.
Yeah, warm can, the metal does not break as easily.
You have a what?
Yeah, then you have a Harrison situation.
You have
so
a, you have a
we got
hairy
some,
what?
Beer bongs and races.
You have a hairy
here.
what? Dude,
Ramcast saying Rams.
that's
and
still
Neil
one of my
Hunter,
favorite
hopefully.
clips. One of my
I could
favorite
see the
clips.
Rams pursuing. They got Byron Young in the draft last year. I don't think they're out of the market. They're always looking for pass rushers. They brought on Leonard Floyd. They brought on Von Miller. Like, they're always interested in adding more edge rushers. So Danielle Hunter to LA is not impossible landing spot for him.
Man, $1,000. That's pretty tripendicular when you think about it.
Okay.
Shout out to Jack Lauder. Can everyone
What are our
type Jack
weapon choices?
and Sam? Because without them, none of this is happening.
Okay.
Type Jack and Sam for some love in the comment section.
Where's the trash
Nico
can?
says he's driving. That's why he wasn't
Listen,
able to
the boy's
type
gotta be
well. He's
planning
a
ahead right now.
UPS driver.
I know how this
Nico,
goes.
appreciate you, brother. We appreciate you for sending that in.
Lock
we'll pop
and
up
load.
that super chat.
Yeah. No, flip it. Because you want to puncture like this right here. Okay. Let me show you. You want because it's going to puncture a hole right there. Okay. This one is for everyone watching, whether you liked the video, commented, or most importantly, super chatted to the $1,000. Thank you, guys. Don't point. Gun
Don't
safety.
do that.
You are
Finger
never
off
gonna
the
be a member of
trigger.
NRA right now. Okay. Also, technology safety. No one spray on my computer. So I know.
Yeah, that's y'all too.
I might just
I don't think
jinx it.
we're gonna have a problem over here.
I just put that out there. Are you
Sam,
ready? Here we go. 3,
2.
go.
Boom. Wrong pipe. Wrong pipe.
It's a little harsh. It's a little cold.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you, pal. Wrong pipe.
Woo.
Dude, they look like they're struggling over there.
I feel like I just made out with a 7-Eleven Slurpee machine. It is cold.
He just kissed a big gulp. That is awesome. That is so great.
It's always a bloodbath in this thing. Just like the ultimate KIA.
We're doing
chaos.
winners and losers too.
You look into it, and it's like, Jesus,
Cool.
what kind of massacre happened in
There's
here?
splatter everywhere.
It's just, oh my goodness. Okay.
If not, anyways. I have to pee. Can I just do that before the cut?
Okay.
I just need to run before the cut. It's all Gucci.
Here we go.
I can be a big boy if I need to. I can be a big boy if needed. Okay, cool. I'm going to be right back, guys. Give me like 2 minutes. Got to empty the tank real fast. I will be back shortly, and we're going to keep talking about the free agency moves throughout the day. I'm going to hand it over to my guy, Matthew Peterson, here in just a second. He's going to answer some super chats, interact with the comment section as well. I'll be right back. Just give me like 2 minutes. I'll be here in a second.
Yep. Some soups or some burps? Fuck. Ramcast, Rams, Danielle Hunter, hopefully. I like that. I like that Ram target in free agency. Danielle Hunter, the best name out there still. And like when you're the best at your position in free agency, there is not a big rush to sign. You want to wait and see how some offers come in and how the market shapes up a little bit. Because you don't want to be the first to sign, potentially get underpaid, and see what other guys got and thought, oh, I left some money on the table. But Nico, Canada, sorry, I am driving UPS. But Nico, I don't say this lightly when I say you're an American hero. The delivery people in this country should be paid what the NFL players are getting. The job they do is miraculous. I'm a big fan of your rival, the USPS. I'm a big letter writer, as Browns fans watching know. So God bless you, Benico. Thank you so much. Trey Roberson. Trey, will cornerback Kenny Moore go to the Steelers? Thoughts? Pittsburgh is looking to re-up a little bit in the secondary. They released Patrick Peterson, so that's an area of need for them right now. He's a slot corner, so Joey Porter Jr. going into year 2, he probably gets kicked outside a little bit. I think there could be a home for Kenny Moore in the Steel City. Trey, appreciate your super chat, dude. Next one rolling in here from Highlight Beyond. Seahawks need to make some moves on defense. Move number 1 should be bring back Leonard Williams. You traded a second round for him. You didn't make the playoffs. It would be a colossal mistake to let him leave after you gave up a second round pick for him. Find a way to re-sign Leonard Williams and then look for some linebackers. You're going to miss Jordan Brooks. Bobby Wagner's out of Seattle, it appears. Got to add at both those positions. Okay, we are going to get into some winners and losers. Trace is in the little boys' room. Okay, I think Trace had his first beer today, so he's just learning about the breaking the seal concept. He's coming back right now. Buddy Bear's here. Lord Buddy Bear. I didn't realize we were at medieval times right now. Yeah. Buddy Bear, good to see you, my guy. So, shout out your city. Where's everyone watching from? Justin is in the 847, rocking and rolling in Chicago. Military history is right here in Dallas, Texas. Ty Man the Buckeye is in the Buckeye State. Brody Brown is in Phoenix City, Alabama. Mason is in Houston. Josh thought Trace got too drunk. Oh, yeah. Not as drunk as that one super chatter who claimed they weren't drunk, though. Like, I don't know. Your typing says otherwise. Minneapolis here, Cincinnati here, Jacksonville, Foxborough, Detroit, New Orleans. Josh Alonzo. Could that be relation? Okay. Just gonna put that out there. Tampa, Lincoln, Boston. Ooh, yeah, hotta. 904, baby. Gold Coast, Australia. It's an all-time line. So someone hasn't seen Ted, and it's showing right now. Tampa, Mexico City. You don't like comedies. I don't want to hear it. You like La La Land over Step Brothers. 419 Toledo, Little Rock, Milwaukee, Philly, El Paso, Texas, Salt Lake City,
PD.
Utah. Shout out to Sugar Hill in Salt Lake City.
PD.
Sugar Hill, Sugar Park. There's Chick-fil-A there, and I loved it.
PD.
Not Sugarland. Salt Lake City. Ramcast, $5 super chat. We'll get that on screen for you next year, Ramcast, I think. Paid one. I got Houston. Hurricane Mike's in New Orleans. I had a friend, one of our coworkers, go to New Orleans. It's one of my favorite cities in America. My favorite New Orleans bar, I call it the Pirate Bar. It's
Lafitte's.
Levine.
The blacksmith shop.
You know it.
The purple drag.
Yes.
I love Lafitte's.
Oh, it's my
love
favorites.
Lafitte's. It's awesome. The piano in the back. So great. I love that spot.
I fell asleep on the piano. First
That's
time in New Orleans.
awesome. Dude, my dad and I went to New Orleans last year. I'm not kidding. We spent most of our time at Lafitte's.
Oh, it's awesome.
It is a
spot.
great bar.
Ramcast, I donated $293 to
Wow.
the stream. Let's go, Chat Sports. Best stream football. Best football stream out here. Ramcast.
Ramcast.
Dude, Ramcast is making me a partial Rams fan right now. Christopher, you have a great spot to go to in New Orleans now.
Yes, go to Lafitte's and tell them that PD and Trace sent you.
Yep, everyone spam Ramcast in the chat for being the MVP of today's live stream. Paid one. Thoughts on any moves the Lions should make? I don't think they're going to go for like a Danielle Hunter. That just seems too expensive for their liking. I think if you're really in a Super Bowl type of window, which I think the Detroit Lions are, I mean, they went to the NFC Championship game last year, It's sort of a good idea to beef up in the trenches a little bit. You don't want to get the doors blown off. So on the run stopping side, defensive tackle, Tier Tart, Jordan Elliott, those could be some nice rotational pieces added to their interior defensive line. We're at 366,226 strong subscribers. Let's go. Ramcast. Love it. Are we ready to run through some winners and losers, Mr. Jack Lauderay?
So,
if you guys are wondering which teams are smelling the best and which teams are smelling like Jay Chipper after the first day of free, you walked in, just bad timing. Oh, no, I feel bad. No, go to her.
Hey, Chip. Oh, no. We miss you.
Okay, we're going to run through our winners and losers from the first day of NFL Free Agency 2024. Jack Lauderay, should we hit spacebar? Yes, no. Okay. I think we're good. Maybe not, All right. Let's get this plane off the ground.
Dude, this list
Buckle
is
up for
awesome.
safety. put your tray tables up, and I don't know why, but it's very important you put your seat in the upright position.
Yeah, make sure
Because that's going to make the difference
Well,
if something goes wrong.
also make sure your seatbelt is buckled, because if you have your seatbelt on, the plane goes down, you're safe, right? That's how that works.
Winners and losers, starting right now. Welcome into NFL Daily's coverage of Day 1 of 2024 NFL Free Agency. Matthew Peterson alongside Trace Gerard as we run through our biggest winners and losers from the first 8 or 9 hours of NFL Free Agency. Now, this list is obviously going to be a fluid list as more signings come out, but for now, here are our winners and losers. Starting with the man, the myth, the legend, Kirk Cousins. He does it again. I think it's just super rare that a starting quarterback hits free agency this many times in their career. It just doesn't happen often. But Kirk Cousins signs a 4-year, $180 million contract with $100 million guaranteed. He's almost not quite almost, but he's a third of the way from being a billionaire from his NFL earnings. And I'll give credit to him. The guy took 2 back-to-back franchise tag contracts, bet on himself in a way, and it paid off because he got a great contract in Minnesota, which set him up nicely for a great contract from Atlanta. So for Kirk Cousins, he cashes in. He gets to move closer to home for his wife, who is from the Atlanta area, and he comes off a very unfortunate season-ending injury last year with his Achilles, but he goes into a nice situation in Atlanta. They're happy to have their long-term-ish quarterback with Kirk Cousins. To me, it's a win-win on both sides.
Now our next Day 1 winner is going to be the Green Bay Packers, who did make a handful of moves throughout free agency. And the 2 biggest ones that they brought in, 2 big-time names to their credit, Josh Jacobs' 4-year, $48 million deal, and Xavier McKinney, he inked a 4-year, $68 million deal. I like that this fit with Josh Jacobs in Green Bay after they're also releasing Aaron Jones, so he will no longer be around in Lambeau Field in Titletown. But Xavier McKinney, he is going to help boost that Packers defense that quite honestly could use a little bit of a facelift in terms of the production for Josh Jacobs. This is a guy who in Las Vegas had kind of an up and down career. In 2020, over 1,000 yards and 12 touchdowns. 2021, 872 yards and 9 touchdowns. But in 2022, almost averaged 5 yards a carry, 1,600 yards, and found the end zone 12 times. And then once again in 2023, he was a little bit down. But I will give credit where it's due. It's not like the Raiders put him in a good situation whatsoever. And in terms of Xavier McKinney, this is a guy who comes in and has been very effective in the Big Apple for the New York Giants. 116 tackles, 11 pass breakups, 3 interceptions, and a forced fumble. I think the Packers are going to get a really good defensive back to help Jair Alexander in Lambeau Field. And that's why I think that they are a winner today.
To tack on to that one last thing there, the Packers spent a combined over $100 million on external free agent signings. Packers fans watching, please correct me in the chat. I'm willing to wager that combined $100 million from 2 external free agent signings is more than they have spent in free agency the last 3 to 4 years combined on outside signings. They always live in the draft. Now, they're building in free agency. Now, their biggest rival, the Chicago Bears, are also going to fall on our Day 1 winners list. I don't think they were as big of winners as the Packers were necessarily from a spending standpoint, but the Bears did make a nice addition or 2 by getting running back DeAndre Swift, who comes in and somewhat solidifies that running back room. 3-year, $24 million contract, not $124 million. So the Bears, who ran a running back by committee rotation last year, they decide to put all their eggs in the DeAndre Swift basket after playing his first few years in Detroit. He now returns to the NFC North, and the Bears have a nice running back waiting for Caleb Williams. Now, who is your biggest winner from Day 1 of NFL free agency? One of the 3 teams we already ran through or another team? Let me know down below in the comment section who the biggest winner in your eyes from Day 1 is.
Now, the Philadelphia Eagles and Howie Roseman were very, very active as they look to give a massive facelift, to that offense. They brought in not only Saquon Barkley, but they extended Landon Dickerson. They also brought in Bryce Huff on the defensive side of the ball and Brandon Graham. He signed a new one-year deal. Now, obviously, Josh Sweat did retire for the Eagles, but Howie Roseman wasted no time in trying to bring in some quality talent on both sides of the ball, as well as they also signed Zach Bond, who was a free agent from the New Orleans Saints. The linebacker was really talented when the Saints let him put his hand in the dirt, but coming out of Wisconsin, he was a great pass rusher, was very productive, however, never quite panned out as a drop back in coverage kind of guy. I like what the Eagles have done this year in free agency, and bringing in Saquon Barkley is going to be very beneficial for Jalen Hurts. Matthew Peterson and I were talking about it during our live coverage of free agency day one. And we think that this is a move that could allow Jalen Hurts to have a little bit of pressure off of his shoulders. Now, obviously, in 2023, the numbers aren't as impressive as they were in 2022. However, I think that he's going to be in a much better situation with a better line, a better offense, better coaching, and a better defense to take some pressure off the offense as a whole. So, Petey, what do you think about the Eagles' free agency as a whole this offseason so far?
Well, one thing that jumped out to me was they signed Bryce Huff from the New York Jets to a nice 3-year, $50+ million contract. They've got Josh Sweat. They've got Hassan Reddick. I don't see them holding on to all three of those players. Watch for a trade, whether it's Sweat or Reddick, over the next few weeks. Our fifth and final winner, we're going to go with the Washington Commanders. New ownership in D.C., and they weren't afraid to spend some money in free agency on this first day. First, they signed Zach Ertz much earlier in free agency, and then they got a whole bunch of Dallas Cowboys to follow their old head coach Dan Quinn up to Landover. Dorrance Armstrong, Tyler Biadasz, a good defensive end, and a solid center without being massive contracts or anything like that. And then a huge need for Washington was linebacker. And they get one of the best young linebackers in free agency, Frankie Louvu from the Carolina Panthers, on a 3-year deal worth up to $36 million. And then Trace, to top it off, they add to the running back room after losing Antonio Gibson to the Patriots. Austin Eckler, at 29 years old, signs a 2-year deal worth up to $11.5 million.
Yeah, he's an extremely intriguing talent because he can be a very good dual threat player. You can get it done on the ground. He can get it done through the air. So I think that Dan Quinn bringing in a guy like Austin Eckler could allow whoever the quarterback of the future is, could it be Drake May? Could it be Jane Daniels? We don't know yet. But whoever that is, I think that they're going to have a nice safety blanket with their running back being able to possibly do some dink and dunk passes or try and even hit him on some nice routes. But before we keep going on with our winners and losers of today's video, I got to tell you about Prize Picks, which is daily fantasy sports made easy. And if you want to get an $100 deposit match, go to prizepicks.com/CLNS. And if you plug in promo code CLNS, you get a first-time deposit match up to $100, like I just said. Now, the beautiful thing about Prize Picks is I know a lot of us are NBA fans, a lot of us are NFL fans, but if you want to try and check out a new sport, or if you want to learn more about a team, or heck, maybe you're not huge into hockey, this is an app that can help you learn and make your viewing experience so much more fun. It's real money in real time, and you can win big time. They have Demons and Goblins picks where you can make more on your money. You can maybe make a little bit less, but it's easier to hit, and that works well whenever you put them in a flex play where you can win a lot of cash. So go to prizepicks.com/CLNS or plug in that promo code CLNS. All of the information is linked in the comment section and description of this video. Because we love you, shout out to Prize Picks for making today's video possible. Now, some good, we got some bad. The Raiders, Petey, a little bit of both, kind of some yin and yang over here.
The good does outweigh the bad because I really loved the Christian Wilkins signing. A 9-sack defensive tackle about to enter the prime of his career, and he's on the open market. I think it's a great signing. 4-year, $110 million. You can kind of look at it as a 3-year, $85 million contract. But all in all, the Raiders' biggest need, arguably, after quarterback was defensive tackle. And they got the best guy in the market. Now, you can be upset about Josh Jacobs leaving for Green Bay. I'm not a huge Josh Jacobs fan to begin with, so I'm not losing sleep over that from a Raiders fan. However, if you wanted a big, sexy quarterback selection, well, Gardner Minshew might be big and sexy, but he might not be the quarterback of your dreams, and it looks like that's their guy to at least open up the season. I expect the Raiders to still draft a quarterback, bring in some competition, but for now, I think it's Gardner Minshew's job week 1, 2024.
Now you're saying that it might not be the sexy pick. Your girlfriend might think Gardner Minshew's the sexy option, but
the mustache.
Yeah, absolutely, and the mullet and everything. But there's some good and some bad with the New York Giants. They did let some really big-time free agents leave, like Saquon Barkley, like an Xavier McKinney, but they did bring in some intriguing options. Devin Singletary, a 3-year, $16.5 million deal. I'm not thinking that he could be a Saquon Barkley replacement, but I think that he could be a running back by committee kind of guy. They also brought in Jermaine Illuminor, which I think is a good option for the New York Giants and Brian Dable. And the big move of the day, Brian Burns is headed from Carolina to New York for a 5th-round pick swap and a 2024 second-round pick, which was number 39 overall. I think this is a big move for the Panthers to give up Brian Burns. But I also think it's kind of an interesting move for the Giants to bring in Brian Burns and pay him all the money that they have. So I want you guys to get in the comment section. Who do you think won the trade? Just give me an NYG for the Giants, a CER for the Panthers. Petey, what would you be typing down below?
I'm not crazy about Brian Burns as a player. I don't think he's worth $30 million a season. So for me, I think it's a failure on Carolina's part to not get something done earlier in the trade and held on to for too long, and it was no secret that he was not going to be in Carolina long term. But I would be inclined to go with CAR. They get a top 40 pick, and they don't pay him 5 years, $150 million. Some good, some bad, part 3. I'll go with the Tennessee Titans. This is a, how do you look at it? Half glass full, half glass empty. I'm looking at it more in the lens of a half glass empty. You signed Tony Pollard to a 3-year, $24 million. I think Tony Pollard's a good running back. $8 million a season good after a career low last year? That I'm not doing jumping jacks for. Lloyd Cushenberry, 4 years in Denver, was bad 3 years, was good 1 year. Which one's the outlier? I'm thinking the one. And they made him the highest paid center in NFL free agency history. Not crazy about that. I do love the Chidobe Awuzie signing, though. Really helps that secondary that's had a lot of injuries over the years. So hopefully he can come in there and be a reliable force. Some good, some bad for step and final part number 4, the Minnesota Vikings. This is truly the epitome of some good, some bad, depending on who you ask.
So I guess you could call it, we have the good, we have the bad, we have the ugly. They brought in Jonathan Grenard, which I actually really like this move for the Vikings. That's going to be the good. But then you haven't brought back Danielle Hunter. You brought in Blake Cashman and Andrew Van Ginkel as well, Johnny Munt as well. And these are players that are going to be effective, but it almost kind of feels like you're trying to overcompensate for not keeping Danielle Hunter in Minnesota.
And the big name, Kirk Cousins.
And Kirk.
So Vikings fans, I think, really turned a corner on Kirk Cousins for the better the last few seasons or so after kind of getting over that prime time hurdle. And ultimately, they decide to go a different direction. What I want to see happen more than anything is Atlanta at number 8 and Minnesota at 11 have to pick swap. The Vikings have to take J.J. McCarthy. And then we will know who made the right decision. The Falcons with Kirk Cousins or the Vikings with a rookie quarterback. That needs to happen. Now, make sure to subscribe, by the way, because we are putting out nonstop wall-to-wall free agency content. So if you are stumbling across our channel for the first, second, third, or fourth time, well, you are in the right place for free NFL news and rumors. So make sure to subscribe if you have not already. Our first loser, let's go with the Houston Texans. I don't think they're the biggest loser, but when you look at what they did last year, they dramatically overachieved. They went to the playoffs, and I don't know if they really matched that with what they did in free agency. Not crazy about how much they paid Dalton Schultz. he had drop-itis last year, and I don't even know if he's the best tight end on his own team. The Fairbairn re-signing was very nice, but fast forward to today, Jeff Okudah, former top 3 pick, $4.5 million isn't going to swing the needle a whole lot. I like the Danico Autry signing, but I think Houston had bigger goals in free agency. They had a ton of money to spend, and the biggest one was Azeez Al-Shahir, 3-year, $34 million contract, which they needed help at linebacker. They lost Blake Cashman. They've got to replenish the ranks at that spot, but I think Texans fans would have hoped for a little bit more than a $34 million contract being the biggest one so far.
PD, dare I say that the Texans are a team to watch for Derrick Henry? It feels like they could use some running back help, and it feels like they've been already active in the free agent market. I could see D'Amico Ryan saying, you know what? I want my one more big-time name. Go get me Derrick Henry. I could see the King headed down to H-Town. Carolina, we're going to consider them losers on the day, not just because they have a bad record every single season, but also because it kind of let a lot of guys leave. Not only did they move on from Troy Hill and Robert Hunt, Von Bell also left, and they traded away Brian Burns.
Bring in Robert Hunt.
They brought in Robert Hunt, but they let Von Bell leave, and they traded away, Brian Burns. So pardon me on misspeaking there. But the Robert Hunt deal, 5 years, $100 million, 63 of that guaranteed. I like the player, but I don't know if I love the contract for the Panthers.
Yeah, I would agree on that front. I just felt like Carolina had some bigger fish to fry than Robert Hunt for 5-year, $100 million. Now, I'll reiterate what I said for the Brian Burns trade. I think the Panthers are also losers in this trade because at one point they could have gotten 2 firsts. That offer was on the table from the LA Rams and more. They turned it down, and they walk away with a 2nd and a 5th. So shame on them for holding on for Brian Burns too long. If they weren't going to commit, then get out of the relationship. Final day 1 loser, it's the Dallas Cowboys.
Everyone's going to like this one.
Jerry Jones is on his private yacht, I believe in the Caribbean.
Nassau, I believe.
I don't know if you knew this or not, but Jerry, NFL free agency started today. You said you were going to go all in. How are you all in if you're fucking around on your yacht?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think for a team that hasn't really found much postseason success since 1996, which was before I was even born, for the record, you got to take that kind of thing more seriously. I mean, you have teams within your division going and making big-time additions. Meanwhile, you're over here losing guys, not bringing in any big names. What the hell is going on in Dallas? I mean, Jerry Jones, like exactly what you said. Want to go all in? You can't be all in if you're out of the country.
As Tom Downey from the Cowboys Report would say, unserious franchise. So shout out your favorite free agent left. I want to know in the comment section who the number 1 free agent you love is still out there that you want to see your team go out and sign.
We got some moves
a few more
to
moves
discuss.
to catch up on here. Ooh, the Patriots.
Ooh.
They are signing. Well, first we had Aaron Brewer, the former Titans center who was replaced by Lloyd Cushenberry. He goes to Miami on a 3-year, $21 million contract to replace Connor Williams. But Jacoby Brissett.
Connor Williams bat snap.
No,
Connor
Jack
Williams
LaRae.
bat snap.
There
Connor
it is.
Williams bat snap.
He goes back to New England. It is a 1-year deal worth up to $8 million for Jacoby Brissett to return where he started his career. And now you kind of wonder, as some quarterback dominoes start to fall, what does that mean for a guy like, say, Justin Fields, for example?
Ryan Tannehill.
Does Joe Flacco come back to Cleveland because the other spot was New England? So, some other quarterback spots to be filled in. But Jacoby Brissett, good contract for the Patriots. I think Brissett is a starting caliber quarterback in this league.
Ramcast, $2 super chat. I can't read. How much did Rams pay Jonah Jackson? Let me pull up that contract for you really fast.
We can get the Jonah Jackson on screen for you guys here in just a moment.
We'll get you guys the graphic on screen so you can read it in case you guys have us muted. Jonah Jackson joining the Rams. He's a good offensive lineman. I think that he's going to bring some talent to that side of the ball. Jonah Jackson, you see it on your screen, 3-year, $51 million deal. 34 of that is guaranteed. Out in L.A., in Inglewood. I like this move for Sean McVay.
Oh, more news.
More.
Seahawks re-signing Leonard Williams.
Wee-woo, 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 wee-woo.
What do you know? Did I not say? Did I say in the cut we just did that they have to re-sign? Oh, that was earlier. So Leonard Williams is staying in Seattle. That's a good re-signing for the Seahawks. It just, you don't want to compound a mistake with another mistake, but I don't think trading for Leonard Williams was a mistake. And I think if you gave up a second and a fifth, you should have more plans than just 8 games for the guy. So he stays in Seattle. Seahawks have been some of a loser so far in free agency, losing some guys, but they bring back Leonard Williams. They bring back Noah Fant as well.
Guys, we recently, today, gained over 2,000 subs on this free agency breakdown, tracker, frenzy, whatever you want to call it. Day one of free agency tampering has been electric. And shout out to all of you for making it even more fun. We are finishing the day off at 366,247. So shout out to every single one of you who tuned in. Petey, you care to sign off for us?
Yeah. I reiterate and echo exactly what Trey said. We're actually going to throw it back to our old selves. Aiden Powers, should I read out a super chat here? Okay,
we'll pop up Aiden's.
We're going to go to Aiden's super chat. And
keep
then
the lights on.
Some of the moves that went down earlier. Time man pushing 10 hours. Holy smokes. Yeah.
Hey, it's what we do. We're grinders out here. Giggity. Shout out to Aiden Powers. He sent in that $5 super chat saying, do you think Aaron Jones to the Bengals?
I think Aaron Jones is going to have a decent market. He was released by Green Bay because they were able to find a better running back in their eyes from Josh Jacobs. I don't think it was because they felt like Aaron Jones can't play at a high level anymore. So if they want to move on from Joe Mixon, then Aaron Jones, I think, could make some sense for the Bengals. I could also see him finding a home in another team in that division, like the Cleveland Browns. The Baltimore Ravens are still looking for a running back. So a lot of the NFC North or AFC North teams make some sense for Aaron Jones. Aiden, thank you so much for the super chat.
Clap it up for everyone.
We're going to throw it back to our old selves as we recap all of the free agency signings that have gone down so far. And then we'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow for day 2 of NFL free agency. Welcome into NFL Daily's coverage of day 1 of 2024 NFL free agency. Matthew Peterson alongside Trace Gerard as we run through our biggest winners and losers from the first 8 or 9 hours of NFL free agency. Now, this list is obviously going to be a fluid list as more signings come out, but for now, here are our winners and losers. Starting with the man, the myth, the legend, Kirk Cousins. He does it again. I think it's just super rare that a starting quarterback hits free agency this many times in their career. It just doesn't happen often. But Kirk Cousins signs a 4-year, $180 million contract with $100 million guaranteed. He's almost not quite almost, but he's a third of the way from being a billionaire from his NFL earnings. And I'll give credit to him. The guy took 2 back-to-back franchise tag contracts, bet on himself in a way, and it paid off because he got a great contract in Minnesota, which set him up nicely for a great contract from Atlanta. So for Kirk Cousins, he cashes in. He gets to move closer to home for his wife, who is from the Atlanta area. And he comes off a very unfortunate season-ending injury last year with his Achilles. But he goes into a nice situation in Atlanta. They're happy to have their long-term-ish quarterback with Kirk Cousins. To me, it's a win-win on both sides.
Now our next day 1 winner is going to be the Green Bay Packers, who did make a handful of moves throughout free agency. And the 2 biggest ones that they brought in, 2 big-time names to their credit, Josh Jacobs' 4-year, $48 million deal, and Xavier McKinney, he inked a 4-year, $68 million deal. I like that this fit with Josh Jacobs in Green Bay after they're also releasing Aaron Jones, so he will no longer be around in Lambeau Field in Titletown. But Xavier McKinney, he is going to help boost that Packers defense that quite honestly could use a little bit of a facelift in terms of the production for Josh Jacobs. This is a guy who in Las Vegas had kind of an up and down career. In 2020, over 1,000 yards and 12 touchdowns. 2021, 872 yards and 9 touchdowns. But in 2022, almost averaged 5 yards a carry, 1,600 yards, and found the end zone 12 times. And then once again in 2023, he was a little bit down. But I will give credit where it's due. It's not like the Raiders put him in a good situation whatsoever. And in terms of Xavier McKinney, this is a guy who comes in and has been very effective in the Big Apple for the New York Giants. 116 tackles, 11 pass breakups, 3 interceptions, and a forced fumble. I think the Packers are going to get a really good defensive back to help Jair Alexander in Lambeau Field. And that's why I think that they are a winner today.
To tack onto that one last thing there, the Packers spent a combined over $100 million on external free agent signings. Packers fans watching, please correct me in the chat. I'm willing to wager that combined $100 million from 2 external free agent signings is more than they have spent in free agency the last 3 to 4 years combined on outside signings. They always live in the draft. Now, they're building in free agency. Now, their biggest rival, the Chicago Bears, are also going to fall on our day one winners list. I don't think they were as big of winners as the Packers were necessarily from a spending standpoint, but the Bears did make a nice addition or two by getting running back DeAndre Swift, who comes in and somewhat solidifies that running back room. 3-year, $24 million contract, not $124 million. So the Bears, who ran a running back by committee rotation last year, they decide to put all their eggs in the DeAndre Swift basket after playing his first few years in Detroit. He now returns to the NFC North, and the Bears have a nice running back waiting for Caleb Williams. Now, who is your biggest winner from day one of NFL free agency? One of the 3 teams we already ran through or another team? Let me know down below in the comment section who the biggest winner in your eyes from day one is.
Now, the Philadelphia Eagles and Howie Roseman were very, very active as they look to give a massive facelift to that offense. They brought in not only Saquon Barkley, but they extended Landon Dickerson. They also brought in Bryce Huff on the defensive side of the ball and Brandon Graham. He signed a new 1-year deal. Now, obviously, Josh Sweat did retire for the Eagles, but Howie Roseman wasted no time in trying to bring in some quality talent on both sides of the ball, as well as they also signed Zach Bond, who was a free agent from the New Orleans Saints. The linebacker was really talented when the Saints let him put his hand in the dirt, but coming out of Wisconsin, he was a great pass rusher, was very productive, however, never quite panned out as a drop back in coverage kind of guy. I like what the Eagles have done this year in free agency, and bringing in Saquon Barkley is going to be very beneficial for Jalen Hurts. Matthew Peterson and I were talking about it during our live coverage of free agency day one, and we think that this is a move that could allow Jalen Hurts to have a little bit of pressure off of his shoulders. Now, obviously, in 2023, the numbers aren't as impressive as they were in 2022. However, I think that he's going to be in a much better situation with a better line, a better offense, better coaching, and a better defense to take some pressure off the offense as a whole. So, Petey, what do you think about the Eagles' free agency as a whole this offseason so far?
Well, one thing that jumped out to me was they signed Bryce Huff from the New York Jets to a nice 3-year, $50+ million contract. They've got Josh Sweat. They've got Hassan Reddick. I don't see them holding on to all 3 of those players. Watch for a trade, whether it's Sweat or Reddick, over the next few weeks. Our 5th and final winner, we're going to go with the Washington Commanders. New ownership in D.C., and they weren't afraid to spend some money in free agency on this first day. First, they signed Zach Ertz much earlier in free agency, and then they got a whole bunch of Dallas Cowboys to follow their old head coach Dan Quinn up to Landover. Dorrance Armstrong, Tyler Biadasz, a good defensive end and a solid center without being massive contracts or anything like that. And then a huge need for Washington was linebacker. And they get one of the best young linebackers in free agency, Frankie Louvu from the Carolina Panthers, on a 3-year deal worth up to $36 million. And then Trace, to top it off, they add to their running back room after losing Antonio Gibson to the Patriots. Austin Eckler, at 29 years old, signs a 2-year deal worth up to $11.5 million.
Yeah, he's an extremely intriguing talent because he can be a very good dual threat player. You can get it done on the ground. He can get it done through the air. So I think that Dan Quinn bringing in a guy like Austin Eckler could allow whoever the quarterback of the future is, could it be Drake May, could it be Jane Daniels? We don't know yet. But whoever that is, I think that they're going to have a nice safety blanket with their running back being able to possibly do some dink and dunk passes or try and even hit him on some nice routes. But before we keep going on with our winners and losers of today's video, I got to tell you about Prize Picks, which is daily fantasy sports made easy. And if you want to get an $100 deposit match, go to prizepicks.com/CLNS. And if you plug in promo code CLNS, you get a first-time deposit match up to $100 like I just said. Now, the beautiful thing about Prize Picks is I know a lot of us are NBA fans, a lot of us are NFL fans, but if you want to try and check out a new sport, or if you want to learn more about a team, or heck, maybe you're not huge into hockey, this is an app that can help you learn and make your viewing experience so much more fun. It's real money in real time, and you can win big time. They have Demons and Goblins picks where you can make more on your money. You can maybe make a little bit less, but it's easier to hit, and that works well whenever you put them in a flex play where you can win a lot of cash. So go to prizepicks.com/CLNS or plug in that promo code CLNS. All of the information is linked in the comment section and description of this video. Because we love you, shout out to Prize Picks for making today's video possible. Now, some good, we got some bad. The Raiders, Petey, a little bit of both, kind of some yin and yang over here.
The good does outweigh the bad because I really loved the Christian Wilkins signing. A 9-sack defensive tackle about to enter the prime of his career, and he's on the open market. I think it's a great signing. 4-year, $110 million. You can kind of look at it as a 3-year, $85 million contract. But all in all, the Raiders' biggest need, arguably, after quarterback was defensive tackle. And they got the best guy on the market. Now, you can be upset about Josh Jacobs leaving for Green Bay. I'm not a huge Josh Jacobs fan to begin with, so I'm not losing sleep over that from a Raiders fan. However, if you wanted a big, sexy quarterback selection, well, Gardner Minshew might be big and sexy, but he might not be the quarterback of your dreams. And it looks like that's their guy to at least open up this season. I expect the Raiders to still draft a quarterback, bring in some competition. But for now, I think it's Gardner Minshew's job week 1, 2024.
Now you're saying that it might not be the sexy pick. Your girlfriend might think Gardner Minshew's the sexy option, but
the mustache.
Yeah, absolutely, and the mullet and everything. But there's some good and some bad with the New York Giants. They did let some really big-time free agents leave, like Saquon Barkley, like an Xavier McKinney. But they did bring in some intriguing options. Devin Singletary, a 3-year, $16.5 million deal. I'm not thinking that he could be a Saquon Barkley replacement, but I think that he could be a running back by committee kind of guy. They also brought in Jermaine Illuminor, which I think is a good option for the New York Giants and Brian Dable. And the big move of the day, Brian Burns is headed from Carolina to New York for a 5th-round pick swap and a 2024 second-round pick, which was number 39 overall. I think this is a big move for the Panthers to give up Brian Burns. But I also think it's kind of an interesting move for the Giants to bring in Brian Burns and pay him all the money that they have. So I want you guys to get in the comment section. Who do you think won the trade? Just give me an NYG for the Giants, a CER for the Panthers. Petey, what would you be typing down below?
I'm not crazy about Brian Burns as a player. I don't think he's worth $30 million a season. So for me, I think it's a failure on Carolina's part to not get something done earlier in the trade and held on to for too long. And it was no secret that he was not going to be in Carolina long term. But I would be inclined to go with CAR. They get a top 40 pick, and they don't pay him 5 years, $150 million. Some good, some bad, part 3. I'll go with the Tennessee Titans. This is a, how do you look at it? Half glass full, half glass empty. I'm looking at it more in the lens of a half glass empty. You signed Tony Pollard to a 3-year, $24 million. Now, I think Tony Pollard's a good running back. $8 million a season good after a career low last year? That I'm not doing jumping jacks for. Lloyd Cushenberry, 4 years in Denver, was bad 3 years, was good 1 year. Which one's the outlier? thinking the one, and they made him the highest paid center in NFL free agency history. Not crazy about that. I do love the Chidobe Awuzie signing, though. Really helps that secondary that's had a lot of injuries over the years. So hopefully he can come in there and be a reliable force. Some good, some bad for step and final part number 4, the Minnesota Vikings. This is truly the epitome of some good, some bad, depending on who you ask.
So I guess you could call it, we have the good, we have the bad, we have the ugly. They brought in Jonathan Grenard, which I actually really like this move for the Vikings. That's going to be the good. But then you haven't brought back Danielle Hunter. You brought in Blake Cashman and Andrew Van Ginkel as well, Johnny Munt as well. And these are players that are going to be effective, but it almost kind of feels like you're trying to overcompensate for not keeping Danielle Hunter in Minnesota.
And the big name, Kirk Cousins.
And Kirk.
So Vikings fans, I think, really turned a corner on Kirk Cousins for the better the last few seasons or so after kind of getting over that prime time hurdle. And ultimately, they decide to go a different direction. What I want to see happen more than anything is Atlanta at number 8 and Minnesota at 11 have to pick swap. The Vikings have to take J.J. McCarthy. And then we will know who made the right decision. The Falcons with Kirk Cousins or the Vikings with a rookie quarterback. That needs to happen. Now, make sure to subscribe, by the way, because we are putting out nonstop wall-to-wall free agency content. So if you are stumbling across our channel for the first, second, third, or fourth time, well, you are in the right place for free NFL news and rumors. So make sure to subscribe if you have not already. Our first loser, let's go with the Houston Texans. I don't think they're the biggest loser, but when you look at what they did last year, they dramatically overachieved. They went to the playoffs, and I don't know if they really matched that with what they did in free agency. Not crazy about how much they paid Dalton Schultz. He had drop-itis last year, and I don't even know if he's the best tight end on his own team. The Fairbairn re-signing was very nice, but fast forward to today, Jeff Okudah, former top 3 pick, $4.5 million isn't going to swing the needle a whole lot. I like the Danico Autry signing, but I think Houston had bigger goals in free agency. They had a ton of money to spend. And the biggest one was Azeez Al-Shahir, 3-year, $34 million contract, which they needed help at linebacker. They lost Blake Cashman. They've got to replenish the ranks at that spot. But I think Texans fans would have hoped for a little bit more than a $34 million contract being the biggest one so far.
PD, dare I say that the Texans are a team to watch for Derrick Henry? It feels like they could use some running back help, and it feels like they've been already active in the free agent market. I could see D'Amico Ryan saying, you know what? I want my one more big-time name. Go get me Derrick Henry. I could see the King headed down to H-Town. Carolina, we're going to consider them losers on the day, not just because they have a bad record every single season, but also because they kind of let a lot of guys leave. Not only did they move on from Troy Hill and Robert Hunt, Von Bell also left, and they traded away Brian Burns.
Bring in Robert Hunt.
They brought in Robert Hunt, but they let Von Bell leave, and they traded away, Brian Burns. So pardon me on misspeaking there. But the the Robert Hunt deal, 5 years, $100 million, 63 of that guaranteed. I like the player, but I don't know if I love the contract for the Panthers.
Yeah, I would agree on that front. I just felt like Carolina had some bigger fish to fry than Robert Hunt for 5-year, $100 million. Now, I'll reiterate what I said for the Brian Burns trade. I think the Panthers are also losers in this trade because at one point they could have gotten 2 firsts. That offer was on the table from the LA Rams and more. They turned it down, and they walk away with a 2nd and a 5th. So shame on them for holding on for Brian Burns too long. If they weren't going to commit, then get out of the relationship. Final day one loser, it's the Dallas Cowboys.
Everyone's going to like this one.
Jerry Jones is on his private yacht, I believe in the Caribbean.
Nassau, I believe.
I don't know if you knew this or not, but Jerry, NFL free agency started today. You said you were going to go all in. How are you all in if you're fucking around on your yacht?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think for a team that hasn't really found much postseason success since 1996, which was before I was even born, for the record, you got to take that kind of thing more seriously. I mean, you have teams within your division going and making big-time additions. Meanwhile, you're over here losing guys, not bringing in any big names. What the hell is going on in Dallas? I mean, Jerry Jones, like exactly what you said. Want to go all in? You can't be all in if you're out of the country.
As Tom Downey from the Cowboys Report would say, unserious franchise. So shout out your favorite free agent left. I want to know in the comment section who the number one free agent you love is still out there that you want to see your team go out and sign. Welcome into NFL Daily's coverage of Day 1 of 2024 NFL Free Agency. Matthew Peterson alongside Trace Gerard as we run through our biggest winners and losers from the first 8 or 9 hours of NFL Free Agency. Now, this list is obviously going to be a fluid list as more signings come out, but for now, here are our winners and losers. Starting with the man, the myth, the legend, Kirk Cousins. He does it again. I think it's just super rare that a starting quarterback hits free agency this many times in their career. It just doesn't happen often. But Kirk Cousins signs a 4-year, $180 million contract with $100 million guaranteed. He's almost not quite almost, but he's a third of the way from being a billionaire from his NFL earnings. And I'll give credit to him. The guy took 2 back-to-back franchise tag contracts, bet on himself in a way, and it paid off because he got a great contract in Minnesota, which set him up nicely for a great contract from Atlanta. So for Kirk Cousins, he cashes in. He gets to move closer to home for his wife, who is from the Atlanta area, and he comes off a very unfortunate season-ending injury last year with his Achilles, but he goes into a nice situation in Atlanta. They're happy to have their long-term-ish quarterback with Kirk Cousins. To me, it's a win-win on both sides.
Now our next Day 1 winner is going to be the Green Bay Packers, who did make a handful of moves throughout free agency. And the 2 biggest ones that they brought in, 2 big-time names to their credit, Josh Jacobs' 4-year, $48 million deal, and Xavier McKinney, he inked a 4-year, $68 million deal. I like that this fit with Josh Jacobs in Green Bay after they're also releasing Aaron Jones, so he will no longer be around in Lambeau Field in Titletown. But Xavier McKinney, he is going to help boost that Packers defense that quite honestly could use a little bit of a facelift in terms of the production for Josh Jacobs. This is a guy who in Las Vegas had kind of an up and down career. In 2020, over 1,000 yards and 12 touchdowns. 2021, 872 yards and 9 touchdowns. But in 2022, almost averaged 5 yards a carry, 1,600 yards, and found the end zone 12 times. And then once again in 2023, he was a little bit down. But I will give credit where it's due. It's not like the Raiders put him in a good situation whatsoever. And in terms of Xavier McKinney, this is a guy who comes in and has been very effective in the Big Apple for the New York Giants. 116 tackles, 11 pass breakups, 3 interceptions, and a forced fumble. I think the Packers are going to get a really good defensive back to help Jair Alexander in Lambeau Field. And that's why I think that they are a winner today.
To tack onto that one last thing there, the Packers spent a combined over $100 million on external free agent signings. Packers fans watching, please correct me in the chat. I'm willing to wager that combined $100 million from 2 external free agent signings is more than they have spent in free agency the last 3 to 4 years combined on outside signings. They always live in the draft. Now, they're building in free agency. Now, their biggest rival, the Chicago Bears, are also going to fall on our Day 1 winners list. I don't think they were as big of winners as the Packers were necessarily from a spending standpoint, but the Bears did make a nice addition or 2 by getting running back DeAndre Swift, who comes in and somewhat solidifies that running back room. 3-year, $24 million contract, not $124 million. So the Bears, who ran a running back by committee rotation last year, they decide to put all their eggs in the DeAndre Swift basket. After playing his first few years in Detroit, he now returns to the NFC North, and the Bears have a nice running back waiting for Caleb Williams. Now, who is your biggest winner from day one of NFL free agency? One of the three teams we already ran through or another team? Let me know down below in the comment section who the biggest winner in your eyes from day one is.
Now, the Philadelphia Eagles and Howie Roseman were very, very active as they look to give a massive facelift to that offense. They brought in not only Saquon Barkley, but they extended Landon Dickerson. They also brought in Bryce Huff on the defensive side of the ball and Brandon Graham. He signed a new one-year deal. Now, obviously, Josh Sweat did retire for the Eagles, but Howie Roseman wasted no time in trying to bring in some quality talent on both sides of the ball, as well as they also signed Zach Bond, who was a free agent from the New Orleans Saints. The linebacker was really talented when the Saints let him put his hand in the dirt, but coming out of Wisconsin, he was a great pass rusher, was very productive, however, never quite panned out as a drop back in coverage kind of guy. I like what the Eagles have done this year in free agency, and bringing in Saquon Barkley is going to be very beneficial for Jalen Hurts. Matthew Peterson and I were talking about it during our live coverage of free agency day one, and we think that this is a move that could allow Jalen Hurts to have a little bit of pressure off of his shoulders. Now, obviously, in 2023, the numbers aren't as impressive as they were in 2022. However, I think that he's going to be in a much better situation with a better line, a better offense, better coaching, and a better defense to take some pressure off the offense as a whole. So, Petey, what do you think about the Eagles' free agency as a whole this offseason so far?
Well, one thing that jumped out to me was they signed Bryce Huff from the New York Jets to a nice 3-year, $50+ million contract. They've got Josh Sweat. They've got Hassan Reddick. I don't see them holding on to all three of those players. Watch for a trade, whether it's Sweat or Reddick, over the next few weeks. Our fifth and final winner, we're going to go with the Washington Commanders. New ownership in D.C., and they weren't afraid to spend some money in free agency on this first day. First, they signed Zach Ertz much earlier in free agency, and then they got a whole bunch of Dallas Cowboys to follow their old head coach Dan Quinn up to Landover. Dorrance Armstrong, Tyler Biadasz, a good defensive end and a solid center without being massive contracts or anything like that. And then a huge need for Washington was linebacker. And they get one of the best young linebackers in free agency, Frankie Louvu from the Carolina Panthers, on a 3-year deal worth up to $36 million. And then Trace, to top it off, they add to their running back room after losing Antonio Gibson to the Patriots. Austin Eckler, at 29 years old, signs a 2-year deal worth up to $11.5 million.
Yeah, he's an extremely intriguing talent because he can be a very good dual threat player. You can get it done on the ground. He can get it done through the air. So I think that Dan Quinn bringing in a guy like Austin Eckler could allow whoever the quarterback of the future is, could it be Drake May? Could it be Jane Daniels? We don't know yet. But whoever that is, I think that they're going to have a nice safety blanket with their running back being able to possibly do some dink and dunk passes or try and even hit him on some nice routes. But before we keep going on with our winners and losers of today's video, I got to tell you about Prize Picks, which is daily fantasy sports made easy. And if you want to get an $100 deposit match, go to prizepicks.com/CLNS. And if you plug in promo code CLNS, you get a first-time deposit match up to $100, like I just said. Now, the beautiful thing about Prize Picks is I know a lot of us are NBA fans, a lot of us are NFL fans, but if you want to try and check out a new sport, or if you want to learn more about a team, or heck, maybe you're not huge into hockey, this is an app that can help you learn and make your viewing experience so much more fun. It's real money in real time, and you can win big time. They have Demons and Goblins picks where you can make more on your money. You can maybe make a little bit less, but it's easier to hit, and that works well whenever you put them in a flex play where you can win a lot of cash. So go to prizepicks.com/CLNS or plug in that promo code CLNS. All of the information is linked in the comment section and description of this video. Because we love you, shout out to Prize Picks for making today's video possible. Now, some good, we got some bad. The Raiders, Petey, a little bit of both, kind of some yin and yang over here.
I think the good does outweigh the bad because I really loved the Christian Wilkins signing. a 9-sack defensive tackle about to enter the prime of his career, and he's on the open market. I think it's a great signing. 4-year, $110 million. You can kind of look at it as a 3-year, $85 million contract. But all in all, the Raiders' biggest need, arguably, after quarterback was defensive tackle. And they got the best guy on the market. Now, you can be upset about Josh Jacobs leaving for Green Bay. I'm not a huge Josh Jacobs fan to begin with, so I'm not losing sleep over that from a Raiders fan. However, if you wanted a big, sexy quarterback selection, well, Gardner Minshew might be big and sexy, but he might not be the quarterback of your dreams, and it looks like that's their guy to at least open up this season. I expect the Raiders to still draft a quarterback, bring in some competition, but for now, I think it's Gardner Minshew's job week 1, 2024.
Now you're saying that it might not be the sexy pick. Your girlfriend might think Gardner Minshew's the sexy option, but
the mustache.
Yeah, absolutely, and the mullet and everything. But there's some good and some bad with the New York Giants. They did let some really big-time free agents leave, like Saquon Barkley, like an Xavier McKinney, but they did bring in some intriguing options. Devin Singletary, a 3-year, $16.5 million deal. I'm not thinking that he could be a Saquon Barkley replacement, but I think that he could be a running back by committee kind of guy. They also brought in Jermaine Illuminor, which I think is a good option for the New York Giants and Brian Dable. And the big move of the day, Brian Burns is headed from Carolina to New York for a 5th-round pick swap and a 2024 second-round pick, which was number 39 overall. I think this is a big move for the Panthers to give up Brian Burns. But I also think it's kind of an interesting move for the Giants to bring in Brian Burns and pay him all the money that they have. So I want you guys to get in the comments section. Who do you think won the trade? Just give me an NYG for the Giants, a CER for the Panthers. Petey, what would you be typing down below?
I'm not crazy about Brian Burns as a player. I don't think he's worth $30 million a season. So for me, I think it's a failure on Carolina's part to not get something done earlier in the trade and held on to for too long, and it was no secret that he was not going to be in Carolina long term. But I would be inclined to go with CAR. They get a top 40 pick, and they don't pay him 5 years, $150 million. Some good, some bad, part 3. I'll go with the Tennessee Titans. This is how do you look at it? Half glass full, half glass empty. I'm looking at it more in the lens of a half glass empty. You signed Tony Pollard to a 3-year, $24 million. Now, I think Tony Pollard's a good running back. $8 million a season good after a career low last year? That I'm not doing jumping jacks for. Lloyd Cushenberry, 4 years in Denver, was bad 3 years, was good 1 year. Which one's the outlier? I'm thinking the one. And they made him the highest paid center in NFL free agency history. Not crazy about that. I do love the Chidobe Awuzie signing, though. Really helps that secondary that's had a lot of injuries over the years. So hopefully he can come in there and be a reliable force. Some good, some bad for step and final part number 4, the Minnesota Vikings. This is truly the epitome of some good, some bad, depending on who you ask.
So I guess you could call it, we have the good, we have the bad, we have the ugly. They brought in Jonathan Grenard, which I actually really like this move for the Vikings. That's going to be the good. But then you haven't brought back Danielle Hunter. You brought in Blake Cashman and Andrew Van Ginkel as well, Johnny Munt as well. And these are players that are going to be effective, but it almost kind of feels like you're trying to overcompensate for not keeping Danielle Hunter in Minnesota.
And the big name, Kirk Cousins.
And Kirk.
So Vikings fans, I think, really turned a corner on Kirk Cousins for the better the last few seasons or so after kind of getting over that prime time hurdle. And ultimately, they decide to go a different direction. What I want to see happen more than anything is Atlanta at number 8 and Minnesota at 11 have to pick swap. The Vikings have to take J.J. McCarthy. And then we will know who made the right decision. The Falcons with Kirk Cousins or the Vikings with a rookie quarterback. That needs to happen. Now, make sure to subscribe, by the way, because we are putting out nonstop wall-to-wall free agency content. So if you are stumbling across our channel for the first, second, third, or fourth time, well, you are in the right place for free NFL news and rumors. So make sure to subscribe if you have not already. Our first loser, let's go with the Houston Texans. I don't think they're the biggest loser, But when you look at what they did last year, they dramatically overachieved. They went to the playoffs, and I don't know if they really matched that with what they did in free agency. Not crazy about how much they paid Dalton Schultz. He had drop-itis last year, and I don't even know if he's the best tight end on his own team. The Fairbairn re-signing was very nice, but fast forward to today, Jeff Okudah, former top 3 pick, $4.5 million isn't going to swing the needle a whole lot. I like the Danico Autry signing, but I think Houston had bigger goals in free agency. They had a ton of money to spend, and the biggest one was Azeez Al-Shahir, 3-year, $34 million contract, which they needed help at linebacker. They lost Blake Cashman. They've got to replenish the ranks at that spot. But I think Texans fans would have hoped for a little bit more than a $34 million contract being the biggest one so far.
PD, dare I say that the Texans are a team to watch for Derrick Henry? It feels like they could use some running back help, and it feels like they've been already active in the free agent market. I could see D'Amico Ryan saying, you know what? I want my one more big-time name. Go get me Derrick Henry. I could see the King headed down to H-Town. Carolina, we're going to consider them losers on the day, not just because they have a bad record every single season, but also because they kind of let a lot of guys leave. Not only did they move on from Troy Hill and Robert Hunt, Von Bell also left, and they traded away Brian Burns.
Bring in Robert Hunt.
They brought in Robert Hunt, but they let Von Bell leave, and they traded away, Brian Burns. So pardon me on misspeaking there. But the Robert Hunt deal, 5 years, $100 million, 63 of that guaranteed. I like the player, but I don't know if I love the contract for the Panthers.
Yeah, I would agree on that front. I just felt like Carolina had some bigger fish to fry than Robert Hunt for 5 year, $100 million. Now, I'll reiterate what I said for the Brian Burns trade. I think the Panthers are also losers in this trade because at one point they could have gotten 2 firsts. That offer was on the table from the LA Rams and more. They turned it down, and they walk away with a 2nd and a 5th. So shame on them for holding on for Brian Burns too long. If they weren't going to commit, then get out of the relationship. Final day 1 loser, it's the Dallas Cowboys.
Everyone's going to like this one.
Jerry Jones is on his private yacht, I believe in the Caribbean.
Nassau, I believe.
I don't know if you knew this or not, but Jerry, NFL free agency started today. You said you were going to go all in. How are you all in if you're fucking around on your yacht?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think for a team that hasn't really found much postseason success since 1996, which was before I was even born, for the record, you got to take that kind of thing more seriously. I mean, you have teams within your division going and making big-time additions. Meanwhile, you're over here losing guys, not bringing in any big names. What the hell is going on in Dallas? I mean, Jerry Jones, like exactly what you said. Want to go all in? You can't be all in if you're out of the country.
As Tom Downey from the Cowboys Report would say, unserious franchise. So shout out your favorite free agent left. I want to know in the comment section who the number 1 free agent you love is still out there that you want to see your team go out and